I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome. It's such a nice, evocative word, isn't it? Makes one think of love, of friendship, and kindness, of joyful reunions. But I'm sorry to say that our little theater doesn't usually deal with such pleasant topics. We prefer murder, mayhem, and mischief of all kinds. So that's why this story is called Welcome for a Dead Man. It's about a reunion and a man named Harry Beggs, a very special man with a very special problem. Our mystery drama, Welcome for a Dead Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Howard Da Silva. Let me show you a picture postcard. It's an idyllic country setting. The trees are tall and green, and the surrounding hills are gently curved. In the distance, you can see the turrets of some gray stone building that might be somebody's ancestral home. But if you were to come closer and recognize that structure for what it is, you would probably shudder silently and move on. Because prisons affect people that way. And this place is one of them. But for at least one of the longtime residents, this is a very important day.
Come on in, Harry. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Didn't you hear me? I said sit down.
Yeah, sure.
There is no part of my job I like better than this. Seeing you men leave this place.
Yes, sir.
Especially men like you, Harry. Men who have served long sentences, stayed out of trouble, and went out clean. How long's it been, Harry?
You got the record right there.
Well, I'm sure you know the exact time a lot better than I do.
Yes, sir, I know the exact time. 21 years, 1 month, 3 days.
I'll bet you can tell me the hour if you wanted to.
Whatever you say, Ward.
Oh, come on, Harry, cheer up. You don't look like a man who's facing the greatest day of his life. Now, you've got a lot of living ahead of you. Now, I just hope you know that.
Not me.
Oh, of course you do. You're only 50. 50's not old these days. Plenty of men get new starts in life at your age.
It's too late for that, Warden.
What?
I'm a dead man.
Oh, nonsense, Harry.
I died in the joint 10 years ago. You just forgot to bury me.
I don't like that kind of talk.
Yeah, but it's the truth. I'm dead. I'm a corpse. In a brand new suit and $20 in my pocket. It's just enough for a cheap coffin, maybe.
I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
Whatever you say, Warden.
You've got a family, haven't you?
No.
Oh, don't talk bull to me, my friend. Now, I've got the records right here. Just as you said, you've got a wife and a child.
You're wrong.
Oh, all right. All right, now, I know she wasn't much on visiting. But she will be out there now waiting for you.
No, nobody's waiting for me. Except maybe the elephants.
What?
Nothing.
You said something about elephants. What did you mean?
Nothing, Warden. Just a little joke.
Well, I've got a joke for you, Biggs. Now, you walk out of this place feeling the way you do, acting this way, and you know what's going to happen to you?
No, sir.
You will be right back here. And you wouldn't be the first I've said goodbye to one day and hello to the next. Now, do you understand me?
Whatever you say, Warden.
Now, all right, I'll get the hell out of here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Beggs. One more thing.
Yes, sir.
If you are going to pull another robbery, steal something smaller the next time, and don't shoot anybody doing it.
I'll remember that, Warden.
Hello?
It's Harry, Edith.
Harry? Well, what do you know? Oh, what is this? They're letting you people make phone calls now?
I'm out, Edith.
Out? How do you mean, out?
That's it. Out of prison, paroled.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
I'm in a phone booth at the bus station right now. I had to break the 20 they gave me to make this call. I didn't even know if you'd be at the same number.
I'm at the same everything. Nothing ever changes for me. Harry, how could you be out serving life?
I told you. Parole. They reviewed my case again. They decided it was time.
Not because you told them anything.
I had nothing to tell nobody.
Oh, you know what I mean. About the money.
They stopped asking me about that 10 years ago, Edith. If you had come to visit me, I would have told you that.
I can't believe it. I never thought I'd live to see the day.
The day's here, Edith. Only now what?
Oh, how should I know?
Somebody's got to tell me.
Oh, leave us alone, Harry, all right? Go find your friends, your old friends.
My friends are all gone. There's none of them left. Except maybe the elephants.
The what?
I used to dream about the elephants every night. I used to wake up in my cell, sweating. But it's funny, you know. After a while, I stopped worrying about them. Maybe it's better that they find me and finish the whole thing.
What thing? What are you talking about?
Well, somebody's got to do it. You can't let a corpse walk around. It isn't decent. You've got to bury them.
Harry, have you gone crazy? What's all that about a corpse?
I went and died in prison, Edith.
You must be crazy.
I'm dead.
I'm going to hang up.
No, wait. One more thing.
What is it?
Edith, what if I came home?
No, Harry.
You haven't seen me in 10 years. I'm 10 years better looking.
Look, stay away from us, Harry. You hear?
Don't you want to see if I lost my hair? Remember you used to say I'd look like my old man if I went bald? Well, don't you want to see?
No. Oh, for heaven's sake, why didn't you stay out of my life? Why did you have to call me?
I want to see you, Edith.
No. You can't. You can't look at me. I don't want to see what I look like in your eyes.
Why not?
Because I'm an old woman now.
No, not you.
Yes, I'm old. Older than I ought to be, thanks to you. I look older than my mother does. That's what my last 10 years were about, Harry. Working like a dog. No money, just getting poor and old.
Let me come up, Edith, just for a while. We could talk.
No, stay away from here. You understand me? You say you're a dead man? Fine. Stay dead, Harry.
Has it changed, Mac?
Price of beer has gone up, huh?
Everything goes up. Inflation.
Yeah, we heard about it. Even inside.
Want something else?
Oh, I got all I can handle.
Okay, pal. Just yell if you want anything.
Can I buy a drink?
Huh?
I said, can I buy you a drink?
What for?
Just for the heck of it. What else? No, I seen you sitting around there all alone, looking like you could use a friendly word, so here I am.
And what's the friendly word?
A drink, of course. Come on, name it. Come on.
Now, what makes a guy like you want to buy somebody like me a drink? Why don't you wait until some nice chick comes out of the joint? I mean, if you still call them chicks.
Yeah, we still call them chicks. It's what you said, the bartender.
What did I say?
Well, I heard you say to him about being inside. Now, look, he's a nice, clean guy, and maybe he doesn't know from that kind of talk. But maybe, I know a few things.
Tell me just one.
Inside means the joint. Am I right?
Could be.
You sitting there with that suit on? Look at the creases in that suit. They're like broken cardboard.
You ever wear a suit like this?
Oh, no, not me. The only time they had me in a slammer, I walked out 2 days later in my own hard Schaffner and Marks.
And that's all, huh? You must be lucky.
Well, I like to think I'm smart.
Okay, so you're smart. Only now I'll be smart, too, and get out of here. I'm not used to alcohol.
One drink, huh?
All right. One more beer.
Okay. Hey, Maxie, 2 beers, and we'll take them over here to the table.
What's wrong with the bar?
The table's more private. Come on.
Okay, since you're buying.
That's better, isn't it, huh? Well, now we can talk.
Sure. Only about what?
Well, let's talk about you. How long you been on the street?
This is the first day.
Oh, are you kidding me?
First day.
Well, ain't that something, huh? Well, this really is a day to celebrate, you know. We ought to be having some champagne, huh?
beer.
Thanks. Hey, listen, I didn't get your name. Mine's Roy.
My name's Harry.
Well, here's good luck to you, Harry.
Thanks.
Sure. And here's hoping you get everything you want out of life. Oh, boy, you deserve it after all those years.
I didn't say how long I was in stir.
No, you didn't say. How long was it, Harry?
How old are you, Roy?
Me? 23.
You were still eating baby food when I went in.
No, kid. Oh, that's a real shame. All those years wasted.
Yeah.
I'll bet you thought about this day a lot, huh?
I used to think about it. Then I stopped.
Oh, come on. Don't kid me. I bet you made plans. I mean big plans.
No.
Well, what about women? Bet you thought plenty about women, huh? Like I said, I was locked up only a few days, and that was all I could think about.
Even that stops. Everything stops when you die.
Huh? Well, that's what's said about dying?
Nothing.
Oh. Well, here's to you, Harry. Here's to your future. Hey, you're not drinking.
I'm not thirsty anymore, I guess.
Boy, if I had spent 20 years in the joint, I'd be mopping up every bar in town, eating every steak I could get my fork on.
Yeah, you got a 23-year-old stomach, Roy.
Come on, you look in pretty good shape to me. I'll bet you mopped up a few bars in your time, huh?
No, just one of them. There was just one place I used to hang out. Looked a lot like this one.
Where was it?
Over on Clinton Street, right across the way from the building where I lived. It was called Lucky's.
Lucky's. No, I don't know the places. Any kind of action there?
It was just a neighborhood place. My wife and I used to go there a couple of nights a week.
So you're married, huh? Well, why didn't you say so?
I'm not married. Look, Roy. I'm feeling a little woozy. Like I said, I'm not used to alcohol.
Hey, please, one more minute, huh? Come on, I want to talk to you, Harry. No kidding. About what you're going to do.
Why should you care about that?
Because I want to help you.
What are you talking about?
No, I mean it, Harry. I want to help you. Well, you look like you could use some help. I mean like a partner.
Hey, are you stoned or something? What would I need a partner for?
Oh, you know, Harry. The money, Harry.
What?
Get the 50 grand. Well, you're going to need help getting it. You know that.
Good Lord.
Don't look at me like that, Harry.
You're an elephant.
What?
I never would have figured you for one of them. I've been waiting for one of you to show up, but I never figured a 23-year-old kid.
What do you mean, elephant?
The ones that wouldn't forget me. Not even after 20 years.
And so Harry Beggs, who calls himself a dead man, has met a man he calls an elephant. Definitely an odd couple. But what will become of their encounter? Will Harry obligingly tell the young man named Roy where to find $50,000? They say that dead men tell no tales. Will Roy be satisfied with silence? We'll find out in just a moment when I return with Act Two. Harry Beggs is a free man. He has just put 21 years behind him and walked out into the future. But less than 24 hours later, the past has come back to haunt him. The past has taken him by the elbow, led him to a table in a dimly lit tavern, and made its grim presence only too clear.
Let's not be cute about this, Harry. You're too old to be cute.
I'm telling you, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about 50 big ones. The money you walked off with from the Reed Hammer job.
You got the wrong guy.
Okay, your name is Harry, isn't it? Harry Beggs?
That's right.
Then I got the right guy.
Who you working for, Roy?
Me? I'm self-employed.
Don't give me that. You're 23 years old. You're too young to know me.
Ah, you're a famous man, Harry.
You were in diapers when that Reed Hammer job was pulled.
So what? I wasn't around for the American Revolution either. But I heard about it.
Go away, Roy. You're starting to bother me.
Oh, come on. That's no way to talk. I bought you a beer, didn't I?
I see. And now you want 50 grand in return, huh?
No, I didn't say that. You look, I just want a taste. Now, I wouldn't take the whole bundle. You put in a bit of time earning that money.
There isn't any money.
Oh, everybody knows it wasn't recovered. Now, you must have hidden it someplace, right? Well, that's what everybody says.
All right, for the last time. What you heard about me, about that payroll money, is all a phony. I pulled a heist and I shot that guard and killed him. But all I got for my trouble was 21 years in a tin can.
What happened to the money?
I don't know.
Don't give me that baloney, dead man. Now, you had it in your hand. Now, what did you do with it?
I had to dump it.
Where?
I don't know. I just dumped it. Side of the road someplace. I couldn't tell you where.
Yeah, sure, that's the story you told the cops. Now, don't keep repeating yourself.
I told the cops the truth. I was in a panic. I didn't know what I was doing. Then I saw the roadblock ahead of me, and I knew I was finished.
Ah, you're kidding me, Harry.
I'm telling you the truth.
You make it sound like the cops grabbed you 10 minutes after the heist. Now, it was a good 6 hours before you were arrested.
You really did your homework, Roy, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I was driving a long time. I was almost at the state border before the cops threw up that blockade, and then...
The money, where was it?
I told you. When I knew that I was going to be caught with a meat in my mouth, I did the only smart thing. I tossed it out of the car window.
Oh, the hell you did.
It's the truth.
You buried it someplace. Everybody knows you buried it.
People like to think that. They like to think there's buried treasure all over the place, just waiting to be picked up by any guy with a lucky shovel.
Oh, come on, you buried that money. Now, you figured you might get out of stir and come back for it one day.
Oh, forget it, kid, huh? I'm telling you, the money's gone. It's gone for as long as you've been alive.
The cops searched that whole road for the money bag, and so did 9 million other people. Only it never turned up.
I'll tell you why it never turned up. Some smart farmer boy found it and stashed it in the barn. He's been living high off it ever since.
Oh, you're a good liar, Harry.
The money's gone, kid. You think I'd be sitting in this bar drinking beer if I knew where it was?
No. You're too smart to rush it. You figured there'd be some elephants around who might be watching you, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I was looking for some old elephants. Instead, I get a kid.
Okay, mister. You stick to your story. But now listen to my proposition, huh?
What for?
Now, just shut up and listen. Okay, now let's say you did bury that money.
Look, I told you...
Just a for instance, okay? Oh, let's say you buried that money. Now, that's what the cops think. That's what Reed Hammer's insurance company thinks. And for all you know, they've been tailing you ever since you left the joint.
Tailing me? What are you talking about?
Oh, come on. You can't be that dumb, Harry. Now, didn't you figure they'd be watching you?
No, you're wrong. Nobody's tailing me.
How do you know?
Because it's crazy. Because it's 21 years.
The money is still good.
All right. So what's this proposition you're talking about?
It's a sweet deal for you, Harry. No, I mean it. It's a way for you to get your 50 grand without any trouble at all.
I see. All I have to do is tell you where it is.
Hey, that's right. You see? You're not so dumb.
And you're not so smart if you think I'd do that.
But it's the only way to go, Harry. You can't dig it up yourself. Now, even if you stay on ice for 6 months, you'll never be sure some fuzz isn't sticking on you. Or maybe one of your old elephant friends. You'll never know if you'll wind up with a shovel in your hand or a bullet in your neck.
Go on.
But if you didn't pick up that bag yourself, if you didn't do the digging, but had somebody do it for you, somebody who you could trust...
Meaning you, I suppose, huh?
Yeah, now you got it, Harry. Look, I'll do it for you. And guess what? All I'll take for my trouble is 20%.
Is that all?
Yeah, 10,000. It'll be worth it to you, believe me. You won't run any risks at all.
No risk, huh? What would stop you from taking the whole thing?
You just have to trust me, Harry. I got an honest face, don't I?
Go away, Roy. Go away and take your cat pistol with you. I don't want to see that honest face of yours again.
But you're gonna see it, Harry. If you don't make a deal with me, you're gonna be seeing it all the time. Now, everywhere you go, in every mirror you pass.
You intend to follow me around?
Yeah, for as long as it takes. Sooner or later, you'll have to dig it up. You'll have to.
What if I get someone else to do it for me?
But you'll still have to receive it. And I'll be there. Me and my cat pistol. Now, what do you say? Are you gonna be sensible?
All right, Roy.
Hey, well now.
All right. I don't want your ugly shadow following me. I got enough shadow of my own.
Hey, then it's a deal?
On one condition. That we make the dig together.
But what if we're being tagged by one of your elephants?
I'm sure they're all in that graveyard. But I won't let you dig the bag up by yourself.
Something tells me you don't trust me, Harry.
That's right, Roy. I never trust anybody under 30.
Hey, where is this place anyway? I've never been so far out of the city.
It's called Purdy's Landing.
Real country stuff, huh? Well, I didn't know you were a country boy, Harry.
When I was a kid.
Is that what gave you the idea? The stash, you know what out here?
You talk too much, Roy. I know where the bag is, but it's 21 years ago. Someone else might know, too.
Well, how do we get to this place?
We get off the train, then we get a taxi.
Hey, you think this old heap is going to make it to where we're going?
Who's that?
I said, where did you get this pile of junk? Out of a car museum?
Always gets where it wants to go. Now, what was that again?
I told you. The Cobbin Farm on Edge Road.
Never heard of Cobbin Farm. Heard of Edge Road, but never heard of any Cobbin around here.
Now just take us to the road.
Seems to me you got the wrong place, mister.
There was a family named Cobbin lived on the road about 20 years ago.
Well, they must have moved then. I've been living around here about 15 years now and never heard of them. But I guess things change.
Yeah, that's right. Things change.
How much further?
How much?
Well, you said that 20 minutes ago. When we first got into these dumb woods.
We'll come to the clearing soon.
How do you know we're in the right place, huh?
You think I could forget it? You think I could put a suitcase with 50 grand on the ground and forget where?
Well, let's go then. Let's go.
There. There's the embankment. I remember that. I remember I could see the top of the silo from this spot. It was painted red then. Yeah, I guess the color got worn off.
Yeah, and I'm getting worn out, so come on, hurry up.
Keep looking for the stone I told you about.
Okay.
The big black stone. If the sun was shining, you'd see it all sparkle like diamonds.
I don't see anything like that.
It's here someplace. Even 20 years wouldn't touch that old stone. Looked like a Looked like a fist coming out of the earth.
Hey, is that it? Over there.
Yeah, that's it. That's the stone.
Where's the money?
3 paces from it. 3 paces to the nearest tree. Damn.
What is it?
The tree's gone.
What?
The tree, I remember. It must have fallen or something. Yeah, but this is the spot. It has to be the one.
What do we have to do? Dig up the whole clearing?
No. We won't have to dig it all because there's the other rock, the one I put over the payroll bag.
Where?
By that stump. That must have been the old tree. Yeah, I remember rubbing my hand on that old tree and telling it I'd be back. I didn't know it would take me 21 years.
Come on, let's go.
All we gotta do is move that smaller rock, Roy. If she's still there, that's where she is.
Stuck in the ground.
I'll help you.
Come on. Push.
I'm pushing.
She's coming. I think she's coming loose.
There it goes.
Hey, it's over.
You see anything?
There. There's something over there under the leaves. It looks like canvas.
Yeah, that's what it was. The bag was canvas, all right.
Harry, we found it. Harry, we found the money.
Looks like we did.
It's here. It's just like you said. Now look. I can see the name on the bag. The Reed Hammer Company.
That's the one, Roy.
Oh, my God.
What is it?
Oh, there's nothing in the bag.
What?
There's nothing in the bag. It's just leaves and dirt and rocks. There's no money. There's no money. There's not a dime.
Let me see.
It's all gone.
Gone?
Somebody swiped it. Somebody took all the money out.
Some farmer boy. I warned you, kids. Some farmer boy searched this spot and found the money. He took it all and threw away the bag.
Not fair. It's just not fair.
How do you think I feel, Roy? I waited 21 years for this. For this handful of dirt.
What happened to that young fella come up with you?
He's not with me anymore. He decided to take the train back to the city.
And you really want to go to the old country graveyard, huh?
That's right.
Now, what do you want with that place, if you don't mind my asking?
I want to find something there.
Tombstone?
That's right.
Someone in your family?
Someone who used to be very close to me.
I see. Sort of sentimental journey. I say something funny?
I was just thinking about a joke. A very funny joke.
So Harry Beggs, the dead man, is going to pay a visit to the home of the dead. But obviously he has something more in mind than a sentimental journey. Obviously, Harry Beggs is interested in the old county graveyard for reasons that have to do with the living. 50,000 reasons. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Harry Beggs spent almost an hour alone in the county cemetery at Purdy's Corner. His taxi driver waited patiently at the foot of the hill, gently dozing in rehearsal for the night that was rapidly approaching. And when he saw his customer again, he seemed suddenly transformed. You might almost say that the dead man had come to life.
Hello?
Edith, it's Harry again.
Oh, for heaven's sake, what are you bothering me for?
I've got to talk to you, Edith. It's important. Are you alone?
Of course I'm alone. I'm always alone.
Edith, listen carefully. I've got big news. I'm a rich man.
What?
I got $50,000 in a paper bag.
Are you crazy?
I got it with me right here in this phone booth. It's got a funny smell to it. It smells like dirt and dead leaves and maybe corpses for all I know.
I swear you went crazy in that jail.
I thought I died. I told you that. Only now, maybe I can come alive again. When I touch this bag full of money, it makes me feel like maybe I can live.
Harry, are you telling me the truth?
I wouldn't lie to you, Edith. You see, I did hide that money just like they said I did. I hid it in the graveyard.
Oh, Harry.
I buried it where they bury people. I thought that it would be safe there, and I was right. Only at first I took it out of the bag that it was in. I hid that bag in the woods. I'm glad I remembered where I hid the bag, too. That came in very handy.
I don't want to hear about this.
What? Edith, you don't understand me.
Of course I understand you. From the minute we got married and I realized you were a cheap crook.
I wasn't cheap. I was just no good. But now, Edith, I've got $50,000. Don't you know what that can mean to us? We can be a family. You can move out of that dump. We could buy ourselves a house in the country, just like we had when we were kids.
Oh, leave me alone. You sound just like you did then, when we first got married 25 years ago. All those promises you made me, all about money, nothing but money.
No, that was a dream. This is real.
You wanted money more than you wanted me, Harry. You didn't want a family, a house in the country, nothing. Just that bag full of money.
Oh, you...
Well, I'm glad you got it. I hope you're very happy.
No, Edith. Edith, don't hang up. Edith.
What can I get you, mister?
I'll have a beer.
One beer coming up.
No. Wait a minute. Make it whiskey.
Okay. One whiskey. How do you want it?
Neat with a soda on the side.
There you go.
Thanks. Hey, can I ask you something?
Sure.
I used to know this boy. I mean, I used to live right across the street.
No kidding.
Yeah. What I wanted to ask you was, whatever happened to Lucky Rossiter?
Rossiter? 6 feet down.
No kid.
12 years ago. His wife gave him a set of golf clubs. Goes out on the course, drops dead on the first tee. You wonder why they called him Lucky?
And what do they call you?
They call me Lucky, too. For me, I don't play golf. Hey, take it easy.
Sorry.
Maybe you should have stuck to beer.
I'm just not used to whiskey. It's been a long time.
You been sick or something?
Yeah, something. Give me another one. I'll mix it with soda this time.
Suit yourself.
Gee, this place looks different now.
Yeah, I spiffed it up.
Yeah, used to be just plain. No jukebox or stuff like that.
Well, you gotta keep up with the times. We even got a machine here that plays electronic ping pong. How about that?
That's progress, I guess. And women. You hardly ever saw women in the old Luckies.
You said you came in with your wife.
No, I mean women like that.
You're looking at her like you never saw any kind of woman before. Well, enjoy the drink. I got things to do.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Pop?
What?
You got a cold or something?
Oh, it's the drink. I'm not used to this stuff anymore.
Oh, well, you need practice, that's all.
No, maybe I better just quit while I'm ahead.
Oh, you can't fly on one wing.
This is my second wing.
Yeah, but you're still not flying, are you? Oh, why don't you have one more?
No, I don't think so.
I tell you what, you buy one more and try it. If you don't like it, I'll finish it for you. It's like a money-back guarantee, only you don't get your money back.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try one more. Maybe you'd like one of your own?
Oh, hey, that's a nice idea. I mean, I like mine with ginger ale. And, maybe we could have it at a table, huh? I hate these stools, don't you?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we could do that.
You're cute, you know what?
Cute?
Yeah. I love men with gray hair. And by the way, everybody calls me Honey.
Hey, Mike.
What?
Wake up.
The machine is still on.
It's a vacuum cleaner.
Huh? Oh, I thought it was the machine shop. I must have been dreaming.
Yeah, you've been dreaming for a good half hour. Only this ain't a hotel. I have to close up.
What time is it?
It's after 1. Time to go home.
Home?
Come on, you had a good time. Now let's pack it in.
Yeah, I'm going. Where's my bag?
What?
The paper bag I had with me.
What bag?
I had it with me on my lap at the bar. I took it with me to the table.
Don't look at me, mister.
It's gone. It's gone.
I didn't see any bag. If you're accusing me...
That girl I was with, the one who works here.
No girl works here, fella. You got the wrong idea of the kind of place I run.
Please don't fool around. What did you do with it? Where's that girl? She called herself Honey.
Mister, I'll tell you this once more. I didn't see your lousy paper bag. And no girl works here. And if you got rolled by somebody, that's your business, not mine.
No, you're lying on me. You're lying.
Huh? That does it. That really does it. I don't care if you knew old Lucky Rossiter. You're getting out of here, pal.
Please.
You're either getting out on your feet or on your tail. Now you take your choice.
All right, I'm going.
Who is it?
It's me.
Who?
It's Harry, Edith.
Oh, no.
Please open the door, please.
1 second.
Edith.
Oh, I was afraid you'd do this. I was afraid you'd just show up.
Let me come in, please.
Oh, you look terrible. You look sick, Harry. I never would have recognized you.
Can I come in?
You're not even looking at me. Why don't you, Harry? Why don't you see the mess I am? Oh, all right. Come inside. Oh, so you didn't go bald.
No, just gray. Edith, I'm in trouble.
Trouble? You? A rich man like you?
Something happened to the money.
The cops weren't following you. Harry, you didn't let the cops know you were digging it up.
No, nobody followed me. There was this one kid I told you about, but I got rid of him. I fooled him. He won't bother me again. But the money, the $50,000, it's gone.
What do you mean, gone?
I got drunk. 21 years I was sober, Edith. Sober and dead. And then I go to Lucky's and I get drunk, and now the money's all gone.
Well, how did it happen?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, Edith. I should have realized it wouldn't matter. A dead man can't spend money.
Oh, please stop saying that. Stop talking that way about you being dead.
No, but I am. And you know what killed me, Edith? It wasn't the prison. It was you.
Me?
When you gave up on me 10 years ago, when you decided to think of me as dead, that's when I died.
Oh, Harry.
You were the only thing keeping me alive. You and our kid. The thought of you. But when I knew you stopped thinking about me, that was it.
Oh, don't you? You're hurting me so much, Harry.
I just wanted to see you one last time, Edith, and you know something? You don't look as bad as you said. You still look beautiful to me.
Harry?
Yeah?
Where are you going?
I don't know. Anywhere.
It's late. Where will you sleep?
Park bench, bus station. What does it matter?
You could stay here.
What?
I couldn't turn you out without a place to go. I couldn't do that to a dog. You could sleep on the couch if you wanted to. Do you want to do that?
This couch? I'd rather sleep on this couch than in a palace.
Oh, Harry. Harry.
Edith, I missed you so much. It wasn't the money I thought about all the time in prison.
Oh, hush, don't talk now.
It was you, Edith. You and all the things I could do for you with that money.
Oh, don't. It's all right now. Everything's all right. We're together again. That's all that matters.
You mean it? You mean that together?
Oh, I felt dead too, Harry. Maybe together we'll be alive.
Alive, Edith.
Harry, you know how old I am.
I don't care.
I'm a woman with a grown daughter. Oh, Harry, you never even saw your own daughter. You never saw Angela. Oh, she was only a baby when... Angela, wake up.
She's here?
In the bedroom. Angela, come out and meet somebody. What the heck's going on? What's all the yelling about? My God. What's he doing here? Just wait till you hear who he is, honey.
Honey.
Harry, tell her who you are.
I'm nobody, honey. Just a dead man.
That's the trouble with the past. It seems to be sleeping peacefully, and then sometimes it wakes up and stares us in the face, filling the present with horror. We hope we've added a little horror to your life. I'll be back in a moment. It's been said that the past is history, but isn't it also true that the future is mystery? It's the unknown that lies ahead of us that gives life its excitement, its novelty, and its terror, which describes exactly what the future has in store for you at Mystery Theater. Excitement, novelty, and terror. We hope you'll be back for another helping of all three. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Bryna Rayburn, Earl Hammond, and Gil Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What do a ladder leaning against a building, a black cat, spilt salt, or knocking on wood have in common? That's right. They're all superstitions. But since superstitions are only the children of ignorance, in this world of expanding knowledge, nobody really believes in them anymore. Or do they? And if anyone does, surely the calm, clear logic of 20th century science could illuminate, banish, and defeat the dark clouds of superstition. Or could it? Our mystery drama, Taboo Means Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Russell Horton. This story is out of today's headlines. Some of it you may remember. It shouldn't be too difficult to tempt you to listen to it, since in order to do so, you must travel with me the South Pacific to the island paradise of Western Samoa, Upolu. The capital of Western Samoa is Apia, a sleepy little port town whose main claim to fame is a hotel named Aggie Gray's.
It is one of those special spots for travelers which dot the world. Their claim to fame? Haunt them, and sooner or later you will meet anyone or everyone you knew.
Mac! Oh, Mac Calder!
Huh? Who? Digger! Digger Brown! Hey, man, what brings you to Samoa?
This is my territory, Yank. What brings you here?
This and that.
Business?
Not exactly.
Oh, I read you loud and clear. I won't pry. How do you like the Fia?
The what?
The entertainment you're watching.
Oh, it's great, super. I was just trying to figure out what kind of short long johns the guys wear under their skirts.
Skirts? Oh, I see I've got to educate you, Yank. Now, first of all, the skirts are called lava.
Uh-huh.
Everyone wears them, men and women. Now, the long johns are something else again. Only the sons of the chief wear them.
They look like Spider-Man. What is it, some sort of woven material?
Well, it's a garment none of them ever can take off. A tattoo needled right onto the skin.
From above the waist to below the knee?
That's right.
Oh, man, I bet that hurts.
No, too right.
Well, why? Do they really believe that stuff in this day and age?
You better believe it, if you want to hang around the islands.
I don't. I want to get out of here as fast as I can. That's why I'm here.
Oh, that's a bit contradictory. You want to shed some light?
Only to someone I can trust.
Think I changed that much in such a short time?
Nah. Only I don't see how you can help.
Well, want to give it a whirl?
At least you're someone I can talk to.
Fire away.
Not here. Is there somewhere else?
Sure. I have a room in the quiet sector of Aggie's over the garden where all you can hear are the birds sing and the mangoes drop. Well, after I graduated from UCLA, I came on home and had this chance to go into training and get checked out on multi-engines. So, here I am, a lowly lieutenant co-pilot flying for NZ Airlines. How about you?
My dad died suddenly. I sort of took over the business.
Oh, no more flying?
Oh, sure. Dad and me had a private plane, and then there's the company jet I get a shot at handling now and again, when I can find time.
Oh, big wheel in the business world, eh?
Somebody had to take over, Digger.
Oh, I'm sorry about your father, Mac. Well, so, what brings you down here to Samoa?
A girl.
Ooh, she must be some Sheila to bring you 8,000 miles.
She is. Oh, you know her, Digger.
I do?
Yeah. You remember Noelani?
Noelani Matoma? Ooh, she'd be hard to forget, especially here on Ipolu. Hey, is that what brought you to our side of the globe? The big Fia?
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
Noelani's wedding. She's going to be married next week.
Married? So that's why she stopped. Digger, you've got to help me.
I never knew, Mac, that Nonny and you... Well, I mean, you dated around and all that, but I never reckoned it anything serious.
Why not, Digger?
Well, I don't know. I mean, sure, we all went to the university together, but Nonny... Well, I mean, Noelani was special.
Because she was Samoan?
Because she was a princess. Royalty. Well, maybe in your frame of reference that doesn't mean so much.
It doesn't mean a damn. She's the girl I love and I want to marry.
It looks a bit late for that, Mac.
Why? She can't marry anyone but me, Digger. Her letters were full of plans for our marriage until they stopped coming.
Well, maybe the lady changed her mind.
No, I'll never believe that. Somebody, her parents, must have stopped her from writing, or else they kept my letters from her. Digger, that wedding has got to be stopped. You've got to help me.
Mac, old bloke, this isn't America. You mess around with island people with an ancient way of life and customs neither me nor you could understand, and you're asking to get your head handed to you in a basket.
I'll take my chances.
No. Count me out. I don't want anyone laying any curse on me, or worse.
Oh, come off it, Digger. I've never seen you run scared.
Well, you're seeing it now. Well, Anyway, I won't be around. I've got to pull out of here tomorrow for Fiji with my crew to pick up a flight down from Mandy to Auckland. You know, I am a working stiff, you know.
Okay. Do one thing for me, Digger, huh?
What?
Well, you know the ropes here. I can't even locate Nani. No one will tell me where she is. Will you find her for me?
Well, yes, at least I can do that, chum. Maybe I can even arrange for you to have a talk somewhere.
Noelani.
Mac? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. Darling,
No, please. It is over between us.
Are you kidding? How can you...
I am begging you. Try to understand.
Understand what?
About us.
Well, I thought I did. I thought we knew just where we were going.
So did I. But it has been a long time.
You know why? I wrote you. My father died, and there were things I had to do.
Yes. And my father died. And I found out there were things I had to do.
What does that mean?
I could never explain. It is why I didn't write.
Well, now I'm here in the flesh. Can't you tell me?
It is very hard.
I could guess it might be. You're going to be married, as I get it. So there's another guy.
Yes.
You know, you might have told me. Saved me a trip halfway around the world.
Oh, please. It isn't like that.
Isn't like what?
I shouldn't have said anything. Forgive me.
I am not in a forgiving frame of mind, and you'd better say something.
Oh, please. It won't help anything. Or change anything.
Maybe not, but don't you think I'm due some kind of explanation?
Yes. Otherwise, I would never have let Digger set up this meeting.
So?
Walk with me along the beach, Mac. No, don't hold my hand. Don't touch me.
What is this? We're under surveillance? Well, who is it? The FBI? CIA?
Just believe that we are not alone. That we are watched. That they can see but not hear. So, let me talk.
Be my guest.
California was one thing. And Never Land. I was just Nani. And life was very wonderful. Very simple.
It was our life. And we promised each other it would be forever.
I know. What I dreamed of. But you see, I had forgotten I had another life.
What?
I am a princess.
Isn't that a little out of date?
When I came home to Samoa, I found out it wasn't.
Nani, you're a graduate of UCLA in liberal arts. You can't suddenly come back to a scattering of tin pot little islands and bury yourself in the Middle Ages.
Oh, I wish I could be as sure of that as you are.
What do you mean?
Wash out 1,000 things. Old ties, family history, my personal duty, which I could never explain. Cut it all down to taboo.
Taboo?
What you would call taboo.
Are you trying to tell me I'm taboo for you?
Yes.
Is that the way you feel?
It isn't my decision, Mac. Can't you understand? It is a whole way of life.
Look, this is the 20th century.
It doesn't matter. I can't marry you.
Why not?
It is not my decision.
Well, whose decision is it?
Because I am a princess. The village council.
Well, now, who in heck are they to interfere?
To keep the bloodlines clear. It is their right.
What bloodlines?
I am Samoan.
Nani, I am getting you out of all this. Let's go, right now.
I can't, Mac.
Of course you can.
You don't understand. The marriage has been arranged. I am a princess in a family of royalty. I can't let them down.
Sure you can. Just let me show you.
You can't make it that simple.
Oh, can't I?
No. Because you don't know what is involved.
You've already told me.
But I can't explain all the centuries of custom and everything behind it. A whole other world.
So? You step out of it.
I can't.
Why?
It is why I agreed to see you today. Because
because I am under a curse.
What?
If I should marry you or go with you, we would go only to death.
Who says?
The Dilatus has spoken. He has pointed the bone. If we try to be together, we cannot fight the gods. We are condemned.
Oh, honey, you believe that nonsense?
It is hard for me, back now in this strange world, to know what I believe in.
Can't you just believe in me?
It is all I ever want to. But...
What is it?
I don't want to bring you disaster. And without my mother's agreement to us, I would be so afraid.
So, let's talk to your mother.
Talofa.
Talofa.
Welcome to my home.
Thank you. I don't know how to call you.
I am the mother of Noelani.
That doesn't help me know the form of address.
Does it matter? We have little to say to each other.
I'm sorry to hear that. I want to marry Noelani.
She has been promised to another.
Well, doesn't she have any choice?
No.
I'd challenge that.
If you want. It is a gamble.
What do you mean?
How strong is the desire? How does it meet the wheeling of the stars? Is it accepted by fate? And are you brave enough to face death?
Oh, I'm sorry, but you speak in riddles.
Noelani is the last of her line. Tueto, to whom she has been promised, is also purebred. They are chosen by the stars, selected by Tane, the great god. If the promise were to be broken, Tane would send Taiaroa, god of the winds, and Pera, the goddess of fire, to haunt you. Are you ready to challenge all our gods?
For Noelani? Yes.
For Noelani? Or for yourself?
No, for her. We love each other, Your Majesty. Nani's happiness lies with me.
You are not of our blood.
Majesty, princess, mother, whatever I should call you, what are all these ancient prejudices? It's a new world. And blood crosses blood and makes the ties that bind everyone together stronger. We're one world today.
I cannot cross my gods. I cannot protect you. Most of all, I cannot protect my daughter. The Dilatus has pointed the bone. If you and Noelani should try to find life together, you are doomed. The gods have spoken.
Your gods, maybe. Not mine. It looks as though we'll just have to find out which is stronger.
The battle lines are drawn in an age-old conflict. The ways of yesterday against today's. It can happen in any society. And we have our ethnic divisions in every major city and half the towns across the continent. But there is one element here that makes it all a little different. A curse, an ancient civilization, and the threat of strange gods beyond our Western comprehension. I shall return shortly with Act 2. It was Alfred Lord Tennyson who wrote, "'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all." But to be in love and have the reason for losing so antiquated and unreasonable as Mac Calder faces is a very special agony. A determination that under no circumstances will he lose. First, convince Noelani of that, and then find the way.
We've got to talk, Noelani.
Not here. We are watched. What did my mother say?
Well, she's not against us exactly, but look, where can we talk?
When?
The sooner the better. Tonight?
Not at night. That is impossible. This afternoon, I must go to market in Apia. Can you find me there?
I don't know. What about the big clock steeple?
I could meet you there before sundown. But why, darling?
Because by then I'll have a plan for us.
A plan?
Yeah, to get away, shake off the past, find our own future. Isn't that what you want?
I want it. But how can it work for us?
Now, I could have a cab waiting, and we could duck out and head for the airport, catch the next plane out wherever it was headed.
You think my family, my brothers, would allow me to do that? Or anyone else?
Well, you have your passport. It's still valid, isn't it?
To anywhere, yes.
Well, then?
First of all, I have to get away from Samoa, if I want to. That is not so easy.
Oh, because you don't want to.
I don't know what I want. Oh, to be with you, yes. But not to destroy you.
Honey, let me worry about that.
It isn't that simple.
I'll make it that way. Can you meet me just before sunrise at Palaga Airport? Right by the golf course, east of Apia.
I know, but why?
Well, I'll charter a private plane. There'll be no one to stop us there. We'll fly to New Zealand to be married. And take it the way it comes from then on.
You would risk that for me.
I'm not worried about your brothers or the family. They'll come around once it's happened.
Oh, it isn't just the family.
You mean all that mumbo-jumbo about the gods? Oh, darling, forget them. Their day has been and gone. They can't touch us.
How I want to believe that.
You better believe. And promise to meet me at Palaga.
May all the gods help us. But yes, I promise. Nani, darling? Oh, Ma, I'm here.
Oh, I'd just about given up. I thought you weren't coming.
I just about did give up. The weather. It is not a good omen.
It's nothing, just some rain and a light cloud cover. We'll be out of it at 5,000 feet, and it's a cinch the rest of the way in.
You have a plane?
Yeah, a Cessna 172 high wing. There she is, all set and ready to go.
That little thing, it can make it all the way to... Where are we going?
Auckland, New Zealand. We'll be married there right after we land. And then we'll grab a 747 or DC-10 for the little old USA.
I still don't see how a little plane like that...
I have extra wing tanks just in case, but it'll be no sweat. Trust me?
If I didn't, would I be here?
I promise you, Nani, you're never going to regret this. As God is my witness.
I want to feel the same way. I just hope my gods will smile on us, too.
Hey, don't pay attention to the sound effects. We're going to leave all that behind.
And head right into the eye of the storm.
Nani, forget it. We're walking out tall. You can count on it. You all right, Nani?
I think so. I am a little wheezy.
Yeah, we're just hitting a few air pockets. When we get enough altitude, it'll be smooth sailing.
Soon?
Honey, we're 7,000 now. We should break this at 8.
Oh, will it be much longer?
Yeah, it takes time to climb. There's nothing else wrong, is there?
Oh, don't worry about me, Mac. I started out a little sick at heart. But what upsets me now is my stomach.
You're not sorry you came?
I would have to be a whole lot sicker than this before that would even occur to me. But I am scared.
Of the storm?
No. Of what we've done.
The best decision we ever made in our lives. Only the brave deserve the fair.
Who said that?
I don't know. Me, maybe. What's the difference? Isn't it the truth? Nani, we got away with it.
No, don't say that. Don't wish us bad luck.
Luck? What does that signify? We're out front now, and no one from your slow old world can catch us now. Hey, we've got it made.
Hello, Stuart. Got all your passengers sorted out?
We're flying light, if we fly. Do we?
Now, what does that mean?
The weather?
Oh, no sweat. We'll get above it most of the way into Auckland. Still, better keep your passengers belted in. Could be a bit choppy.
Well, you better get on up to the flight deck. Your pilot's waiting. That you, Digger?
Lieutenant Brown, model co-pilot, reporting to the flight deck, Captain Jameson.
Yes, I can do without the Commodore. Everything ship-shape back there?
Sure. We're flying pretty light. You could shoot possums back there without ever getting near a passenger. If we're flying.
What's that mean?
Well, did you get clearance from the tower yet?
Not yet, but we will.
Weather looks a bit rough.
Yeah, we'll be out of this by 10,000 and have it clear all the way into Auckland.
Well, we still might get a lot of chop on an electrical winger like this.
Yeah, we'll leave the seatbelt sign on. And there it is. We're cleared.
Good old DC-10s. They can fly through anything.
Too right. But I pity any light craft that had to climb over this. It'd take a real beating on the way up. Here we go.
What's your ETA?
Corrected for New Zealand time. Unless we run into a wind change, we should hit Auckland about 16:30 hours.
Is it, Mac?
About 1600 hours.
What is that in ordinary time?
Oh, 4 in the afternoon.
It seems so long.
What's the matter, Nani? Don't you feel better?
Oh, yes. It's nice and smooth now. But it seems sort of endless. Just clouds and swirls of air. As if we weren't moving at all. You know what I mean?
Oh, sort of, perhaps.
It's also mysterious, changing. How do you know where you're going?
Oh, I got the trusty old ADF.
ADF?
Automatic direction finder.
Oh.
And without that, we could really be in the soup.
Well, which is it, Matt?
It's that dial there. See?
Oh, yes.
Tells our heading exactly. As soon as we get close enough to New Zealand, we can lock on by radio and ride the needle straight in like getting tucked into bed.
As simple as that?
As simple as that. Unless anything went wrong.
And then?
Oh, we don't think of that. Why should it go wrong?
Oh, I can think of so many reasons.
Hey, forget it. We're out of your old world of vengeful gods, Princess Noelani. This is the 20th century. They don't exist. All we need is a simple little old computer and we're home free.
What's that?
Oh, it's a little early, but I'm just trying to pick up Auckland Radio Center, get a fix at just where we are. That's funny. We should be within their range by now.
There's something wrong, isn't there?
What could be wrong?
We're lost, Mac. Tell me the truth. Are we?
Of course not. I must have the wrong frequency. Hold it, Nani, till I can make contact. Two more years of this, Digger, and I'm up for pension. Where are you? On autopilot, too?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about that chum of mine in Samoa.
Yeah, the one with the royal princess?
The one without her. He's better off. He was flirting with trouble. Now, what were you saying?
Yeah, nothing much. I was just thinking 2 more years I can duck out of the old NZ Airlines and take it easy.
Oh, not you, Barry. You dry up on the beach.
Oh, I don't know. I've got my sailboat. Between my pension and a part-time job, I could get down below there and sail this bloody ocean instead of overflying it. A lot more fun.
Lot more fun than flying?
These big crates, flying boxcars all done by computer, cut and dried, hiking a DC-10. Not much thrill to it.
This is Auckland Radio Center to TE770Y. Do you read me?
TE770Y, I read you.
What is your position?
What ocean ship we just passed, Digger?
Number 3, the Frampton.
50 miles south of Ocean Ship 3. What goes?
Easy as you go, right on the button. But we have a spot of trouble.
Name it?
We have a lost aircraft, light plane, Cessna 172, 2 hours overdue. He might be having trouble with his ATF.
Why? Did he report it?
No, but unless he's down someplace, why wouldn't he check in?
Yeah, you've got me. What can I do to help?
Would you like to try him on emergency and see if you can raise him?
Will do. I'll try and have something nice. Some silly joker in a paper dart got himself lost. Now we have to try to raise him.
Put up your feet, old timer. Get your rest. I'll handle it. Now, what's the emergency frequency?
2505.
This is TE770Y calling in Cessna 172. Do you read me? This is TE770Y calling in Cessna 172. Do you read?
Yeah, looks like the cupboard is bare, Mother Hubbard.
Well, if he's in our area, any chance of a visual?
No joy from me. You see anything?
No, negative. We're at 33,000. He must be under 10. Who could see it?
2 hours overdue, and he isn't hollering Mayday on the emergency radio. Doesn't look good.
That front that went barreling through below us, he could have gotten caught up in that.
And ditched.
It was a rum go for a while.
Better stay on the pipe for a while. Take a chance we can raise him, but 2 hours overdue all in all. I'd say the poor guy might have bought it.
A small plane with limited fuel adrift on the vast expanse of the South Pacific. That ocean with a deceptive name, where storms and tornadoes and cyclones and wild disturbances sweep the blue waters and mount in weather towers to shock the air above, is an ancient curse to wreak its revenge on 2 young people. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The Pacific Ocean, the largest body of water in our world, some 63,801,500 square miles. The proverbial needle in the haystack would loom as large as the Empire State Building compared to a small plane lost in its vastness. And even Mac is having to admit at last that's what he is, lost.
We might as well face it, Mac. We're lost.
No.
Oh, darling, we have been. Ever since I decided to challenge the Tapui.
Nani, let's cut out that nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. I'm just so sorry I did this to you.
Look, there's no real sweat yet. I still have a couple of hours gas in the tank. And sooner or later, I'll raise someone on the radio and get a fix.
Mac, level with me.
Sure, how?
If the direction finder, or whatever it is out of whack, we don't know where we are. We're hours overdue. We could be heading for the South Pole for all we know.
We can't be that far off. I mean, I would have...
You mean you don't want me to know the real truth? Darling, I do. It's all right.
What does that mean?
I never wanted anyone in my life but you. I'm glad I defied those old gods and came with you.
Hey, Nani, don't cash us in yet.
All of them. They made me feel the gods had set their faces against us. Oh, I know it isn't right. But it's how they made me feel.
It's a kind of brainwashing.
I wasn't strong enough to stand against it alone.
It's over. You can forget it.
I thought I had. Until what has happened has proved them right.
No, Alani. Darling. Now listen to me. Do you believe in those gods more than you do in me?
Oh, Mac, what can I say?
Would you be here with me now if you did?
No, I suppose. I guess not.
Then you believe in my God and us. Promise me?
What can he do to save us?
I don't know. Only that he will, that he'll shatter the old taboo and splinter all those old bigotries and superstitions and bring us home safe. Just believe, darling. That's all I ask.
All right, Mac. I believe. I really do. What's that?
It's the radio.
Oh,
Maybe we've made a contact.
This is TE770Y calling in Cessna 172. Do you read?
Cessna 172, acknowledge. Who are you?
New Zealand, a flight from Auckland, DC-10. Are you lost?
Yes, I think there's something wrong with my ADF.
Do you know your position?
Negative.
How much fuel do you have left?
Maybe 2 hours. Where are you?
I could give you coordinates, but I don't think it matters. Do you have us in view?
Negative. Hey, you sound kind of familiar. Who are you?
Lieutenant Digger Brown, co-pilot DC-10 TE770Y.
Digger! This is Mac. Mac Calder.
Mac! What, you silly son of a sea cook? What are you doing starting up an air sea search?
Well, you remember the friend of yours who had a Cessna? I borrowed it to sneak Noelani out of the islands.
And you got yourself lost, huh?
Nani blames it on Taorotha and all those other old gods. I kept telling you we had a few guys on our side, too. Now you came through.
Okay, for our side. Now, next thing. How do we boot you home?
Never sell a New Zealander short. I know you'll figure out some way, Copper.
Auckland Radio Center.
Captain Perry Jameson, TE770Y. We found your lost duckling, love.
The Cessna 172.
Right.
Where?
Ah, that's the question.
Do you have him in view?
No, Joy. We're going to try to box him in. Will you stand by to help us and open all channels?
You have us all the way, but we have no other contact with him but you. How is he for fuel?
Thumbs up so far, but it could get sticky.
We'll stand by you all the way. Over and out.
Mac, you were talking to someone you knew.
Sure. Digger Brown.
Well, how could he reach us?
Do you really want to know why, Noelani?
Yes.
Because there is a good God in heaven. And because these ancient bloody gods and curses are nonsense, and there is a way out of this mess. Okay, Hotshot, I bow to youth. How are we going to locate this fly speck?
Well, we can guess by his fuel consumption he can't be too far south of us.
But we don't know what heading he's been flying on.
So we've got to find out if he's right or left of us.
How can we mark his longitude?
By the sun.
How?
Permission to take over, Captain?
Be my guest. My problem was I didn't retire soon enough.
Can you see the sun, Mac?
Loud and clear.
Okay, now, put your arm in front of you and measure how many fingers the sun is from the horizon.
Roger, can do.
Great. Now, I'm doing the same here. What do you read?
2.5, 3 fingers.
Oh, beautiful. I make it 3. Now, we can't be that far apart. What altitude are you at?
9,500.
We're at 33. Can you make us?
No, nothing.
We'll try to blow a contrail. Keep looking, and we're coming down to your level. Be right back to you.
What's happening, Mac?
Digger's bringing his big baby on down. They're going to throw a contrail we can see.
What's a contrail?
Oh, it's a kind of vapor a plane makes going through the atmosphere. Sometimes it crystallizes and makes a smoke trail.
Not always.
No.
And if we can't see that?
Maybe we can see the plane itself.
Can't they see us?
Honey, a little plane like this one is a grain of sand on a beach. If the light hit us right, maybe, but 95 chances out of 100, forget it.
Then how can they find us?
Just trust in God and the good people. Most of the time, we manage to squeak through. What's our altitude?
12,000 and dropping.
So's the sun.
Yeah. It's going to be dark pretty soon.
You'd better contact your boy again and tell him how tight it is.
Will do. Mac, this is Digger again. We know you're in our area, but can't sight you. How's your fuel?
Getting mighty low.
I suppose you can't see us?
No way. There's just me, Nani, this plane, and 80 million miles of empty sea and sky.
It is getting dark, chum.
You're telling me.
Now, we have got to make contact. Now, listen. We're going to dump some fuel. You and Nonny keep your eyes peeled for the trail. Now, we've already come on down to about your altitude, 10,000. Watch for the fuel dump. If you don't see it in the air, you'll see it on the ocean. Roger?
Roger.
Over and out for now.
He didn't sight the fuel dump?
No.
It's too late to try again. The sun's gone.
Barry?
What, Dig?
We can't leave him to ditch. Another hour or so on whatever heading he's on, and he'll run out of fuel and end up in the drink.
Yes, I know.
There's just one more chance.
What?
Yeah. Let me talk to him again. Digger here. Do you read me?
I read you.
Now, I can't dump any more fuel. It's too dark for you to pick up our trail. Now, there's just one more chance.
Hey, I'll grab whatever you've got.
It's just a hunch. But I have a feeling we're not that far apart. Now, I'm coming down out of the cloud cover. You go down, too. It's almost dark now. As soon as it is, I'm turning up every damn light on this plane till we're glowing like a Christmas tree. Cabin, landing lights, strobes, emergency, everything. So you better be like any one of the three wise men and follow yonder star. Merry Christmas, bloke.
I don't see anything. It's so dark. Do you, Mac?
No.
Oh, don't we have any lights?
I don't want to turn them on. I want all the visibility I can get.
Mac?
What?
I'm sorry. I should never have let you get into this. I should have listened to the taboo.
Forget it, Nani. If you're concerned with fate, just figure this is where you and I were meant to be. Sink or swim. I love you.
I love you.
In sickness or in health.
Till death do us.
Join.
What?
Join. Nothing will ever part us.
You really believe that?
Yeah, with all my heart.
Oh, what? Oh, Dally ho!
What is it?
Look, Merry Christmas!
Oh.
Did you ever see a more beautiful tree?
Oh, Mac!
Tally ho! Tally ho, Digger and Barry, you gorgeous beauties! I have you in view!
Then don't lose us.
Don't worry.
We're throttling our baby down as far as we can to match your cruising speed, but don't you lose us. Just stay on my tail, and I'll ride you home safe.
Do we have enough gas to make it, Mac?
With our luck, we just plain gotta have. Honey, God's been on our side all the way.
I said in the beginning that most of this was a true story. The small plane landed with bone-dry tanks. 5 minutes more, and the engine would have failed. Of course, the pilot was alone, and the rest of the story was imaginary. But wasn't it much more fun to imagine that this was the way it really happened? I'll be back shortly. Our story was an interesting experiment in the telling of tales. So often, from the headlines, I read a fascinating story that should make an evening on Mystery Theater, except that life, or truth, though it can be stranger than fiction, doesn't quite fill out an evening with incident enough to keep you listening. So, if we borrow a little fiction sometimes to pique your interest, do you mind? Our cast included Russell Horton, Evie Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, with another tale of the macabre. Macabre suggests a dance of death. Death is a skeleton who leads others to the grave. In this story, a respected middle-aged man, Philip Chambers, becomes an agent for death because death placed in his hands a temptation he could not resist. Avarice, one of the 7 mortal sins. In the short space of 3 days, avarice, an almost physical greed for wealth, brought terror and disaster to this man and to his family. Our mystery drama, The Root of All Evil, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Norman Rose and Ann Shepard. Philip Chambers and wife Laura live in a small colonial house in Morris Manor, a village 30 minutes from New York. Its streets are tree-lined and quiet. Families take pride in their homes and land. It's a wealthy village, and most families have gardeners. Not Philip Chambers. He's an organic gardener who enjoys grinding up all kinds of refuse for his compost heap and then returning it to the soil of his acre of land. That's where the trouble began. One Sunday morning at breakfast in their kitchen...
Now, Phil, please don't run that shredder of yours before 9 o'clock. Some people like to sleep on Sunday morning.
I know.
I'll slick up the kitchen, and you'll be back in time to clean up for church. You want the eggshells?
Certainly. What have you done with the scraps?
Oh, they're in the plastic bag. All the week's stuff. I put the bag in the garbage bin last night. It was beginning to perfume the back porch. Get rid of it.
My dear Laura, it will be ground to shreds within half an hour.
And don't get your fingers caught in that fool machine.
Beautiful morning. Let me see. Yep. That's a pretty large bag full of garbage. Better get the wheelbarrow. What the devil? Money. Packs of money. What? There must be thousands of dollars at the bottom of the bin. What? It's a fortune. It's a fortune. Where did it come from? What do I do with it? Somebody hid the money there. But why? And whose is it?
Phil?
Yes.
Joan Shelton just telephoned. It's in the news. I'm going to go across to read the article.
Well, what's in the news?
The robbery. You were asleep when all the excitement happened. I'll bring back the newspaper clipping, and I'll tell you all about it. I'll be right back.
The robbery?
I'll be right back.
Robbery? What robbery? I must get to the basement. Good Lord. I've never held so much real money in my hands in all my life. Packs of $100 bills. 50 in a pack. Let's see, 10 of those. Oh, I can't believe it. $50,000. And $1,000 bills. 30 of them. $80,000. Oh, I'm rich. I'm rich. No more scrimping. No more fawning over persons for whom I have contempt. Begging work as a freelance copywriter. People who don't know as much as I've forgotten. This money means I am free. Oh, it's got to be hidden. Whoever left that fortune in the garbage bin will try to get it back. Laura said there was a robbery. Maybe the thief hid the money. Let's see. Where'll I put it? Small box. First, I'll place the money in this plastic bag. And then into that box, the iris bulbs came in. Let's see, and then where? Let me see. Yeah. Behind the basement window, under the porch. The siding runs to the ground. $80,000. And it's mine. And I won't give it up.
Phil?
Yes, Laura.
Can you come up here for a minute?
Oh, why, certainly.
Come on out on the porch. I have that article.
Laura, there was a robbery.
Read.
2 a.m. Grove City Police. Raced after 3 men in a... crashed when they made a sharp turn at McKinley Street and Highland Avenue in Morris Manor. Why, Laura, that's our corner.
And you slept right through the whole thing.
Yeah, I must have.
The sound could have wakened the dead. The police car was blasting its siren. Then there was a terrible crash when the robber's car hit old Mrs. Morris's elm tree and turned upside down. And one of the men was dead.
Huh. And the other 2, you said there were 3.
Must have got away. All of us had run outside, Dr. Shelton and Joan and I and the Moores and the McLeods, but the police told us to get back to our houses. They had their guns out, and they were searching for the missing men.
How much did they get away with?
Thousands of dollars. As much as 75 or 80,000. They tied up the night watchman and broke into the Grove City Federal Bank. Some alarm went off, so the police reached the bank just as the robbers jumped into their car, and they came tearing along this way. The police were right after them.
You know, that was a nice elm tree of Mrs. Moore's.
Is that all you've got to say? That was a nice elm tree of Mrs. Moore's? This is the most exciting thing we've had around here since the Hurricane Esther, and you're worried about Mrs. Moore's elm tree. You've got no adventure in your soul, Phil. That's all right. You did have. Now the 2 of us are staid old middle-agers getting by and letting the world go by.
I suppose so, Laura.
Oh, you're not offended, Phil.
No, of course not. My future's behind me, I'm afraid.
No, it's not. You've done so much. You've written so many great advertising campaigns. Your skill hasn't worn away. You'll see. I'm certain it'll go well tomorrow.
I hope so. But, Laura, face it, I'm 55. My lunch date and interview tomorrow is with a 26-year-old girl, almost fresh out of college. Laura, I'm old enough to be her father. Why would she want to employ me? I'd be an embarrassment to her because I know too much.
I don't see why. Well, you have to finish with your shredding, and I've got to dress for church.
Well, I decided not to use the shredder this morning.
Oh, not enough garbage and refuse?
Oh, no. All the excitement about last night has unnerved me. I'll get to the shredder next week.
I'll be out of the shower in a few minutes.
Well, don't hurry. I have some things to do in the basement.
Oh, look, I've asked Dr. Shelton and Joan to come by at 6 for cocktails on the porch. All right?
Huh? Oh, sure, it's fine. Look a gift horse in the face. There's an old chestnut. When someone makes you a present, don't look too minutely into its intrinsic value. $80,000. Oh, that's some gift horse. Or is it? No. No, it's stolen money, which I propose to steal. I hope it's safe behind that basement window. I better lock the garage, put that bag of garbage back in the bin, and then church.
Paul? Glass is empty, Doctor.
Oh, 2 is my limit on a Sunday night, Laura.
Joan?
Oh, all right. I'm not operating at 7 in the morning.
Phil? Phil?
Oh, yes, dear.
Joan would like a refill. Your mind's a million miles away.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. Now, that was with water, right?
Please.
Paul, what do you think, really? I mean about that robbery and the disappearance of the 2 men.
Well, after looking at the car, Laura, I wonder how they came out of the accident alive.
But they did. It's remarkable. And they disappeared with all that money. Almost $100,000.
Oh, not quite that much, but a small fortune. How could they have escaped the police? Maybe they're still hiding right in this neighborhood.
Here's your drink, Joan.
Thank you. They could be in hiding. Don't you think so, Paul?
I can't imagine where.
Someone's basement or attic. The Waynes are away for the month. Yes, they're at Candlestick Lake for a month.
Well, surely they notified the police that they'd be away. Are there other vacant houses in the neighborhood, you know?
Yeah. The Murrays went away for the weekend to visit their son at camp.
So it's possible that the thieves could be hiding right around here.
Well, my guess is that they stole somebody's car and got themselves lost in the city.
With $80,000 of hard-earned money.
Well, insurance will cover the bank's loss. Joan, my dear, I'm afraid it's time for the doctor to get to bed.
What time? Oh, my dear, it's late. It's 10 o'clock. We came over here for cocktails. We stayed for salad and rolls.
I'm delighted you did. Phil's been fidgety all day long. Your visit took his mind off his problems, didn't it, Phil?
Oh, yes. Very happy that you came over.
Don't work so hard, Phil. You have seemed preoccupied. Relax. Or has the chatter about the mysterious robbers upset you?
Oh, heavens, no.
Sure this is the house? Yeah. Hold the light. When I get the cover off, stick the light inside the can, way in. And then turn it on.
Okay.
Creepy out here. Flash the light in the bottom of the can. See anything? No. Scrounge around. It's not there. It's gotta be there. Somebody beat us to it. What dirty stuff. Shut up. Mike dead and 80 grand gone. Someone's got it. Maybe the garbage. Don't be stupid. There's no garbage pickup on Sunday.
Well, maybe the people in the house seen it and called the fuzz.
Maybe. Or maybe they kept it. You get kind of a surprise. You open a garbage can and find 80 grand.
Right on.
I wonder who lives here. We gotta find out. If he's got the money, we'll sweat it out of him.
But if he gave it to the cops?
That we find out first.
You crazy? We walk in and ask if they found the money, we'd be in the can in 5 seconds.
You ever heard of the telephone? That's how we find out. And when we know, we come back. I'll put the light away. I'll put the cover back on the can.
Right. Then let's get out of here. Them bugs that go croak give me the shakes.
Phil? Phil, is that you?
What is it, Laura?
Are you still awake? What's the matter? Can't you sleep? Is it cold on the porch? I'll get you another blanket.
No, I'm all right. Go back to bed, Laura.
Your voice is shaking. Let me turn on the light.
No, please.
Come into the bedroom. Phil, I'll turn on the light. Phil. You're soaked with perspiration. What is it? Let me get your robe. Where do you feel ill? What is stomach? But your head? Sit down in the rocker. You look ghastly.
Laura, maybe if I had a brandy.
Yeah, I'll telephone Paul Chilton.
No, please. He's operating at 7. I've just got a chill or something.
You wipe your face with a wet cloth, and I'll be right up.
I heard them. Every word. They're coming back. Killers. Oh, what should I do? Is it too late to call the police and turn in the money? Maybe not. But give up $80,000 because I'm afraid of a pair of hoodlums? What have I got to be afraid of? Say they confront me. I tell them that I haven't got the money. Would they risk shooting me? No, I won't give up that money. I won't.
Here's the brandy, sweetheart.
Oh, thanks. That helps.
Phil, when I walked through the living room to the bar on the porch...
Yes?
2 men were staring from behind the front hedge through the living room window. Phil, I'm afraid.
Long after all other sins are old, avarice remains young. A very old French proverb. Chance has allowed avarice to place temptation before Philip Chambers. He is already a harried man. Will his sense of moral values be strong enough to overcome temptation? Or will he persist in holding on to the stolen money? We'll find out when I return with Act 2. Philip Chambers and his wife Laura somehow got through the remainder of the night. After Laura's fright about seeing 2 men stare through her living room windows, Philip, in a brave display, turned on the front lights and walked outside defiantly, a fireplace poker in his hand. That assured Laura. She insisted on telephoning the police and reporting what she had seen. Captain Ron said he'd have a squad car prowl the property. Then the Chambers went to bed and to a fitful sleep. The next morning, over coffee...
You all right, Phil? You look pretty ragged.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'd better be. I'm seeing that girl at noon and going to lunch.
Mm-hmm. You taking the train?
The 10:05.
Darling, you're a bundle of nerves. Phil, why?
You keep telling me that, Laura, and that hardly helps. Look, I wish you'd just forget about me. I've got a lot on my mind now, if you'll excuse me.
I'm sorry, Phil. I'm sorry, but you worry me. Is something bothering you that I don't know about?
Survival.
Survival? We're not that bad off. We're doing all right.
Look, I'll be in the basement.
Well, I'll drive you to the train.
Don't bother. I'll call a cab.
But that's foolish. 1 minute you're talking about survival. The next minute you're throwing away money out on a cab.
Laura, just stop talking, will you, please?
So strange. Let's come over here. Let's speak to Dr. Shelton. Maybe he can find out. 5, 4, 5, 7.
Dr. Shelton's residence.
Hi, Joni.
Laura.
Yo, look, when does Paul get home from the hospital?
Well, this is Monday, and he operated early. I say, he ought to be home by 4. Why? Something wrong?
I think so. But I don't know. It's Phil. Joni, tell you what. He's taking the 10:05 to the city. Can you come over at 10:30? I'll be back then, and I've got to talk this out.
Of course. You sound serious.
I am. Will you come over?
Of course. I'll see you at 10:30.
That ought to be safe. Who'd think of looking behind a basement window and under the porch? Oh, I got the shakes. Why don't I take the money with me into the city? I could leave it in a locker at Grand Central. If the police find the money in my possession. Oh, No, I've got to bluff my way out of this. $80,000 dropped into my hands. I can't give it up. Now, look, I mustn't be afraid. Oh, my stomach keeps turning. I still have that lunch meeting.
You look as if you hadn't slept a wink last night, Laura.
I didn't. At about 3 o'clock, Phil was awake. He came up late and slept on the upstairs porch. I heard him stirring. So I checked on him. He was covered with perspiration, shaking like a leaf.
And how was he this morning?
Well, he looked exhausted, but he didn't have the shakes. He was all right when I dropped him at the train.
Well, he has that important lunch today, doesn't he? Could that be it?
It could be, but I don't think so. Phil's had summit meetings before. No, it's something else. I can't find out what it is. Maybe Paul can.
Maybe. Paul's not a psychiatrist.
Yes, I know, but he's a doctor, and Phil might confide in him. Besides, Paul's his best friend.
But Phil wouldn't say what was bothering him.
No. When I persisted in my questions, he said survival.
That's odd. What did he mean? Continuing to live, to stay alive?
I think it has something to do with the robbery of the Grove City Bank.
Oh, Laura, for heaven's sake,
yes.
Why? What's that got to do with Phil?
Well, ever since I mentioned the robbery to him, Phil seemed distracted. When he read the article in the news, he grew tense. He began to perspire. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But since what's happened, I've been trying to reconstruct Phil's behavior. I think it springs somehow from the robbery. I've never been so frightened in my life.
Laura?
I went down for brandy when he felt so badly. I didn't switch on the lights. I walked down the stairs from the bedroom and across the living room toward the porch. And that's when I almost screamed.
Good heavens, what happened?
2 men standing behind the hedge in front of the living room windows and looking in.
What? Looking through your windows? You think that the stolen money was or is somewhere around your property?
I don't know what to think.
Have you told the police?
I telephoned them last night, and they sent a prowl car to snoop around.
Well, did you mention your theory to the police? I mean, about the money being hidden somewhere around your house?
No. First, it sounds far-fetched. Second, I've got a feeling that somehow it concerns Phil.
How could it concern Phil? You mean, he may know where the money is hidden?
I don't know what I mean, Joan.
Talk about imagination. Laura, you're as bad as Phil with his talk about survival. He has a bad case of nerves and... Survival? He said he was worried about survival. Now, isn't that the word you said?
Yes, that's the word he used. I thought he meant our survival. But what if he meant he was afraid, literally, of his own survival? That would mean he knows something about the robbery that he's not telling.
But you don't believe that he found the money, do you?
I don't know.
But if he did, knowing Phil, the kind of man he is, he'd just have called the police.
No question about it. And he would have told me. Oh, excuse me. Back doorbell. I'll be right back, Joan.
Take your time. I'll be out on the porch.
Morning. I'd like to read the water meter.
Oh, down the steps to the basement. And watch your head. The ceiling's low.
The garden looks wonderful, Laura.
Yes, it does. Phil takes such great pride in it.
Laura, if Phil meant he's afraid about his own survival, and I think he knows something. Either he saw the men who stole the money and can identify them, or he knows where the money is hidden.
That I can't believe. If Phil knew that, I'd know it. And you just said Phil, being the kind of man he's always been, would return it.
Yes. Well, maybe Paul can drag it out of him. Whatever it might be.
I'm worried sick. I have a premonition of danger or tragedy. Something in the air. A sense of impending evil. Hello.
Laura, something's occurred to me.
What, Joan?
I was on your porch at 10:30 and the doorbell rang. Who was it?
Well, the man who reads the water meter. Why?
Well, he didn't come to my house. And when a man comes from the water department, he reads the meters at all the houses in the neighborhood.
Yes, he does.
And another thing. I went shopping at noon, and as I drove out of my driveway, a man walked out from the back of your house. Did someone else call on you?
No. You mean that the man who read the meter was in my basement from 10:30 until noon?
Some man was, but he wasn't a man from the water department.
Well, then we're right. The stolen money's around here someplace, and the man was one of the thieves.
That's what I think. Has Phil returned from New York?
No, and it's after 5.
Well, you shouldn't be in that house alone until we get to the bottom of this strange situation. Paul got stuck with another emergency operation. He won't be home until quite late.
Oh.
But I'll send him by after I tell him everything we think.
Oh, but the poor man will be exhausted.
No,
Why
not that exhausted. He'll be by to see Phil, and then you come across to see me, all right?
Yeah. Thank you, Joan. Oh, there's the front door. Phil?
Here I am, all in one piece.
It's Phil. He sounds a little tipsy. I'll see you later, Joan.
Goodbye.
I'm on the porch, honey. You'll excuse me for having had one more than I should have had. After lunch,
Well, you don't have to explain, darling. I take it you didn't get the assignment?
How did you know that? You got second sight or something?
Or something. Was it unpleasant?
No, about as I expected. Nice girl. Young enough to be my daughter. She had white wine, and I had a few martinis.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, oh, dear.
So you proceeded to lord it over the young woman who sips white wine?
Lord it over? No, that's not so. We got talking about what I'd be doing as a consultant in copy. Now, I know something about copy, Laura.
Yes, you do.
Me begging for a job. I used to run that joint before that kid was out of Dr. Denton's. Can't be 26. I was about 30 when she was born.
Let me fix you a cup of coffee.
I don't want any coffee. You say that I'm bummed, Laura? Well, I'm not. I never felt better. I just had lots of things on my mind.
Including the robbery of the Grove City Bank?
Robbery?
Do you know who the men are who robbed the bank, Phil?
Me? Well, how would I know? I never saw them in my life. Say, what is all this?
Remember the 2 men I saw looking in through the living room window this morning at 3 a.m.?
Yeah?
What were 2 men doing looking through the window, Phil?
Well, search me.
We think they had hidden the stolen money and were looking for it.
We? Laura, who is we?
Joan and me.
Have you been talking this over with Joan?
Why not? She's my best friend and Paul is yours.
You and Joan turned amateur detectives, huh? Haven't the two of you got anything better to talk about than that robbery?
Frankly, no. Because ever since you heard about it, you haven't been Philip Chambers.
Oh, and who have I been?
A nervous wreck. And you're making a nervous wreck out of me. Tell me honestly, Phil. Do you know anything about the men who committed the robbery? Do you know who they are? Do they hide the money on our property? Are you in danger of survival?
Lots of questions.
Give me some answers, Phil.
What are you so worked up about, Laura? This is a police matter. Just leave it to the police.
I've notified the police.
What? Last night?
And again today. A man came to the house and said he wanted to read the water meter. He wasn't from the water company. He was in our basement for almost an hour and a half.
Oh, I see.
What? What do you see?
Well, maybe you're right. I don't know anything about any of this, but you just might be right. Maybe the thieves did hide that money around here. I better check.
Let's have the police do the checking.
Now, don't you worry about me. I'll just look around.
Phil, are you in danger?
Now, nothing's going to happen to me. It's getting dark outside. It's starting to rain.
I'll be across the street with Joan.
Hello, Mr. Chambers.
What? Who are you?
Where have you got it, Mr. Chambers?
What are you doing in my basement? How did you get in here?
Let's have it, Mr. Chambers. You don't want to get hurt, do you? This is a real gun. I've used it before. I know how to use it.
Let him have it, Nick. Let's get out of here.
Not until he turns it over to us. Now, how about it, Mr. Chambers?
What is it you want?
The money, 80 grand. It's ours, and you have it someplace down here. Now, turn it over, or I'll blow your head off.
Avarice is like quicksand. Once you've taken the first risky step, you cannot save yourself from its grasp. Philip Chambers may lose his life unless he gives up what is not rightly his. He has everything to lose, nothing to gain. Or has greed so infected his mind that he will look down the barrel of a revolver and believe that he can stop a bullet with his beautiful dream of a fortune and the security it will give him. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Philip Chambers found $80,000 at the bottom of his garbage bin at the back of his nice colonial house in exclusive Morris Manor, 30-some minutes from Broadway. Despite a lifetime of ethical exactitude, Mr. Chambers didn't hesitate a minute before deciding that fate had dropped a rich token of her affection into his deserving hands. He'd keep the money stolen from the bank in Grove City. But the thieves, there were 3, but one was killed when the escape car crashed, also want the money.
I'm waiting, Mr. Chambers.
I don't know what you're talking about, and I want you out of here.
He's gonna be tough, Stud.
You want me to soften him up?
Not yet. Stud here is pretty good at making a guy talk, Mr. Chambers. Now, we don't want to hurt you, so just turn over the money and we'll run along.
I haven't got your money.
We're wasting time, Nick.
You got it, all right. We hid it in the garbage can last Saturday night. You found it Sunday morning and hid it, because when we came back for it, it was gone. Now, where have you got it?
If you think that there's money down here, you're crazy. If there were, why didn't you find it? You were down here for an hour and a half this morning.
I'm getting impatient, Mr. Chambers. If you don't turn over that money in 1 minute, Stud will go to work on you.
You wouldn't get away with it. You think I'm going to stand here and do nothing while that gorilla comes at me? Now, look, I've got a pair of pretty good fists, and I'll yell my head off.
Oh, let me get at this guy,
Hold it,
Nick.
hold it. I have a better idea. We'll kill his wife. How'd you like that, Mr. Chambers?
Are you dirty?
I wouldn't mind killing you. We don't care about you, but we care about the money. And with you dead, we still haven't got it. But we intend to get it because you're going to give it to us. Now, you have it for us by midnight. Leave it next to the garbage bin. We'll pick it up, and then Mrs. Chambers will be all right, and you'll be all right. Otherwise, you'll have only yourself to blame.
Uh-huh. Well, what's to prevent me from calling the police?
You won't do that, Mr. Chambers. If you don't have the money outside by midnight, I'll tell the police you have the money.
You think they'd believe you? Your tip against my word and my reputation?
We got confidence in the police, ain't we, Nick?
That's right. Well, they'll break you down, Mr. Chambers. We have our way, they have theirs, and you'll slip up. Maybe not right away, but soon. But it won't get to the police. You know why? Because if the money isn't there tonight, we take care of your wife tomorrow.
You ain't kidding, mister.
So why don't you give us the money now and save all the sweat?
If I had the money that you're talking about, I would see you in hell before I gave it to you.
Stud. You're still pretty fast, Stud, my boy.
He was wide open. Now, let's get out of here.
And we'll watch the house. It might be an interesting few hours. Good night, Mr. Chambers.
Laura, it's inconceivable to me that Phil might have all that money. Phil. My impression is that Phil's the kind who always returns the change if a waiter's made a mistake.
Yes. But, Joan, imagine having not change, but $80,000 in your hands. No, Phil's always been scrupulously honest, but he thinks about money all the time. The expenses. Where's the money coming from to pay them? He reviews our situation almost every day.
Well, that's fear.
Sure, of course it is. But he's only 55. We have money. Not much, but enough to get by on. So once in a while, Phil manages to relax. Not for long. There's always an unexpected expense. It throws his calculations out the window, and then he starts to fret. And when he frets, he begins to feel sorry for himself.
I never realized he was that upset.
Well, he'd never show it to his friends. He's too proud for that. Imagine what he must have felt when a fortune drops into his hands.
You've convinced yourself that Phil does have that money, haven't you?
But it's the only explanation I can give for his weird behavior. If anything happened to Phil...
I know. Wait a minute. I think I hear the car. If it's Paul, we'll send him across the street to Phil right away.
Oh, give the poor doctor a few minutes to relax.
Let him relax after he questions Phil. Then maybe all of us will be able to relax.
Tell me about it, Phil.
I'd rather not, Paul.
I find your front door open. I walk in and call hello. No answer. I find you in the basement, sitting with your head in your hands, covered with perspiration, shaking as if you had a fever, and you won't tell me about it. After all, I am a doctor, Phil.
I just can't.
Your face is swollen. You've been crying. But that doesn't entirely account for the swollen face, does it?
No.
Did you fall down? Or walk into something?
Paul, I got knocked out.
Ah. Interesting. Ready to spill the beans?
I don't know how I can bring myself to it, Paul.
I'm a good listener. Mind if I fix myself a drink?
No, of course not. Forgive me for not offering you one.
You want one?
Yeah, a small one. I had enough at lunch and this afternoon to shrivel my liver to the size of a raisin.
Mm-hmm. And what was your excuse?
Well, I didn't get that consultant's job.
Here you are.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, that's hardly the end of the world, Phil.
No, it isn't. Imagine being interviewed or approved of by a 26-year-old girl with stringy hair and no brassiere. Gee, I felt like a captive of the youth army.
So it wasn't the lunch and the unpleasant interview that put you into a stew?
Oh, no, it wasn't unpleasant, just stupid.
So your annoyance drove you from lunch. Where? Biltmore Bar? Your club?
Yeah, the club. I sat at the bar, and the bartender listened.
Poor man. Here's to all bartenders, the unlicensed psychiatrists or priests to an unending line of confessors. All right, my friend. Stop beating around the bush. Do you have that stolen money?
Yes.
We thought so.
I found it. Sunday morning in the garbage bin. I was going to use my shredder, so I went to the garbage bin and... Well, there it was.
And you decided to keep it?
$80,000. Paul, you don't know what that could mean to me and Laura.
Sure I do. Fear, guilt, self-destruction. Look what's happened to you, Paul, in just 24 hours. You're a bundle of nerves. You lost the possibility of a good job, and you've been knocked on your can by a hoodlum who probably wouldn't hesitate to shoot you down like a mad dog.
Oh, they mean business, Paul.
I don't doubt it. Where is the money?
Well, it's in a box, wrapped in a plastic bag, behind that basement window that opens out onto the porch.
Get it for me.
What?
Bring me the box of money.
You?
Me. I want it, and I want it now. I'll get my car and turn the money into the police.
Oh, but Paul, what'll they think? You see, I've held out on them. Laura will be disgraced. I can't face my friends after they hear that I held the money for 2 days.
I'm your friend, and you faced me. The others don't need to know. I found the money in my garage.
Oh, I don't know, Paul. These are tough guys. They may try something on you.
You mean mug me?
Or worse. They said they'd be back for the money at midnight. If it wasn't outside by the garbage bin, they'd get Laura.
Dirty thugs.
Oh, look, maybe I should do what they asked.
And let vermin like that get away with an $80,000 theft? Never. That money belongs in the hands of the police and then the bank. You get the box. I'll get my car. And don't dawdle.
He's not coming to the door. Where's he going?
The driveway. What in the world is it?
He's backing out his... What's going on? He's parking in front of the house and walking to the door.
Laura, you don't suppose...
I don't know what's going on. If Phil has the money, maybe he'll give it to Paul and... Don't look. Phil's handing Paul some kind of package. That must be it. And Paul's returning to his car.
Laura, 2 men have come out from behind your hedge. Look. They're sneaking up on Paul. One of them has a gun. Oh, no. Paul! No! They're going to shoot Paul!
Get the package, Studs. Okay. Keys are in his hand. Come on. I'm in. Get going, Nick. That dame's going to wake the whole town.
Phil! Where are you?
I'm on the back porch. What's all the excitement?
Phil, 2 men. One of them shot Paul.
What?
Paul's been shot. He's lying in the street.
Oh.
Phil, wake up. Can't you get it through your head? A man shot Paul. They stole his car and got away. Do something. Call the police.
Oh. Shot. He was here. We had a good talk. Paul's my friend. My best friend. He's a good doctor, too. Nobody shoots a good doctor. Nobody shoots a doctor. Paul. Shot.
Darling, you look so odd. Your eyes, they're blank like those of a statue. Don't. He's lost his mind. Phil, sit down.
What?
Phil, what was in the package?
Package?
I know what was in it, but I don't want to know. It may have left one man dead, and my husband worse off than dead.
In 1732, Thomas Fuller wrote that there is no vice like avarice. Honesty, no matter how shop-worn the old adage, really is the best policy. It may not lead you to untold riches, but it's a safeguard for a respectable and safe life. What finally happened to these 4 friends? I'll tell you when I return shortly. The phrase, the root of all evil, has echoed down the corridor of time because this man covets what another man has. And civilization has never been able entirely to constrain greed. Philip Chambers almost cost his best friend his life. Almost. Dr. Shelton had been shot in the back, but he survived. Phil became an instant vegetable, and weeds overgrew his mind, choking out any hope of a return to normal life. When so well-respected, educated, and intelligent a man as Philip Chambers can succumb to greed, beware. Our cast included Norman Rose, Ann Shepard, Elliot Reed, Marion Seldes, and George Petrie. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'd invite you to sit down, but at the moment we're in a laboratory. The laboratory of Dr. John Gilbert and Stephen Kaplan, two research scientists at State University. Nothing but sinks and test tubes and Bunsen burners, and only one chair at a desk where Dr. Gilbert is now sitting alone, talking into a small tape recorder. I think without disturbing him, we might just listen.
Tape 26. 4 p.m. Friday, February 17. Tomorrow, we will make the supreme test. The serum I-23 has already been effective on mice and rabbits. Tomorrow, if it works on the human body, there's no end to the potential. I have no qualms at all. The serum won't kill me. At least, I don't think so. But we cannot know its true worth until we try it on a human. On me.
Our mystery drama, I Thought I Saw a Shadow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Nat Polen. When man tampers with the forces of nature, sometimes great things are revealed to him. Radio, for instance. Had it not been for man's curiosity, his probing and questioning, the miracle of broadcasting might still be undiscovered. And then, where would we be? That's just one of the thousands of ways that humans have put the laws of nature to productive use. But there are other laws and forces that are better left untouched, unexplored. For these laws are immutable, fixed, unchanging, and some of them, when disturbed, produce frightening and devastating results. Let's go to the laboratory of Dr. John Gilbert and his assistant, Dr. Stephen Kaplan, as they prepare to tamper with just such a law.
Lab 2, Kaplan here. Yes, sir, right here. John, Colonel Morgan.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Colonel. I was expecting your call. Yes, on Saturday. But I know we've discussed it, Colonel, and I have to be firm. No witnesses. I realize the government is funding the project, but until Dr. Kaplan and I are sure it's ready, we have to conduct our experiments in absolute secrecy. Thank you, Colonel. Yes, certainly, as soon as we have the result. Goodbye.
If this thing's supposed to be top secret, how does Colonel Morgan come off thinking he can bring in a party of bird watchers?
Well, he has to act important. He wants to be sure he gets whatever credit is coming. And I should be used to that.
You mean Dr. Ferguson?
She could have shared that award with me for the work we did on blood plasma. It was mostly my work. She could have given me some recognition, even though I was only her student.
Well, forget her. I'm still worried about going ahead. I don't think we've run enough tests on the animals. I think it's too soon to be squirting the stuff in your arm.
I know, Steve. But how much further can we go with the animals? We can't get a subjective reaction. We know the primary function of the serum works, but we don't know how they feel, how they move under the influence.
I know you're right. And I know we're going through with it on Saturday. And I know I'm supposed to be a level-headed scientist. And I know I'm damn scared.
I'll get it. Lab 2, Gilbert.
Hello, John. I'm not interrupting.
Margot.
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you at the lab, but I never get an answer to the apartment.
I know. I'm not there much anymore.
You were never there much any time. But that's past, John. I wonder if I could see you.
Of course, Margot.
This project's taking all your time. You name it.
Well, I could meet you tonight. Do you want to come to the apartment?
No, I'd rather you came here. Want to make a dinner?
That'd be nice.
How about 7?
All right, I'll be there.
Goodbye, John.
See you later, Margot.
No comment.
She's still my wife, Steve.
In name only. I hate to see your concentration broken by another meeting. Particularly now, 2 days before...
I'm not a teenager, Steve. I can control my emotions.
John, does Margot know about our work?
No. I've kept it top secret even from her, which wasn't difficult since we see each other so seldom now.
Are you going to tell her?
Why should I?
I don't know, really, but if something goes wrong...
What would telling her in advance accomplish?
I think, as your wife, she ought to know there's a chance she may never see you again.
More coffee, John?
No, thanks, Margot. I'd rather get down to some serious talk.
Okay. Well, we've been through the wine, the candlelight, and the steak. Now we've got to face the facts.
The fact being?
I want a divorce.
I was afraid of that.
John, don't make it any more difficult for me. We've been separated for almost a year. I want to be free.
Do you? Really?
No, yes. A few months ago, I might have had doubts. But now I know I want to marry Bill Watkins. I want to be free to marry him.
Well, I can't blame you.
I'm not going to drag up the old neglected wife routine. You'll always be a deep part of me. But I want more out of life than the shadow of a man.
Well, I can't argue the point. But you'll always be a deep part of me. You know, working in the lab, those many nights, those lonely nights for you, for me, you were always there. I love you. Even though you were home and I was working, we were there together.
I may have been there for you. But for me, it was lonely. Is lonely.
Well, I'll do whatever you want, Margot.
Thank you.
No, damn it, I don't mean that. I don't want Bill Watkins to have you.
John.
Give me one more chance. Let me finish this project I'm on now. It'll only be a few weeks, and I'll take a sabbatical. We'll travel. We'll be together every minute. And then I'll settle for a teaching position in California. A nice, quiet, steady life.
In other words, your career is the price you'll pay for me.
Yes, if I have to.
And you'll hate me for it. No, John. I want it my way.
Well, it doesn't have to be settled tonight. Things can change. Maybe you will be free.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Steve thought I ought to tell you. It's supposed to be top secret, but as my wife...
What is it, John?
The project, the government project.
Well, I know that. I know it's taken every minute for 2 years.
But you've never known what it was.
No. No, I could have put up a fight against another woman easier than that secret project.
Well, Steve thought I ought to confide in you as my wife. Because, as he put it, you may never see me again.
What?
You've got to swear to secrecy, Margot. No one on Earth except Steve and a handful of government officials know about this.
All right. I swear.
Steve and I have developed a serum. A serum that's injected into the body and renders the body totally invisible.
Invisible?
It changes the molecular structure of the body. It works on the nucleus of the body's atoms. We've proved it with the lab animals.
Invisible? But why?
Margot, its use in the military is beyond imagination. For spies, troops, invisibility could turn the outcome of battles. And it works. On lab animals, it works.
Well, that's fantastic.
And on Saturday, we're trying it on me.
On you? John, you mean you're going to become invisible?
Well, that's the hope and the plan. The effect only lasts for an hour or so, but we can't be sure of it until we try it on a human. On the rats in the lab, it lasted 1 hour. Then, gradually, they reappeared. No worse for the experience.
Then it's not dangerous?
Not to the animals, but we've got to try it on a human to really find out. to get the subjective reactions. I mean, will I see myself, or will I look down and see nothing but space? How will I move? My body will still be there. I won't be able to walk through things like a ghost, or will I? These are the questions we have to answer with a human subject.
You.
Me.
You'll come out of it all right.
We hope and expect so. The effect has to wear off.
And if it doesn't?
You'll never see me again.
Oh, you seem to be making light of it.
I have confidence in the serum. I admit I'm a trifle nervous about the sensations, the unknown. But to a scientist, the thrill of the unknown is the whole reason for being.
Oh, well, I know.
But it's not dangerous. If it were, those rats and rabbits would have been dead, or worse.
But you'll have to take a much larger dose than you gave the animals, won't you?
Well, naturally. You see, being a scientist's wife, something did rub off.
And what that larger dose may do...
is something we have to find out on Saturday.
Are you ready, John?
Yes.
Now, you're sure?
I'm sure, Steve. We've worked for 2 years for this minute.
All right.
Oh, damn it. Let it ring.
I can't. Lab 2.
Steve, can I talk to John?
It's Margot.
All right. Margot?
Oh, John, I had to call. Are you all right?
We haven't started. You called at a very awkward time.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I simply can't stop thinking.
I understand. But you'll have to let me call you later.
If you're able to.
I will. Please, Margot, I can't talk now.
Oh, all right. Call me later.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's a large dose. At least 30 seconds to empty the syringe. Feel anything?
Not yet.
I'm going to slow down on the pressure a second.
Why?
Let your body absorb what it's got already.
I don't feel a thing. Maybe I'm not supposed to.
You don't look any different either.
It's too early to tell. Maybe the dose we planned isn't big enough. Start the tape recorder. I have now absorbed 200 cc of the serum I-23. The 23rd formula, which Dr. Kaplan and I feel to be the effective limit for invisibility. I have no sensation. 20 seconds have passed since the beginning of the injection. In our experiments with mice, invisibility began within the first 10 seconds and was complete by 30. Taking into account the difference in size and body tissue, I should begin to disappear within 2 minutes, and complete invisibility should be effected in 5. 40 seconds have passed. The syringe is empty.
Feel any different?
Our proportions couldn't have been that much off.
It's not likely. But everything's still an X factor.
The dosage must have been too small.
We don't know that yet.
All right. We'll wait 15 minutes. Failure number 1.
I don't understand it.
I'm too tired and discouraged to rethink it now. It just doesn't work on human tissue.
Larger dosage won't work either. If it's going to be practical for military use, the dose has to be small. A capsule a guy can pop in his mouth. A spy can't wait around for 2 or 3 injections to work.
I know. We'll go back to the formula Monday. I'm going to forget it for 48 hours. What time is it?
4:10.
All right, I'm going out and have the biggest martini I can find. How about you?
I'll take 2.
You know, the nitrogen element may be too low.
I don't think so. The balance was 80-20 nitrogen over phosphate. More likely it... John? Stop a second.
What's the matter?
Look. On the pavement ahead of us.
What?
The sun's behind us. Look at my shadow.
So?
In front of you. There is no shadow.
You're right.
Your body isn't casting any shadow at all.
shadow, a curious condition for Dr. John Gilbert, for anyone for that matter. After all, one's shadow is a very personal thing. It's yours alone. And to be without one, well, it's unnerving, to say the least. Thank goodness I still have mine. I can see it right here on the studio floor. So don't go away, please. Me and my shadow, if not Dr. Gilbert's, will be back shortly with Act 2. A man without a shadow. Something strange happened to the body of Dr. John Gilbert when he tried to make himself invisible by injecting a serum into his veins. But something stranger still is in store for Dr. Gilbert. For Margot, in fact, for the entire city where Dr. Gilbert lives and works. Let's return to State University.
No shadow. Something's happened, Steve. The serum had some effect.
It's working. Maybe this is one of the first signs.
Come on, back to the lab. I want to make some tests and go over our notes. Now, move the light closer. Closer. That's it. Now circle me. Move back. Raise the light a little.
Still nothing. Not a sign of a shadow.
It's been 55 minutes since the injection. This is as far as the serum will go, apparently.
What do you mean by that?
The only way I can figure it. My body has lost some of its density. It won't obstruct light. That's why there's no shadow.
Yes. Yes, the molecular structure must have dispersed just so far.
Uh-huh. It's obvious, then, that a massive dose is the only thing that will bring on complete invisibility.
Oh, no more, John. Not now.
No, I didn't mean that. I'm not ready for more. But I'm going over the formula till I find it. The one equation that will push us over the line. We're so close. Oh, boy. Well, why don't you take off?
I have nothing on for the night. I'll work with you.
I'd rather do it alone, Steve.
John, do you think it's wise to be alone? We don't know what reaction might be next.
The phone's right here. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know.
You're not hiding it very well, Margot.
I know, Bill. I'm sorry to spoil our supper.
Margot, I love you. We're going to be married. Your problem is my problem.
Not exactly. It's John. I'm worried about him.
Is he giving you a hard time about the divorce?
No. But he was going to call me today. I was expecting to hear from him before you picked me up.
What's he calling you about?
I can't tell you.
You still seem awfully interested in John.
I am interested in his work. It's important.
I thought his work was the whole problem between you two.
It was, but, well...
Then why all this sudden interest? The concern?
Oh, Bill, you have a way of twisting things, I say.
Margot, level with me.
I can't tell you any more than I have. Only that I may never see John again.
That would be fine with me.
Oh, stop it, Bill, please. If you knew my reasons, you'd understand. But I can't tell you.
I feel no physical sensation at all. No dizziness, no apparent lessening of muscle tone or tissue structure, no loss of weight. Just loss of shadow. Oh. This will be the last entry for this date. Saturday, February 18. I will resume tomorrow when... Steve? Steve, is that you? Steve? Who's there? I could swear someone came into the lab. New item. It's 10:05 p.m. I have a distinct feeling someone has entered the lab. There was no sound, just this feeling. I will continue taping in case this may prove helpful if anything happens. I know I am not alone. Who's there? Answer me! I can see a shadow. I know someone's there. shadow is moving from the outer hall. In a second, I'll know who it is. There's nothing but a shadow. A man's shadow moving into the lab. It glides across the floor now, not toward me, toward the wall. Within all reason, this can't be. But it is happening. Now it moves along the wall and stops. It hangs there on the wall, waiting. The shadow of a man. Now I know with all certainty that shadow on the wall is mine. How still it hangs there, waiting for the last of the serum to wear off. Now, it moves again. Moves with a will of its own. Slowly across the wall, toward the window. There, it pauses by the window. And now, disappears into the night.
Archives.
This is Dr. Ferguson, Judith Ferguson.
Yes, doctor.
I'd like to have the 1969 AMA report on cholesterol sent to my office right away.
I'm sorry, Dr. Ferguson. The archives are closed.
They're never closed to me, young man. I'll expect that report within the half hour.
But, doctor, the files are locked for the night. I have no authority.
Then who has?
Only Mrs. Abrams, the director.
Then get her at home and get me that. Just a minute. Who's out there?
Dr. Ferguson?
I've got to go. Someone just came into my outer office. Get that report and get it now. Who's there? Funny. Thought I saw a shadow. It is a shadow. But who's there? Answer me. Just a shadow? It can't be. Oh, get away, please. Get away, doctor.
John?
What? Oh, Steve.
You've been here all night.
What time is it?
9 a.m.
Oh.
John, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. I can't seem to remember. Oh, yes. Yes. Steve, something's happened.
It sure has. Dr. Judith Ferguson was found dead in her office last night.
Dr. Ferguson?
It's on all the newscasts. Some clerk from the archives took a report to her office. Said Ferguson insisted on having it last night. He found her.
Murder?
They don't say.
How awful.
We'll hear all the lurid details soon enough. I'm more concerned about you. Any side effects through the night?
No, it's funny. I can't seem to remember anything after you left me. I think I started to dictate, and I just don't remember. My mind's a blank. Why can't I remember?
Another effect of the serum, perhaps.
Maybe. Well, maybe the tape will tell us. I'll rewind, and then we'll find out what happened to me. Huh, that's strange. There should have been more than that.
We'll play it.
There are no physical sensations at all. No dizziness. No apparent lessening of muscle tone or tissue structure. Just loss of shadow. This will be the last entry for this date, February 18. I will resume tomorrow when...
Well?
There's more. There's got to be more.
Well, that's all there is. You fell asleep.
No, there's something... An impression something more happened. But why isn't it on the tape?
You fell asleep.
Why can't I remember? Why?
Oh. Lab 2. Kaplan here.
May I
speak to Dr. Gilbert, please?
Who's calling?
Lieutenant Healy, 4th Precinct.
Oh, the police, John.
Police? Why? Hello?
Dr. Gilbert, I'm Lieutenant Healy, 4th Precinct. I wonder if I could talk with you this morning.
What's wrong? Margot?
Oh, it's about a Dr. Judith Ferguson.
Dr. Ferguson? Oh, yes. My associate just told me.
We're asking everyone who knew her to help if they can. I understand you're acquainted with her.
Yes. Some time ago, I was a student in one of her classes.
In about an hour, all right? At your lab.
Yes, I'll be here.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert.
What's up?
He wants to talk to me about Judith. They're asking everyone who knew her.
Well, you haven't seen her in how long?
Well, I see her in the hospital now and then, but our work together was over 2 years ago.
Oh, relax, John. You haven't got anything to worry about.
You know Dr. Ferguson how long?
Well, Lieutenant, we were actually associated for only a year. I was a graduate student in one of her classes. That was 2 years ago.
We wouldn't single you out like this, Dr. Gilbert, but we're told you and Dr. Ferguson were involved in a successful medical project, one that Dr. Ferguson received an award for.
Yes, on blood plasma.
Well, after working that closely with Dr. Ferguson, can you remember any incident, any friend of hers? Anything that might give us a clue to who'd want to kill her?
Well, then, you do suspect murder.
This was no accident.
How was she killed, Lieutenant? Nothing's been said.
Well, we're keeping that quiet. She was suffocated. Apparently, a clerk from the hospital archives department took a report to her office. She didn't answer his knock, so he got the custodian to open the door. They found her.
The office was locked from the inside?
Windows, too.
Well, then if it was murder, how did the killer get out?
That's just one of the problems we've got with this case.
Oh?
There were no marks on the body, but the room was a shambles. She fought with someone. But we figure whoever tore that room apart has some marks on him. That's why we're talking to anyone we can find who knew her. Something will give the killer away. Well, thanks for your time, Doctor. I'll be in touch if we need any more from you.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
There was a time, I suppose, when I could easily have killed Judith Ferguson myself. My work, her acclaim. But I certainly wouldn't dream of it now.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink. It's getting late.
I'm so mixed up. These 2 days have been... Wait.
What's the matter?
Someone's come into the lab.
I didn't hear anyone.
No sound, no. But someone's here. Now I remember. Last night, I remember. I was alone. I thought it was you.
What are you talking about, John?
It's back. It's here in the lab, just like last night.
John, stop this.
There it is. Good Lord. What? Shh. It's my shadow. My shadow. Alive. And with a will of its own.
You saw this last night?
Yes. Now watch. It moves along the wall. So slowly. Silently.
I can't believe I'm seeing this.
I couldn't believe it either, Steve. There it goes. Look. Along the wall. The drapes. Now, out the window. Just like last night. It's gone. Just like last night. It vanished at the window. And then, Dr. Ferguson.
Ferguson? You don't think it was responsible for...
It seems to have a will of its own. Steve, where's it going now?
You've heard it said that some people are afraid of their own shadow. Well, it seems that Dr. Gilbert's shadow is something to be afraid of. It has already disposed of one of Dr. Gilbert's dark, subconscious resentments. And there's not the shadow of a doubt there'll be more sinister happenings when I return shortly with Act 3. A shadow is on the loose. A shadow with a will of its own, now drifting, gliding. And where indeed is it going next? What or whom is it after? Both John Gilbert and Steve Kaplan saw it pass through their lab. There's no doubt that Dr. Gilbert's shadow has an existence of its own, and Gilbert seems to think he knows what it's been up to.
John, are you suggesting that this thing killed Judith Ferguson?
I'm quite certain it did.
That's impossible.
The policeman said Judith died of suffocation. No marks on her body. A locked room. Does that sound like an ordinary murder?
No, but why Dr. Ferguson?
I don't know. Perhaps because I wished her dead at one time. I think we should notify this Lieutenant Healy.
And tell him what? That we think a shadow is out killing people? Your shadow? He'll lock us up.
Oh, I know. It does sound like nonsense.
If this thing is a part of you that disengaged itself when you took the serum, it should return to normal when the serum wears off.
Steve, it has worn off. I took that injection more than 24 hours ago. But that thing still exists.
I'm still not sure I buy it, John. We don't know how long the serum might stay in your body.
We found no trace of it in the mice after 4 hours.
True, but their shadows didn't go wandering around either.
Perhaps mice don't have resentful souls.
Oh, you've really sold yourself on the idea that some astral part of you killed Judith Ferguson.
When the serum changed my molecular structure, who knows what it released? I am changed permanently. The serum wore off long ago. And that thing out there continues to exist.
Lab 2, Dr. Kaplan.
Oh, Steve, Margot. Is John there?
No, he went home around 4 o'clock.
Oh, I can reach John at the apartment then.
Yes.
How is he, Steve? I mean, really, after the experiment.
Tired. Very tired. We both are. But there were no serious effects.
Oh, I'm glad of that. How did the news of Dr. Ferguson affect him?
He was shocked. The police were here this morning.
The police? Why?
Well, they're questioning everyone who knew her.
But why John? They certainly don't suspect him.
Of course not. It's routine.
Well, I'd better call him. Thanks, Steve.
Bye, Margot.
Oh, that must be Bill. Coming! Come in, Bill.
Feeling better today, darling? You were pretty upset last night.
Ah, yes. I'm sorry I spoiled our dinner.
Margot, we've got some things to talk about that can't wait.
I know. John.
No, not John. You're the one who's making my life complicated, not John. Do you want me or don't you?
Of course, Bill. But why do you insist I cut off every mention of John?
I won't share you.
Oh, Bill, that's kid stuff.
It's not kid stuff, and it's not only this weekend. I felt it for weeks.
I am trying desperately to control myself. I've had a nerve-wracking weekend, and you won't let up on me.
Then tell me what's so special about Dr. Gilbert this weekend.
Bill, let go of my arm.
Tell me.
He's doing an experiment.
So?
Well, he's trying to...
To what?
Bill, there's someone in the bedroom.
What?
I just saw a shadow pass the bedroom door.
But how could anyone get in through the...
Bill, what is it?
A shadow. Moving along the wall. The shadow of a man.
I see it. But how?
This doesn't make any sense.
Oh.
There's no one here. Just a shadow.
Oh, Bill, I'm frightened.
It stopped. Now it's sliding down the wall.
Coming along the floor. Coming towards us. Oh, Bill, it's covering you.
I can't breathe.
I don't know what to do.
Get out.
Oh, Bill.
Get away. Margot.
No, Bill.
We haven't been able to get a word out of her, Dr. Gilbert. She's in deep shock.
Then you don't know what happened in Margot's apartment.
I'm hoping you'll be telling me. This smacks of more than coincidence, Dr. Gilbert. 2 people whose lives touched yours, dead within 24 hours of each other, and killed the same way.
Are you ready to believe me?
Ready?
My shadow killed them both. I don't know who will be next.
Now look, Dr. Gilbert, if you're going to make light of this, I'll make damn sure you're sorry.
Oh, I'm not making light of anything. My shadow is loose, with a will of its own.
Now, you may be an eminent scientist.
Look at the floor, Lieutenant. Look. There's your shadow. Where's mine?
Oh. Well, okay. I've read enough science fiction to believe it. But don't ask me to be putting out an all-points bulletin on your shadow. Shadows don't kill people, Doctor. People do.
Is that you, Bill?
Margot, it's John.
John. Oh, Bill's dead.
Relax, Margot. Don't try to talk.
Oh, it was so horrible. The shadow on the wall. It came at us. It moved along the floor. And then Bill choked.
Mrs. Gilbert, you saw this shadow. Only a shadow.
There wasn't anybody there. Nothing but a shadow. A shadow.
Well, I'll be outside. I've got to make a phone call.
John, how is Margot?
She's out of shock. They have her sedated.
This Bill Watkins was victim number 2.
There's no doubt. She saw the shadow. It enveloped him and slowly suffocated him.
What does Lieutenant Healy say?
I told him the whole story. He had a hard time accepting it until Margot confirmed the shadow.
Dr. Gilbert, Dr. Kaplan, we've got real trouble.
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
2 more deaths, exactly like Ferguson and Watkins.
Who?
A reporter from the Herald, Jim O'Hara.
I never heard of him.
Well, how about Helen Morris, a bridal consultant at Long's Fashion Center?
No, I don't know her either.
Oh, you're positive there's no connection?
None at all.
Well, that means the thing is hitting at random.
Oh, Lord, what have I done?
Well, look, is there any clue, Dr. Gilbert? Anything that might help?
There hasn't been time to study it. It only started yesterday and... Wait a minute. There is something. The shadow always returned to the laboratory. I saw it first before Dr. Ferguson did.
And then we both saw it there this morning, before it went after Bill Watkins.
Then your lab is the most likely place to look for it.
I don't know. I don't know what it will do. Still, I'm responsible.
How can we stop it if it does show up?
Well, we'll worry about that later. If this leaks to the press, we'll have a panic. That's right, Captain. Dr. Gilbert thinks it will come back here to his lab. Well, I don't know. Wait a minute. The captain thinks he ought to send a cordon, surround the lab.
You wanted to keep this quiet.
No cordon's going to catch a shadow.
Hello, Captain. The doctors think it'll attract too much attention. I agree. Oh, okay, we'll wait. And keep your line open. Well, almost an hour. 9 o'clock.
I wonder if we're driving it off waiting like this, Lieutenant. I think it'd be better if I were alone.
No way. I'm going to be staying.
Dr. Gilbert has a point, Lieutenant.
Well, there's nothing any of us can do if it does appear. You can't shoot it, catch it. Why don't you leave me alone and see what happens?
Well, maybe you know more about this then than I do. I'll go along. I'll be right downstairs, though.
I'll wait with the lieutenant, John. Maybe this is between you and whatever it is. Your shadow.
Yes. Yes, I think it is.
I don't like leaving him alone.
Neither do I, Lieutenant. But I don't know what else to do. If the shadow comes back, maybe he can deal with it.
And it may not come back. It may keep on killing.
Who knows what it's going to do?
Whoever heard of anything like this before? I can't believe I'm staking out a shadow.
We can wait in here. Faculty lounge.
Well, I only wish I knew what we were waiting for.
Tape 12. Sunday, February 19, 9:30 p.m. There have been no further effects on my body. Nothing more to indicate the cause of this strange transformation that's taken place with the loss of my shadow and the subsequent power of that being. Will it return to me? I know now what I have to do, what I must do. There it is. Slipping in at the window. I knew you'd be back. There's only one way you can be stopped. When I die, you'll have to return to me. locked to me as you were all through my life. My shadow, no longer with a will of your own. It's my own life that gives life to you.
Almost 9:30.
I think we ought to go back up. At least I can see if he's okay.
Maybe you're right. Come on.
Yeah, no, I got my doubts about anything happening like this.
That's John.
I'm getting my gun ready.
John!
He may still be alive.
John!
Or let me get to the phone. Police emergency. Get me.
He's dead.
Never mind. The gun's still in his hand. He never fired a shot.
And there's not a mark on him.
The thing. Just like the others.
We'll never know. Oh, John.
What are you doing, Doctor?
What I should have done long ago. Destroying the formula and everything about this fiendish project. The chemicals, the notebooks, even the tapes. I don't want to know anymore. I hated this thing from the start.
I gotta call headquarters. That thing may still be on the loose.
No, it isn't, Lieutenant. Look on the floor.
Oh, yes, I see.
Yeah. The shadow of a man slumped over in his chair. Do you have any doubt it's Gilbert's shadow? As still as he is.
What did kill Dr. Gilbert? His shadow? His subconscious? Dr. Gilbert went too far over the border of man's understanding. He delved too deeply in secrets that should remain untouched. For in all of heaven, earth, and even hell, there are some things that are better left untampered with. And this was one of them. I'll be back shortly. Stand up and take a good look at your shadow. Is it following your every move? Is it really the shadow you're casting, or, look closely now, do you detect a little deviation, a little rebellion, a hint that perhaps your shadow might like to do its own thing? Maybe you'd better turn off the lights. That's the surest way I know of getting rid of shadows, wanted or otherwise. Our cast included Nat Polen, Joan Shea, Gordon Gould, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Many tales have been told of strange happenings which take place in castles. What more appropriate setting than an enormous edifice with hidden chambers, unexplored turrets, and dangerous balconies. Usually, the setting is England or Scotland, where castles abound. But the setting for our drama is much closer to home. The castle we're about to visit is in New England on the Connecticut River. It contains all the mystery and more than many of its antecedents. Our mystery drama, Nightmare in Gillette Castle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Kevin McCarthy and Jada Rowland. Like many New Yorkers, Jim and Pamela Watson enjoy getting out on weekends to explore the countryside. It's amazing how quickly you can get from the big city to rural communities, rolling hills, wooded forests, or discover unexpected places of historic interest. Jim is a Sherlock Holmes buff, and he has heard that a certain state park in Connecticut houses treasures which attract devotees of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle from all over the world. We begin with an ordinary Saturday excursion. Jim and Pamela Watson are totally unprepared for the bizarre events which are about to take place.
Jim, slow down. You're driving too fast.
Honey, we've already wasted too much time.
Well, what's the hurry?
Park, Pam. I'd planned on spending several hours there.
I'd rather go antiquing.
Yeah, but you... Oh, hey, here's the turnout. You see the sign? Gillette Castle State Park.
Beautiful grounds. And... Oh, look. Look.
Yeah, I see it.
There is a castle. I thought it would be just a model, but it's a real one.
Hey, what a pile of stone.
Think we can go inside?
That's what we're here for. Now, why don't you go see if we need tickets to get in? I'll park the car.
I'm here, Jim. Please hurry. This place is spooky.
Did you get the tickets?
No. I came through that big gate and up this passageway. The door's open, see? It goes into a huge, dark room, but nobody's here.
Oh, that's strange. Hello? Hello in there?
Jim, is there a Mr. Gillette who lives in this castle?
There was. He died back in 1937.
Is someone down there?
Yes, we want to see the castle.
Well, I'm afraid you're too late. I was just coming to close the door. We're short-handed today, and I'm conducting the last tour. You'd better come back some other time.
Oh, please, can't we join the tour, even if it's already started?
Well, I suppose so. I left the group up in the library, but come along. Follow me.
Jim, who was Mr. Gillette?
Honey, don't let the guide know how dumb you are. He was just the greatest American actor who ever played the role of Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Mr. Gillette was much more than an actor. He was also a playwright and an inventor. He designed everything in this castle himself, inside and out.
It's so gloomy.
Now, we dim the lights after demonstrations in the Great Hall to save energy. It's too bad you missed the stained glass. But come along, and we'll join the others. This way, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have time to see everything. There are 24 rooms of varying shapes and sizes.
Look, Jim, the hallways have street names.
Mr. Gillette's bedroom opens off this gallery. He could observe whoever was down below by looking toward those mirrors I showed you over the French doors.
His bedroom's not exactly what you'd call cozy.
It would give me claustrophobia.
Say, that could be a sliding panel over there.
Oh, you're very observant. Behind it are switches whereby Mr. Gillette could control all the electric lights. He was also able to cut off the telephones when he wanted to. And over here is a panel you could never find unless you knew exactly where to look. Now watch what happens.
It's a secret staircase. Where does it go?
This one leads to the tower, where Mr. Gillette enjoyed his magnificent view of the river and surrounding hills. But we must hurry along. Now, follow me, and I will show you the best room of all.
Hold on, Pam. I want to see that museum room and library where they've already been. It's back this way.
Photographs everywhere. Oh, there's one of John Barrymore.
These playbills. Oh, and a glass case filled with letters. Oh, here's one from Conan Doyle.
And the books. take a look at the titles.
I could spend days in here.
We better catch up with the tour.
I don't care if we don't see anything else.
I do. I'm going to...
Uh-oh.
Oh, the lights. They're going out.
Yeah, it must be a warning to leave. Quick, we better catch up with the others.
Jim, I'm scared.
Steady, Pam. There's still some daylight left. Now, we'll find our way to the front door. Come on.
Oh, thank goodness I hear them.
Yeah, we're going in the right direction.
Where is everybody? Wait for us.
Oh, let's run for it, Pam.
They can't have gone far. If we bang on the door and yell as loud as we can...
This door is made of steel, and these stone walls must be 2 or 3 feet thick.
What are we going to do? I can't imagine anything worse than spending the night in this scary place. Besides, I'm hungry.
There has to be a guard on duty.
Well, he's being awfully quiet.
No, I mean outside, patrolling the grounds. If I could just find a light switch and attract his attention.
I saw candles on a table in that place the guide called the Great Hall. Oh, but I'd be afraid to go in there.
Well, here, take my hand and show me.
There. Do you have a match?
Yeah, right here.
No need to light a candle when I can flood the room with colorful illumination.
Oh, it's like a stage set. Oh, where did that voice come from?
Over there by the stairs. He must be a guard.
Oh, thank goodness you're here. We were afraid we'd been locked in.
I am not in the habit of entertaining uninvited guests. Who are you?
This is my wife, Pamela, and I'm James Watson.
Your last name appeals to me. Need I introduce myself?
You... Well, we thought you were a guard, but you're not dressed like one.
I should think not. I'm rather fond of this dressing gown.
Then you must be the son of Mr. William Gillette.
No, I have no son. My name is Gillette, and I alone am master of this castle.
Well, then please, Mr. Gillette, will you unbar the door and let us go home?
Certainly not. Certainly not. First of all, I want to know how you got in here.
Well, it was the last tour of the day, and we were late, and...
Then we became so interested in all those marvelous things in your library.
Well, this is preposterous. I do not allow tours through my castle, ever.
But there was...
Never mind. You're talking nonsense. But this is one of those evenings when companionship would be quite pleasant.
Oh, we must be on our way. We didn't have much lunch, and I'm...
If you have the proper qualifications, you are welcome to partake of my dinner and spend the night.
Oh, no, we couldn't do that.
Well, I like the idea of dinner.
Well, we wouldn't want to impose.
The young lady seems to admire my light fixtures.
Oh, yes, such pretty bits of stained glass.
All supplied by my visitors. What you might call a ticket of admission to my hospitality.
I don't understand.
These lampshades are my own handiwork, but the bits and pieces were all contributed by my guests.
Oh, if we'd known when we were back in that antique store...
I'll wager that you have something with you, which will suffice.
I'm afraid not.
Well, it's up to you. Either you stay as my guest, or I will have you apprehended for housebreaking.
You wouldn't dare.
Watch your language, young man. I'll leave you alone for 3 minutes to think it over. Miss Stapleton.
Oh, that cat startled me.
Come along, Miss Stapleton.
He meant it, Pam. Now, look through your purse. See if there's something.
That man is mad. You heard what he called his cat.
Sure. Miss Stapleton, straight from the Hound of the Baskervilles. I'm beginning to enjoy myself. Oh, and say...
What is it now?
In my pocket, look. My sunglasses. Colored glass. You think this will do for our ticket of admission?
I see you are making progress. May I hold those spectacles up to the light?
Oh, sure.
A rather pleasant blue color. Yes, these will be quite usable. Now, what does your wife have to offer?
Well, couldn't a pair of glasses be from both of us?
No. It doesn't work that way.
Look in your purse, Pam. You gotta have something.
Compact, lipstick. Oh, here's my key ring with this pendant.
A ruby.
It's only glass.
Exactly. So now you are welcome. Before our repast, we'll climb to the tower and enjoy the last glimmer of fading light.
Is breathtaking. Oh, I wish we could have seen it in the daytime.
Why, you will. Tomorrow morning.
Oh, really? We must leave after dinner.
No one ever leaves here after nightfall.
Jim, we have to get home. Tell him that.
Oh, relax, Pam. Tomorrow's Sunday. We don't have anywhere to go. And there's so many things I'd like to ask Mr. Gillette.
That's more like it. Mrs. Hudson is a very efficient housekeeper, and I'm sure she has everything ready now.
Really? Is her name really Mrs. Hudson?
I'm pleased that you're acquainted with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, landlady. When I advertised for a housekeeper, I specified that her name be Hudson. I suppose if this admirable woman's name had been anything else, I should have called her that anyway. Well, this should rouse her.
Such a long hallway.
Yeah. I think you'll find this room satisfactory. Please note that every door except the steel entrance to the castle opens without a sound. And the light switch works this way.
Look at all those books. No sleep for me tonight.
Oh, dear me. They're even taking over in here. That makes 11. No, 13 cats on the premises. I suppose you'd object to his staying under your bed.
He's so big.
No. Simmer down. That's it. Climb up on Daddy. I'll take you along. Now, should you need them, there are candles over there.
But it's such a brightly lighted room.
One never knows. And if you feel uneasy in a strange house, you'd better take this.
A revolver?
An old-fashioned pistol.
No, please, Mr. Gillette. I'm terrified of guns.
Here. You take it, Mr. Watson.
I'd rather not.
This pistol's carved of wood. Made it myself. Couldn't fire even a blank cartridge. When it was used in a stage play, the sound effects had to come from off stage.
Certainly looks like the genuine article.
It's yours. To keep. And now, I'll bid you good night and be off to Europe.
To Europe?
That's what I call my special hideaway. A room where no one can follow and the rest of the world disappears. Pleasant dreams.
Jim, won't you please turn off those blinding lights and come to bed?
Much sleepier than I thought. Oh, all that food and drink. Can't focus on the books. Bed's more comfortable than it looks.
It's shivery in the dark. Hold my hand.
Sleep well.
Jim, did you hear something?
Go to sleep.
Shh, listen.
Stop! Don't come in here. Stop, I say.
That sounds like the housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson.
Something terrible is happening.
If this is one of Mr. Gillette's games, he's really gone too far this time.
Games can be very real, and the effect may be much like that of a psychosomatic illness. Not only does the patient have all the symptoms, but he truly feels the pain and the fear. From the time Gillette Castle was under construction in 1914 until today, strange things have happened there. In a few minutes, I'll be back with Act 2, and we'll continue with what has started off as a very eventful night. You know what Shakespeare said about all the world being a stage. Well, William Gillette began play acting and writing when he was a small boy in Hartford. First, it was comedies, but later, his favorite character was Sherlock Holmes, a cool and resourceful man of action. When he decided to retire, his home became a stage, and his famous castle is haunted by the memories he stored up there. At the moment, Jim and Pam Watson are caught in the web of his spell, and they've just heard some chilling sounds in the night.
Help me! Help me!
Jim, what are we going to do?
We are going to try to get some sleep.
Well, how can we? You heard it. That woman is in trouble.
Help me! Help me!
We've got to do something.
Look, let Mr. Gillette handle
But
this.
he's gone to...
Yeah, I know. His secret hideaway.
What time is it?
Well, how should I know?
Well, turn on the light and find out.
Pam, the light switch doesn't work. I'll try to reach that floor lamp. It's black as kitchen here.
Well, get the candles. Over there on the dresser.
Oh, yeah, I found them. Oh, but it's so dark, I'll never find a match.
On the bedside table?
No, they're in my pants pocket. Now, where...
Oh, in my purse.
Oh, no, you never have any matches.
Oh, no, I'll get it. It's in here somewhere. A pocket flashlight.
Oh, good girl. Give it to me. Not much of a beam, but it's better than nothing.
Oh, you made a mess of that lamp. Watch out for broken glass.
I'm putting my shoes on. In fact, I'm getting dressed.
Well, then I will, too.
No, you stay in bed.
Help me!
Oh, that does it. I am going to find out what's going on.
You're not going anywhere without me.
Hang on to me.
Oh, this cold, dark hallway. And all those doors.
Now, which direction were the sounds coming from?
This way.
No, this way. Come this way, over here.
Oh, Jim, I don't want to go. I'm afraid.
We can't stop now.
Oh, will you come to my room?
But what if you...
Mrs. Hudson? Mrs. Hudson?
I don't want to know what's happening in there.
We have to find out. Mrs. Hudson?
What's the meaning of this?
We've come to help you.
Help me. I was sound asleep, and it's 2:00 in the morning.
But you were crying out for help.
I was what?
Yeah, well, we thought you were in trouble.
You were screaming and pounding on the wall and calling for someone to come.
I assure you I was fast asleep, and I don't take it kindly to be aroused.
Well, how could we have been mistaken? You led us right to your door.
No one disturbs me in the middle of the night, not even Mr. Gillette.
Well, we would have tried to find him, except he said he was going to...
Oh, to Europe, huh? That's where he goes when there are people he wants to get away from. By now he'll be safely in his own bed. And if you know what's good for you, you won't do any more snooping around.
Now, you're sure you're all right?
Well, I'll be much better if I can get some sleep. And I'll thank you to go back to your room and to stay there.
Jim, where is our room?
Some of the hallways were labeled with street names. Now, what's the name of ours?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Let's try this. Another of those noiseless doors.
Hold it quickly. I can't stand those cats.
Oh, and how about this door?
Piles of furniture all shrouded.
No one's been in here for a long time. Look at the cobwebs.
Come away. Those lumpy sheets are like ghosts.
Well, we've made a wrong turn. I'm going to try this door.
There's something flashing.
Some kind of lamp. Smells like coal oil.
Red lantern. Look what it spells out on the wall. Danger.
Stay back, Pam. The floor drops away. There's nothing left but a big black hole. Let's get out of here.
Please, Jim, don't open any more doors.
Look, Pam, there's one over there. It's halfway opened.
And a bright light inside.
Oh, no, we couldn't be back at Mrs. Hudson's, could we?
Not possibly.
Anything's possible around here.
I wouldn't dare knock.
I'm not going to. I'm just going to pull the door wide.
Oh, Jim, that ceiling floodlight has come back on. This is our room.
Who'd ever think that a room in this place would look like a home?
Be careful, Jim.
Yeah, I know. The broken glass.
No, I mean, someone may be hiding. Someone who came in while we were gone.
Well, you can see for yourself. There's no one here.
What about the closet?
Yeah, I'll soon find out. Hand me that cane.
Oh, there's a skull engraved on the handle.
I barely touched the wall and the door glides open.
There is someone in there. Hold tight to the cane.
It's nothing but a dusty old cape on a hanger.
Are you sure? It looked just like...
for yourself.
These clothes and hats. They're all black, as if...
Yeah. As if they'd been worn at a funeral.
Well, we're going to be worn at one.
Come on, Pam, we're getting morbid. I'll bet they're just costumes for a play.
I wouldn't count on it.
I'm not counting on anything. First off, I'm going to lock our door.
But there isn't any key.
No, but there's an ingenious wooden arm that comes down like this. There. Now, I defy anyone to break through a barrier as solid as that.
Well, I do feel better. But believe me, I am not going back to bed.
Neither am I.
So now's your chance to tackle those books.
Not a bad idea.
Maybe if you'd read to me, it would settle my nerves.
While I gazed, a feeling of intense cold seized me. I had an impression of an immense and overwhelming power, and sensed my utter inadequacy.
Stop reading, please. I've had more than enough.
Honey, this is a classic.
Those murders in the Rue Morgue, and it scares me every time.
There's a copy of that on the table.
I know. Please, Jim, find something more cheerful.
Okay. Crimes of Passion?
No. This one sounds better. The Minister and the Choir Singer.
That's the bloodiest of all. True story. Took place in New Jersey.
What's on the next shelf?
How the Medicis Did It.
Heavens, it's a recipe book.
A whole row of volumes on poisons, including The Poisoner's Handbook, The Poisoner's Dictionary.
And this shelf is all witchcraft.
Maybe that would be more soothing.
No, thank you. I think I'll just lie down after all and try to think my own thoughts. Did you hear it, Jim?
Hear what?
Starting all over, that awful screaming.
Oh, not again.
Sounds as though she means it this time.
Yeah, soon. Wooden brace off the door.
No, don't go out there.
You stay here.
Not on your life. But I'm not going to give that mad woman the satisfaction of...
All right, though. This time the hall lights are on.
Well, then let Mrs. Hudson take care of herself.
I'm not going to her room. I'm going to find Mr. Gillette.
And I'm going with you.
The guide showed us, remember? His room is right here in the middle of the balcony.
Yes, something about mirrors.
I hate to do this, but here goes. Come in.
His light's on.
Mr. Gillette, we're sorry to disturb you, but...
We hope you weren't asleep.
Not at all. I was reading. Come in and sit down. Why, you're still wearing your city clothes.
Yeah, we put them on in rather a hurry.
I thought you'd like the pajamas and dressing gowns I provide for my guests.
We didn't see any.
Did you look in the closets?
Well, not those terrible black capes and...
Oh, good heavens, my error. I thought those things were in another room. Is that why you came to see me?
No, it wasn't that.
It was the screams.
What are you talking about?
Well, we heard cries for help.
And the lights went out.
Our electrical system is not always dependable.
But the urgent cries for help, didn't you hear them?
Didn't hear a thing.
Well, we were sure it was Mrs. Hudson, and she sounded in agony.
I'm beginning to understand.
She was begging for someone to come to her rescue.
And you went to her door and frightened the poor lady out of her wits.
On the contrary, we were the ones who were scared.
Well, she sounded so desperate, only when we got there...
Occasionally, the dear lady suffers from nightmares. They should be over by now.
You mean she was asleep all the time?
Exactly.
It happens often.
I fear that... dark shadows lurk somewhere in Mrs. Hudson's past. But she suits me so admirably, I've never probed into her psyche. I just leave her alone.
You're making us feel quite foolish. I guess we should apologize for behaving like this, but...
We're not used to spending the night in the castle.
Well, all the more reason I should make you feel at home. Well, I have a hot plate here, and all the fixings over here. How about a cup of nice warm chocolate?
Oh, no, thank you.
You, Mr. Watson?
Thank you, just the same. I think we'd better go back to our room and make up for some lost sleep.
I'll try to get some sleep, but I'm going to keep my clothes on, including my shoes.
It's all right now, Pam. We've just had a bad case of jitters.
More than that. I feel so strange. Nothing's going to be right until it's daylight and we can get out of here. Could anyone have made you drink that cup of chocolate?
No way.
You heard it, didn't you?
Of course I heard it, a gunshot. But we're both going to pretend that we didn't.
Put that bar back on the door.
Watson? Watson, come to my room and come quickly.
No, Jim. Pay no attention.
When Mr. Gillette gives a command like that, I've got to go.
You mean we do?
No, not this time, Pam.
You'd have to knock me out to make me stay behind.
All right, well, hand me the pistol.
It's only a fake.
It wouldn't do any good against a real one, but I'd feel a lot better with a gun in my hand.
His bedroom door's open.
Now, stay behind me. Mr. Gillette?
He's in bed, all covered up.
Mr. Gillette? Mr. Gillette, you called me. What is it?
He can't be asleep. But he's so still.
Mr. Gillette, wake up. Mr. Gillette?
Oh, Jim, he's so pale.
No signs of violence, but no pulse. No heartbeat.
Is he?
Yes, pal. No faking it this time. Mr. William Gillette is dead.
How's that for a turn of events? Even the best of actors can go too far in attempting to create an illusion of reality. But what is reality, really? We're not even sure what we mean when we talk about real people. Back in 1800, Schiller, the poet, said that in stagecraft, appearance should never attain reality. And he felt that art would be ruined if nature took over. Well, drama thrives upon surprise, and I assure you that more surprises are coming up shortly in Act 3. It is nearly dawn, with a glimmer of light catching the small paned windows of Gillette Castle. Not only are James and Pamela Watson literally prisoners inside the walls, but their host is lying quite dead in his bed. They tried frantically to find Mrs. Hudson. Their hopes were raised when they found a telephone, but you guessed it.
No, of course it's not working. That does it. Now all we can do is wait.
Oh, what if no one comes?
Well, they have to sooner or later, maybe hours yet.
Let's get as far away from that room as possible.
I wish I could think of something. Nothing but doors. Wouldn't you think one of them would lead to the outside?
Look, Jim, the sign on this hallway says Baker Street.
Huh, it would. I bet there's even a number 221B.
There is.
No harm in trying that door. Unbelievable.
Straight out of the books. The fireplace, his slippers, and pipe.
The violin? Huh. And all those papers and bottles that look like chemicals. What a stage set.
Good morning.
Oh, thank God. Mr. Gillette, you've done it again.
I beg your pardon.
You're alive.
Well, of course I'm alive. Although I'm not in the habit of rising this early in the morning.
You are truly remarkable. This is worth everything that's happened. What a performance.
Young man, could it be possible that you don't know who I am?
Of course we know. You're Sherlock Holmes. That is, you're Mr. Gillette pretending to be Sherlock Holmes.
No one pretends to be Sherlock Holmes. Your name could be Watson, that's common enough, but I am the sole individual who has the combined first and last names of Sherlock and Holmes.
Come on now, Mr. Gillette. You've had your fun with it. It's been a long night. Now, let's just have a good laugh over the way you fooled us.
Well, this becomes more interesting by the moment. Sit down. Sit down, both of you, and tell me more about this Mr. Gillette.
Well, he is you, sir, Mr. William Gillette, and there can be no question in anyone's mind that you are a great actor.
My profession is not acting, although there are times when I am called upon to use the actor's skills.
Your makeup is simply terrific. Every single detail.
Young lady, you've never seen me in disguise.
But you look so different when you're Mr. Gillette.
I am losing my patience. If there is an actor masquerading as Sherlock Holmes, he is an imposter and must be brought to justice. Where did you meet this man?
And then, sir, as we came down the long hallway, we saw the sign Baker Street and the number on the door.
Mr. Watson, you are presently inside my landlady's house. Draw the curtains over there, and you will look out on one of the most famous streets in London.
Jim, look. Just like a London street. Only it can't be.
I'd open the window, but that's dangerous for a man in my position.
You don't believe what we've just told you, do you?
Well, indeed, it may have elements of truth. But I don't accept this fantasy about a castle and screams in the night.
We explained that Mrs. Hudson was having a nightmare.
That's another thing which makes your case more serious. Mrs. Hudson never has nightmares.
How do you know?
Elementary, my dear sir. There appear, however, to be two impostors involved. I suppose you will claim that this Mrs. Hudson is an actress who shares a castle with your Mr. Gillette?
Oh, no. Well, she's the housekeeper.
Never fear, never fear. I'll get to the bottom of this. And if I'm not mistaken, here comes the answer to our puzzle.
It's an old-fashioned carriage, stopping right in front of the house.
Kindly step back from the window. Enemies of mine waste hours across the street peering in this direction. Come in, Mrs. Hudson.
Sorry to break in on you so early, Mr. Holmes. You know I'll never bother you until you're ready for breakfast.
Yes, but this is an emergency.
Oh, indeed it is. Oh, excuse me. I didn't know there'd be people here at this time of day.
They appear to have an emergency, too. I'm told that they spent the night in a castle. But you spent the night at your sister's.
You knew.
Call it a logical conclusion.
Mr. Holmes, I must go down to the kitchen and get the fire started. But then, if you could spare me a few moments.
Come right back. I'm sure what you have to say concerns everyone in this room.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, the most terrible thing has happened at my sister's house.
But your sister is unharmed?
Oh, no, it's not her. But you know she takes in boarders, same as I do. And this man hadn't been here very long.
What sort of man?
Oh, a proper gentleman. Very thin, dark hair. He was almost as tall as you.
You speak in the past tense. I assume there has been an accident.
Well, that's it. We don't rightly know what happened.
Come now, Mrs. Hudson. You were there.
Well, in the middle of the night, he called out for my sister and told her he was not feeling well. He said he'd sent for the doctor, and he asked her to let him in when he came.
Go on.
Well, I heard the doorbell ring. It woke me up.
And then your sister took the doctor into the boarder's room?
But there were two of them.
Two doctors?
The doctor had a woman with him. Said she was his nurse.
Very interesting.
My sister left him in the sick man's room. And then she and I were talking in the back hall when we...
Heard a gunshot?
Well, I don't think it was a gunshot. More like a shutter banging. But right afterward, the doctor and nurse came running down the stairs and rushed out the front door into the street.
Well, of course, you didn't follow them. It was still dark, and you were in your nightclothes.
Oh, we went straight to Mr... Oh, you see, I'm so rattled I've forgotten the poor man's name. Well, we went right to his room, and he was in bed, all covered up. We called. We tried to wake him, but it was all so horrible, Mr. Holmes, because he was dead.
Here, Mrs. Hudson. Now drink this. It'll make you feel much better.
Poor lady nearly passed out.
Do you blame her?
Now tell me, Mrs. Hudson, what was this boarder's occupation?
Well, he seemed to be a gentleman of leisure. Stayed home every day, he did. Oh, that is every day but Saturdays.
But he went out every evening. Is that right?
Well, it seemed so odd. Every night of the week.
Around theater time, I imagine. And his name was Mr. Gillette?
Of course. Oh, I remember now. But how did you know?
Call it deduction.
Not Mr. William Gillette.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know his first name. But my sister could tell you.
It couldn't be.
Oh, yes, it could. Now, Mrs. Hudson, did you or your sister send for the police?
Oh, no, not yet. It only just happened. My sister runs a very respectable house. She don't want any crowds coming around or any scandal.
Were there any signs of violence?
But Mr. Gillette's room was neat as a pin.
No blood? No weapons? No injury to the body?
Oh, I couldn't bear to look. But my sister said he didn't have a mark on him.
Well, then isn't it possible that he died in his sleep?
Oh, he was wide awake when my sister saw him. And then that doctor and nurse, they were in such a hurry.
What did this man and woman look like?
Well, I didn't see them. But my sister said they were both quite young. Well, I would guess about the age of this lady and gentleman here.
Just as I thought.
Oh, and they wouldn't have gone running off like that unless something was wrong. Well, would they? I mean, that's why I came right away to you, Mr. Holmes. Oh, if you could just find them.
Perhaps I already have.
Oh, you must be joking, Mr. Holmes. Well, I know you're a great detective, but how could you possibly...
Run along now, run along. Go back to your sister's house. Tell her to keep the door to that room closed tight and to go about her business as if nothing had happened.
But you will help us.
Yes. I'll be along just as soon as I finish my business here. Well, it seems that we have more than one actor in this play.
Well, just what do you mean?
Your whereabouts this past night has shifted to a different stage.
Well, you aren't connecting us with this murder at Mrs. Hudson's sister's.
You do assume, then, that Mr. Gillette was murdered.
Which Mr. Gillette are you talking about?
My dear Mrs. Watson, you can't believe that all of this is sheer coincidence.
Well, what else could it be?
Item 1, a sound like a shot was heard.
She said it was a banging shutter.
Very similar to the clap made by certain pistols.
We were nowhere near a house in London.
Item 2, a talented actor is found dead in his bed, and his name is William Gillette.
Pardon me, sir, but I believe it was you who put that idea in Mrs. Hudson's head.
Watson, would you dare impugn my methods of deduction?
Of course not, Mr. Holmes. But in this case...
Item 3, 2 young people, male and female, discover the body and leave the victim's room in great haste.
But Jim is not a doctor, and I'm not a nurse.
More likely you than another couple. After all, the Watsons come from a distinguished medical family.
Sir, I assure you, I am not...
Never mind. Item by item, there is but one case, not 2. No signs of struggle. No visible injury. Oh, it's all very clear. I must now keep my promise to Mrs. Hudson.
It may seem clear to you,
Mr.
but...
Holmes, we came to you first. You must help us. The body we found was right here in Mr. Gillette's castle.
My dear young lady, in the castles of the mind, many things can happen.
You don't believe us, do you?
I believe that when you wanted your Mr. Gillette to be there, he was, and you placed him in a romantic setting.
But we were in the castle.
Call it what you will. You were prisoners and obviously wanted your jailer out of the way.
We went to Mr. Gillette for help.
Fiendishly clever, that man. He was trying to trick you.
I don't doubt that.
Well, then let me have the incriminating evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The pistol. You have it in your pocket?
Well, this is nothing but a harmless piece of wood. I want to keep it as a souvenir.
The last thing in the world to be found on your person. Give it to me.
Never mind the doorbell. There's no one inside, and I have the key.
Seems to be a commotion at the front door, and I must be on my way.
Will you take us with you?
Not where I'm going, but don't worry about being apprehended.
All we want to do is go home.
Scotland Yard would like to know your whereabouts, but I'll put them off the scent. Any imposter who masquerades as Sherlock Holmes deserves to be put out of the way.
But what will become of us?
You two go out that door, and I'll just slip down the passageway behind the fireplace. Believe me, this has been a most refreshing encounter.
You're a new man, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. First day on the job.
We've been short-handed, and we closed up early last evening. There's lots to be done before the first visitors arrive. Now, come this way.
Big, isn't it?
First, we check the Great Hall. Oh, wouldn't you know, these tourists always leave something behind. Oh, here's a pair of dark glasses and a key ring. Some sort of jewel on it. Oh, I don't think it's valuable. However, I'll show you where we keep these things with the rest of the lost and found.
Mr. Holmes said we should leave by this door.
I'm not sure I want to.
We can't stay here. And if you won't open the door, I will. Oh, Jim, it's all right. It opens into the hallway of the castle.
I'll show you the library.
And listen.
Holmes' room.
We're all right, Jim. That's the guide. We're safe. I'm going to yell.
No, Pam, no, keep quiet.
Well, I'm going to let them know we're here.
Come back into the Sherlock Holmes room. Now, don't make a sound.
Have you lost your mind?
I think I'm just finding it. Quick, come over here.
I don't want to spend another minute in this room.
But I found another way out. Mr. Gillette must have used it often. Here. behind the fireplace.
Jim, all we have to do is call the guy.
He can't be found in here.
I'm going...
Just wait. There. You see? It's a secret staircase. And no cobwebs on this one.
I don't ever want to see another secret staircase.
You're going down this one.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Pam, we've got to. Now, come on, take my hand.
But the guide is coming.
Hurry. It's our only way out. No one in the world would believe us if we told them what happened here last night.
I, for one, am a believer, with reservations, of course. I do believe that a sense of wonder helps keep healthy minds in balance. Playwright Christopher Fry wrote an article on that subject in which he said, the first of our senses, which we should take care never to let rust through disuse, is that sixth sense, the imagination. That's what we're up to in presenting these dramas, our way of keeping the wheels of your imagination from rusting. I'll be back with a further comment. There is a Gillette Castle towering above the Connecticut River near the town of East Haddam. The secret stairways are there, the intricate wood paneling and colored glass, fascinating memorabilia everywhere, and, of course, the Sherlock Holmes room, a replica of the Baker Street lodgings as described by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Tours of the castle are conducted daily throughout the summer. I assure you, it's a haunting experience. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Jada Rowland, Russell Horton, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I forget who, but someone once said that fate is like a madman with an axe waiting for us around the next corner. Which is to say, of course, that however serene our lives, we never know whether the madman is lurking around the next corner we turn, ready to take a vicious swipe at us with that axe. In point of which, consider the case of Lucas Lauder, warden of a certain state prison in a certain western state. Our mystery drama, The Strange Case of Lucas Lauder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Robert Lansing. As we know, the death penalty is outlawed in many states, but in some it is still enforced. In such special cases as the murder of a policeman, death through kidnapping, and or particularly vicious crimes. Our story begins in just such a state, in the condemned cell of that state's prison.
You sent a message you wanted to see me, Richards?
And, thank you, Warden. Thanks very much for answering it this quickly. Won't you sit down?
What is it, Richards?
I want to discuss my case with you.
There's nothing to discuss. You were legally tried, legally convicted. If you think there's something I can do to save you...
Oh, no. There's nothing like that. Warden, I was guilty. I freely admitted murdering those women, all 4 of them, and mutilating them with a butcher knife. No. The name the newspapers gave me was well-deserved. Guy the Ripper.
All right, then what is it you want to see me about?
Warden, hasn't it ever struck you as odd, curious, that someone of my breeding and background could be guilty of 4 such horrible murders? Murders and mutilations identical with those done by Jack the Ripper nearly a century ago?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it has. Me and quite a few others. If you'd been judged insane...
But I wasn't so judged. Nor was I insane. No, I am as sane as the next one. For whatever that's worth.
Richards, I'm a very busy man.
And prefer to spend as little time as possible in the company of anyone as vicious and depraved as Guy Richards. Yes, I know. But that's exactly why I asked you to come and see me. Warden, before very long, you're going to be spending all your time in my company. I don't blame you for looking puzzled. Let me explain.
Yes, do explain.
A little more than a year ago, Warden, I was a professor of parapsychology at the university. I was happily married, successful, and deeply involved in my work. And then suddenly, shockingly, for no apparent reason, I became, well, the embodiment, you might say, of a man who has been dead for many, many years. Jack the Ripper. It began, Warden, it all began one morning in my office at State University. Come in. Well, Eric Nordling. It's good to see you.
Good to be back, Guy.
Good to have you back. I can't tell you how much I've missed you this past month. It's like missing my right arm.
Oh, nonsense.
I'll be frank with you. When you went into the hospital for those tests a month ago, I didn't expect I'd miss you as much at all.
Well, why should you? I'm just an assistant professor.
Ah, but what an assistant. You remember when you left, you and the class were analyzing those strange, gruesome murders that had taken place? The 3 women? You remember?
I remember.
Well, I took over for you, and believe me, the class soon let me know that I just wasn't in it with you. They said no one, not even me, could touch you when it came to explaining the murderer's drives and motivations. In fact, they said you understood and explained them so well, they wouldn't be surprised if you were the murderer. Well, what is it, Eric? Eric?
Guy, I am the murderer.
Well, I can see you're not joking, Eric.
I'm not.
I also know that you haven't been well.
In fact, I'm very sick. Guy, I'm dying. But none of that changes the simple truth that I murdered those women and mutilated them. Guy, I'm Jack the Ripper. No, I'm not crazy. As a professor of parapsychology, you do believe that people can be possessed by the spirits of the dead?
I keep an open mind, or try to.
Well, I can tell you that possession is a fact. For some time now, I have been possessed by the spirit of Jack the Ripper.
Eric, if I didn't know you better, I'd say that you're really possessed of a dose of LSD. But since I...
Guy, believe me. What I'm telling you is the truth. Believe me, because you're about to become Jack the Ripper.
Eric, you're ill. I can tell from looking at you. You're serious.
I am. I'm dying. I told you that. They've given me less than 2 months to live.
Oh, Eric.
It's terminal. In less than 2 months, I'll be dead. And the day I die, the instant I die, the Ripper's spirit will leave my body and enter yours.
You don't believe me, do you?
Of course not.
Well, then I'll have to prove it. You've taken your penknife out of your pocket, and you're opening the blade.
Well, yes, to clean out my pipe. What's so unusual about that?
Does your pipe need cleaning?
Well, no, but,
You acted on impulse. Sudden, inexplicable desire. Desire to hold a knife in your hand.
Oh, now, of all the senseless...
It isn't senseless. And if you think so, try to put the knife back in your pocket. Well, go ahead. Close the blade. Put the knife back in your pocket.
Why, I haven't done what I intended to do, clean out my pipe.
Is that what you intended to do? Oh, in heaven's name, Guy, be honest with yourself, is it?
No.
Now, what do you intend to do with that knife? What do you want to do with it?
I want to kill with it. To strike and slash. What is this? What?
It's Jack the Ripper. Using your body. You needed proof, and I just gave it to you. I took possession of you for a few moments. But when Eric Nordling dies, I'll become Guy Richards till he dies. And after that...
Oh, no, it's madness.
You deny you felt an overwhelming urge to strike and slash?
No, but there's got to be some explanation.
There is. You can pick up your knife and put it away. Or clean your pipe, if you really want to.
Well, Warden, those were Eric Nordling's words. Almost his identical words. Just before he told me what I'm about to tell you.
Mm-hmm. That I'm about to become Jack the Ripper.
The day, the instant I die. Yes.
If there's anything further you want...
Now, wait, don't go.
Now, look, Richards, your time is short, and
Yours is.
And I want to do everything I can to make the next few days easy for you. But when it comes to listening to the kind of story you just told me, I haven't the time.
You don't believe it either, hmm? Even I didn't. With all my knowledge of the occult, the psychic, I couldn't bring myself to believe in anything so impossible. Seemingly impossible.
Nutty is the word.
You think I've gone a little, what do they call it here, stir-crazy?
No, you haven't been in long enough for that. I'm not calling it anything. I'm not thinking anything. Look, you wanted to get something off your chest, you got it off. I'll be going.
No, please.
Richards, I don't have time.
Listen for just 1 minute more. At 6 a.m, 2 days from now, I'll be hanged for murders every bit as revolting as those of Jack the Ripper. Because I am Jack the Ripper. This body, you see, is the body of Guy Richards, once respected university professor. But the spirit that inhabits this body, well, I am, I assure you, Jack the Ripper. Now let me assure you, as Eric Nordling assured Guy Richards, at the very instant the rope snaps my neck, on that instant, Warden, you will become Jack the Ripper.
Now, if there's anything further I can do...
And I'll prove it to you as I made Nordling prove it to Richards. Now, before you go to bed tonight, you will feel that same strong, overpowering urge, need to strike and slash with a knife. Before you go to bed tonight.
That's really one of the strangest stories you've ever brought home with you. More potatoes?
Thanks. It's funny, though.
What?
Well, and don't ask me why I did this. I certainly didn't believe a word of Richard's story. Not a word, but I guess curiosity got the better of me.
What?
Well, I checked at the university. Richards did have an assistant named Eric Nordling, and he did die when Richards said he did.
Doesn't mean anything.
And still, that part of Richard's story was true. Joni, what do you think?
What do I think?
Well, he was kind of interested in that stuff, yoga and astrology and the psychic and all
Oh,
that.
not really.
Yeah, but you do have an interest.
And not a serious interest.
Still, what do you think?
I think I'd like another piece of roast beef. That's what I think.
Okay. I'll try not to be so heavy-handed this time.
Oh, you weren't heavy-handed. Just slice it a smidgen thinner, that's all. Just a smidgen.
Smidgen it is, and easily done with a knife as razor sharp as this.
Won't be done at all if you don't stop staring at that knife and cut me a slice. Luke? What?
It's nothing. I was just thinking.
Thinking what?
The way Richards talked this afternoon, you'd have thought I was going to grab at the first chance I got to carve up some likely female. You, for instance.
Don't say things like that, Luke, not even jokingly.
I'm sorry. But can you imagine anyone like me, for instance, starting to cut a slice of roast beef and then changing my mind and deciding to carve a few slices out of you?
No, I can't, and I'd just as soon not.
Up on the table like this, holding the carving knife in my hand, this razor-sharp carving knife. I'd come around the table toward you.
Luke, please.
And when I got to you, I'd stand over you. I'd look deep into your eyes, and then raise the knife high over my head and plunge it.
Luke, what's come over you? If this is a joke, it isn't your kind of joke. It was a joke, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Sure. It was a joke. What else?
What else, indeed? What else could it be? It could be what Warden Lucas Lauder knows it was. No joke at all. That for a few moments in time, he was driven by an all but overwhelming urge to strike with that knife, slash with that knife, kill with that knife. I'll return in a moment for Act 2. As I said earlier, fate is sometimes likened to a madman with an axe, and it would surely seem that Lucas Lauder, warden of State's Prison, has run head-on into him. When Guy Richards told Lucas that he was really Jack the Ripper, that his body was possessed by the spirit of the Ripper, Lucas laughed. But his laugh turned to a worried frown when he came dangerously close to stabbing the wife he loves. Now in Lucas' office at State's Prison the following afternoon.
No, Jerry. No. Look, I don't mean to be harsh, but I think Maxwell's privileges should be taken away for a while. Yes. A week at least. All right, goodbye. Yes, Miss Conley?
They brought Guy Richards over, Warden.
All right, tell them to bring him in.
Yes, sir. Bring him in.
All right, boys, you wait outside. Sit down, Richards.
Thank you.
Richards, I want to talk to you about, among other things, I want to talk about your personal effects.
Well, we've talked about that. I told you I don't give a damn what you do with them. Warden, you didn't have me brought here to talk about my property. You brought me here to talk about what happened to you last night.
If you're going to start again on that nonsense about being Jack the Ripper...
It isn't nonsense, and you know it. Now, you also know that when I go through the trap less than 48 hours from now, you'll become Jack the Ripper. You know it because I put you through a sort of trial run, you might say, last night.
What did happen last night, Wharton?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about what your wife, Joan, thought was a sick joke, but was no joke at all. I'm talking about how you stood over her with a carving knife, the knife you'd been using for the roast beef. Right? Oh, look, you're not going to be sick, are you?
How do you know that's what happened?
I was there. How else?
No. No, that's impossible. What you're saying is impossible.
Incredible, yes, but not impossible. I explained to you yesterday, or tried to explain, that I took this body when Eric Nordling died, just as I occupied his body when... Oh, well, it doesn't matter who died before him or before him. All that matters to you, or should matter to you, is that you're next on that list to, shall we say, play host to Jack the Ripper.
But why?
Why?
Yes. Look, you must have died... What am I saying? Jack the Ripper must have died many, many years ago.
In 1907, to be exact.
All right, then you've been dead... I mean, damn it, the Ripper has been dead nearly 70 years.
But his spirit, my spirit, has lived on in others.
Right, that's what I'm getting at. Why?
Because I cannot rest.
Why, because of the awful crimes you committed?
No, not because of the crimes, but the reason behind them. The evil in me that drove me to what I did. The hate.
No, I don't understand.
There is nothing to understand. It's quite simple. A spirit, a soul, is given an earthly body and forced to suffer through what you call life. Forced to go through this agony again and again and again until it is cleansed completely of evil, of hate. The evil in me was so great it will take, well, only the Lord knows how many lifetimes to wipe it away. Unless it meets a love as pure as the hate is evil. A soul as tender as the hate is brutal. A spirit as compassionate as the hate is ruthless. And that will never be.
Never?
No such love exists. No such soul, no such spirit. Not on this earth, that's for sure.
You really believe what you're saying, don't you? You really believe that you are actually Jack the Ripper?
Oh, for the love... I'm going to give you another taste of what it's going to be like to be Jack the Ripper.
If you think for 1 minute that
I don't care what you believe. Just do me a favor and send me back to my cell.
Yes, Warden?
Richards will go back to his cell now.
Yes, sir. Richard is going back now.
Remember what I said, Warden. I'm going to give you another taste. Soon. All right, let's go.
Warden?
Yes, Miss Conway?
It's near time for me to go home, and the buses get awful crowded in weather like this, so I was wondering, could I leave now?
Sure is, of course. Go ahead. Wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
I was about to leave myself. I'll drive you home.
Oh, no, sir. I couldn't take you out of your way.
No, it's not out of my way. Not much, anyhow.
Well, if you're sure it's no trouble.
No trouble at all. It'll be a pleasure.
Warden. Awfully nice of you.
I'll see you to your door.
Oh, no need for that.
No, I insist. There have been a lot of muggings in this neighborhood.
Some.
So I want to be sure that you get to your apartment safe and sound.
Well, thanks again. You're awfully kind.
That's not at all, Miss Conway. I wonder if I might use your phone.
Oh, sure.
Just call home, let my wife know I'll be a little late. Second thought, there's no sense in calling. I won't be that late.
Oh, only 5 or 10 minutes.
Hey, boy, look at the rain and wind against the window. Chills me to the bone just looking at it.
Why,
I couldn't give you a drink, could I, sir?
No, Miss Comley, I wasn't hinting, you know.
Oh, I didn't think you were, but, well, if you would like a drink.
Why not? I'd love one.
I keep the liquor in the kitchen. It's scotch, isn't it?
Just a short one.
I won't be a minute.
I'll come with you, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course not.
I've never been in your apartment before. I'd like to see how my secretary lives.
Oh, not very fancy, I'm afraid.
It looks nice. It's comfortable. You live alone?
Yes, I tried living with someone else, but it just didn't work out. Here you are.
Yeah, thanks. That's good scotch.
Glad you like it.
Where'd you get those knives?
Knives?
Yeah, the knife set on the wall.
Oh, those are... I don't know. I've had them so long. Why?
Oh, I like knives. Good ones, that is. Those look good. Do you mind if I...
Well, no. Be my guest.
It's beautiful. Beautiful. Feel that edge. You don't often see knives kept in this good condition. This sharp.
It's no thanks to me. I just use them, never sharpen them.
Razor. Sharp. Fit in the hand perfectly. Those are the most beautiful knives I've seen in over 70 years. Jane.
Get out of my cell, Warden. I don't have to put up with this.
What are you doing to me? You answer me, Richards. What are you doing?
I've told you.
You told me a lot of nonsense about you being Jack the Ripper, taking possession of me, my body when you die. I don't buy that. But you're up to something. You've done something to me. And I'm not leaving this cell till you tell me what it is.
You're scared, Warden? Of what you came dangerously close to doing to your secretary yesterday? And will do not long after you hang me? The urge, the nearly overpowering urge. I stayed your hand, not you. To plunge the knife into her? To slash? Stop it. See, stop it!
Now, you listen to me. I'm no fool. Yesterday I nearly murdered that girl. And somehow you know all about it. But I stayed my hand, not you, because I'm not a killer.
Then how do I know what went on in that kitchen?
I don't know how you've devoted your life to parapsychology, and you know all there is to know about things like ESP, thought transference, hypnotism. That's it. Hypnotism, like Nordling. You're a hypnotist. Somehow or other, I don't know how, you managed to hypnotize me when I was talking to you. You put ideas in my head. Post-hypnotic suggestion, I think it's called.
You cannot give a post-hypnotic command that's contrary to the subject's normal fiber. Warden, it would be impossible for me or anyone to command you to kill. It isn't in you to kill. But that will all change when I am in you. At approximately a second or two after 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, which reminds me, I have a gift for you. Here.
A knife?
A knife.
Where did you get this?
It was made for me in the prison machine shop from a soup ladle. A soup ladle carefully ground down at the edges, skillfully shaped into a knife, expertly sharpened.
How did you manage to have this made?
How did you manage to have this made?
Calm, Warden. You know your prison as well as I, or you should, and obviously don't. Anything can be done in a prison if you know the ropes. Here, the knife. Take it.
Ed? You take that knife from Richards and get rid of it. See me in my office later and you explain how he got it. Now, wait a minute. Here, give it to me. I'll get rid of it.
Not until you've used it. Not till I, the Ripper, have used it. Again, and again, and again.
Ed, I don't want to see this man again until his execution tomorrow morning at 6. If he has any last-minute requests, you handle them. If he has any questions, you answer them. If he wants to see me for any reasons, no. Tomorrow morning, Richards, I'll see you then, and not until then. 6 o'clock. On the scaffold, Richards.
On the scaffold. when the noose will be tightened round the neck of Guy Richards, the trap will be sprung, and he'll plummet to death? Or will it be life? Another life to be lived out in the body of Warden Lucas Lauder. I'll return shortly for Act 3. There's much talk these days about possession, the control of a human being by an evil spirit. Probably such talk has gone on since man can remember. Intense discussion, even violent debate, as to whether possession is a form of schizophrenia or a malignant spirit which has invaded an earthly body. For Lucas Lauder, warden of State's Prison, it isn't a subject for idle debate, but a frightening reality. In the bedroom of his home, a short distance from the prison itself.
Luke?
Go to sleep, Joan.
Oh, I know it's impossible for you to sleep the night before an execution, but this time there's something else.
Yeah. Joan, I'm scared.
Of what, dear?
I haven't just been sitting here in this chair watching you while you slept.
Yes?
I've been fighting an urge. Powerful urge to kill you.
Kill me?
Yeah, with this.
Where did you get that?
Richards gave it to me. Ugly looking knife, isn't it? Somehow he managed to get it made in the machine shop and have it smuggled to him. He gave it to me as a present.
It's a strange kind of present.
No, it's not a present to me, Joan. It's to himself.
Oh, that nonsense.
Nonsense?
About him being the reincarnation of Jack the Ripper.
No, he is. He is. I laughed too at first, but he is the Ripper. In possession of Guy Richards' body. And at 6 this morning, less than 3 hours from now, he'll be in possession of mine.
Luke, darling, you can't be serious. You don't really believe that.
After what's happened, I'd be a fool if I didn't.
What has happened?
I had to bring myself to talk about it. He told me he was going to take possession of me temporarily for a short time to prepare me for what's to come after he hangs.
Well, you didn't take that seriously.
No, not then, but within an hour, I nearly stabbed Miss Comley to death.
Your secretary?
I drove her home on that storm day before yesterday. I invited myself in.
You?
Pretended I wanted to use the phone to call you, but I had no intention of using that phone. I just wanted to get into her apartment to...
To kill her?
I didn't know it then. I didn't know why I tricked my way in, but... Well, then I sort of led her into offering me a drink, and I went with her into the kitchen where she keeps the liquor. While she was making the drink, I noticed a set of knives, kitchen knives, on the wall. I pretended to admire them, and I took one to examine it only. Only I wasn't examining it. I was thinking...
Luke, my darling.
Now, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't even come near me. It's dangerous.
Dangerous? Luke, what are you saying?
I can do to you right now. What I came close to doing to her. The urge was powerful then, but it's even more powerful now. It's almost as if the closer I get to Richard's hanging, the more the urge grows inside me.
Luke.
I don't have any control. Joan, no control anymore. This knife, I gave it to the guard to get rid of. No, I started to give it to him, and then I changed my mind. I was forced to change it by a power stronger than me, and so I kept it.
and brought it home. I've been sitting here for hours holding it in my hand, fighting off a terrible obsession to kill you with it.
Oh, my poor darling, to think what you've been going through, and I never knew.
How can you think of me when you're the one who's in danger?
Well, because I don't believe I am in danger, not from you.
John, I just told you.
I don't care what you told me. I care about what I know, and I know you love me.
Oh, yes, I love you, but
He'll be dead in a few hours. Dead. And all this business about his spirit possessing you, I don't believe it.
I came close, that close, to killing Miss Coleman.
And killing me, you say. But you didn't.
But next time.
There won't be a next time, because once Guy Richard dies, his power over you will be ended. Oh, Luke, don't you see what's happened to you?
Yes, I see. He's possessed me.
Nonsense. I can give you I don't know how many reasons why it is just plain nonsense.
All right, give me just one.
I've read a lot about Richards in the papers, and you've told me a lot about him. He's a skilled hypnotist. I don't know much, if anything, about hypnotism, but it seems to me that he could have brought you under some kind of hypnotic influence.
No, I can't believe it.
Another thing I know about him, his personality is strong, overpowering, viciously overpowering. Just talking to someone like that, being near him, could do strange things to a person.
No, I don't care how many reasons you can dress up. I know what I know. I know what I've got to do.
What?
I've got to stop the execution.
Luke, you can't do that.
Well, I can try. It's my only hope. I've got to stop that execution. I've got to save him to save myself. I know it's only 4 a.m, but this is a matter of life or death. You get the district attorney out of bed. I'll wait.
Luke, try to pull yourself together. Telephoning the district attorney at this hour? What are you going to say to
him?
Hello,
Mr. McGowan? I'm sorry to wake you at this hour, sir. Thank you, yes. It is urgent. I want to stop the execution of Guy Richards at 6 this morning. On what grounds? I have reason to think he's innocent. No, sir, there's no proof. No real proof, but... Look, McGowan, I want you to call the governor if necessary. McGowan, I beg you, right? Yes, I see. Well, in that case, I'll phone the governor myself.
Luke, darling, you can't phone the governor.
Operator, this is Warden Lucas Louder of State's Prison. I want to put through a call, an urgent call to Governor Morris at the state capitol. And hurry, please hurry.
Well?
He refused.
Oh, you couldn't expect.
No, I didn't. I hoped against hope. I better get ready. Richards has less than an hour to go. And so have I. It's time, Richards.
You're telling me.
If you're ready.
Question is, are you?
Come on, let's go.
You look tired, Warden. No sleep, eh? Well, don't worry about it. You'll sleep just fine tonight. The Ripper always sleeps well. Afterward.
After what?
Having killed. Well, I didn't know there'd be an audience to see the end of Guy Richards.
The press. Straight ahead to the scaffold, Richards.
You're sweating, Warden. Calm down. Make you feel any better, there's no pain to this. Over in an instant, you know. I've been through it once before. The man whose body I took before Eric Nordling's. Well, here we are. A moment in destiny. For us both.
All right, Ed.
Oh, do we really need the hood? Well, yes, I guess we do. Spare the feelings of our audience. Go ahead. Just one thing to say, Warden, before you pull the trap.
Yes?
This isn't goodbye. I'll be with you again soon.
That's enough news for one day. I'm for bed. You, Luke? Luke?
What?
It's after 11. Time for bed.
Oh. Yeah, Joan.
Yes, dear?
Where did you put it?
Put what?
The knife. I mean, don't look at me as though you didn't know what I was talking about. The knife Richards gave me.
I know what knife you're talking about, but I don't know why you're asking me where I put it.
You didn't take it? I put it in the top drawer of this table. You saw me put it there. I put it there so you could get rid of it. You didn't?
No.
I can't believe you'd take the chance to... You didn't. The knife is here.
Yes, it is.
Look, I gave you a chance to get rid of it. Why didn't you?
Why didn't you? If you wanted to be rid of it, why didn't you simply throw it away?
I don't know.
I think I do. You were testing me, testing my love for you.
Testing your love?
If I had done what you thought I'd do, it would have shown that my love for you isn't as strong as I said it was. And it's quite possible you really might have tried to kill me. You could always get another knife.
But thanks to you, I have this one.
Then use it, if you can.
What?
Luke, we're going to come to this sooner or later. I don't know how Guy Richards persuaded you he was Jack the Ripper and that he would possess you once he died, but he did. You said last night that the urge to kill was growing stronger in you, and you were convinced once Richard was hanged, it would become so strong you'd never be able to control it.
It's been doing that all day. It's growing in me. Filling me with a need, a lust to take this knife.
I know. And unless this obsession of yours is smashed now, right now, you'll kill. Sooner or later, you will kill. Well, if you're going to do it, do it. Do it. And get it over with.
You're taunting me. You're taunting me because, like all women, you have contempt for me.
I love you.
Oh, you're lying. You don't love. You don't know the meaning of love. Hate, oh, that's something else again. That's something you know all about. I think I'm not on to you, all of you. Well, let me tell you something. I've spent months, years watching you and the likes of you.
Luke, what?
And your little tricks luring men and... Oh, don't think I didn't see you today, this very day in Leicester Square, flaunting your charm.
Leicester Square?
Leicester Square, Piccadilly, Fleet Street, wherever you could sell yourself.
Luke, now snap out of it. Pull yourself together.
Look about you. Take your last long look before you die. You see that gas light at the end of the alley? Well, you see it for the last time.
Gas light?
Listen. You hear the carriages and the coaches, the horses, for the last time. And then you feel the point of this knife against your throat. Feel the cold steel against your skin before the Ripper plunges it deep into your dirty little neck. Plunges it now. I can't. I want to. I can't. Why? Why can't I?
Because you're not Jack the Ripper. You're Lucas Lauder, my husband. The Ripper hated. You love me every bit as much as I love you.
God, I do.
Dearest.
He said, Richard said, the spirit of the Ripper would never be free, never find rest until it met a love as strong as his hate. Heaven knows, Joan, there can't be, there never has been a love as strong as yours. Maybe it's crazy, but I feel he has found that rest at last. Thanks to you.
Well, if you're puzzled by this strange happening to Lucas Lauder, you've got nothing on me. Did Guy Richards in some way place Warden Lauder under an hypnotic influence? Did Richards believe he was truly Jack the Ripper? Was he? What do you think? I'll be back shortly. When I told this story to a friend of mine who's a psychic, a sensitive, she said that, of course, Guy Richards was the reincarnate Jack the Ripper. Another friend, a psychiatrist, said, nonsense, a clear case of a split personality. Which is right, I don't know. Maybe the truth lies somewhere in between. Wherever it lies, it makes a good story. I hope you enjoyed it. Our cast included Robert Lansing, Linka Peterson, Ralph Bell, Ira Lewis, and Patricia Pearden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Come a little closer. Closer. That's better. Now you're on the edge of your seat. And we mean to keep you there for the next 52 minutes with a story of terror and suspense. Doing one's civic duty is one thing. But turning in the hardened boss of a notorious crime ring takes either guts or just plain ignorance. We're not too sure which it was with Amy Hastings, but she did her duty. She put the finger on Archer Hamlin, the top drug dealer whose arrest and conviction all but put a stop to the flow of drug traffic in and out of New York City. Such an admirable act deserves a reward, which Amy received. $1,000 from a city newspaper. And that's not all.
Hello?
Amy Hastings, please.
This is Miss Hastings.
Are you enjoying the money, Miss Hastings?
What do you mean?
The money you got for turning in Archer Hamlin and giving testimony against him at the trial.
Who is this?
A friend with a little advice.
Yes?
Better spend that money fast, Miss Hastings. You may not live long enough to enjoy it.
Our mystery drama, Having a Horrible Time, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Lynn Loring and Francis Sternhagen. How about a little vacation? Some fun and fresh air. Let's go along with Amy Hastings and Lois Wilson on their way to a swinging singles week at the Tomahawk Tree Lodge, snuggled deep in Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains. Swimming, horseback riding, tennis, golf, the works, including murder. But let's not dwell on morbid things. We're off for a vacation at the Tomahawk Tree Lodge, and it's just up the road.
I just wish we were going to arrive in daylight, Lois. We won't be able to see anything at night.
Don't worry, Amy. We'll have plenty of time to see every nook and cranny of the place. Besides, all the fun begins at night. That's when the wolves come out.
I hope you don't mean the four-legged kind. Anyhow, it sure is good to get away from the city and all those awful phone calls.
Anytime a person gets their name in the paper, they're plagued with crank calls. Forget it. We're off for a good time.
Oh, I won't spoil your fun, Lois. I promise.
Now, don't think about my fun. I can take care of myself. This is really your vacation. I still feel you shouldn't be paying for everything.
But why shouldn't I? What better way could I spend that reward money?
It took a lot of courage to do what you did.
No, not courage, really. I mean, I just recognized that man from the pictures in the paper and told the police.
Still, you deserved every penny of the reward.
You know, I wonder how he feels now.
Who? Archer Hamlin?
Yes.
As bad as could be expected, I hope. He was the worst thing that ever happened to New York City.
I do feel kind of sorry for him, though.
Oh.
I mean, I guess I would, because I was responsible for them catching him.
Now, baby, get Archer Hamlin off your mind. He's right where he belongs, behind bars, and it's silly to brood about him.
You're right. I'm not going to even think about it. I'm going to enjoy myself.
That's the spirit.
I know the girls at the office think I'm some kind of a prude.
Oh, well, there's some bunch. In the 2 months I've been there, I haven't seen one who has any brains, except you. Well, it's nice to have you for a friend. I don't make close friends easily.
We just sort of hit it off, you might say. I keep to myself a lot. I just never feel close to the girls at the office.
Well, forget them. We're off for a week of fun, and you're going to love this place.
Tomahawk Tree Lodge. It even sounds exciting. Lois, don't you think we ought to wait till tomorrow? I mean, should we be too anxious to meet someone?
Listen, the hard-to-get approach is all right in an East Side bar. But here, it's first come, first served. Here's an empty table. Now sit yourself down and we'll order some cool drinks.
It's so exciting and beautiful.
Oh, waiter, 2 Collins, please.
Lois.
What?
Don't look right away. But there's a man at the bar looking at us.
Where?
Lois, don't be so obvious. That tall, blonde fellow.
Well, I wonder if he has a friend.
Oh, Lois.
Amy, we're not here to spend the week by ourselves.
Will you stop craning?
He might join us, if we let him know we're interested.
He just keeps staring.
Hey, it looks as though someone else is interested. That one in the tan jacket's heading this way and beating him to it.
I sort of like the one at the bar better.
Well, we have the whole week ahead of us.
What do we say?
Hello is a good one for a start. Oh, Amy, just remember you're a swinging single. Now relax.
Oh, good evening.
How do you do?
Hello.
You girls just arrived?
Not a half hour, though.
We believe in making every minute count.
Well, at a place like this, that's the thing to do. I'm Fred Russell.
I'm Lois Wilson, and this is Amy Hastings.
Pleasure to meet you, Amy.
Hi.
Have you been here long, Mr. Russell?
Mr. Russell? Now, look, at a place like this, it's Fred. Okay? No, actually, I just got here yesterday.
Oh, a newcomer, too.
How long are you planning to stay, Amy?
1 week. That's all we got.
Are you staying long yourself, Fred?
Well, that depends.
Depends on what?
On whether I like it or not. By the way, you're from New York, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. How'd you guess?
I saw the license plate on your car.
Oh, you.
Are you the official welcoming committee?
Oh, no. But being observant and friendly is sort of a pastime with me. Look, I hope I can show you around a little while you're here, Amy, if it's all right.
Well, I guess so.
You've been here before, then?
Oh, sure. You know, there's a lot to do. You got horseback riding and canoeing and swimming, all those things. But, you know, they're not much fun alone.
Well, that's what we're here for. Isn't it, Lois?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Well, look, if you'll let me, I promise to show you a good time, Amy. How about starting with a dance?
Oh,
That is, if Lois doesn't mind.
Oh, not at all?
Come on, then.
Lois, are you sure you don't mind?
Oh, heavens, no. Go ahead.
I promise not to keep her long.
Have fun.
See you later.
Mind if I join you?
Oh, well, not exactly, but an introduction would be nice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Ralph Cook.
I'm Lois Wilson. How do you do?
Forgive me for seeming forward, but who is that dancing with Amy?
What?
That is Amy Hastings, isn't it?
Yes, it is, but how did you know?
Well, she's the girl who fingered Archer Hamlin last month.
Yes.
You said your name was...
Lois Wilson.
A friend of hers?
Look, Mr. Cook, just who are you? How do you know Amy?
Miss Wilson, I have to talk to you privately. It's important.
What is this?
It's about Amy.
Well, what about her?
We have reason to believe she may be in very great danger.
Oh?
Let's dance. It'll seem more natural.
What danger is Amy in?
Well, I'll explain it in a minute. Please. I need your help. Now, first of all, may I call you Lois?
Of course.
And I'm Ralph.
Yes, so you said. Now, what is all this about?
I'm a detective.
A detective?
Yes, now. No one must know but you. And particularly not Amy or that man she's dancing with.
What danger is there?
We're pretty sure that Archer Hamlin's crowd is out to get Amy for fingering the boss.
Oh, no. You mean those crank calls were for real?
And that is why I'm here. We think this might be the perfect spot for them.
Why?
Well, we think one of them will probably pose as a guest, get friendly with Amy, and then kill her in some way to make it look like an accident.
How awful.
Well, this is the perfect spot for it. With horseback riding, a lake.
I can hardly believe it.
Well, it's possible, Lois. And very probable.
Oh, what can I do?
I want you to be my date. And that way I can keep close to Amy without arousing suspicion. What's the name of the man she's dancing with?
Oh, Fred something. Fred Russell. That's it.
He approached you as soon as you sat down.
That's right.
If he is the man, he'd want to get to Amy first before any other summer Lothario started making time.
You know, come to think of it, he did beat another man to our table. A tall, blonde fellow who kept staring at us. And it was Amy he was after. He hardly spoke to me.
That jibes.
And he noticed our rented car had a New York license plate.
And he's been watching for you. This Hamlin crowd is shrewd. They don't shoot people from black cars. They'll go to any lengths to kill without arousing suspicion, no matter what it involves or how long it takes. That's why Hamlin himself got away with so much.
Oh. Well, what do you think he'll do?
He'll bide his time, gain her confidence. It's important that you don't let on to Amy that anything's wrong now.
Oh, why?
Well, if she gets the idea someone's after her, she'll get scared, and he'll know it. I want him to think he's safe. Now, don't worry. I'll always be around, and the minute he tries something, I've got him.
I don't like the idea of Amy being bait.
She's not bait. She's a sitting pigeon right now. But the killer has to make a move before I can arrest him.
This must be a bad dream.
It's not pleasant, I know. I'm pretty sure this Russell is our man. I don't want him scared off.
Oh, what a way to start a vacation.
Lois? Hi.
Hi.
Where have you been, sleepyhead?
Oh, well, I didn't sleep well. Everything all right?
I've been here every minute.
Gosh, Lois, I'm sorry I ran out on you, but I couldn't wake you up.
Oh, it's all right.
Hey, the water's wonderful. Why don't you and Ralph swim out for a while?
Well, maybe we will.
We swam all the way out to that island, way out there.
You swam to the island alone?
No, Fred was with me.
You want a dip before lunch, Lois?
Well, yes. Let's all go.
I think Amy and I have had enough.
Gosh, yes. We'll just stay here and watch.
Oh, come on, a little more
It's
wouldn't
all right,
hurt.
Lois. They have been in quite a while.
Too long. And Amy's getting cold.
Oh, all right. Well, we won't be long.
Race you to the raft.
Okay. Hurry up with that shower, Amy. It's time for lunch.
Isn't he wonderful, Lois?
What?
Fred. Isn't he wonderful? I've never had a steady in all my life, and now in one day.
Amy, just how friendly are you getting with Fred?
What do you mean?
Well, I admit I did tell you to let your hair down and enjoy yourself. But, you know, there are other men here, too.
Oh, Lois.
No, you said you liked that blonde man at the bar last night.
But Fred seems so interested in me. For myself, I sort of like it.
What has he said?
He asks me all sorts of questions about myself. It makes me feel important.
Does he know who you are, Amy?
Well, of course. We all introduced ourselves last night.
I mean about the Archer Hamlin business.
He said he remembered me from all the publicity in the papers.
Did you tell him, or did he bring it up?
Lois, why are you asking all these questions?
Well, I just don't want you to take Fred too seriously, honey.
You're not jealous.
Oh, of course not.
I mean, you've got your date for the week.
I know, but that
Lois, I'm really enjoying myself. Let me. I like Fred. No one has ever been interested in me like this before.
It's nice to be wanted, to be loved, to be admired for oneself. And unsuspecting Amy Hastings is enjoying every minute of it. She's the clear blue waters of Quail Lake. To Amy Hastings, enjoying her first vacation without her parents, it's a paradise. To her friend Lois Wilson, it's something else again.
Is anyone having dessert?
Oh, gee, not me. I couldn't eat another bite.
I'll pass.
By me.
Well, what's on the agenda for the afternoon? Croquet? Horseshoes? Badminton?
Gee, you know, it's too bad the ski lift isn't running today.
Does it ever in summer?
Sure, all year round. It's just down for repairs.
Oh.
You know, it's a great scenic ride. Go all the way to the top of the mountain and back.
Hey, maybe we can do that later on in the week.
Okay? What do you say to a horseback ride?
Oh, that sounds exciting.
Good way to work off a big meal.
Amy, you've never been on a horse in your life.
I know, and I've always wanted to.
I'm afraid the merry-go-round's been the extent of my riding.
I think we'd all have just as much fun here at the lodge. Besides, it's too hot. I mean, I'd love to try croquet.
Well, okay, but if Amy would like to ride, we'll go along and meet you two later.
Yes, I really want to go. Now, Lois, don't you worry. Nothing can happen.
Okay, let's go then.
Ralph?
Oh, it's no use being a wet blanket. After all, we're here to enjoy the facilities. We'll take a shot at horseback riding, too. We're paying for it.
Now, look, don't let me talk you into something you don't want to do. I mean, Amy and I can go alone.
Oh, no, come on, Ralph's right. We might as well have the fling we're here for.
Well, if you're afraid of a horse, it could be dangerous.
We'll take our chances.
Okay. Look, I'll go on ahead to the stables and reserve the horses.
I'll come with you, Fred. Hurry up, Lois.
I'm petrified of horses. Can you go it alone?
I can, but it's liable to look funny. I have the feeling I'm not one of Fred's favorite persons.
All right, I'll have to go, for Amy's sake. But I'll have to change. Amy's in slacks, but I can't get on a horse like this.
Well, hurry it up,
What do you think he might do?
I don't know, but horses can be dangerous.
I don't see them.
And they're probably in the stable saddling up.
Hi, folks. Ready to go out, too?
Yes, we're joining our friends.
We've got two fine gentle mares here. Have you ridden before?
Where's the couple that came down here a few minutes ago?
Oh, they're out on the trail. They said you'd be along.
Oh, Ralph, they're alone out there.
I should have known he'd try something like this. Get us going quick, huh?
Sure thing. Here we go, Virginia. You be nice now.
Oh, Lord, what do I do?
Nothing to it. Put your left foot here.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, just swing up. Come on, I'll help you.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh.
Now you, sir.
I'm all set.
Well, you sit a horse right nicely, sir.
Ralph, what do I do?
Hold the reins. Lean forward. Your horse will follow mine. Let's go.
Ooh, it's not as I thought.
We'll have to go faster. Just hold on.
Oh. Is there more than one trail?
There probably is.
Oh, golly, they may have turned off somewhere.
Well, they couldn't be too far ahead. We weren't that long at the lodge.
Oh, there's a fork in the trail up ahead.
Hold on the reins. Oh.
Oh, which way do we go?
There's fresh hoof prints to the left.
Ah, you are a detective. Oh, it's Amy.
Come on, get up there.
We may be too late.
I don't know what we're going to find.
Amy!
There they are.
Oh, Amy! Amy, what happened?
Take it easy. She's all right.
All right, nothing. She's flat on the ground.
Okay, Lois, I just fell off.
What happened? Well, a snake frightened her horse. I was riding behind and I saw it dart out, but there was nothing I could do. Amy's horse shied and she just slid off.
All of a sudden, my horse reared.
Well, how come you didn't wait for us back at the stable?
We knew you'd catch up.
I think we've had enough horseback riding.
Well, what do you say, Amy? Do you feel like going on?
I guess I'd better go in for something a little less strenuous.
Oh, Ralph, this is impossible. Amy and I are going back to the city tomorrow.
You can't run away from Hamlin's men, Lois. The best we can do is lure them into the open. And they're pretty smart about that, too.
But I can't spend a week never letting Amy out of my sight. And he's certainly going to get suspicious with us hanging around all the time.
We don't have to be with them every minute, as long as we know where they're going.
Yes, but the minute they're alone, well, he can do anything he wants.
It'll have to look like an accident, so that limits his field of operation.
You mean like the horses this afternoon? Do you think he did something to Amy's horse?
I'm convinced of it.
Look, she looks so little and innocent dancing with Fred.
How could a girl like her get up the nerve to identify Hamlin?
Innocence can have backbone, Ralph.
Look, Lois, go along with me for a couple of days more.
Well, I guess I'll have to. But I look over there at Amy dancing with that man, and I shudder.
I hope you're not mad because I spoiled the horseback riding today, Fred.
No. Of course not, Amy.
You know, you're kind of quiet tonight.
Well, it's just that... Amy, can't we shake that friend of yours and her Romeo?
Well, Lois and I did come together, and we are best friends.
I know that. It's just that I'd like to be with you alone sometime. What do you say we slip down to the lake and take out a canoe?
Well,
Without telling your friend.
Oh, Fred, they're watching us dance. They'll probably just follow us.
Why? None of their business what you do.
I don't know. Look, let's just go back to the table now. Tomorrow morning, I'll slip away early. Lois always sleeps late, and we can go somewhere together then.
Without telling Lois?
I promise, without telling Lois.
Okay. I'll tell you what. We'll go out to Tomahawk Tree.
Tomahawk Tree? Fred, that's where we are.
Oh, it's the tree this hotel was named after.
Oh.
There's a legend about it. Very beautiful.
Tell me.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, then. You know, this is the most thrilling vacation I've ever had.
Well, we're almost to the top. Now, that's the famous Tomahawk Tree right up ahead.
Oh, it's so beautiful. And it's such a beautiful morning. Makes you glad you're alive.
Well, I'm glad you were able to get away without Lois.
She was fast asleep. I dressed in the bathroom and sneaked out of the room.
Well, here it is. Tomahawk tree.
Look how far down you can see.
Mm-hmm. That's Hidden Valley.
Okay, tell me now, Fred. What's the legend?
Well, the legend is that more than 200 years ago, an Indian brave killed himself here because he was disgraced in battle. He was the chief's son, but he was a coward.
And?
So he dug his tomahawk into this tree and jumped over the edge. But when the other braves tried to remove the tomahawk from the tree and throw it after him, not one of them could budge it.
Why not?
Well, they thought the Great Spirit had locked the tomahawk into the tree as a reminder to other braves who might get wet feet, so to speak.
It's not very romantic.
I'm afraid it's not all true.
What?
The lodge has to replace the tomahawk every couple of years as the tree grows around it.
Fred, you're making the whole thing up.
Here, give me a hand.
No, I don't want to go any closer.
That's all right, I got you. Now, look straight down.
Oh, it gives me the chills.
You see on the rock down there? Can you see the outline of it?
Amy! Oh,
It's all right, I've got you. I have you.
I almost went over.
What the devil are you doing here, Lois?
what are you doing so close to the edge?
Well, we had our footing all right, but that scream of yours just startled both of us.
Well, what do you expect when I find Amy practically going over the side?
Lois, I thought you were still sleeping.
Well, it's a good thing I went out for a morning walk myself.
Mm-hmm. And just happened to come this way.
I think we'd better all go back for breakfast.
I wonder why Fred didn't want breakfast.
Well, he's probably miffed at me. But honestly, Amy, he had you too close to the edge.
Well, it sure scared me when you yelled. You know, I had no idea that you were following us.
Well, I wasn't. I was out for a walk, and I saw you there.
Lois, there's that man staring at us again. Who? The blonde one we saw the night we arrived. Remember, he was starting to come over, and Fred got there first?
Oh, yes.
Here he comes. Is it all right, Lois? I mean, are we already taken?
Listen, I don't know who's taking who anymore.
Good morning, girls.
Hello.
Do you mind if I join you?
Well, I guess not.
Thanks. I'm George Smith. I've been wanting to meet you.
I'm Amy Hastings.
Yes,
and this
yes, I know.
You do? That Archer Hamlin business again.
Yes, that's right.
Well, this is my girlfriend, Lois Wilson.
Hi, Lois.
Hello.
I was going to come over the night you arrived, but some other guy beat me to it.
Well, all's fair in love and war and summer vacations.
Amy, I wonder if you might like to play some ping pong after breakfast.
Well, sure, if you'll teach me.
Nothing to it.
I'll get Ralph and we'll make it a foursome. Oh, order me toast and coffee. I'll be right back. May I have Ralph Cook's room, please? Ralph, it's Lois. I don't know what it means, but another man's latched himself onto Amy.
Well, it doesn't seem likely there'd be two of them, but the Hamlin crowd's clever. They could send in one to cover the other's tracks.
I told you about the incident with Fred at the cliff this morning.
Hurry up, Lois. We're ready.
Oh, have you ever shot one of these things?
In college, but archery wasn't my best sport.
Whew, I've never held a bow in my life. I wish we'd stuck to ping pong.
Well, let's just shoot for fun. Unless you want to keep score.
I'll be lucky if I even hit the target.
Let's make it just for fun.
Suits me.
Okay, I'll lead off.
Wonderful, George.
Oh.
That's a bullseye.
Come on, you try it, Amy.
Okay.
Now, your left hand on the bow.
Uh-huh.
That's right. I'll put the arrow between your forefinger and your middle finger. Like you're holding a cigarette.
I don't smoke.
Well, that's it. That's good. Now just pull back and let go.
Oh, I told you I wouldn't hit the target.
Ralph?
I haven't done this in years, but All right. Here goes.
A bullseye.
Good shot.
Come on, Lois. It's your turn.
Well, all right, but I don't guarantee anything.
All right, now, just wait a minute, Lois. Keep your elbows out more.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's right. Now, take your stance. Let me guide your arm.
Like this?
Yeah, that's better. All right, now pull back.
Oh, I can't. It's so
A little
hard.
more, a little more.
Amy, look out.
It's all right. It just nicked my arm.
Oh, that was a close one. What happened?
Lois lost her balance. Too much tension on the bow, I
Are you
guess.
sure you're all right, Amy?
Yes, it's just a scratch.
I think I'd have been better off without help.
What are you trying to say, Lois?
Nothing. I'm just glad that Amy's all right. You were there. You saw it. I swear he deliberately turned me toward Amy.
Yes, and that's what's got me worried.
Got you worried?
Looks like the Hamlin crowd has more than one man after Amy.
Almost every young girl's dream is to have several men after her. But it's much nicer when romance is their objective instead of murder. We'll return to the fun at the Tomahawk Tree Lodge when I return shortly with Act 3. Vacations are supposed to be fun, but they can be hazardous for a girl with a contract out on her. First Fred, now George. Just who is a poor girl to trust? But Amy is oblivious to her danger at the moment.
Do you feel like a swim, Amy?
No, it's just nice here on the grass. Everything's so exciting, you just have to catch your breath now and then.
Oh, come on. Let's swim out to the rock.
You go.
Well, I don't want to swim alone.
Well, where's Ralph?
Oh, he had to go into town. He had, well, some business to attend to.
You know, I wonder where Fred's been. I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Probably after someone else.
Oh.
Oh, come on. Now, don't take it seriously. That's the way everything goes at a place like this.
But to tell you the truth, I really like George better.
Where is he this morning?
I don't know.
Well, it's good to relax for a while. You don't have to keep up the personality front. Hey, I see they've got the ski lift going again.
You know, that does look like fun, riding in those little boxes.
They call them gondolas.
Lois, why don't we take a ride right now?
Oh, why not? If you don't want to swim.
Hey, I wonder what's going on down at the dock.
Someone probably caught a fish.
Well, let's go see.
Oh, who cares? I hate fish.
Oh, come on, Lois. It's on our way to the ski lift.
It's certainly gathering a crowd. Look, there's George.
Something must have happened. The boat boy's running toward the lodge.
I don't think I want to go down there.
Oh, come on. We have to find out.
They've dragged someone out of the water.
Let's hurry, Lois. George? George, what's happened?
They just pulled a guy out of the lake.
What?
Is he dead?
He looks like he's been in the water for at least 24 hours.
Oh, how can you tell?
Well, just take a look at him.
Oh, no. It's Fred.
Huh?
Fred Russell.
What happened? Does anyone know?
Well, not so far. I just got here myself.
Fred was a good swimmer. Our first day here, we swam out to the rock together.
Come on, Amy. Let's go back to the room. I don't want to stand around looking at this.
Yes, you're right.
I'll call you later.
Hello?
Lois, it's Ralph.
Oh, hello.
Can you get away for a drink?
Yes, Amy's napping.
Meet me in the lounge.
Fred's death shoots the two-man theory, doesn't it?
Not necessarily. But it sure eliminates him as a future suspect.
Ralph, could George have killed Fred to get closer to Amy himself?
He could have. And he might have.
Well, what do you think? You're the detective.
Yeah, I am. I think it's time we got Amy away from here. I'll drive her back to the city tonight. It'll be safer.
I'll come too.
No. It's better if you stay.
Why?
Well, give Amy and me a chance to slip away, and you can follow in the morning.
Well, if you think that's best.
I do. Let's just play it natural for the rest of the day. I'll get away during the excitement of the barbecue tonight.
All right. Maybe you're right.
No, I am. And please, don't let on that anything is wrong. But try to keep Amy out of the way. And don't leave her side for a minute.
Don't worry. Amy. Come on, sleepyhead. Don't snooze the whole afternoon away. Let's take that ski lift ride.
Ski lift? Oh, yes, we were going to do that.
Come on. Let's get away from the boys for a while.
Cook calling in.
Ralph, where have you been? We've been trying to get through to you for the past hour.
What's up?
We got a line on the Hastings case. Something that might help you, Ralph.
What?
That Hamlin crowd's smarter than we thought. The killer they've sent up there to get the Hastings dame is a woman.
This is fun, Lois.
Better than I ever expected.
Look how high we have to go.
Yeah, it's a long way up.
You know, it's like the Kitty Ferris wheel we went to at Sunset Park when I was a kid.
Enjoy it, Amy. We have a long ride to the top.
Amy! Lois, open up! Amy!
Hey, what's up?
George, have you seen Amy and Lois?
Yeah, and I repeat, what's up? They brushed right by me downstairs and we're headed for the ski lift.
The ski lift? Did they get on it?
Yeah, they're on their way up. Why?
Come on. We got to get Amy off that lift.
Gosh, this is beautiful, Lois. It's just too bad the boys aren't with us. What are you doing, Lois? Close that door.
No, Amy. We'll be at the highest point in just a few minutes.
What is this? What are you doing?
I'm sorry, Amy. I was getting kind of fond of you, but I'm getting $10,000 for doing my duty.
What? What are you talking about?
The Hamlin family is paying me $10,000 to kill you.
What?
For fingering Archer Hamlin.
But Lois, you're my friend, aren't you?
I was planted in the office, Amy, to make friends with you so that I could arrange this opportunity.
You mean you're going
to make it look like an accident. I tried to startle you that day on the cliff with Fred, but he held on to you. And that arrow, I purposely lost my balance, but I missed.
Fred! You killed Fred!
They'll find a bullet in his body when they do the autopsy. I killed him because I knew he was getting suspicious of me. I was trying to make that detective think Fred was after you. And then George showed up, and I had to switch the suspicion to him.
Who's a detective?
Ralph. Who else?
This fire road will get us to the halfway point on the toe. We can intercept them there. If we make it.
You mean Lois is actually going to try to kill Amy?
She's a hired killer. I thought it was Fred Russell first. And then you came along.
Me? I'm a coal salesman from Philadelphia.
Well, Amy's life is in danger every minute she's with Lois. Pray we get to the halfway point before the gondola does.
Ralph was sent here to look out for you. He wants to take you back to the city tonight, so I'll have to get it over with now.
No, Lois, you can't. I'll fight.
I know. That's what I expect you to do. I'll tell everyone you got panicky and tried to jump.
No.
I tried to stop you, but you were too strong for me. You fell over the side.
No one will believe that.
Well, you won't be around to argue the point.
Lois, I can't believe you're trying to do this.
Oh, come on. I don't enjoy it. I have to do it. The money doesn't mean that much. But my husband works for the Hamlin family. They made it clear that if I fail, my husband will... well, I don't have to say it.
So it's really my life for his?
Yes.
Look, you said Ralph is a detective. Maybe he can help save your husband.
Oh, Amy. Dear, innocent Amy, you don't know the Hamlin crowd. If you did, you'd never have turned Archer in. Don't make it any more difficult for me.
No!
Let go of the side!
I won't!
You're going out! Now!
We made it. The girls are in the red gondola. The fourth one down.
Are you sure?
That's the one they got into.
You're right. Hey, they've got the door open.
This is the highest spot, too, just before the midpoint landing.
She's trying. Hey, look.
Good Lord, they're both hanging halfway out.
Fight, Amy! Fight!
We do something?
Until that gondola gets here.
Amy, hang on, we're here. Hang on and fight. Amy.
Oh, George, it was horrible. Lois tried to...
Quick, get her out.
Lois fell. She tried to kill me.
We know, Amy. We saw it. Now take it easy.
Get her to the car. Let's get back to the lodge. I've got work to do.
Amy, I want you to stay in your room.
And take the pills the doctor gave you.
I'm all right, really. My back hurts and my arms are sore, but otherwise...
Amy, you've had an emotional shock.
We'll get you back to New York tonight.
I just can't believe it happened. That Lois was...
This place will be crawling with police by nightfall. You'll be safe here, but I don't want you to leave the room.
All right. I guess I don't have any choice.
No, you don't.
I've got to get downstairs and make some more phone calls.
Now, you try to rest, Amy. Lock the door behind me, and I'll call you later.
All right. I'll be all right, really. Hello?
Miss Hastings?
Yes.
Are you enjoying the vacation, Miss Hastings?
What do you mean?
You didn't think there'd be only one of us, did you?
Who is this?
A friend, Miss Hastings. With a little advice.
Oh, no.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. It's an old adage well worth remembering. Those who heed its advice are more often successful than not. Oh, yes, there's another old saying that's a favorite of mine. See no evil, hear no evil, but most of all, speak no evil. You can stay out of a lot of trouble that way. I'll return shortly. The time has come for us to leave the lovely Tomahawk Tree Lodge. We do hope you had a wonderful time. Of course, vacation resorts such as the Tomahawk Tree aren't really dangerous or menacing. That is, if you know how to ride a horse, if you're careful who your archery companions are, and, of course, if you don't have a murderer on your trail. Our cast included Lynn Loring, Francis Sternhagen, Mandel Kramer, Ralph Bell, and Nat Poland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As he looks into the face of death at the hands of his enemies, Shakespeare's young King Richard II says, "The love of wicked men converts to fear, that fear to hate, and hate turns one or both to worthy danger and deserved death." We're about to see how a kind of love became so poisoned with fear and evil that it became transformed into brutality and hatred, and finally, a kind of death. Our mystery drama, The Corpse That Would Not Die, was adapted from the Émile Zola classic Thérèse Raquin, especially for the Mystery Theater, by Arnold Moss, and stars Patricia Elliott. The year is 1865. The scene, the left bank of Paris during the last few years of the reign of Napoleon III. The Passage du Pont-Neuf is a dark and gloomy corridor, no more than 30 yards long, a block away from the River Seine. The air is the wet, chilling air of a vault, for the sun never touches the Passage du Pont-Neuf. A row of run-down, dismal shops fronts on either side of the narrow street. One bears the sign, Raquin, Dry Goods. It is evening. Inside, by the gloomy light of a flickering oil lamp, the proprietress of the musty little shop, Madame Raquin, a plump old lady in her late 60s, is seated in a wheelchair. A huge red cat snuggles on her lap.
Camille, my dear?
Yes, Mother.
You've locked the iron shutters over the shop window?
Yes, I have, Mother.
Therese, you've put away the needles and thread Madame Grivet did not purchase?
I have, Madame Raquin.
Is my cup of chamomile tea ready, Therese?
Here it is, Madame.
Ah, what a wonderful fragrance chamomile has. I think I would never have a night of peaceful sleep without my cup. Will you join me, Camille?
Each night you ask, each night I answer. No, thank you, Mother.
Now, I think only of your good, my precious boy. You are not the strongest man in the world.
Tell me again, Mother, for the 10,000th time. I know.
You must not mock your mother. Your mother loves you. If I didn't see that things were done for you, who would?
Do you forget? I now have a wife, have I not, Therese?
Yes, Camille, you certainly have a wife.
And you're as strong as I am weak. And beautiful, what's more? What else could a man ask for?
What I do, Camille, I do.
For my own good, I know.
Oh, Francois, you're getting heavier every day. Oh, you've grown to be the biggest cat in the neighborhood. And the handsomest. Well, thank goodness tomorrow is Thursday.
I'll have to put more oil in the table lamp.
Oh, and have you seen that there's enough firewood for a really good fire? Inspector Michaud likes a warm fire.
Yes, there's plenty of wood.
We mustn't let Police Inspector Michaud think we're pinching pennies.
Not with your 40,000 francs in the bank, we mustn't.
I'll take your cup, Madame, if you're finished.
By the way, I've asked a friend of mine to join us at Domino's tomorrow night. Fellow employee at the office.
Who is he? What's he like?
Tall, handsome. Name's Laurent Duchesne. The women can't keep their eyes off him. Or their hands. Fancies himself a portrait painter. You'll like him, Mother. So would you, Therese.
I look forward to meeting him.
10 o'clock, bedtime. Therese, whenever you are ready to lift this poor cripple out of her wheelchair and up into her bed.
I'm ready.
Thank you, my dear. Up, Francois. Off my lap.
Dreadful animal.
You said something.
No, nothing.
Is there anything I can do to help?
As always, just stay out of the way. Now, here we go, Madame. Your right arm round my neck.
I'll go up ahead. I think the door to Mother's room is closed.
If only Camille were well and strong, he would carry me to my bed.
We both know that, Madame. As his wife, I have learned to live with it.
Oh, the door was open all the time.
There you are, Madame. Oh. I'll be back to undress you in a moment. May the time come when I shall carry you to your bedroom for the last time.
What was that, Therese?
Only that someday soon may the good Lord see fit to put life back into your limbs. Is there anything else, Madame?
No, thank you. I'm quite sleepy. Good night to you both.
Sleep well, Mother.
Good night, Madame.
I heard what you said to my mother. Why do you hate her so?
No more than I despise you. I made my bed without realizing what I was getting into. Now I have no choice but to lie in it.
I am your husband. This is your home.
So you keep telling me. But for me, this is no home. It's more like a chilling, newly dug grave.
Therese.
Don't touch me. The touch of your hand turns my stomach. Oh. Yes, by all means, bring your friend tomorrow night. It will be refreshing to have a man in the house.
Shut your ugly mouth.
You slapped me. You dared. You little weakling dared.
No, stop it, Therese. Now put down that poker. You'll kill me.
If I did, it might be the best thing that could happen to both of us.
You're sure you won't join us at Domino's, Monsieur Laurent?
Not till I finish Camille's portrait.
As you please. I have a 3 blank, which I place here. What do you say to that, Camille?
Blank 4 here, Inspector Michaud.
4, 6 here.
And double 6 here. My game again. This has been my night for dominoes.
The tea, Madame, if you are ready.
Oh, Monsieur Duchesne, time for a cup of tea and a biscuit.
Oh, thank you, Madame. In a moment. A few more strokes around Camille's eyes, and his portrait will be finished. And do call me Laurent, won't you?
Oh, if it pleases you. Inspector Michaud, your tea. And do finish your story about this, Bernard.
Thank you. As I was saying before, this chap Bernard got away with murdering 2 of his wealthy wives. In both instances, he came up behind them while they were taking a bath in their big tin tubs, held their heads underwater until they were quite dead. It wasn't until he killed the 3rd that we caught up with him. That was his big mistake.
Are you saying, Inspector, that he should have done away with each of them by, varying the pattern of his murders?
If he had, it might have taken us a bit longer to find him. You brew a tasty cup of tea, Therese.
Thank you, Inspector.
Laurent, when may we look at my portrait?
After we've had our tea, dear friend. I think you'll be pleased.
You paint from models, of course.
Oh, of course.
Women models?
Well, certainly. Mostly what I suppose you might call, friends of mine.
You mean women come to your studio and pose for you in the, without clothes?
Well, of course. Why not?
Well, that must make you feel ever so funny. I know it would make me feel strange. I wouldn't know where to turn my eyes.
Really, Camille? Your tea, Monsieur Laurent.
Oh, thank you. You know, I once had this lovely redhead as a model. Beautiful features, firm white flesh, gorgeous body. And I was right in the middle of...
Oh, dear, what have I done? Oh, I am so terribly sorry.
Oh, you spilled the whole cup of tea all over Laurent's trousers.
Therese, how could you be so awkward?
Here, let me wipe your trousers with this cloth.
No, it's really all right.
Oh, my hand is still shaking. Oh, please do forgive me.
As though it had never happened, my dear Therese.
Francoise, the cat, happened to brush by me as I was handing you the cup.
No, not another word.
You know, when you look at me with those big, sad, beautiful eyes, I feel that I am the one to blame.
You're very kind.
Oh, Therese, would you get a couple of more logs from outside? The fire's getting a bit low.
Yes, madame.
Yes, madame. Don't you call her mother?
I do not. Excuse me.
Let me help you with the logs, Therese.
Oh, there's no need, Laurent. She is strong.
I can carry them all alone, but if you wish...
I insist. Now, let me go with you, please.
The domino pieces are set up for another game. May I help myself to another biscuit?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Oh, what a charming man, your painter, Camille.
Yes, I'm very fond of him.
He makes Therese a little nervous.
Is that why she spilled the tea over him?
Of course. Didn't you see that?
Her hands are as steady as a rock. Not a nerve in her whole beautiful body.
Inspector Michaud, you see everything. Even sometimes when there's nothing there.
Perhaps.
Now, you see? You were wrong, Inspector. They seem to be getting along quite well. She's not a bit nervous.
And here, madame, are your logs.
Thank you.
Will you permit me to place one or two on the fire?
Oh, thank you, Laurent. Well, isn't it time we saw the portrait you've been painting of Camille?
Why not?
Turn up the lamp, Therese.
I turn the easel so, and there it is.
Oh, no. I can't believe it. I really don't believe it.
Is that how I look to you, Laurent?
But that's not you he's painted, Camille. Why, the features are twisted and distorted. The hair soaking with water. And the color, the greenish, the look of a man who's been drowned. Laurent, what have you done?
Well, an artist only paints what he sees.
But that is not a portrait of my son. What you have painted is the face of death.
Laurent, my darling. Oh, how wonderful it is to be here in your little studio.
How happy I am that you're here.
Oh, if you could only know what I've been through these past few months. Oh, buried alive in that horrible shop. And when he puts his cold, clammy hands on me, my blood freezes.
But we're changing all that, aren't we? You and I.
Oh, yes. Yes, we are, my darling. Oh, Laurent, I love you so.
And I love you. There's a cloud of fire that surrounds you. It burns into my body. I could never...
What's wrong?
These stolen moments are too few, Therese. They're not enough for me.
Nor for me.
I want to sleep the whole night beside you and be awakened in the morning by your warm kisses.
Oh, I want that too, my love. But how can we?
Accidents happen every day. Do they not?
Laurent.
A foot may slip. A tile could fall, and the only guilty party would be the wind.
But how, Laurent? How?
Trust me, my angel. I shall find a way. Did you hear anything?
Outside the door. It sounded like Madame's cat, Francois.
How could that be?
He may have followed me here.
Shh. Quiet, quiet. Nobody. It's not a thing. It was only in our imagination.
But why should we have both imagined the voice of Francois at the very same moment? Oh, hold me close, Laurent. I'm very afraid.
Ralph Waldo Emerson, a wise man that he was, observed that whenever a man commits a crime, God finds a witness. That every secret crime has its reporter. Laurent and Therese Requin have already committed one crime, adultery. They are contemplating still another. Was there a reporter to their first act? Where will their dark plans lead them? To Act Two, of course. I shall return shortly.
It's a Sunday afternoon toward the end of September at Saint-Ouen, a beautiful wooded section on the outskirts of Paris, along the River Seine, where the less fashionable Parisians of 100 years ago gather for their picnics. On this particular morning, Thérèse Raquin, her husband Camille, and her newly acquired lover, Laurent, are in a narrow little rowboat they have hired. They've spotted a tiny island in the river away from the Sunday crowds, where they can set up their picnic lunch in a clearing among the trees.
Here, we shouldn't have too much farther to go.
A few minutes, no more, and we should be there, Laurent.
Well, take your time. We're not in all that much of a hurry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keep the boat steady, please.
I will, of course.
Now, remember, I can't swim, not a stroke. When I was a child, Mother never allowed me to swim. Of course, you, on the other hand...
Like a fish, Camille, like a fish.
We're going to have the island all to ourselves.
Oh, the water looks so cold and forbidding. This must be the deepest part of the river.
Since we're in no particular hurry, is it all right if we just drift for a while?
Well, why not? Just don't move about, either of you, please.
Oh, everything is so beautiful. So quiet and peaceful.
We can hardly see the people on the shore, and nobody can see us. It's our own little world.
Oh, floating here on the river with my wife and my best friend. I wish this moment would never have to come to an end.
Yes, but like everything else, dear friends, it must. In fact, it has. For you, Camille.
What are you doing? You'll upset the boat. We'll all fall into the river. We'll drown.
No, not all of us, Camille. Not all of us.
Stop him.
Stop him. Therese, stop him. Hold on to yours, Therese. I've got him. He can't get away.
He's holding onto the side of the boat.
We'll take care of that. I put on his fingers. So. And now, over the side, my boy, into the... He stuck his teeth into the flesh of my neck. Let go, Camille, let go. Now, into the river, my friend. Start rowing, Therese, while I hold his head under the water. So. Are you all right, Therese?
I don't know. I think so.
Well, then don't waste a moment. Slide over the side of the boat into the water quickly.
Right.
From this side. And then I'll capsize the boat and join you. Help!
Help!
Help! Somebody help!
Help!
We're drowning, all of us! Help! And that, Inspector Michaud, is exactly what happened. When the boat overturned, I reached first to save Therese, and by the time I'd rescued her, it was too late, alas, for poor Camille. He disappeared under the waters of the Seine.
Dear me, how dreadful. Monsieur Laurent, how shall we break the news to his dear mother?
That's exactly why I came to you, Inspector. You, as a former policeman, as well as one of Madame's oldest friends...
You did well, Monsieur Laurent. Poor Therese, so young and a widow. What will become of her, I wonder? Who's to console her?
It would be an honor and a privilege to do whatever I could for the widow of one of my dearest friends.
So?
I apologize to the memory of Camille for what I'm about to say at this sad moment. But if Therese would accept me, I should be very proud to be her husband.
You're a fine fellow, Laurent, and most understanding. Tomorrow, the salvage men of the police will drag the river for the body.
Drag? Oh, of course.
There must be a proper certificate of death issued by the city coroner at the morgue, because officially, legally, where there's no body, there is, of course, no death.
Good morning.
morning. Good morning, monsieur. You're bright and early, as usual.
I must find the body of Camille Raquin.
So you say each morning you come here to the morgue to visit my unfortunate guests.
Oh.
Still not used to it after coming here every morning for, what is it, over a week?
Well, it's the smell, the dampness of the walls, the rows of gray stone slabs.
Yes, takes getting used to. This way, please. Here. Would this one be your friend?
Well, it's a little hard to tell. The flesh is so That's him. That's Camille. They found him at last.
No, don't take it too hard, monsieur. We all have to go sometime, sooner or later.
The eyes. The lids are wide open. The eyes are staring right at me.
Easy, monsieur. You're sure he's the one?
Oh, yes, I am.
But all you have to do now is to swear to the identity of the corpse, and a legal certification of death will be issued to the police.
Thank you, monsieur. And, for your trouble?
Oh, the gentleman is most generous. Thank you, monsieur.
Not at all. That certificate of death may well be worth some 40,000 francs.
Laurent, are you all right? Wake up. Wake up, you're shivering.
Oh, Therese, I managed to doze off for a moment. I had another horrible nightmare.
So did I. Tell me, what was yours?
It was before we were married. It was a dark, starless night. I'd left my studio, was running through the streets to you in your bedroom. I got to the passage, to the back door. I lit a match to light my way. It went out. I lit another. In the dim, bluish light, I heard weird voices. I thought I saw monstrous shapes against the walls. It was hard to breathe. I climbed the steps. I opened the door, which you had left unlocked. I quickly undressed. I got into bed where you, all white, were waiting for me. I started to kiss you.
Yes. What then?
It was not you, but Camille, as I had seen him in the morgue, green, disfigured, his hair plastered to his face by the waters of the river.
Oh, how dreadful.
The corpse held out its arms to me, cackling hideously, poking out a stump of a black tongue from between its white teeth.
Oh,
and then a moment later, I was standing in front of a cracked mirror looking at the red scar on my neck, the one Camille had ripped into my flesh with his teeth. And as I looked, with Camille's grinning face behind mine, the wound grew larger and larger, eating a black hole into my neck on fire. And always his twisted face behind me, mocking me with his dead yellow eyes.
Oh, Laurent, go back to sleep, if you can.
Tell me what you dreamed.
It was much worse. Much more frightening. I, too, dreamed of a time before our marriage.
What happened?
Well, it was a time when I loved you and you loved me. A time when the touch of your lips on mine, your body against mine, was the only reason for my being alive my entire life.
What happened in the dream, Therese?
You embraced me. You kissed me. We became one.
And then?
Then I awoke, and I found myself biting into my pillow to stifle my sobs as I used to when Camille was still alive. Oh, how long has it been since you wanted to touch me, Laurent? How long has it been since I wanted to touch you? Why is it? Since the day we murdered Camille, we've never once desired each other.
I don't want to talk about it.
To me, that is the most horrifying thing that could have happened to both of us. Because now, Laurent, we are both murderers, with nothing to hold us together.
long have you been sitting there, staring into the flames?
I couldn't sleep. I was cold. I got out of bed and lit a fire. We killed Camille. His corpse is always here between us. His dead body is turning our limbs to ice.
Therese, look.
Where? What is it?
There, in that shadowy corner over there. He's followed us here. It's Camille.
Where?
Don't move, Therese. How green his face is and how thin. How yellow those staring eyes. He's come back from the grave.
Quiet, Laurent. You'll wake Madame Raquin.
What shall we do?
You fool. Look closely. Have you forgotten?
Wait. It's only his portrait.
The one you painted that Thursday night, the first time we met.
Of course. His portrait. By the light of the fire, it looks so... Turn it to the wall, Therese.
No, I can't. I can't go anywhere near it.
Then I will. I'll do even better.
What are you looking for?
My large hunting knife.
It's there, on top of the dresser.
You remember how upset the old woman was when she looked at the portrait the first time?
She said it was not Camille's face you had painted, but the face of death. Mm-hmm. How right she was.
Now neither she, nor you, nor I will ever have to look at it again.
Oh, Laurent, what are you doing?
Never again. Never.
You've ripped the portrait to shreds.
And with it, the last memory of Camille. For both of us, I hope.
In the writings of an ancient Roman philosopher, we find these words. A man who has done another man an injustice can receive no greater punishment than to have done the injustice. And however harsh his punishment, no penalty can be more brutal than the whipping he takes from his own guilt. True. I shall return shortly with Act 3. What a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. The guilt starts piling up and in the end destroys us. Therese and her husband Laurent have already wrecked what love there ever was between them by the murder of Camille. How much further will their guilt lead them? It's another Thursday evening. In the dingy little room behind her tiny dry goods shop, Madame Raquin sits in her wheelchair, the cat Francois on her lap, playing dominoes with her old friend, Police Inspector Michaud.
And I place my double blank here, Madame, next to your 6 blank. What do you say to that?
I say, Inspector Michaud, that you remained a bachelor all your life because you couldn't be all that lucky, both at love and at domino.
10 o'clock, Madame. Time for bed.
Oh, already? Well, so it is.
Would you like me to carry you upstairs, Mother?
Oh, that's very kind of you, Laurent, my boy, but Therese is used to it by now.
Up we go. So...
Good night, Michaud. Perhaps I'll have better luck next Thursday. Good night, Laurent.
Good night, Madame Raquin.
Sleep well, Mother.
The old girl is slowing down a bit, I fear.
Yes, I'm afraid so. That case you were telling us about before, I didn't quite follow you. The young woman who was drowned.
Oh, that one. Not a trace of water in her lungs, which led the authorities to believe she had died of natural causes.
And, what made them change their minds?
A person can drown or be drowned if he's taken by surprise. Surprise suffocation, we call it. Not a drop of water in the lungs. It all happens
Madame
when...
Raquin gets heavier and heavier every time I carry her up and down those stairs.
Oh, time for me to go. Must get my 8 hours. Keeps me young and spry. I'll say good night to you two.
Good night, Inspector.
Until next Thursday.
Until next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Beautiful night, isn't it?
Stupid, boring old fool.
Oh, why can't we just pack up and leave? Start a new life somewhere. Anywhere.
Well, what would we use for money? When that miserable old woman signs a paper handing over her 40,000 francs to us, we can think about going away. But not before. But even if we were to...
Yes, Laurent?
Even if we went to the ends of the earth, he would follow us.
Camille.
Who else? When we lie awake at night in our bed, you near one edge, I near the other, he lies there between us.
Stop saying those things.
No, I tell you, Therese, I can hear him breathing. I can feel his cold, wet body next to mine, turning the sheets to ice. Therese, you're not really a widow. You never were.
What are you saying?
You're still married to the man we drowned. There's somebody at the front door. Do you hear it?
Who could it be in the middle of the night?
Don't move. I'll see.
No, it's Francois. I didn't know he was still out. I thought we'd already let him in.
That cursed cat. Go away. Away.
Soaking wet, dripping with water.
And it's a beautiful night out there. The sky is clear and filled with stars. Shh. Don't you jump onto that table. Give me that iron poker, Therese. No, get down off that table.
Look out, Laurent. He's getting ready to spring at you.
I'm not afraid of him.
He's going to spring for your neck. Watch out.
Look at those unblinking yellow eyes, how they stare at me. And why does he drip with the smell of the river?
Put down that poker, Laurent. Look out. He's going for your throat.
There. I know who you are. Camille. I killed you once. Now stay dead, Camille. Die.
Let him be, Laurent. Your neck is bleeding where he bit you.
Let it bleed. It's bled before. You know something, Therese?
What?
The day I first set eyes on you, I cursed that day.
And so do I, Laurent. That was the blackest day of my life. Laurent, why did you throw the painting to the floor and the easel?
I'm disgusted with the whole thing. I do nothing but paint, and look at them. Every one of them.
They're not bad, Laurent.
That's not the point. Look, here's Monsieur Tristan, the tobacconist, and here Madame Colombe, the greengrocer, and there the three children of the postman. Can't you see what's wrong? Are you blind?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look at the eyes, the texture of the skin, the expression on the faces. They're all the same. Every face I paint has his expression. Some feature of Camille's. On every face a look of agony and terror.
I begin to see what you mean.
In spite of everything I do, the mouth of each of them is distorted into an ugly grimace. The same look that was on Camille's face when we drowned him.
When you drowned him.
What?
You picked him up. You stepped on his fingers when he clung to the side of the boat. You threw him into the river. You pushed his head into the water and kept it there as he choked out his dying breath.
Therese, you're as guilty as I am of Camille's death.
It's your word against mine.
You liar! We planned every step of it together.
Hands off my throat. I can't breathe.
I murdered Camille, and so did you. We did it together. Say so, Therese. Say so.
All right. We did it together. You and I, we both murdered.
Madame Raquin, what are you doing here?
I heard every word you said. I was here in my wheelchair, in the doorway. Your backs were to me. You killed my son, my only son. I shall call
what's wrong with her?
Her body's gone rigid. Her hands and feet are stiff. She doesn't move. Only her eyes. We must call a doctor. She's had a stroke.
Easy with her now, Laurent.
Now, hold the chair still while I put her into it. There.
Oh, look at her eyes. You see us, hear us, don't you? But you can't speak a word, can you, dear madame?
Nor lift so much as a finger of your dying old body.
She says everything with her eyes. She accuses us with her eyes.
Isn't it a pity, old lady? We murdered that miserable son of yours, Therese and I. We drowned him in the river. And nobody will ever know. Except the three of us.
I curse you from the bottom of my soul for what you've done.
Maybe it would be wiser if she didn't sit here tomorrow night when Inspector Michaud comes.
Well, what harm is there? He'd ask for her, surely. Besides, the doctors told us there's no hope for her. If she ever manages to speak again, it'll be the last breath she ever takes.
Shall we wait for Therese?
She'll be down in a moment. Let's set up the pieces for the game, shall we?
And how is my old friend, Madame Racan? Ready to watch our dominoes game for the championship of the evening? I can see the light of anticipation shining in your eyes. And how is the good Francois?
Unfortunately, Inspector, the poor creature is still limping from whatever he did to his leg.
He sits there like some red-haired monarch, silent on Madame's lap, glaring at you, Laurent.
Sorry to delay the game, Inspector Michaud.
Ah, there you are, Therese. We're all set.
I'll sit here, between you and Madame.
You begin, Laurent.
All right, I begin with a 4-3 piece.
Followed by my 3-5 piece here.
Mm-hmm. And a double 4, so.
Wait. Laurent, Therese. Look.
Well, what is it?
Madame Racan. Her right hand. It's moving. Ever so slowly. With the greatest effort. She's forcing it up the leg of the table.
Well, this is the first time she's moved since her stroke.
Look at her eyes.
She's moving the tip of her index finger.
Trying to get our attention. Yes, madame, what is it you want? What can we do for you?
If my strength holds out, you'll know. Just watch my finger. I'm trying to trace a letter on the oilcloth.
She's made a T. And an H.
And an E. Now, an R. T-H-E-R.
She's spelling your name, Therese. Go on, madame. We're following you. Therese and... Therese and... L-A-U-R. Now she's spelling your name, Laurent. Therese and Laurent. Don't stop now, madame. Go on.
My strength is leaving me. I don't know if I can go on.
She's getting tired.
H-A-V-E. Therese and Laurent have what?
Her finger stopped. Her hand has slipped off the table and back into her lap.
Has either of you any idea what she might have been trying to tell us?
No, not the slightest.
Therese?
I wouldn't know.
What could she have meant? Therese and Laurent have what?
Therese and Laurent have murdered Camille. Drowned him. That's what I am trying to tell you. Drowned him.
I'm going up to sleep, Laurent. It's late.
How can you even think of sleep after what we saw her do tonight? We'll never be safe now. If she did it once, she could do it again.
Sooner or later, Michaud will learn the truth. She'll find a way to tell him.
Just being here in the same room with her is enough to make me sick. With her and with you.
You are sick, both of you. Poisoned with guilt and by each other.
You know how I despise you, Laurent. And myself.
Good. Loathe each other. Torment each other from morning till night. Keep digging your own graves, then bury yourselves alive in them, while I watch you destroy yourselves and each other. And that, my dear children, that is your punishment. Camille will be avenged.
Stiff and silent, Madame Raquin sits in her wheelchair, the big red cat in her lap, feasting her eyes on Laurent and Therese, eyes that crushed them with brooding hate. Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. You suppose Émile Zola, at age 26, as he wrote the final page of his story, remembered those lines of Shakespeare? I shall return shortly. Émile Zola made this comment about Thérèse Raquin, one of the first of his many great novels. I looked at myself as a scientist. I applied to two living bodies, Thérèse and Laurent, the same method that a surgeon would apply to corpses. This in order to discover how conscience can drive a criminal to despair and madness, to degradation and moral decay. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, William Redfield, Mary Jane Higby, Roger DeKoven, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Bright and beautiful music. This is KIXI, Seattle.
And the time at KIXI now 11 o'clock.
CBS News. 4 bombs exploded late Monday night in Chicago's Loop and on posh Michigan Boulevard. 5 people were hurt, none seriously. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS Radio Network. With details of the Windy City explosions, here is CBS News reporter Jackie Castleberry.
4 locations in Chicago were bombed tonight within 20 minutes of each other. The first explosion occurred on the ground floor of the 100-story John Hancock building. The second exploded at the First National Bank of Chicago. 4 passersby suffered minor injuries as they strolled by a city trash can where the bomb was hidden. The next target was an Israeli bank close to City Hall. The last bomb hit the city's Central Police headquarters. There was only minor damage, but officials have blocked off the area and restricted access to 5 other governmental buildings. Bomb and arson crews are now at the 4 locations hit, but there is no word on the type of explosives used or any clues as to who planted the bombs. Jackie Castleberry, CBS News, Chicago.
More CBS News in a moment.
Hi, I'm Flip Wilson, TV luminary, whatever that means.
And I'm Johnny Bench, baseball superstar, according to the bubblegum cards.
And I'm Geraldine Jones. You can call me anything you want, sugar. I love ball players.
Did you ever go with one?
My boyfriend Killer told me he was a catcher with the Dodger organization.
Was he?
Well, I went to Dodger Stadium, and Killer was catching all right, selling beer and catching nickels and dimes.
What did you do?
I threw him a high inside knuckleball across the lips. I teach that turkey to lie to Geraldine.
Geraldine, I heard you're a crusade chairperson for the American Cancer Society.
Well, you heard right, honey. My fellow workers made me office chairperson because of my charm and powers of persuasion.
Well, you don't have to persuade much to get help in the fight against cancer.
No, mostly I make sure all those people who say they gave at the office actually give at the office.
If you haven't already given at the office, send a check to your American Cancer Society. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
If you're feeling generous, folks, don't fight to feel it. And that goes for you too, John.
And now the waiting game begins for the presidential candidates. They've made their last pitches for votes prior to the Tuesday Big Three primaries in California, Ohio, and New Jersey. President Ford wound up his campaign with a motorcade tour of half a dozen Ohio towns, picturing challenger Ronald Reagan as a can't-win candidate. Reagan, having completed his stumping of Ohio Sunday, was back in California. The former governor's aides were trying to buy radio and TV time to counter the Ford commercial campaign, charging that as president, Reagan might start a war. Democratic frontrunner Jimmy Carter wrapped it all up in New Jersey, trying to convince voters not to cast ballots for uncommitted delegates backing California Governor Edmund Brown Jr. and Hubert Humphrey. Brown also was in New Jersey, trying to convince the uncommitted delegates to support only him. In Ohio, Frank Church conceded he does not expect to win there, but said he hopes to get a few delegates. Also in the Buckeye State, Morris Udall wrapped up 4 months of competing in primaries without winning one. He says he still hopes Ohio may give him his first victory, but at the end was talking of his quest for the presidency in the past tense. Many of the residents of southeastern Idaho, listed at first as missing in the flood spawned by the crumbling of the Teton Dam, have turned up alive. The latest casualty toll lists 7 confirmed fatalities, 522 injured. Authorities say between 30 and 40 people still are listed as missing. John Mangan of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation says this week a top team will begin investigating the dam collapse.
We will go into it very thoroughly. It's the first dam that we've lost in 72 years of dam construction. There have been other dam failures for various reasons. So we will examine this one very carefully, and to say what happened now would be pure speculation.
No figures are available yet on estimates of total damage incurred in the flood. CBS News continues following this.
I'm George Herman, CBS News. This Tuesday, the presidential primary race winds up with elections in California, Ohio, and New Jersey. My colleague Neil Strauser and I will anchor CBS News coverage on the CBS radio network, with special broadcasts throughout the evening, on hourly news broadcasts, and with net alert bulletins when the developments warrant. Follow the trends and the results of the final presidential primaries with CBS News Tuesday night on the CBS radio network.
I'm Charles Osgood, CBS News. Join me on Newsbreak, mornings on most of these CBS radio network stations, as we explore this curious world of ours. Some days, I'll pick a major news story to explore in further detail. Other days, it may be a person who did not exactly make the headlines, but whose story is noteworthy in the course of human events. Newsbreak, one of the many broadcasts of news and commentary, along with hourly CBS News, updates to the minute on most of these CBS radio network stations.
It's up to President Ford now whether the United States will go to war against an aggressive strain of bees. The House Monday completed congressional action on a bill to ban the importation of honeybees except under specified conditions, and authorized the Agriculture Secretary to cooperate with farm organizations and other governments to eradicate and control the so-called Africanized bees. The bees were created in Brazil by interbreeding with a strain of honeybees imported from Africa. A 1972 National Academy of Sciences report said, because of its unprovoked mass stinging and frequent swarming, the Africanized bee is dangerous to people and animals. The Academy says the bees are moving north at the rate of 200 miles a year and, unless checked, could reach the U.S. border in 4 to 6 years. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
CBS for Seattle, this is KIXI.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I invite you now to join your imagination with that of Edgar Allan Poe, so that together you can create a tale of intense horror, to say nothing of mystery. You could have no better companion for such a joint venture, surely, because in all the world there's never been a more accomplished master of the macabre, the terrifying, the grisly. Master, did I say? Correction. Genius. In proof of which, listen. Our mystery drama, The Oblong Box, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater from the Edgar Allan Poe classic by George Lothar and stars Richard Mulligan. I've brought you in the course of our association many a strange and terror-ridden tale, but believe me, none that can surpass that which you're about to hear. It begins aboard the sailing ship Independence in the harbor of Charleston, South Carolina, in June of 1897. William Hopkins, an attorney of some importance, and his wife, Elvira, are standing by the ship's rail near the gangplank, watching the arrival of passengers with more than ordinary interest.
Well, it's close on departure time. Are you sure Cornelius White and his bride will be aboard?
Oh, it says so in the Charleston Herald yesterday, and I checked the passenger list, which plainly states Mr. and Mrs. Cornelius White, cabins C and D.
The cabin's directly across from ours. But why two?
One for Cornelius and his wife, and the other for, well, very likely they'll have a servant with them. Oh, Cornelius has gone far since our college days together 20 years ago. He's a world-famous artist now.
Do you think he'll remember you?
Oh, my dear Elvira, we were the closest of friends. I must admit, of course, that we didn't keep the friendship up through the years, but... Oh, yes, you'll remember me and well. And there, by heaven, there he comes.
Where? Where?
The carriage that just came onto the dock. The man in it is Wyatt, and the woman at his side must be his lovely new bride, Rachel.
But what in the world is in that wagon behind him? Will, it's a coffin.
No, Elvira, no. That oblong box doesn't contain a corpse. It contains a priceless painting, a copy of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper. Done by his student Rubini. It's priceless.
How do you know all this?
The newspapers. There were several stories about Wyatt buying the painting and having it carefully boxed for the voyage to New York.
Well, it certainly looks for all the world like a coffin to me.
You must remember, dearest, the painting is 6 feet long and 2 feet wide and requires a box of that size. Wyatt and his bride are coming up the gangplank. I can't wait to see his face when he discovers his old friend Will Hopkins aboard.
All right, mind handle that box with care, will you? You hear me, with care?
Oh, I'm anxious to see the face of his bride. That's a pretty heavy veil she's carrying.
She's beautiful, absolutely ravishing.
Why, Will, you've met her. You know her.
No, but I know Cornelius White. He could never stand an ugly woman, not even a plain one. Oh, no, nothing but the most beautiful of the female sex for good old White.
You fools, careful, I said. Incompetent idiots. I'll speak to Captain Hardy about this. And you, sir, where can I find Captain Hardy?
I'm afraid I don't know, Cornelius.
Cornelius? You address me with a familiarity, sir, that I don't... Well, hold a moment. You're...
Will Hopkins. Your old college friend, Will Hopkins.
Oh, yes, so you are.
Well, you certainly don't seem very happy to see me again after all these years.
No, most happy. Great pleasure, but I'm a bit upset at the moment. Good Lord, sir, what are you brainless sailors doing with that box? Damn it! I said keep it on an even keel and right side up.
Oh, come now, Wyatt. There's no damage done, and certainly a few bumps won't harm the painting if you packed it securely, that is.
The painting?
The copy of Da Vinci's Last Supper. You bought your bride as a wedding gift. It is what's in the box, isn't it? It's certainly not a corpse, Wyatt.
No, of course not.
And speaking of your bride, aren't you going to introduce me? Oh, good heavens, I forgot my manners. My wife, Elvira. Dear, this is my old friend, Cornelius Wyatt.
How do you do?
How do you do? My wife, Rachel.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do?
Now, you will excuse us. I'm sure we've got to go at once to our cabin.
You mean your cabins, don't you, Mr. Wyatt? You have engaged, too. We'd expected you to have a servant, Lord.
No servants. Luggage. Our luggage will go into the second cabin.
But you don't have enough luggage for... Oh, the oblong box, of course. You'll need the extra cabin for that.
Come along, Rachel.
No, but wait now, Wyatt. Wait a moment. Surely we're going to have the pleasure of seeing your bride. I mean, won't she raise her veil so we can look at this beauty you've married?
Why, yes, I dare say. Rachel, my dear, will your veil... Not the beauty you expected, Hopkins?
Well, no, that is, yes, most attractive. You are indeed most attractive, Mrs. Wyatt, or Rachel, if I may.
Oh, of course you may.
And now you must excuse us. You men with the box, follow me, will you? And please be careful. Take care of it, will you? Take care! Take care of that!
Well, it's right. She's ugly.
Certainly not beautiful. Will?
Yes?
Don't you sense something peculiar about all this? Will?
Something wrong, Elvira?
The oblong box, it's in their cabin.
In the same cabin the Wyatts occupy?
Yes.
How do you know? Seems to me Wyatt's gone out of his way to keep their door closed at all times.
Well, just as I was coming down from my stroll on deck, their door opened and I saw Rachel go into the other cabin to get something from their luggage, I suppose. And before Mr. Wyatt could close the door, I saw it. The box.
But that makes no sense. These cabins are anything but spacious. In fact, they're downright tiny. That box must occupy practically the entire cabin.
Well, it does. That's why it took Mr. Wyatt some moments to close the door. He nearly fell over the box.
Well, this is the damnedest thing I've ever heard. They engage 2 cabins and use the extra one for only a couple of pieces of luggage and keep the box in their cabin. Well, it's idiocy, unless...
Yes?
That must be it. The painting is so valuable. In fact, Elvira, it's beyond price. Wyatt wouldn't even run the risk of letting it out of his sight, which reminds me... What do you say we have a look at it?
You mean asked to see it?
Of course. I'm not much on art masterpieces, but, well, a copy of The Last Supper done by one of Da Vinci's own pupils. Something to see, Elvira. Come along.
Well, Will, are you sure? I mean, yes, I'd adore seeing it, but, well, your friend Mr. Wyatt wasn't exactly friendly, you know.
Oh, nonsense. Come along. Old Wyatt was in a bit of a stew, that's all.
What is it?
Your old friend, Will Hopkins, Wyatt.
What do you want?
Well, nothing, Wyatt. Nothing at all, if you're going to continue to be so standoffish.
No, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Hopkins. Really, I am. It's just that... Well, I've had a good many problems these past few weeks, and my nerves are a bit raw, I'm afraid. I'm truly sorry.
No, I am. Sorry I said what I did. After all... I ought to know you better.
I would ask you and your wife in, but as you can see, there's scarcely room to move about because of the box.
Oh, that's what we came about, Mr. Wyatt.
Meaning what, Mrs. Hopkins?
Why, Will thought you wouldn't mind if we had a look at the painting.
Oh, I see.
And can we?
No, I'm sorry. It's out of the question. You see, I had to adopt extreme precautions in crating it, especially to guard against the dampness of a 6-day voyage to New York. The box is sealed. If I remove the lid, the seal will be broken.
Sealed? You don't say.
With melted wax. Believe me, I'd be more than glad to show you the painting, old friend, but it simply can't be done.
Oh, I understand.
I'm sorry. It must be that way, Hopkins, but that's the size of it. Would you excuse me now? I have matters to attend to.
Certainly, Mr. Wyatt.
Of course. I'm sorry, Elvira, that we couldn't, What's wrong?
Strange. Very strange.
Oh, now, will you stop? There's nothing strange about not wanting to open a box he's gone to infinite pains to seal with melted wax.
But it isn't sealed with melted wax or anything else.
What do you mean?
You didn't smell it?
Well, now you mention it, there was an odor of some sort.
Yes, an odor of some sort. Come to bed, Will. It's 11 o'clock.
Oh, no, Elvira. I thought I might take a stroll on deck before turning in.
Oh, no. Do you think that's wise? There's a gale blowing.
Elvira, when it comes to exaggeration, no one can match you. I'd hardly call that a gale out there. A stiff wind, perhaps, but not a gale.
When it comes to splitting hairs, what's the difference between a gale and a stiff wind? I wouldn't know. Did you hear anything more about that leak in the hold?
Oh, yes. I talked to Captain Hardy. No problem. They caulked it without much trouble.
Strange, though, that... All right, I'm sorry. But it is strange that this ship was in dry dock for 3 weeks being recaulked before we sailed.
Oh, it's the kind of world we live in, Elvira. Nobody cares about doing a good workmanlike job anymore. I'm going on deck for around 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, do be careful, Will. Don't get blown overboard by that stiff wind.
Oh, don't worry. What?
Will? But what is it?
Well, this is the damnedest thing. The damnedest thing.
What?
Wait a minute, wait. Well, I'll be...
Will Hopkins, if you don't tell me what you...
Rachel Wyatt. She just came out of their cabin, looked up and down the passage to be sure she wasn't seen, and then, Elvira, she went into the cabin where they keep the luggage.
Well, maybe she needs something out of it.
Then why did she lock the door?
Locked it?
Locked it. And why did she look up and down the passage as if she were doing something secretive?
Well, since I'm no longer permitted to say I think something is strange.
Listen.
What is that?
It's coming from the Wyatt cabin, and it sounds to me as if Wyatt's prying off the lid of that oblong box.
Right. That's exactly what it sounds like. Exactly what it was.
Then it couldn't have been sealed.
I told you that.
But why would he lie? Especially to an old friend.
Well, Will, I may be given to exaggeration, but you are naive. Cornelius Wyatt no longer considers you an old friend or even a friend. He doesn't want anything to do with you. As for why he lied because he doesn't want you or me or anyone else to know what's in that box. What's really in that box.
Shh, listen.
What's that? What's he saying?
He's crying as if his heart would break.
Kill me.
This is terrible. Poor Wyatt. He's in agony, Elvira.
Yes, I can hear him. Poor man. Will, what is he crying over?
It can't be the painting, even if it had been damaged when those sailors bumped the box, Elvira. It can't be that.
It isn't.
Isn't?
I told you I've had this feeling all along. This sense of something. You know. And now I'm sure. It isn't a painting that's in that box, Will. It's a corpse.
A corpse?
And the question that I've been asking myself all along is, whose corpse?
Do you wonder if Elvira is right? Surely it would seem so. For how else explain the... Hopkins will forgive my use of the word, I trust. Strange goings-on in the Wyatt cabin. As it happens, I know the answer, since I've read the Edgar Allan Poe story. If you haven't, you must wait till I return shortly with Act 2. Well, now, where were we? Oh, yes. The Hopkins, Elvira and Will are totally baffled and just a bit uneasy about the curious actions of Cornelius Wyatt and his bride, Rachel. As the sailing ship Independence makes its way from Charleston, South Carolina to New York, Will and Elvira burn with curiosity to know the contents of the coffin-like oblong box Wyatt brought aboard.
Rachel has spent the entire night in the other cabin. Now, what kind of way is that for a newly married couple to act? Her in one cabin, him in another, sobbing and crying his heart out all night long.
Maybe they had an argument, a lover's quarrel.
Oh, Will, you don't believe that, and neither do I. She didn't act as if they'd quarreled when she came out of the cabin, did she?
No, acted secretive, as if she didn't want anyone to see her going from one cabin to the other.
And then we heard him prying the lid off the box. The box he claimed was sealed. And we've heard him sobbing all through the night. I've said it before, Will, and I say it again. He's not carrying any valuable painting in that box. He's carrying a corpse.
But that's impossible. The captain would never allow it. A corpse on board a ship is thought to be a jinx. If the crew even suspected there was a corpse in that box.
But they don't. Wyatt has cleverly hoodwinked them and everyone else with the story that the box contains that painting, that copy of Da Vinci's Last Supper. No, Will, I tell you...
Shh, listen.
Oh, he's nailing the lid back on. Oh, what time is it?
6 a.m.
Then for 7 straight hours since 11 last night, he's been crying over whatever's in that box.
Shh, wait. I think I heard...
What? Heard what?
Let me just open our door a crack. There, Elvira. Just as I thought, Rachel has just come out of the adjoining cabin. Yes, looking up and down the passage to make sure she isn't discovered. And there she goes, back into Wyatt's cabin. Well, I'll be damned.
I'm frightened. Right down to my toes. Frightened to death. Will, how can you eat and so ravenously?
Because I'm hungry. What did we come up to the dining saloon for if not to have a good breakfast?
Well, I can't touch a thing. After the goings-on last night, and now hearing that foremast split and we're, what do they call it, hove to?
Only for a few hours, probably. Shouldn't take longer than that to repair it. Say, these eggs are tasty. You ought to try them.
I don't know how you can eat.
Because I'm not letting this oblong box business get me down the way you are.
Oh, aren't you?
You can see I'm not. And you know why? Because I've decided to take the bull by the horns and find out what is in that box before this day is out. That's why.
And how exactly do you propose to do that?
Don't know yet. Got to figure it out. In fact, I think I just have.
What do you mean?
Wyatt and his bride have just come into the saloon, see?
Yes, and they've seen us. They've changed direction and headed for that table way over in the corner instead.
Listen, I'm going down to their cabin while they're having breakfast, and I'm going to find out what's in the box.
Oh, no, you can't do that, Will. What if they discover you?
That's where you come in. You're going to see to it that they stay right here in the dining saloon till I get back.
Well, how can I possibly
Just go over to their table and start a conversation and keep it going till I return.
Will, I can't.
You can. They're just ordering breakfast, all right?
All right.
I'll be back in 20 minutes or so.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Hopkins. Do you mind if I join you?
Why,
Well, Will's gone for a walk on deck, and I couldn't possibly face that gale out there. I suppose you heard about the foremast splitting during the night. Oh, did it? Well, no, we hadn't heard. Oh, it's nothing to worry about, Will says they'll have it repaired in a matter of hours. Mr. Wyatt, you're not leaving.
Yes, excuse me.
But you haven't even started your breakfast.
I'm not hungry. Anything but hungry.
But, Mr. Wyatt... Oh, dear.
What in the... Hopkins, what the devil are you doing in my cabin?
Wyatt,
What are you doing with that knife in your hand?
You see...
You were going to pry the lid off this box, weren't you? Off my box, my personal property. Ever since you set eyes on this box when I brought it aboard yesterday, you've been ravening to find out what's in it.
Nonsense. That's nonsense. I know what's in it. You yourself told me. A priceless copy of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper.
But you don't believe it.
No, of course I do. Why shouldn't I?
I don't know why you shouldn't. I only know you don't. Why else would you sneak into my cabin and try to pry open the box in my absence?
I didn't try to... Oh, all right, White, I did. I'm sorry. I apologize. It was the wrong thing to do, but, well, damn it, man, I would like to have a look at that painting.
Get out of my cabin. Get out this instant. And while you're about it, get out of my life.
White, you don't mean that. Surely you wouldn't dissolve a friendship such as ours because of...
What friendship? I haven't seen you in 20 years.
But we were such good friends in college.
Whatever we may have been, we no longer are. Now get out, Hopkins. Get out.
Mrs. Wyatt, how nice to find you here in the lounge.
Oh, Mrs. Hopkins.
Reading Godey's ladies' book, I see.
Yes.
I don't know about you, but I don't in the least care for the latest styles. Do you?
Oh, well, they're all right, I guess.
Oh, my dear, with all your money, I should think you'd be intensely interested in fashion. Though I did notice, you'll forgive my mentioning this, won't you, an older woman giving advice to a younger sister, I did notice that lovely, expensive dress of yours could fit a little better. Proper fitting is so important, don't you think?
Oh, yes. Yes, I just didn't have time to get it fit properly before we left Charleston.
Oh, you don't mind my mentioning it, do you? A little sound advice from an old married woman.
Oh, you're not old, Mom. Mrs.
Oh, I mean old married. Married many more years than you and Mr. Wyatt. In fact, you're not married even a week, are you?
Oh, few days is all.
Happy days, I'm sure.
Oh, yes.
And nice? Mr. Wyatt.
Mrs. Hopkins?
Your dear wife and I were just discussing...
I would prefer, Mrs. Hopkins, that my wife and you discuss nothing, either now or at any other time.
Why, Mr. Wyatt...
I have already made plain to your husband, as I'm sure he will inform you, that I no longer consider him my friend and wish to have nothing whatever to do with him. And that, madam, applies to you as well. Come, Rachel.
Yes, sir. I mean, Cornelius.
Not his wife? You're telling me that the woman in that cabin across the passage, the woman Wyatt introduced as his wife, is not?
I don't think so, Will. In fact, I'm sure she's not.
Whatever in the world put such a thought in your head?
The little chat I had with her before Mr. Wyatt so rudely terminated it. A little chat I deliberately had with her because, quite frankly, Will, my suspicions had been aroused.
Aroused by what? And while you're telling me, I want to keep an eye out to see if Mrs. Wyatt, who is not Mrs. Wyatt, changes cabins again tonight.
For one thing, Will, you said Mr. Wyatt was interested only in the most beautiful of women. And Rachel Wyatt is altogether plain.
She's downright ugly, but that's no reason to suspect.
Also, when I was talking to her, she slipped and called me Mum.
Mum? Only a servant uses that word.
Exactly. Also, she slipped again and called Mr. Wyatt Sir. But over and beyond that, Will, what originally aroused my suspicion was her hands. I noticed those when Mr. Wyatt introduced us. They're not the hands of a lady, Will, but the hands of a servant. Hands decidedly work-worn.
But there's no sense to what you're saying, Elvira. You're saying that Cornelius Wyatt, a world-famous painter, a man of taste, discrimination, wealth, is married to a servant girl?
She's no gentlewoman, I can tell you that.
But good Lord, Elvira, if what you say is true, it makes this mystery all the more... Wait.
Is she... Again, is she?
Yes, leaving the Wyatt cabin. And yes, looking up and down the passage before slipping into the adjoining cabin. And now he's at it again, taking the lid off that oblong box. If what you say is true, Elvira, what does all this mean? I mean, what can it mean?
It can mean only one thing, that there is a corpse in that box. Oh, box my foot, it's a coffin. And the corpse is that of the real Mrs. Cornelius Wyatt. We'll come to bed. It's no affair of ours.
Maybe not of yours, but it is of mine. If Wyatt's in some sort of trouble, if he needs help and for one reason or another is shy of asking for it, it devolves upon me as his friend to assist him in any way I can.
After what he said to you and me...
Oh, one must make allowances If the trouble he's in is so serious, so unbearable, so... Elvira, I'm going over there.
To his cabin? Oh, Will, surely not.
Yes.
Well, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
I don't care what time it is. It's the least I can do, the very least.
Will, listen.
I'm going over there, I tell you.
All right. I know you better than to try and stop you. Just let me get my robe.
You stay
Oh,
here.
no. I'm not letting you go over there at 3 in the morning alone. You ask me, that man is dangerous.
Dangerous? Wyatt, don't be silly.
Don't you? There. I've got my robe on. If you still mean to go, then let's go.
All right. Come along. I'll knock. Wyatt, it's me, Will Hopkins. Open up. Wyatt, do you hear me?
It's very quiet in there, not like last night when he spent the whole night crying and sobbing and carrying on like I don't know what.
Wyatt? Let's go in, Elvira.
Will, the cabin's empty.
And so is the box.
What?
Look, the box is open and there's nothing in it. Neither a painting nor a corpse.
Well, now then, where does that put us? Nothing in the oblong box. Neither the priceless copy of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, nor, as Elvira Hopkins seemed to suggest, the corpse of the real Mrs. Cornelius Wyatt. Baffling? Mystifying? I should say. And I'll have more to say when I return shortly with Act 3. Surprise. No, shock is the word to describe the feelings of Elvira and Will Hopkins when they discover that the coffin-like oblong box contains neither that priceless painting nor a corpse. My bump of curiosity is as fully developed as anyone's, I'd say, and frankly, at that point, I'd have dropped the whole business. But not Elvira and Will Hopkins. Not only had their curiosity been sharpened to a keen edge, but, as Will said...
Wyatt's in trouble, Elvira. Serious trouble.
But there's nothing in the box, so why do you think he's in trouble?
Because there was something in it, and whatever it was, he acted, well, damn strange. He said it contained a valuable copy of Da Vinci's Last Supper, and he couldn't open it because it had been sealed against the sea air with melted wax.
But he's opened it each night since we left Charleston.
And has sobbed his heart out all night long. Whatever he was sobbing over was in this oblong box, and it isn't here now. Where is it? And where's Wyatt at this hour of the morning? 3 a.m.? I tell you, he's in trouble. I feel it in my bones.
Will, someone's coming.
Rachel. Mrs. Wyatt from the other cabin.
If she is Mrs. Wyatt, which I doubt.
What are you doing here, Mr. Wyatt's, my husband's cabin? The box. The box.
What about the box, Mrs. Wyatt?
Empty. Oh, God, I knew it.
You what?
He's gone mad. I knew he would. In my soul, I knew it. Now he has. God, he has.
Why do you think that?
The box. The empty box.
What about the empty box?
I can't bear it anymore. I can't.
Here. Now, Mrs. Wyatt, try to control yourself.
He's mad. Gone mad. He's gone mad.
I'm sorry, but you must pull yourself together if you want us to help you.
Help me. You can't help me. You can't help him. It's too late. It's too late. His mind is broken.
But why? Because of what?
Oh, leave me alone. Oh, please, leave me alone.
Will, I think we'd better find Captain Hardy.
I think we better find Wyatt. I'm going up on deck to see if I can locate him.
I'm coming with you.
Cold and windy up on deck. Maybe you better stay here.
Right now, Will, I'm not staying alone anywhere. Oh, you were right. It's colder and windier than I thought it would be.
Here, put my jacket around.
No, Will, I'll be all right.
Do as I tell you for once.
Oh, yes, Will, yes. Oh, thank you, dear. That is better.
Now, come on. Let's see if we can find him.
Will, There he is, standing at the rail, gazing off across the water.
There's someone with him. A woman standing beside him.
One of the passengers.
Maybe. Only, if it is, I've never seen her before.
Well, I didn't get a good look.
Well, you will as soon as that light from the port side lamp falls across her face again. There.
Yes. Oh, I see her clearly now. Well, I have never seen anyone so beautiful. She's ravishing.
She's that, all right. Absolutely lovely face. That long blonde hair blowing in the breeze. No wonder he was holding her close to him. Arm around her waist and... Oh, hey, look. Kissing her now.
Well, that's one for the books. If the woman he came aboard with, the woman he claims is his wife, if she is his wife, then what is he doing up here on deck with her?
You've got me.
And she isn't one of the passengers, or if she is, this is the first time I've seen her.
And who the devil can she be?
Oh, good Lord.
Elvira.
I think I'm going to faint. Take me below to our cabin.
Yes, but what is it?
A terrible thought, a horrible thought, horrible.
What horrible thought?
The thought that whoever she is, whatever she is, she must have been in that box.
Madness. Absolute madness, Elvira, to even think such a thing. Wait, you sound as insane as Rachel Wyatt says he is.
The woman in that cabin is not Rachel Wyatt.
Oh, come now, Elvira.
The truth, the plain, simple truth, staring us in the face is that the woman on the deck with him is the real Mrs. Wyatt. Or what?
Oh, don't tell me again. Just please don't tell me again what you think. Elvira, it's too horrible. Someone at the door at 3:30 in the morning. Oh, thank you.
What is it?
One of the crew handed me this. It's a note from Captain Hardy. He wants to see me in his cabin at once. Urgent, he says.
Well, at this hour of the morning it must be. What in the world would he want to see you about?
Only one way to find out.
Sit down, Mr. Hopkins, sit down.
Thank you, Captain.
Mr. Hopkins, as you know, we've had nothing but bad weather and bad luck since leaving Charleston Harbor 3 days ago.
I guess all your passengers are aware of that, Captain.
Yes. We sprung a seam, the foremast developed a bad crack, and there have been other problems which, frankly, I've concealed from the passengers so as not to alarm them.
It's understandable, but...
I will tell you in all confidence, Mr. Hopkins, in confidence, man, that we couldn't manage to caulk that seam properly in these heavy seas. It's getting worse. Even worse, the repair to the foremast isn't holding. And if the foremast goes, we'll be in serious trouble. There's a force 6 gale out there right now, Mr. Hopkins. And it's whipping up.
But, Captain, why are you telling me all this? What can I do?
Well, you can tell me something that I need to know, that the crew needs to know. It's got them worried.
I still don't...
Mr. Hopkins, I'm given to understand that you are a very close friend of Mr. Cornelius Wyatt's. Mr. Hopkins, what is Mr. Wyatt carrying in that oblong box?
Why, a copy, a priceless copy of The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci.
Have you seen it?
No.
Well, the crew are beginning to think that it contains a body, a corpse, and that because of it, this ship is jinxed.
Yes, I'm aware of the superstition.
I find myself in a position where I must assure the crew that their suspicions are unfounded. Accordingly, I ask you to go to your friend at once now and get from him the truth of what is in that oblong box. If it's the painting, well and good.
And if it's a corpse?
Well, then I shall be well within my rights as captain of this vessel to take proper action.
And that would be?
To consign the body to the sea.
For God's sakes, Elvira, what sense is there in asking Wyatt to show me what's in the box when he's damn well going to refuse? And when we've got a pretty good idea of what is in the box.
Then you agree with me, finally. You think it's a corpse.
I don't. I think it's the woman we saw on deck with Wyatt.
And you know the thought that crossed my mind about that.
A thought too horrible, just too revolting, gruesome even to contemplate. Who would take a corpse on deck? Who would make love to a corpse?
A madman would. A man who'd gone out of his mind. Will, what was that?
If you ask me, Captain Hardy's worst fears have been realized. The foremast is broken.
Will, that bell. Will, isn't that the signal for the boat station?
God help us, it is.
Oh, Will, what's going to happen to us? What are we going to do?
Head for our boat station, that's what. Come on, come on.
Oh, wait, with my jewelry.
The hell with the jewelry, woman. Come on. Now, who can that be?
Oh, Mr. Hopkins, help me. Help me.
Mrs. Wyatt.
I'm not Mrs. Wyatt. I'm not his wife. I'm only a servant. Mary, a servant. Oh, help me. He's gone mad. Not his wife, his servant. Hers. Rachel's brother. Her servant until she died within 2 days of her marriage.
Died within 2 days?
He went out of his mind with grief. He didn't know what he was saying or doing. All he knew, all he could think of was they'd planned this voyage for their honeymoon, and there was no stopping him. He would take her on the honeymoon, he promised. Take her dead or alive. Take her dead. God in heaven, how right I was. How horribly right.
Never mind that now. We're wasting precious time. Come on. We must get to the lifeboat.
But what about him?
Him? Wyatt?
Yes, he's in there now, sitting beside her coffin. I tried to tell him we were in danger, but he wouldn't listen.
All right. I'll see what I can do. Elvira, you and Rachel and Mary, whatever, get to the boat.
Oh, but you.
I'll join you.
Will.
I promise I'll join you, but I must try to save Wyatt if I can. Go now, the two of you. Go.
No, not without you. Remember, I'll not go without you, Will.
Wyatt.
Yes?
Wyatt, the ship's in danger. It may be foundering. That bell you hear, it's a call to all boat stations.
Oh.
Wyatt, stop sitting there staring at a corpse.
Corpse?
The corpse, the body of your wife, your dead wife.
She's not dead, Hopkins. That's what they said, the doctors, but they were wrong. Only sleeping. She's only sleeping, Hopkins. And soon she'll wake up very soon now.
Wyatt.
Isn't she beautiful? Isn't she the loveliest creature you ever seen on this earth, Hopkins?
Will you listen to me? The ship is foundering. If we don't get to the boats, we'll drown. Wyatt, we'll drown.
Drown? Did you say drown?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Drown.
No, Hopkins, she'll not drown. Not my Rachel. Rachel, dear. Can you hear me?
Wyatt, what are you doing?
Come, darling. Time to wake up. Sweetheart.
In heaven's name, man, she's dead.
Rachel.
Dead, do you hear me?
I can't wake her. Deep asleep, in a deep sleep, Hopkins. And help me.
How?
Lend a hand. I've got to get her on deck into a lifeboat. Can't let her drown. Give me a hand here.
You're not going to try to get...
What else can I do? She's sound asleep.
She's dead. Dead.
There. She's sitting up.
Oh, good Lord.
Now we'll just... Hopkins, if you'll only just please help me to get her out of this box.
Wyatt, come to your senses.
There. She's on her feet.
Oh, my Lord.
In a deep sleep. But that's all right. I'll walk her. We'll walk her up to the boat. Get your arm around her, Hopkins, on the other side.
No.
Hopkins, I can do this alone, but it would help if you...
No.
Damn it, Hopkins. Will you please?
No. There. That better, Elvira? More comfortable?
I'll be all right, Will. A lifeboat isn't expected to be the most comfortable place in the world.
Mary.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm all right.
She's going down, I think. The ship getting lower in the water. Captain, is she?
Yes. Foundering.
Look! Oh, look! What is it, Mary? It's him! Mr. Wyatt, there on deck! You see? Oh, no. Oh, he brought a corpse on deck. Look, he's propping it against the rail, his arm around it. Oh, he's kissing it. Oh, Will, how gruesome.
Beautiful, though, in a way. Somehow beautiful.
Beautiful? How you say that?
Because to him, she's still alive. And if there is a life after death, she must know that few men have ever loved a woman as he loves her.
She's going now. My ship going.
And they with her. Please, God, be with them. Please.
I hope you enjoyed the oblong box. And if you did, we'll think for a moment on the memory of Edgar Allan Poe, to whom we owe the macabre pleasure of the last hour. Like Oscar Wilde's, his was a life of torment that came to a tragic end. Yet, out of the crucible of his torment and tragedy came infinite pleasure for others. Something to ponder on, I think. Don't you? I'll be back shortly. I heard recently that a little cottage on the Grand Concourse in the borough of the Bronx, New York City, is to be torn down. Why? Because it is constantly vandalized, and the city can no longer afford to keep it up. When I was very young, I went to visit it more than once, and stood in the tiny room where a beloved young wife died, and a grief-ridden husband drowned his grief in alcohol, but where he also wrote the story you heard tonight. I say no more. What more is there to say? Our cast included Richard Mulligan, Grace Matthews, Bryna Rayburn, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What beckoning ghost along the moonlight shade invites my steps and points to yonder glade? Evidently, Mr. Alexander Pope sees his ghosts at night in a garden. However, each of us has his own private ghost, and every now and then it beckons us. To what unknown place shall your ghost summon you? Our mystery drama, The Forever Alley, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes and Marion Seldes. It is not as chic as tennis, nor yet as stylish as golf, but they say it has more adherents than both those games combined. I refer here, of course, to the ancient sport of skittles, which has evolved into the modern sport of bowling.
Who can fail to be fascinated by the heavy ball as it careens swiftly down the glassy, smooth, and gleaming wooden lane and smashes into the head pin? Just a trifle off-center, and in the blink of an eye, none are standing. All 10 are lying on their sides, some still spinning from the violence at impact. Well, bowling, as you know, is a sport. And like all such pastimes, there are those who can take it and those who can leave it alone. Then there are those to whom it's a religion.
Please sit down, Lieutenant Mulvaney.
Okay.
Now then.
Hold it, Doc. Now, before we go into now then, can we go over the ground rules?
The ground rules?
Well, you're the official psychiatrist. You're working for the police department.
I'm paid by the department. I'm working for you.
For me. Well, I just suppose after we go round and round a little bit with this thing, you should come to the conclusion that I'm nuts. Do you report that?
That's a very complicated question.
All I want is a simple answer.
I understand your problem, but I'm a doctor. I have an obligation to my patient. But as a public official, I have an equally important duty. Perhaps it might be best if you consulted a private psychiatrist.
I did.
Oh?
But I can't afford it anymore. I've already been there 10 times. We still haven't got past what happened to me when I was 5 years old.
But sometimes it's vital.
Now, look, Doc, what's bothering me right now has nothing to do with what happened when I was 5.
Can you be sure of that?
Yes, Doc, I'm sure.
What's your departmental assignment?
Missing persons.
Is the problem, as far as you know, job-related?
Oh, yes. Yes, but it's also personal. You see, I'm trying to find a man who's reported missing. He's also my brother-in-law, my sister's husband.
Yes?
And he's been gone a month.
Well, have you been able to make any progress at all?
Now, this is where it gets difficult.
Why?
Well, you see, the fact is, I know where he is.
You know where he is?
Yeah.
Then he isn't missing?
Oh, no. He's missing, all right. He's just as missing as he ever was.
You'll have to explain.
Henrietta, my sister, she marries a fellow named Bobby Clover. He's got a job, sells stocks and bonds. They live good, no kids, so they got plenty to spend on themselves. He's okay with money, so she's got no complaints in that department. However...
Yes?
He's got a sickness.
What is it?
Bowling.
Bowling? Do you call bowling a sickness?
Well, in his case.
Bowling? What other game calls for such coordination, such timing?
I'm only repeating what my sister tells me.
It is a game of consummate skill, completely devoid of all pretension.
Excuse me, Doctor, I didn't know you were a fan.
Yes, I'm a fan. In the literally derived sense of the word, fan, a shortening for fanatic. Let me understand. You say your brother-in-law is missing. Then you say you know where he is. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Then you add that despite the fact that you know where he is, he's still missing. You were about to expand on that.
Yeah. Now, I know things weren't all that smooth between Bobby and Henrietta, but I had no idea how bad it was until one night somebody rings my bell. And who's standing there but my sister, Henrietta?
I have to talk to you, Joe.
All right. Can I get you something?
No. No, Joe, you've got to do something.
About what?
About Bobby.
Now, Bobby's your problem, Henrietta.
I never see him.
Never?
All day long, he's out working.
Well, you can't hate him for that.
But he isn't home at night either.
Oh? Is there, someone else?
Not someone, something.
Something?
Some women have to worry about a blonde. My rival is a bowling ball and 10 sticks of wood.
Now, look, you knew he liked bowling before you married him.
To like it is one thing. To worship it is something else.
Hey, that's a pretty strong word.
I never see him.
You still love him?
Yes.
Well, there's only one sure way you'll keep him. Become involved. Go bowling with him.
I tried that. It doesn't work. I only embarrass him half the time the ball rolls into the gutter.
Well...
When it doesn't, it kind of teeters along the edge. And then maybe it knocks over one single solitary pin. Maybe, if I'm lucky, too. My highest score is 23.
23?
And I cheated. Please, Joe, talk to him.
All right. What do you want me to tell him?
You always know the right thing to say at the right time. I have every confidence in you. And did you go to see your brother-in-law, Lieutenant?
Yes, Doctor.
And what did you say to him?
I went to the lanes where he hangs out. It must have been 2 a.m. The place was practically empty. I think they were getting ready to close. He was the only customer left. He was all by himself. And he was still bawling. Bobby?
Oh, Joe. What are you doing here?
Looking for you.
I didn't know you bowled.
A little, now and then.
Oh, you want to roll a few frames? I think it's too late for this place, but they've got some all-night alleys a little ways from here.
No, some other time, Bobby.
Oh. Well, what can I do for you?
Want to stop off somewhere and have some coffee?
Sure.
And talk?
Now, she asked you to see me, didn't she?
Sure. But she's got a pretty good case, you have to admit that.
I'm never home. She never sees me. We never spend time together. You don't get married to live this kind of life. Marriage is companionship. Marriage is doing things together. Marriage is sharing. Marriage is caring. Joe, I know what I'm doing isn't right.
Well, if you know it isn't right, why do you keep on doing it?
Because I can't help myself.
Oh, come on, Bobby.
I'm hooked. Do you understand? No. No. How could you understand? Here. You see this ball? This is what I live for. Watch me aim it. Watch me approach the line. Watch me release it and send it down the lane. Now look. See it? It's a strike. You see him scatter? Look, that's what I live for. Sounds crazy, huh?
Oh, well.
Right now, this is the only time I feel alive. Oh, sure, I can go through the motions, I can do my job, and I do it well. But everything else is just killing time. This, right here, this is living. I just want to spend the rest of my life bowling.
Yeah. What do you say we have that cup of coffee anyhow, huh?
Sure. You got your car? I came down with some other guys, but they had to leave early.
No, I'm parked right in front.
Okay, let me change my shoes and stuff and settle my bill. I'll meet you outside.
Yeah, okay. And that's when he disappeared, Doctor.
Is he a good bowler, your brother-in-law?
Yeah, I suppose.
Would you happen to know his average?
No, I don't know. I think I heard him say something like 220.
220?
Mm-hmm.
That's tournament caliber, 220. If I could bowl 220, I'd shut up shop and... I'm about 180 myself. I think I'm getting better all the... Oh, yes. Now, you said... That's when he disappeared. Please explain.
Well, all he was going to do, as I said, was change his shoes, pay his bill, and meet me in the car. How long does that take?
It doesn't take me more than 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So, I go out the door, get into the car, even start up the motor. I turn on the radio, find one of those nice, easy music stations. I figure he's excited. It'll help calm him down. Maybe we can talk sensibly. So I'm sitting there and sitting there. It's a couple of minutes, then 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Then I see a guy. He turns out to be the manager. He comes out, starts to lock the door. Hey, hold it a second. Wait a minute. Now, you can't lock up.
Who says I can't lock up? I gotta go home and go to sleep, too.
Now, just wait a minute, huh?
You want to bowl? You get here at a decent hour. First, you make a reservation. Sometimes we got leagues.
I don't want to bowl.
Then what are you doing here?
There's still somebody inside.
Oh, there ain't nobody inside. I make sure I'm the last one out.
My brother-in-law is still in there.
I'm trying to tell you.
My brother-in-law, Bobby Clover. Do you know Bobby Clover?
Do I know Bobby Clover? Bobby Clover is sending my kids through college.
Well, he's still in there.
Well, it's an exaggeration, but you just give me some more customers like Bobby Clover.
I tell you, Bobby's still in there.
He is, huh? Oh. Look, pal, you have maybe a little bit of a load on you?
No,
huh?
But I'll tell you what I do have on me, this badge.
Oh, well, you're a cop. Look, is Bobby in a jam?
Come on, open up.
Sure.
Turn on the lights.
Well, you can see. The joint's empty.
Bobby? Where could he have gone?
What do you mean? Where could he have gone? This is it. Over there beside that glass wall. Right behind it, we got the coffee shop. Those 2 doors are the restrooms. That door's my office.
All right, let's look.
Look where? Before I close, I always double-check everything out.
Well, let's do it again.
Well, you satisfied? There's nobody here.
There's no way out except through the front doors, right?
This is it?
Yeah, wait a minute. I remember he said to me, I'll change shoes and settle up. Wait for me in the car. Now, there was nobody else in the place. Everyone had already gone. Now, remember, you were sitting there at the counter reading a paper.
Maggie, Jim.
And I went out. Now, what did you see? What did you hear?
Bobby sings out, "Hey, Fred, what do I owe you? Let's settle up." So I totaled the tab. And I see I don't have any more receipts left in the book. "Hey, Bobby," I say, "I gotta go in an office for a second and get a new receipt book."
Yeah?
Well, that's what I do. I go into the office. I pick up a receipt book, and I'm on my way out again when the phone rings. It's the wife. "Hey, Fred," she says, "bring me home a quart of chocolate ice cream." And I says, "Hey, Ruthie, how you gonna lose weight, huh?"
How long were you on the phone?
With Ruthie? That's my wife. It's 1, 2, 3, hello and goodbye.
How long would you estimate?
30 seconds, maybe 45 seconds, a minute top.
All right. And then?
Well, then I pick up the receipt book and come out, and he's gone. Bobby's gone.
How could he be gone?
He's gone. G-O-N-E, gone.
Look, didn't it strike you as strange? He said he wanted to settle up, and then when you came out, he was gone?
So what? I figure he's in a hurry. It can wait till tomorrow. I assume he just left.
Well, it's impossible for him to just walk out of this place without my seeing him. There's only one exit, right?
Right.
And I'm parked directly in front of your door.
You are?
So you tell me, how could he leave without my seeing him? How could he? Come on, answer my question.
Hey, Lieutenant, what do you want from me?
It's a question we hear quite often. And what can we want from poor Fred, the manager? At any rate, let us review. Do we have all the elements? There is only one way out of the bowling alley, and Lieutenant Joe Mulvaney had it covered. There's no place to hide in the bowling alley, and the place has been thoroughly searched. So, what are we to assume? Well, we can safely assume that we shall all meet here for the second act. The stone, and ye shall find me. Cleave the wood, and there I am. Yes, if only it were that simple. Bobby Clover was sitting in a large, bright bowling alley, and suddenly, mysteriously, unaccountably, he just disappeared. There is absolutely no place to hide. And even if there were, there's no way he could get there without being seen. What's to be done? Right now, all we can do is support that arm of our local police department that's concerned with it.
Lieutenant Mulvaney, a man cannot simply vanish into thin air.
Oh, come on, Doctor. You have to do better than that. A man obviously did.
I'm not a police detective, but...
Yeah.
It would seem to me that somehow the man, this brother-in-law of yours, was able to make his way out of the building undetected.
Now, Doctor, I explained to you there was only one exit, and I was watching it.
A rear window?
All the windows were locked from the inside.
The cellar?
There is no cellar, no basement. The place rests on a concrete slab.
The room for utilities, the heat, air conditioning?
All that is in a metal shed attached to the outside of the building.
Very well, Lieutenant. Then there must be some secret door or panel or passageway.
No. We played that game, too. I got guys in from loft and burglary. You couldn't hide a mouse on the floor, the walls, the ceiling. These guys would spot it. No, they checked out every square, I ought to say every cubic inch of the premises.
Suppose... I'm not trying to do your work for you, but suppose the manager, Fred, suppose he had wanted to murder your brother-in-law.
No, a homicide's already been there. First, he would need a motive, and they couldn't find one. Besides, why would Fred kill his best customer?
We are exploring possibilities.
Sure, we're also clutching at straws, Doctor, but go on with it. Now, say Fred killed him. How did Fred dispose of the body? Huh? Now, Bobby Clover is 6 feet tall, weighs 190. What do you do with him? There's no place to hide him, no way to make him disappear. I mean, you might think of ways to reduce Bobby's body to nothing, but they'd all require two things. A, Fred did not have time, and B, various kinds of equipment.
Then there can be only one explanation.
Yes, Doctor?
He walked through the door. You failed to see him.
All right, just for the sake of argument, we'll say that's possible. Where could he go? He was 10 miles from home. He didn't have a car.
That's what he told you, but he may have had one parked nearby.
Why? Why would he do
Perhaps
that?
he felt he had to disappear.
All right, once again, why?
You're a missing persons detective. Why do people disappear? A variety of reasons. A situation at home or on the job becomes intolerable.
No, I checked that out.
Yes?
I said to myself, Joe, it's a blow to your pride, but face it like a man. Somehow, he managed to sneak past you, all right?
And once you faced it?
I decided to forget that Bobby Clover was my sister's husband. Even that Henrietta was my sister. So, I went back to her house.
Joe, come in. Do you have something to tell me?
No, I'm here to find out if you have something to tell me.
What do you mean?
Henrietta, why would Bobby want to disappear?
I don't know.
How were things at home here?
I told you. There was very little doing at home. He was hardly ever here.
Now, look, Henrietta, I want to help you, but I'm not doing you any good unless I ask the right questions. It wasn't going well here, was it?
I told you.
He walked out on you, didn't he?
No.
He had to. He wasn't kidnapped. He wasn't murdered. A guy leaves his wife. Why?
He didn't leave me. He would never leave me.
Then why isn't he here now? He's got another woman, hasn't he?
Another woman? Why would he What would he do with another woman? He didn't even have time for me.
All right, come on now. Tell me the truth.
There was no other woman.
Is that your pride talking?
How could there be another woman? All day he's working. All night he's at the bowling alley. Maybe a wife has to hold still for that, but a girlfriend wouldn't tolerate it.
Henrietta, I want to help you.
And don't ask stupid questions.
A woman knows. She consents when her husband's got someone on the string.
I'd stake my life on it. He had the bowling. That was his other woman.
Okay. If it isn't love, it has to be money.
Money?
Yeah, sometimes a man gets into debt.
Not Bobby.
Over his head. He can't see a way out.
Bobby had no money troubles. He has all the money he needs. He gives me all I want. I'll even show you the bank books. He didn't behave like a man who was pressed for money.
Oh, maybe we're not talking about the same kind of money, Henrietta. Now, Bobby has access to a lot of cash at the office.
What are you trying to say?
Maybe he was tempted.
Joe, you're talking about my husband.
What if he's in so deeply?
Never. What are you trying to do to me?
I'm trying to find Bobby.
Are Mr. Clover's accounts in order?
Yes, Mrs. Soames, that's what I asked you.
And why would you think that they might not be in order?
Well, you could answer that question with one word. Yes or no?
The answer, Lieutenant, is yes. They are in perfect order. And now, sir, I trust that since that question was the object of your visit, there is nothing else.
But have you answered the question, Mrs. Soames?
Please explain yourself.
A trusted employee of a brokerage firm appropriates a sum of money. The theft is discovered or about to be discovered, so that person leaves.
Are you implying...
No, I haven't finished. His employers are in a dilemma. If they report it to the police, if they prosecute, the thing becomes public. Unfortunately, that harms their image and hurts their reputation, and could cost them more in the long run than the money they're out of pocket. So they bite the bullet and eat the loss. Is that what happened here?
Mr. Clover's accounts were in perfect order.
Now, Mrs. Soames, I'm not saying Bobby Clover ran away from here because of money, but if he did, and if you're letting him get away with it, what you're doing is telling all your other employees that the cash box is open.
Mr. Clover's accounts were in perfect order, and we have no idea why he should have disappeared. And now, sir, if you will be kind enough to excuse me. Do you believe her?
Yes, I believe her.
Very well, then we may assume there was no irregularity at the office. Did you believe his wife when she claimed there was no other woman?
Yes.
Then at this point, You're a city detective on a routine investigation. You're having problems, and that's to be expected. Why do you think you need a psychiatrist?
Do you remember I told you I know where Bobby is?
Yes. And I'm waiting for you to get to it.
It's crazy.
Where is he?
I started at the beginning. I asked myself, what really happened? I got to the bowling alley just as they were closing. That's what I told you, right?
Yes.
And there were 3 of us in the place. Me, Bobby, and the manager, Fred.
I remember.
And Bobby says, go out and start the car. All I have to do is change my shoes and pay the bill, okay?
Very well.
So I go out and sit in the car and wait. And finally, the manager, Fred, he comes out and starts to lock the place up. Now, so far, this is it. You agree?
So far.
So, we go back in. No Bobby anywhere inside. And no way for him to get out without my seeing him. And most important, no reason for him to even want to sneak out. Do you follow this?
I think so.
All right. There can only be one answer.
And what's that?
He's still in there.
But we've established beyond the shadow of a doubt that there's no place where he could be inside that bowling alley.
You know, it's funny. You should have used that word.
What word?
Shadow. And why did you say that? Why did you just say the word shadow?
Why do you make an issue of it?
Because I've been given to understand that no word is ever used idly. Subconsciously, every word we say, even the most offhanded remark, is deliberate.
And what does this have to do with the fact that I happen to use the word shadow?
Because I know now that maybe shadow is what this whole thing is about.
Shadow?
Did you also figure it out?
Figure out what, Lieutenant?
Now, maybe you're not aware of it.
Suppose you tell me what I'm supposed to have figured out.
Well, since the answer has to be in that bowling alley, I went back there about 2 a.m. And Fred, the manager, is about to close up. So I say to him, Fred?
Yeah?
Is it okay if I look around?
I'm closing up. Can you come back tomorrow?
No, I want to be here when the place is empty.
I promised the wife I'd come right home. Look, I can give you a spare key. All you gotta do is turn the lock as you leave, huh?
I walk inside. I sit down on one of the benches behind the alleys. The empty lanes look just like a part of some huge underground cavern with tiny lights twinkling in the ceiling. And then I hear it. Someone is bowling. But where? Who? And then I see him. He's standing right in front of me. He's about to bowl again. Bobby. Hey, Bobby.
Don't do that, Joe. Don't ever do that again.
Yeah, but Bobby.
You can't do that to a man when he's about to bowl. You can't yell and break his concentration.
Listen, Bobby.
No, you listen, Joe. Look at what you made me do. I hit the head pin too fast, and now I got a split. I got a 7-10 split.
Okay, Bobby, I'm sorry.
Well, you should be.
Bobby, are you real?
What do you mean, am I real?
That night, what happened?
Wait a minute. I got something more important to do. Oh, too much outside spin, so she goes into the gutter. I gotta work on that, Joe. Hey, Terry, we're down by 2. It can cost us a match.
Bobby, who are you talking to?
Oh, a guy by the name of Terry. He's my partner tonight. We're bowling against 2 guys who are really great.
Bobby, listen to me.
The truth is, I'm even better than either of those 2 guys. But Terry's a little weak, you know? I'd give anything for a new partner. Wait a minute. Hey, Joe? Is that why you're here?
What are you saying?
Is it what you wanted? More than anything in the world?
No. I'm just here because I'm looking for you.
That means you can leave, huh?
I guess so.
Are you sure? Could you just get up from that bench and walk to the door? Could you? Try it.
Sure. Look. I can do it.
Oh.
Do you mean You can't.
No. I can't.
Why not, Bobby?
Because maybe I really don't want to.
We seem to have a rather strange bowling alley here. Or maybe it's only strange because it's closed for the night. Maybe all bowling alleys are strange when they're closed for the night. Which should open up a whole new line of conjecture. What happens on golf courses, in ballparks, concert halls, and theaters when they're closed for the night and theoretically empty? Well, we can't close until we bring you Act 3, and we shall shortly. Where lies the land to which our ship must go? Far ahead, far ahead. That's all we ever know. Whither are we drifting? Where are we bound? There is a place of heart's desire. Call it paradise, call it heaven, and perhaps some of us will make it there. Evidently, a gentleman named Bobby Clover has already arrived.
Bobby, what happened?
Wait, I have to roll. That should put us back in the lead. You know, that partner of mine's a lot of dead wood to carry around.
Bobby, wait a minute now. You say you have a partner?
Yeah, he's bowling in number 7, right next to us.
Well, I don't see him. I don't hear him.
You don't?
Well, I see you. I hear you. I hear your ball when it rolls down the alley, but that's all.
That's all? This place is so crowded, so noisy, I can hardly hear myself think.
Now, Bobby, what's going on?
What's going on? With what?
With everything. Now, I remember the last time I saw you, just before the guy closed up for the night. You know, Fred, the manager.
I don't know any Fred. I guess I lost him.
You lost him?
Oh, you start losing people from the other place.
What other place, Bobby?
The other place, where you used to be. They start dropping out of your mind. I guess the more unimportant people fall away first.
Now, you remember me, though.
Oh, you? Joe? Oh, sure.
Yeah, and, Henrietta?
Henrietta. Yeah, I'll remember her longest of all.
That sounds as if you're going to forget her. After a while.
After a while, you have to forget everybody.
Hey, Bobby, wait a minute. Am I dreaming? What's happening?
I don't know if you'll be able to understand it, but you remember that night you came here and wanted to talk to me?
Yeah.
I was bowling, right?
Right.
And we talked about it. I said to you, this is what I live for.
Yeah, I remember.
And I said, what I really want, I could never have. And you asked, why not? And I answered, I said, I just want to spend the rest of my life bowling. Just bowling.
Yeah, so?
So I meant it. Did you ever get to say anything that just expressed everything that mattered to you? It's like you reduced your whole life to one complete statement. Did you?
No.
Well, I did. And no sooner had I done it when I felt something happen inside me.
Like what?
It was like a sudden warm current that runs through your blood. Maybe I kind of blacked out for a minute, but then suddenly I was bowling again. Here. Right here. And I've been bowling ever since.
Bobby, I'm going to ask you what might sound like a crazy question. Are you dead?
Well, to tell you the truth, Joe, I don't know. All I know is I'm doing what I always wanted to do. Bowl.
You don't want to go home to Henrietta?
Henrietta?
Your wife.
Oh, I know she's my wife, but I can't make her happy.
Bobby, she loves you. She misses you.
After a while, she'll forget me, and it'll be for the best.
But you had a great job. You could go places.
A job? Did I have a job?
Now, you know you had a job.
Yeah, I guess I did. I'm forgetting. Help me remember.
Do Do you remember you worked for Morley and Soames?
Oh, yeah. Right. Millicent Soames. Yeah, she took it over when her husband died. Frosty dame, too. Well, when I first came there, something bothered me. You see, we have some old dead files nobody ever looks through, and by mistake, I guess I put an envelope with $40,000 worth of bearer bonds in those dead files.
$40,000?
I was afraid that old lady Soames would think I stole them. I wanted to come back and tell her, but it was too late.
Why? Why do you say it's too late?
Everything fades away except what you really want to do.
How does it happen? I'm able to see you, Bobby, and hear you. How was I able to find you?
Because, well, I guess you wanted to find me more than anything else in the whole world. After all, you love your sister and you want her to be happy, but the only way you can make her happy is to tell her to forget me.
Now, listen, Bobby.
And you forget me, too. Goodbye, Joe.
Now, Bobby. Bobby? Bobby, where are you? Where did you go?
And then?
He was gone, Doctor.
I see.
What do you see?
You told me a story that consists of several separate, distinct elements. First, you went to see your brother-in-law at your sister's urging.
Yeah, that's true.
Second, you met him late at night at a bowling alley. Talked to him. Fred, the manager's told us you were there.
You mean you've been checking my story?
Now, bear with me, please. From here on, every element rests on your own say-so. You say you'd arranged to wait outside in your car for your brother-in-law.
Yes, that's true.
You say you waited, and he never came out of the bowling alley.
He never did.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Let me tell you what could have happened. He was going to pay Fred, but Fred had to go into the office. Instead of waiting for Fred to return, Bobby decided to leave. He walked out and got into your car.
Now, wait a minute. You haven't been listening. He never came out of that place.
That is what you say. Suppose he did. Suppose he did get into your car, and suppose you killed him.
Okay. Why? Why would I want to kill him?
Because you love your sister more than anyone or anything else in the world.
And that's why I would kill the man she's crazy about?
Yes, because he was not going to be good enough for her. He didn't love her, or at least not as much as she loved him. After a while, he would have broken her heart, destroyed her. Well?
Therefore, I killed Bobby.
And when Fred, the manager, began to lock up, you pretended that Bobby hadn't come out yet. Thus, you set in motion the entire charade that has been going on for almost a month.
And this is what you infer from what I've been telling you?
Yes.
Well, it isn't so. I've stated the truth.
I'm sure that by now you believe it is the truth.
Have you reported any of this to my superior officers?
No.
Do you intend to?
I have a clear-cut duty.
You intend to accuse me of murder?
I think you have told me a story which points very strongly in that direction.
Well, suppose you're wrong. What happens to my reputation? Now, Doctor, I've been watching you while I was talking about how Bobby Clover was bowling. And you have the same look in your eyes he has in his. I think you're just as hooked as he is.
What does this have to do with...
You think I'm crazy.
That is an extremely dangerous and misleading word. I think you're not quite sane.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Consider your basic premise. Bobby Clover expresses a desire to spend the rest of his life bowling. Therefore, suddenly, somehow, he's transplanted or transmuted into another world where he may indulge this passion forever.
And that is why I'm nuts, huh?
That's another unfortunate word.
Yeah, but it tells a story. You know, I learned something from Bobby you didn't.
And what was that?
I knew how badly I wanted to find him, and I realized how badly he wanted to just bowl for the rest of his life. So I learned that if you want something badly enough, you get it.
Oh, if that were true, there would be no frustration in the world.
Well, wanting it badly means wanting it completely. It's the kind of want that exists in very few people. It's just too strong, too overpowering. Is that how you feel about bowling, Doctor? I said before I could see it in your eyes.
It's my weakness. Yes. I love to bowl. I can lose myself.
Are you
in
game
it.
for a test?
What sort of test?
Let's go down to the bowling alley tonight.
Oh? Why?
I'll tell you when we get there.
Hey there, Lieutenant.
Hello, Fred. I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Underhill, Dr. Fred, the manager.
How do you do?
Hey, Doc. How are you?
The doctor would like to bowl a few frames.
Go right ahead. Hey, those are some shoes. And that ball. Doc, are you one of the pros on the tour?
I wish I were.
Oh, you're on number 7. Best lane in the house.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was beautiful, Doctor.
Thank you.
You know something? You're beautiful, too.
Probably.
Well, that's a funny way to accept a compliment.
But it's true.
You know, I never noticed it before. You are beautiful.
Yes, when I bowl.
You know, I looked at you before this as a kind of quiet, pale...
Nondescript middle-aged lady.
No. I wouldn't say middle-aged exactly, but now, here, your eyes are sparkling, your cheeks are bright, you kind of vibrate with excitement.
Now I'm living. When I'm doing this, I don't know what this game does to me, but it's the only time I'm completely alive.
Don't say any more.
I go through the motions of a job and a career.
Now, stop.
I do what I do to get paid. I even do it well.
Now, stop right now. Stop, unless you want to do it forever.
But this is all I want.
No, it isn't. It isn't, believe me.
I live to do this, to aim the ball, approach the line, swing and release, and down the lane. Yes, just this.
No.
If I could only spend the rest of my life doing this.
Oh, Doctor.
Hey, Lieutenant. How's it going? Hey. Where's the doctor?
The doctor?
Yeah. What happened to the doctor?
I guess she left.
Well, didn't she come in here with you?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she was going to leave here with me.
Oh, I get it. Well, you know how dames are. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, that's right. Right, Fred.
Yeah. Good night, Lieutenant.
Missing persons, Lieutenant Mulvaney. Oh, yes, Inspector. Who? The police department psychiatrist. Yeah, I'm taking it down. Martha Underhill, age 46. Is missing. Yeah, I'm getting it. You say her hobby was bowling. Well, we'll certainly check all the alleys. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, you can depend on me to make a most thorough and intensive search.
And because he's a most conscientious detective, we know he did. But where she had gone, there was no following her. Only a comparatively few dedicated people could arrive at the place, and then they couldn't get back. Well, we hope she teamed up with Bobby Clover, who certainly needed a new partner. I'll be back shortly. it possible that a person whose entire being can focus and concentrate on a desired result can actually harness a unique cosmic force and simply make it happen? Whether or not you approve of or even believe in it, the fact remains that millions of people devoutly do. On the other hand, Lieutenant Mulvaney might have murdered his brother-in-law and then discovered that he would also have to kill the doctor to cover his tracks. Which version is true? It's not for us to say. Our job is to provide you with choices, options, and food for thought. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Marion Seldes, Catherine Byers, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall, here to guide you through the realm of the macabre. Things macabre, according to Webster, tend to produce horror in the beholder. Of mystery, the same source says, whatever attracts curiosity and speculation, but resists or defies explanation. Stay with us and hear those two definitions borne out. Mystery drama, Pool of Fear, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Morgan Fairchild and William Redfield. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Murder is one of the most prevalent, one of the most heinous, and certainly the most final of all criminal acts. Killing in a moment of blinding passion is dreadful enough, but far worse is the murder done with cold calculation, carefully planned and maliciously carried out when it succeeds. Murder in the first degree. Well, baby, I hope you like this nice, dark back road for the same reason I like it.
Don't get ambitious, Matt. You can pull over anywhere along here.
A pleasure.
I need the freedom to talk without being overheard.
Well, we could have talked back in the restaurant if that was all you wanted.
What I have to say is better not said in a crowded restaurant.
Okay. If talking's all you want, so talk.
First, Matt, I want to tell you that I know all about your past.
My past?
1 suspended sentence, 1 2-year term, both for armed robbery.
Oh. How'd you find out?
That's not important.
So how come you're willing to go out with me, a fancy rich girl like you and an ex-con?
Oh, let's say I was attracted to you because of your record, not in spite of it. Have you ever killed anybody, Matt? You don't have to worry about telling me. I won't repeat it.
No, I never did. Why are you so interested, Beth?
How would you like to make $10,000?
You know the answer to that. I'm just about flat broke.
I'm going out to Bromley to visit my father and stepmother over the weekend. I'll pay you $10,000 to come out with me and pretend to be my fiancé.
Well, that's a pretty pleasant duty. What's the catch?
Well, there is one little thing. Sometime during the weekend, I want you to kill my stepmother.
Oh, Millie, I meant to ask you, are you planning to be at home tomorrow afternoon?
I can be, surely. What's happening tomorrow afternoon?
Well, I arranged to have Kent Bennett bring his boy over around 2 and clean out the pool. You know how Beth loves to swim, and I thought I'd like to have the pool in tip-top shape.
No trouble. I'll be here. You're very pleased Beth's coming for the weekend, aren't you, Lee?
Yes, I am. This is only the second time she's been out since she took the apartment in New York.
I expect she'd come more often, except for me.
Now, don't start out with that attitude, Millie. Please. I want you and Beth to be friends.
I'm afraid that's a tall order.
Not if you try.
Well, I'll do my best. But I'm afraid it's a lost cause.
Now, if you start out thinking that way, of course it isn't going to work.
I think she resents me because I'm trying to take her mother's place.
I suppose that enters into it. But she'll get used to the idea in time.
Darling, she's had almost 3 years now. Were she and her mother so very close?
Very close, yes. Beth just about idolized Natalie.
Were they at all alike, Lee?
In some ways. Natalie had that same drive Beth has. She was more tolerant than Beth, though. Of other people, I mean. They didn't look at all alike.
You know, I've never even seen a picture of Natalie.
I got rid of them all shortly after she died. I didn't like the way Beth mooned over her mother's pictures. It was getting morbid.
Well, I'll do my best to make Beth like me, or at least tolerate me.
I have a feeling it's going to be better this time. You know, she called and asked if she could come out, all on her own. She's never done that before. I just have a feeling it's going to work out well.
I hope so.
Just promise me you'll do your part. That's all I ask.
Of course I will. But I don't know. Sometimes that girl almost frightens me, Lee.
How come you wanted to take the train instead of driving, Beth?
I just didn't feel like driving. You nervous, Nat?
Yeah, a little. Feeling kind of out of my depth. Never took on a job like this before.
It'll be all right.
How come? Not to like her, okay, but to hate her enough to want her dead?
You'd have had to know my mother. Nobody can ever take my mother's place, and Millie's trying to.
But if your own mother's dead...
My father never should have married again. I told him that, but he wouldn't listen to me.
Guess you must have really liked your mother.
She was the finest woman that ever lived. Oh, everyone loved her. She was always doing things for people, never got tired.
Well, still, I can't see that that's any
And that
reason.
other woman has no business trying to take her place. Using her things, married to her husband. I just won't have it anymore. I can't bear to think of another woman in my mother's home with my father.
Okay, whatever you say.
She's tried to turn my father against me. Oh, she's all sweetness and light when I'm around. But she's done her best to take my father away from me. I know she's done that.
All right, okay. How are we going to do it?
Well, you're going to do it. Haven't you even thought about it?
Well, not with a gun. That's no good. I mean, it's got to look like an accident.
Of course not with a gun.
I thought maybe, hold a pillow over her face. That wouldn't leave any marks. They might think it was a heart attack or something.
She sleeps with my father. What's he going to be doing while you smother his wife?
Well, she must take afternoon naps sometimes, doesn't she?
Not with me there, she won't. Just catch her giving my father and me that much time alone together.
I see. All right. I'll think of something. If a good chance doesn't turn up this time, I could come back and try it another time.
No, I've waited long enough. It's got to be this weekend.
Okay.
We have a pool back of the house. Lots of people drown accidentally.
Oh?
Maybe you could work something out.
Maybe. I don't know. A swimming pool sounds pretty much out in the open, though.
The shrubbery screens the pool off from the neighbors. I think I like that idea. She can't swim very well. Yes. I
wouldn't be surprised if my stepmother had a fatal swimming accident this weekend.
I'm surprised she didn't take an earlier train, Lily. She's missed practically a whole Saturday.
Beth never was an early riser. I suggested an early start when I talked to her last night, but the idea didn't seem to appeal to her.
Well, you'll have this evening and all day tomorrow with her at least. I do hope it's nice tomorrow.
I feel very optimistic about this visit, Millie.
Wonder why she came by train instead of driving. She's got such a nice car.
She said she didn't feel like driving. I don't know why. I hope she didn't miss the train.
I'm nervous. Is that silly?
No need to be. There. Isn't that Beth getting off?
That looks like her. Who's that with her? She's got someone with her.
Doesn't look like anybody I know. Are you sure he's with Beth?
Yeah, he helped her off the train.
Well, she might have brought a friend. Wouldn't be unlike her just to forget to mention it.
Ah, they're together, all right.
Over here, Beth.
Thanks for meeting us. I forgot to ask you to. How are you, Daddy? Oh, let me present my fiancé, Matt Brewster.
How do you do?
Did I forget to tell you I was bringing him with me?
Your fiancé?
Well, we thought we'd surprise you. Matt, this is my father, and this is my stepmother.
How do you do? Hello, Beth.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you both. Beth has told me so much about you. I almost feel as if I know both of you already.
I'm glad to meet you, son. A little surprised, I confess.
Should I have told you in advance about Matt and me, Daddy? I thought it would be more fun to surprise you.
Beth, you're looking very well.
Thank you.
Well, come along, everybody. The car's in the parking lot just over here. It's very nice to see you again, Beth.
Oh, yes. It's going to be a very special weekend.
Well, we met at this cocktail party given by a friend of mine who's in the theater business. Beth knew his wife. Then I asked Beth to have dinner with me, and, well, that's the way it started.
Not very original, of course. How long ago was that?
About, how long has it been, Beth?
Oh, around 3 weeks, give or take a few days.
You didn't waste any time, did you?
Well, why should we? Daddy, I'm going to show Matt around outside. The pool and all the rest.
You've got a beautiful place here, Mr. Stillwell. I am really impressed.
Glad you like it.
Dinner will be around 7:30, so if you want to drink first, better not stay out too long.
Okay, I'll watch the time. I wish she'd stop being so damn nice to me.
Now, don't start thinking that way.
Okay, I'll do it. Don't worry. It'd be easier, though, if I felt the same way about her you do, or if I didn't know her at all. This way, I'm, not very comfortable about it.
Matt, we made an agreement.
I said not to worry. I'll do it. All I'm saying is I don't think I'm going to enjoy it much.
Ah, there's the pool.
Hell, your folks have got themselves some kind of a place here.
I used to love it when my mother was alive.
Yeah. I could learn to snuggle up to a place like this pretty good.
Well, don't get used to it. Have you thought any more about how you're going to do it?
Well, let's have a look around. Yeah, it does look pretty isolated back here at that.
The house stands on 1.5 acres, and it's all screened, especially around the pool here. Now, there's no way a neighbor can see what's going on. It was built that way on purpose. I used to sunbathe out here without even a bikini.
Oh, that must have been pretty spectacular.
Just keep your mind on the job.
No way I'm likely to forget that.
They make a nice-looking couple, at least.
I just wish I knew him better. That's the only thing. I wish she knew him better. It isn't long enough for anyone to judge, just 3 weeks.
I'm sure she can take care of herself.
Do you think you and she are hitting it off any better than in the past?
Maybe. See, what would her mother have thought of him?
Natalie? Hard to say. She'd have been a lot better at sizing him up than I am.
She was a strong woman. Whenever Beth's here, I find myself thinking about Natalie. I can't get my mind off her.
That's Beth's fault, I guess. I'm afraid she's never fully accepted the fact of her mother's death.
Do you think... I guess that's just silly.
Do I think what?
Or do you think that Natalie could actually somehow be here right now?
Millie, Natalie died over 5 years ago.
I know.
Well, then she couldn't very well be here now, could she?
How do you know? How can you be so sure about such things? I have a feeling, a very strong feeling, that she is here with us right now.
Is it possible that, given great strength of character in life, a person might find a way to exert at least his or her influence after death? There is, of course, no sure answer to that question. It is one of those mysteries which attract speculation but defy explanation. We can, however, continue our speculation when I return shortly with Act 2. A feeling of foreboding in the Stillwell home. Sunday morning has dawned bright and sunny enough, but somehow not cheerful in spite of this. Not for Millie, certainly, and not even for Lee, if we read his mood properly. Beth and Matt are still asleep. Beth in her old room and Matt in the guest room. Lee and Millie are having an early breakfast, which neither of them seems to be enjoying.
Would you rather have waited, Lee, and had breakfast later with Beth and Matt when they come down?
No, it doesn't matter.
It's kind of gloomy morning, isn't it?
The sun's shining.
Yeah, but all the same, I'm feeling, I don't know, a little depressed, I guess. You think you're going to like Matt?
I haven't really had enough time with him to make up my mind.
I can't say honestly that I'm particularly fond of him.
Oh?
Well, there's something, can't exactly put my finger on it, that I get the feeling that nothing he says is quite as sincere as it might be.
Seems pleasant enough.
Oh, he's pleasant, all right. It's almost too pleasant.
Trying too hard to please his prospective in-laws, maybe.
Just gives me the creeps somehow.
I've been thinking about what you said yesterday evening, you remember?
What?
That you felt Natalie's presence.
Oh, that's silly of me, I suppose.
Oh, I don't know. Tell you the truth, I seem to be feeling the same thing this morning.
You do?
I started to heat milk for your coffee this morning.
Darling, I drink my coffee black.
Natalie always had hot milk with her breakfast coffee, half and half.
Oh?
I can't explain it. But I have this very strong feeling that she's right here with us. Right now.
Would you like your breakfast now, Matt? There's no telling when Beth will be down.
Well, I think just coffee's all I'm going to want, Mrs. Stillwell.
Maybe you can eat something later with Beth when she's ready?
Yeah, maybe.
Aren't you feeling well this morning?
Not very. I didn't sleep much, to tell you the truth.
Nervous bridegroom.
Oh, don't make him a bridegroom quite yet. We haven't even set the date.
Good morning, Beth. I hope you slept better than Matt says he did.
Oh, I always sleep well.
Clear conscience. What would you like for breakfast? I can't sell Matt anything but a cup of coffee.
Oh, that'll do for me, too. I'm not much of a breakfast person.
But we'll have a big lunch. There's plenty of freshly perked coffee in the kitchen. Shall I bring it to you in here?
I get it. We'll take it outside if that's all right with you, Matt.
Oh, then sure, fine.
And if you change your mind and decide to have something more substantial, just let me know. You look awful, Matt. Didn't you sleep?
Yeah, I had a bad night. Didn't get to sleep until after 4 o'clock.
Let's go outside where we can talk.
Okay.
Well, you're not getting cold feet, are you?
The coldest. Listen, I don't know, Beth. I don't know if I can go through with it. I am spooked.
Now, you listen to me. We made a bargain, and you will go through with it.
I don't know.
And it's got to be this afternoon. Now, I'm not going to let you chicken out.
All right, you want to sit here? Is this okay?
Anywhere. What happened to you? You were all right yesterday.
Did you ever get the feeling that somebody's watching you? Just all the time watching you?
Not unless somebody was, no.
Well, that's the way I felt all night. I just couldn't get away from it. Like somebody was staring at me the whole night.
That's just nerves. It doesn't change anything.
Maybe I was wrong when I told you I could kill somebody if I had to. Maybe I can at all.
Nobody could possibly have been watching you last night. Now, you listen to me. You're going to have a talk with my father. He insists on it. Then we're all going to have lunch. And after that, you're going to do what you agreed to do.
Mm-hmm. And how do you want me to handle the talk with your old man?
Well, make it sound real. I know it'll be pretty corny, but you can handle it.
I can handle that, okay, sure. I'm not worried about that.
You can do everything you have to do.
Well, young man, if Beth can spare you for a few minutes, maybe we can have that little talk.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can spare him. Matt, you look as if you're being dragged into a torture chamber.
Just into the study. Come along.
Don't take too long, and maybe Matt and Beth can get a swim in the pool before lunch. It's a good sunny day today.
I'll try to keep the torture down to a bare minimum.
I think I'll go upstairs and change into a swimsuit. Beth, could you wait just a few minutes? I'd like to talk to you. What do we have to talk about? Your father. What about him? Between the two of us, as I'm sure you realize, we're making him pretty unhappy. My father unhappy? About what? About us? I don't say you should suddenly turn into a loving stepdaughter. I'm sure you couldn't do that. What I'm suggesting is a truce. For your father's sake. A truce for at least the rest of today. You didn't know my mother, did you? No? If you'd known my mother, you'd understand why I'm against you. Why I don't want you living in my mother's house, married to her husband. Beth, your mother died 5 years ago. It isn't healthy. You are simply not good enough, not woman enough to take my mother's place. I'm sure she was a fine woman. Anyway, it won't be necessary. What won't be necessary? Your little charade for Daddy's benefit. It won't be necessary. I don't understand. You don't have to.
Relax, Matt. I'm not really an ogre.
No, sir, no. I know you're not. I'm just kind of jumpy today.
Well, it is an ordeal, I guess, meeting your future in-laws for the first time. But I assure you we don't bite, either of us.
No, sir.
Well, now, what do you do for a living, Matt? I don't even know that.
Well, I'm, right now I'm the assistant manager of a theater, a movie house.
Right now?
I expect to do better.
Uh-huh. Does that, being an assistant manager, does it bring in enough to support a wife?
Not the way you live, no, and not the way Beth has always lived, I guess.
Well, you're aware that someday Beth will inherit a good deal of money.
Well, I guess so, yes, sir. I don't know anything about it, but I assumed she would.
Mm-hmm. And does that influence your affection for her in any way?
No, sir, it does not.
It must be a factor, though. Even if you try not to make it one.
I suppose it will make a difference, but it's not why I want to marry Beth. All I can do is tell you that. I can't force you to believe it.
You say it very convincingly. I think I will believe it.
Hey, you swim like a pro.
Well, I got my lifesaver certification when I was 18. I worked at it, too. At Jones Beach one season.
Was that before or after your armed robbery career?
Before. A lifesaver doesn't get much work during the winter in this part of the country. I was broke.
Did you ever save anyone while you were working at Jones Beach?
Yeah, a couple of guys.
Well, then. You see, you've paid in advance for what you're going to do this afternoon.
Oh, you are so damn cold about it. Anyway, I'm not a bit sure I'm going to do it.
Now, Matt, we've been through that once.
I haven't decided. Listen, do you feel like somebody's watching you right now?
Of course not.
Well, I do. And if somebody can watch me here in the pool now, why can't he do it later on this afternoon?
Look, you're just imagining it, Matt. Nobody's watching you.
I got this very creepy feeling. I wish...
What? You wish what?
Oh, I just wish it didn't have to be this way.
It does, Nat. We made a deal.
You know, when I was in there with your father earlier, it's a funny thing. I got kind of carried away.
Carried away?
Sort of forgot about the whole thing being a hoax, you know? I would have told him anything. I was the president of a bank or a rich kid or anything, but instead I kept telling him the truth. Maybe I exaggerated some about my prospects, but that's just what a guy would do if it was for real.
Your prospects aren't bad. You're about to inherit $10,000.
And what I'm about to do, if I do it, is earn $10,000 the hard way.
Well, I'm not going to let you chicken out, Nat.
You know, I couldn't help wishing it was true when I was in the study there with your father.
That we were going to be married? For real?
Yeah. Stupid of me.
Yes, Nat. Very stupid.
Did you have your talk with Beth?
A very short talk.
How'd it go?
Poorly.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm just not good enough to take her mother's place. That's the whole trouble. And it isn't just me. It would be the same with anybody you'd married.
Or maybe it's a good thing she's getting married. Take her mind off this preoccupation with her mother. It just might be the best thing that's happened to Beth in a long time.
How did your talk with Matt go?
Oh, I asked him all the old-fashioned questions, and he gave me all the old-fashioned answers.
You know, there's still something about him I just don't know, Lee. There's some kind of off-center. Does that make any sense?
Not very much.
No, I suppose not. Natalie doesn't like him.
Natalie doesn't like him?
Don't you still feel that she's here with us?
I have a peculiar feeling, yes.
Uh-huh.
But she doesn't like Matt?
She doesn't.
Are you going to tell me that you've been in touch with her?
No, not exactly, but I know how she feels.
How could you, Millie?
Somehow I do know. And she feels much more strongly about him than I do, Lee. I believe she knows something about him that I don't know.
Perhaps in times of extreme stress, a rapport is possible between the living and the dead. Fantastic? Well, there is no very boldly drawn line between fact and fancy that I know of. Maybe a bit of what we think of as the supernatural has found its way into the usually quite commonplace atmosphere of the Stillwell home. We'll consider this possibility further when I return shortly with Act 3. Water is not man's natural element. He has for centuries taken more pleasure in swimming than perhaps any other sport. Is it the element of danger involved that so spices the pastime? There's always the threat of drowning, but it keeps few people out of deep water. Millie Stillwell, however, would be specially well advised to stay out of the Stillwell pool this afternoon, for the threat to her has become very real.
Okay, now here's the way we'll do it. After lunch, I'll tell my father I want to talk to him about, I don't know, I think it's something. The financial arrangements after we're married. You know, something like that.
I told him I wasn't marrying you for your money.
Well, he's always given me an allowance. Anyway, the study is the best place for him while you're dealing with my stepmother. The pool can't be seen from there. The windows all face the other direction.
Beth, it's no use making a lot of plans because I'm not going to be able to go...
You'll suggest a dip in the pool to Millie. You don't like to swim alone.
Look, she wouldn't go in the pool with me.
Of course she will. She's trying to be a good hostess. And if you don't like to swim alone, she'll go in with you. Now, once you've got her in the pool, you simply hold her under until she drowns. She won't be able to scream or do a thing to stop you. Man, it's perfect.
Wait a minute. I got this feeling right now that somebody's watching
me. Oh, shut up, will you? It's nothing but nerves. Well, when you're sure Millie's dead, you drag her out of the pool and shout to Daddy and me. We come running out and find you giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Oh, it's too late, of course. But there you'll be, doing everything you possibly can to save her life. It's foolproof, Matt.
I'm not going to do it, Beth.
Oh, yes, you are.
Look, I'd like to keep my promise to you. Lord knows I could use $10,000, but there's no use in thinking about it anymore. I can't do it.
What if we up the price a little, Matt?
No good. I couldn't kill her at any price.
You told me that when you were talking to Daddy earlier, you wished it could all be real. That we actually were planning to get married.
And you called me stupid.
Well, what if I said now that it could be real? That I'd marry you if you went through with our plan.
You really would?
Yes. Yes, and eventually it would be worth a lot more than $10,000 to you, Matt.
What I told your father was true. I wouldn't be marrying you just for your money.
Well, for whatever reason. Will you do it, Matt?
You wouldn't be marrying me because you love me, of course.
I'd be a good wife all the same.
What to keep you from saying now that you'll marry me and then refusing to do it after it's all over with? Your stepmother, I mean.
Because I keep my promises, Matt. I learned that from my mother. She never lied and she never broke a promise. I won't break my promise to you.
All right.
You won't back down at the last minute.
Not if it means marrying you. No. I'll do it.
I can't get over this feeling that something dreadful's going to happen, Lee.
It's that kind of day, I guess. I'm feeling pretty spooked myself.
And you were looking forward to such a nice weekend with Beth.
It hasn't turned out quite that well, has it?
You still have the feeling that Natalie's with us.
It's fantastic. A while ago, I looked out toward the pool, and I could have sworn that Natalie was sitting in one of the chairs.
Oh, no.
Just for a second. The chair was in the shade of the old oak, and of course it was just a trick of the shadows, along with my mind. But for a couple of seconds, I could have sworn that Natalie was sitting there. Isn't it about time for lunch?
Yes, it is. I think I'll serve it out by the pool. That way Beth and Matt won't have to change. Beth? Matt? Lunch is ready.
Be right there.
He swims like a fish, doesn't he?
Oh, what's for lunch? I'm starved all of a sudden. Just cold cuts, nothing very fancy. I hope it's going to be enough.
Oh, we're pretty wet. Should we change?
No. That's why I brought lunch out here, so you wouldn't have to. Daddy,
Hmm?
after lunch, can we have a good old-fashioned father-to-daughter talk?
Sure thing. What about?
In the study, like old times, okay?
Fine.
And I'll tell you what about when the time comes.
Well, looks as if we're going to be left on our own, Mrs. Stillwell. Like to come for a swim with me?
Oh, no, I don't think so, thanks. I'm not much of a swimmer, actually. I almost never go into the pool. Well, Matt hates to swim alone. Don't you, Matt?
Yes, I don't know exactly why. It just doesn't seem to be as much fun alone.
So couldn't you go in with him, just to keep him company? Well, I suppose I could, sure. Just to be there. But don't expect me to do any fancy swimming. Oh, well, maybe Matt could give you a lesson. He used to be a lifesaver, you know. He's very good. Well, if he wants to try, I guess. But I'm warning you right now. I'm hopeless. Well, let Matt give you a lesson. He'll surprise you.
Sit down, Beth. It's been a long time since you and I had one of our heart-to-heart talks here in the study.
Yes, I guess Mother must have still been alive the last time we had one.
Oh, surely not. She's been gone over 5 years now, Beth.
Some ways it seems like forever. In some ways, I guess it's just like yesterday. Oh, Daddy, I remember her so well. Every little thing about her.
And now you can overdo that sort of thing, you know.
Remembering Mother? I don't see how.
Dwelling on it so much. Your mother was a wonderful woman. Nobody knows that better than I do, but she's gone now, Beth. You and I have to go on living.
You with Millie.
Oh, I wish you could be a little more tolerant of Millie, Beth.
She's trying to take my mother's place.
Well, that's what she's supposed to do. With me, and with you, if you'd let her.
Well, I won't. You can do as you please, I suppose. But I will never accept Millie. Never. It took so long changing that I couldn't find a bathing cap.
Oh, it's all right. Took a dozen laps to the pool. I'm not in as good shape as I should be.
A dozen laps? I call that pretty good.
Well, come on in.
You better stand back. I splash.
You splash, all right.
I told you not to expect anything fancy.
Okay. Let me see you swim across the pool once.
Well, once is about all I can handle. Okay? Here goes.
All right. You see? You're lifting your arms too high. Try to sort of just snake them up. Easy.
Oh, I'm terrible. Lou says I splashed the pool empty if I spent much time in it.
Well, come on down to the deep end. It's much easier to swim in deep water.
No, not me. Not me. I stay where I can put my feet on the bottom anytime I want to.
Beth, I'm sure you didn't suggest this little talk just for old time's sake. Now, what's on your mind?
How do you like Matt, Daddy?
He seems like a nice fellow. You've only known him for 3 weeks.
Oh, you're being old-fashioned.
Is that old-fashioned? Still seems pretty sound to me. 3 weeks is a very short time, old or new-fashioned.
Well, it isn't as if we were going to be married in 3 weeks. I mean, we've just agreed to marry. We haven't even set a date yet.
That's true, of course. Where do you plan to live when you finally do marry?
Oh, for the time being, I guess we'll just stay in my place. I've never even seen his apartment, but I get the feeling it's pretty ratty.
This sounds all right. You've got plenty of room.
Daddy.
Yes?
I just wonder what Mother would have thought of him.
I've been wondering about that, too.
Although, actually, if Mother were still alive, I wouldn't be marrying him in the first place. I really don't want to lessen Matt. It's not worth it. I don't enjoy swimming that much.
Well, everyone ought to be able to swim, though. I'd hold you up. There wouldn't be any danger.
No, really. I'd rather not.
Well, okay.
Wonder what Lee and Beth are talking about all this time.
Oh, it hasn't been long.
20 minutes or better.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess I'd better do what I have to do.
Would Matt object to my continuing your allowance? I don't see any reason why you should have to do without things just because you didn't marry a rich man.
We haven't talked about it, but I don't think he'd object.
He was pretty firm about the fact that he wasn't marrying you for money.
He isn't, but that doesn't mean that he...
That sounded like Millie.
She wasn't supposed to...
Let's get out there.
Millie!
Millie!
Lee! Help me! I can't get him out of the water. Help me, Lee! What happened? Matt was just sort of playing around, and he was trying to duck me for something, and all of a sudden he just collapsed.
Here, let me get hold of him. You better call an ambulance, Beth.
Yes, I don't understand it all.
I've got him, Millie. Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Help me stretch him out here.
All right.
I don't like the way he looks.
Oh, goodness, that awful expression on his face. He looks terrified. Can't you do something for him?
I'll try, but I'm afraid he's dead.
Here, stop here. This is the place. Around back, by the pool.
Show me, please.
He was in the pool, Doctor. I think he must have had a cramp or something.
All right. Just let me have a look at him.
Will he be all right?
It doesn't look good to me, Beth. I'm afraid...
I don't understand it. What went wrong? Just what I told you, Beth. He was just playing, the way people do in the water. I think he was going to duck me. And then all of a sudden he got this awful look on his face. And he just went under. Like he'd had a stroke or something. He bungled it.
What?
He didn't struggle or anything like that. I think he was unconscious already. I tried to hold his head out of the water, but She was so heavy.
Should have known he couldn't do it.
Do what, Beth?
I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, Beth, I'm sorry.
I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. This man is dead.
Oh.
He didn't drown. At least I don't think he did. We'll have to examine him, of course.
What did happen?
A heart seizure, I suspect. It's just a guess. You know, if it weren't so completely unscientific, I think I'd say he died of fear.
Where's Beth, Lee?
She's up in her room, resting, I guess.
Shouldn't someone be with her?
She said she wanted to be alone.
She doesn't seem to be taking it too badly.
I don't really understand the way she's taking it. She seems more angry than anything else.
Lee, was Natalie tall? Black hair? Very beautiful, but with a small scar just at the corner of her left eye?
Yes. How could you know that?
I saw her.
You saw her?
I couldn't tell the doctor. How can you tell a doctor a thing like that?
You saw Natalie?
Nat was trying to duck me, as I told you, and he looked over my shoulder, and he got this terrified look on his face. And I turned to see what had frightened him so. She was standing there.
Natalie?
Yes, Lee. It was Natalie who frightened Matt to death.
And there you have it. A situation which attracts curiosity and speculation, but resists or defies explanation. A mystery. You may settle for whatever explanation you find acceptable, but we do not rule out the occult simply because it is occult. If Millie says she saw Natalie, who are we to say she didn't? I'll be back in a few minutes. Poetic justice does sometimes happen. And although Beth seems to have gone unpunished for the crime of plotting murder, has she really? She'll have to live the rest of her life with the knowledge of her guilt. And conscience can be the hardest of all judges. I feel sure Beth will never conspire against her stepmother again. And while she and Millie will never be friends, they will never again be such total enemies. Our cast included Morgan Fairchild, William Redfield, Ann Shepard, and Nat Polen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, bringing you, hopefully, an enjoyable shudder. Certainly, fans of the occult like the dark and dangerous tales we spin because of the vicarious enjoyment that comes from the delicious shivers of the supernatural. But Let me issue a warning to all you ghost lovers. Do not, I repeat, do not ever make the mistake of thinking that ghosts are fun. Mrs. Mary Boyne and her husband did, and this tale tells what happened to them. Our mystery drama, Afterward, was adapted from the Edith Wharton classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett, and stars Celeste Holm. Remember the phrase, Kilroy was here, so popular back in the days of World War II? I feel certain most of you remember, but if we go back a few years farther, how many of you recall the phrase, the little man who wasn't there? What do all these phrases have to do with our tale? Well, stretching a point, we might say that our story concerns the ghost that wasn't there, or at least not when you expected him. If this sounds confusing, let's listen to the lady whose story it is.
My name is Mary Boyne. My address is Suite 357 in a Wood, Dorsetshire, England. Of course, I'm American and alone and sane. The reason I mention sanity is because they call this place a rest home, but actually it's a place for people who have money and who are supposed to be not quite right in the head. I told you I am sane, but I must confess it's difficult to understand how I managed to retain my sanity after what happened. But you be the judge and jury. I'll start at the beginning, back in America, in a little town of Waukesha, and the little house where I lived happily with Ned. Ned, you're home early.
You bet. I'm not only home early, darling, but I'm home for good. I've sold the Blue Star Mine for $5 million.
Oh.
Mary, my love, are you all right?
Oh, yes, it's fine, darling, but you're joking.
Never more serious. We're finished with drudgery, darling. Finished living in this house, in this town, and don't even bother to pack. Let's just make our dream come true today.
I know that Americans are often impulsive, generous, and even, forgive me, sometimes a trifle foolish. But I must say, Mr. and Mrs. Boyne, you are something new in my experience as a realtor.
Well, is that a nice English way of saying you don't have a suitable house for us?
Not at all, Mr. Boyne.
Oh, please forgive my husband, Mrs. Stair, but our search for a house in England is the answer to what both he and I have always considered an impossible dream. You see, I was born in England, and I went to America as a child, and I've always wanted to return, and now we can.
Is it so strange that we want a house we ourselves can remodel and modernize?
No, that's understandable. But to be so far from any means of transportation.
Perhaps I should say that Ned and I are really looking for two things: to get away from our old lifestyle in America and to find our roots.
Yes, I have a house that seems to be made to order for your specifications. It's been on the market for years because it needs so much remodeling, and it's 14 miles from the nearest rail station.
Great.
Let me finish. It was built in the time of the Tudors. Needs a tremendous amount of modernization, particularly in the matter of heating and hot water.
Sounds super to me. But how about a ghost, Mrs. Stair?
Oh, Dorsetshire's full of ghosts.
That's nice. But I did so want one of my own, right on the premises.
Mrs. Boyne, you shouldn't ask for anything like that. There is a traditional ghost that goes along with the house. Particularly nasty ghost. Also a rather strange one.
Strange? How so?
Because the history of the ghost of your house at Ling is that no one knows that they've seen the ghost until long afterward.
Well, that's crazy.
What in the world makes a ghost, except for the fact that you know when you see it?
It either moans or wears white shrouds or touches you with icy fingers.
Well, the only thing I can tell you is that there are stories about the ghost of Ling, and every single one of them is identical. The person who sees the ghost doesn't know it's a ghost until afterward.
Oh, forget it, Mary. No. Life is too short to enjoy a ghost. You've got to wait to find out if it's a real ghost or not. No, but this house at Ling seems to have so much else going for it. Darling, I think we really should take a look at it.
We went, we looked, and we were conquered. Both Ned and I fell instantly in love with Ling. It was a lovely old Tudor house, just as the agent had described it. Exactly what we'd both dreamed of, and it was definitely secluded. We bought it and moved in. But although I was in seventh heaven and up to my ears in planning for remodeling the old house, there was something definitely wrong with Ned.
Oh, these powders don't do a thing for my headaches.
Well, the doctor said...
I know what the doctor said, darling, and I followed his prescription, but I still have the headaches.
Darling, do you think perhaps we've made a mistake about this house?
No, Ling is perfect. Perfect. We both knew it the moment we saw it. The gardens are a delight, and under your tender, loving care, grow more beautiful every day.
Oh, with Hilton's great help.
Nonsense. No, Hilton is a good gardener, darling, but he hasn't your green thumb. No, my love. The house is perfect, and there's absolutely nothing wrong. These headaches will go away in time.
So you're not going to tell me?
Dear heart, there is nothing to tell.
But I knew better. Something was very wrong, and I intended to find out what it was. Lydia Westlake was the village librarian and had been ever since the oldest inhabitant could remember.
Well, Mrs. Boyne, what a pleasure. Is there anything I can do for you?
Miss Westlake, I really must apologize for not coming to see you in this lovely old library before.
Oh, my dear, no apologies necessary. Everyone in town knows how busy you've been patching up Ling.
Well, that's one reason I'm here. To ask if you have any books about the history of Ling.
Ah, you mean about the architecture?
Not exactly. Everything. Maybe even something about the ghost.
Well, I really shouldn't say this, but it's best for everyone to try to forget about the Ling ghost. Oh, believe me.
Oh, I believe you, Miss Westlake, but I'm still interested in everything about Ling.
Very well. You'll find some books on the history of Ling under G226.
There were 3 books. I took them all and went back to Ling and started to read. 2 incidents mentioned the Ling ghost, and they were absolutely horrifying. What I hadn't told the librarian was that I wanted to find out more about the ghost because of the way Ned was acting.
Who the devil is it?
Well, it's me, darling.
I'm sorry, Mary. It's just that I'm sorry.
Have the servants been interrupting you?
No. Oh, gosh, we've never kept secrets from each other. It's my consultation work with the Blue Star Mine back in the States.
But why in the world should that be so disturbing?
Well, there were some problems I hadn't expected.
But I've never seen you like this. Is there any chance we'll have to go back to America?
No. It's nothing like that. It's just that there's a troublemaker who's after me. Darling, tell me how you're coming with the house and your research on the ghost.
I don't want to hear anything more about that ghost.
Well, why this sudden about-face?
I just don't, that's all. Let's make a pact. You stop worrying, and I'll stop talking about the ghost. The pact didn't work. Oh, how I wish it had. Perhaps things would not have turned out the way they did. If we had left Ling, and I had listened to my presentiment about the Ling ghost, Ned grew more irritable, and I ever more frightened.
What's the matter with those fools back in Waukesha? They can't handle the simplest matters without asking me a million questions.
Ned, why don't you give up the consulting job? We don't really need it. I mean, do we?
No, not the money, but in a way we do need it.
I don't understand.
Well, it's a complicated business, Mary, involving lawyers and a lot of legal matters that would only bore you.
Bore me? I'd rather be bored or sad or anything. If only I could see you more relaxed.
Well, you will, darling. It'll just take a little time.
Time for what?
Well, I have problems with the Blue Star. So, Look, why don't you bring me up to date on your ghost, huh?
Oh, Ned, because I'm frightened. I read a story in one of those books I took from the library about the young wife of the son of the man who built Ling.
Uh-huh. And what about it?
Well, it seems she had fallen madly in love with one of the men here before she met the Ling son. And, oh, Ned, must I?
Well, please, darling. It can't be all that shocking now in this day and age.
Well, she disposed of an unwanted child and kept it a secret.
Oh?
Some years later, after she was happily married and had a little girl of her own, she was out strolling through these gardens one day when she met an absolutely enchanting young girl, just about her daughter's age. They all hit it off very well, and soon the three became friends. The only thing was that they couldn't ever figure out where this enchanting child lived or who were her parents. And this began to worry the young mistress of Ling, until one day her daughter disappeared and was never found or seen again.
Well, I don't understand.
Don't you? The mother did. She had seen the ghost of Ling, her daughter's little friend. The ghost was the illegitimate child she'd killed. Only she didn't know till afterward.
I'm sorry, Mary, for making you tell me that story.
It's all right. There's more in those old books. There's something about a secret staircase.
Oh?
I should be able to locate it. You get a marvelous bird's eye view of the entire country.
Well, that sounds like fun.
Why don't you help me search for it?
Can't. I have to work on my correspondence, but if and when you find it, give me a shout. I'll be in the library.
I set off on another exploration of Ling, but this time with a purpose. And finally, just like a heroine in some Gothic novel, I pressed a panel of the old wainscoting in one of the rooms, and it slid back, revealing a small circular flight of stairs leading upward. I climbed the tiny corkscrew staircase to the roof of Ling. Oh, the book hadn't exaggerated the beauty of the view. I called excitedly down the stairs, Ned! Ned! I found it, and it's beautiful. Come up here and see.
Wow. Oh, darling, this is really something. Why, you can see for miles. How did you find it?
Just followed the directions in the book. Went around pressing the paneling, and suddenly there it was, the staircase. Just look. Of course, I know you can see farther than I can.
Oh, but, darling, your eyes are more beautiful. Hello. Who's that?
Who? Where?
Well, can't you see that man coming towards the house? I've got to go down and see who it is.
Ned! Ned! Wait for me! There you are, darling. I've been looking all over for you.
Well, I've been right here in the library.
Oh, you dashed off that roof and went running out the front door. Who was it?
Who was what?
The man you saw coming toward you in the garden.
Oh, that man. Well, you see, dear, I thought I saw the gardener, and I ran after him to tell him about some of the drains which need tending. But, you see, he'd disappeared before I reached him.
Disappeared?
Mm-hmm.
But he seemed to be walking so slowly and toward the house, not away from it.
Well, that's the way it seemed to me, too. But, I guess, we must have been wrong. Unless it could have been, the ghost.
Now, we all know there are no such things as ghosts, or at least some of us know. But one thing we would all agree upon is that if there really are ghosts, they won't go away even if you don't mention them. Institutions for the mentally ill have come a long way. They are quite beautiful and often look like an ideal retirement home, even on the inside where everyone wears a smile. It takes an expert to be able to see some of the anguish that lies behind the smile, like the pain that continually racks Mary Boyne.
None of the staff nor the guests at Innerwood Rest Home can understand why I hate to hear the sound of the postman's whistle when he comes with the mail. They think it's because I have no one who cares enough to write to me. Well, it's true that I have no one, but the reason I dread the postman's whistle is because if it weren't for the postman and the mail and... There I am, confusing you again. But it all relates to one arrival of the mail at Ling.
Oh, this is from old Joe Sitwell asking how we are, and this one's for you.
I'm so glad there are no letters to disturb you. What's this?
Let me see.
It's a newspaper clipping. Front page article from the Waukesha Sentinel.
Oh?
It says that a man named Elwell has brought a lawsuit against you. That there was something wrong about the Blue Star mine. I haven't read it all, but...
Darling, you wouldn't understand more than half of it, even if you finished.
Well, maybe not. But now I understand what it is that's been bothering you.
No, it's really nothing, darling.
Nothing? On the front page of the Sentinel? Ned, what's this all about?
Oh, now why don't we have some tea first?
This lawsuit isn't new to you.
No, of course not. I've known about it for some time.
Of course you have, and you've been having sleepless nights and headaches for some time. What does this man accuse you of?
Oh, pretty nearly everything he could dream up.
Why? Why would a man do that?
Oh, because he figures he can make some money.
But surely he must have some reason. There must be something he thinks you've done.
All right, darling, I'll tell you the whole story. Mary, dear, you must know that whenever a fortune is made overnight, there are always some envious people who believe they deserve a share of the windfall, and that's exactly what Elwell thinks.
Who is Elwell? I don't know that name.
Well, he's a man I put into the Blue Star. He made some money, and now he wants more.
How did you put him into it?
Well, he brought me the samples to be assayed, and, well, I told you about it at the time, but I didn't make a big deal out of it in case they proved to be worthless.
I think But if everything is the way you say, and you paid him...
Well, of course I paid him.
Well, then why does he sue you now?
Oh, well, probably because some lawyer got hold of him and talked him into it, hoping for a fat fee. Or maybe he thought I'd get scared. You know, Bob Elwell ought to have known me better than that.
I certainly agreed with that. Anyone did business with Ned would know he wasn't the sort to be frightened of anything. But there was no question that he was worried. And I was hardly surprised when he turned to me one night and said...
Darling, have you any idea how long it's supposed to be before you know whether or not you've seen the Ling ghost?
Why, no. None. Have you?
No, of course not.
It's rather an odd question to ask me, darling, unless you think you have seen the ghost.
Well, I really don't know why I asked the question. It just popped into my head, and so I asked it.
I know your engineer's mind, Ned. And I know how it worries and worries about a problem until you've solved it. Now, I want you to tell me something on your solemn word of honor. Promise.
Okay, my word of honor.
That you believe you have seen the Ling ghost and that you're trying to keep it from me, and that's what's worrying you?
Cross my heart, darling. I don't think I've seen the Ling ghost. At least, not to my knowledge, because according to the ancient tradition, one really doesn't know when he's seen the ghost.
And with that, I had to be satisfied. I knew my husband. There was no more to be gained from questioning him. But I thought to myself, maybe there was something to be gained from questioning the ghost. That is, if I could manage to locate the elusive spirit. Of course, I knew that you weren't supposed to be able to know you'd seen the ghost, but I was haunted by the idea of the disappearing figure we'd seen from the rooftop. So once again, I climbed the small secret stairway and stood on the roof ledge. I cupped my hands and shouted to the sky, "Oh, spirit, specter, shadow, whatever you choose to call yourself, we've done you no harm. We want to live here in peace. Oh, ghost of Ling, break with the past, break with tradition, and show yourself to me."
Mary, what on earth do you think you're doing?
That's obvious, isn't it, darling?
Well, if you mean you're making a darn fool of yourself, and incidentally of me, yes.
Well, I'm sorry if I was stupid.
It isn't stupidity, Mary. It's just this obsession of yours with a ghost. You're only adding to my worries.
I don't want that.
You know I don't want that.
Well, then maybe we should leave, Ling.
Oh, but I love this house, and so do you.
Well, but I think there's something else we have to do, and let's get right on with it.
Ned was just trying to help me, like the staff here at Innerwood. And he thought maybe by arranging a seance with a reputable and respected medium might put my mind at rest. Ned thought that perhaps the medium might be able to get through and reach the ghost.
Now, you both understand that as a man of integrity, I can promise you nothing.
Yes, Mr. Woods, you've already made that very clear.
It is difficult to overemphasize the possibility of failure.
Can we start, please?
Please be patient, Mrs. Boyne. All the research I have done on the ghost of Ling seems to bear out the tradition. He or she appears, and only afterwards do the people realize they have made contact with the ghost.
Yes, we know all that, but isn't it also true that there's never been an attempt to reach this ghost through a reputable medium?
That is so.
Well, that's why we came to you. I want to find out if there is a ghost of Ling, and if there is, you should be able to reach him.
I should, but as I said...
Please, let's not go through all that again. Let's hope you will succeed.
Right. Now, this is our first seance.
Well, I'm afraid it is very much like what you have read in books and heard about. We will keep this room dimly candlelit, just as it is now. And so, I ask you to join hands with me. That is it. Now, close your eyes and concentrate.
On what?
On the ghost.
But I want...
Just think of the ghost, Mrs. Boyne. If there is any communication, it must come through me.
Is that all? Is it over now?
It is over, yes.
Well, you said you might fail.
I did not fail.
But we didn't see or hear a thing. Did you, Ned?
Oh, nothing.
I pierced the veil. I reached my control.
Well, then what...
You said you thought I was an expert. And I believe I convinced you that I am not a fake.
Well, okay, but if you reach...
Let me assure you that there is no spirit, no ghost, happy or unhappy, inhabiting these premises at Ling.
Ned, tell me, did you believe Mr. Woods?
Well, darling, he's supposed to be the best, and he said there definitely wasn't any ghost at Ling.
Hey, something's happened to you.
What?
It's happened since the seance.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're different.
Oh, come on, Mary.
Maybe something did happen at that seance.
What?
I mean, those drawn lines in your face have disappeared. Smiles come back into your eyes.
Oh.
You slept better last night. Come on, admit it.
All right, I admit that, but it has nothing to do with the seance.
Well, then what caused the change?
Well, perhaps it was a cable I received yesterday saying that I could probably expect some very good news about that Elwell suit very shortly.
Then it was the lawsuit that bothered you after all.
Yeah, well, yes, perhaps more than I knew. Well, at any rate, we'll find out with tomorrow's mail.
Has the mail come yet?
No, not yet, darling. Anyway, I thought you were going to be all taken up with that engineer from Dorsetshire who's going to show us how to install a hot water system.
Well, I'm looking forward to his visit, but I remember what you said about the mail.
Oh, there's the postman now, dear. Here, let me beat you to it, Mary.
We'll go together.
All right. Here we are. Oh, airmail special from Waukesha.
What does it say? Open it.
All right. Good news, darling.
You mean you've won? You've won the lawsuit?
Oh, the suit's been withdrawn, so there's nothing to worry about.
Then everything's all right.
Oh, couldn't be righter. Now, how about giving me a kiss, and you go wait for that engineer.
One of the strangest things I remember was my total sense of security as Ned held me in his arms. I left Ned and walked out into the gardens. Oh, the day was beautiful. It seemed even brighter than it actually was because of the change in Ned. As I walked along the flagstones, I heard footsteps behind me. I stopped and turned.
I came to see Mr. Boyne.
I'm Mrs. Boyne. Do you have an appointment with my husband?
I think he expects me.
Well, he's working on a book, so he never sees anyone in the morning.
Oh.
Wait. You seem tired. Have you come a long way?
Yes, I have come a long way.
Well, then I suppose if you'll go to the house, my husband will see you. You'll find him in the library. It's that way. I watched the stranger enter the house, and then I went to find the gardener, and soon the engineer arrived. And the morning just sped by. We'd finished with the plans for the hot water system, and it was time for lunch. I went to the dining room, but Ned wasn't at the table. Nor was he in the library. I remember calling, and then asking the servants whether they'd seen him. But Ned was nowhere to be found. Not at the luncheon, not in the garden, not in the house. He didn't come back that afternoon, nor was he there for dinner. By that time, I was frantic and called the police. The local police shook their heads and called in Scotland Yard.
Now, Mrs. Bourne, I can only try to reassure you by telling you that we haven't found your husband's body.
Well, that's very reassuring, Inspector. You're telling me my husband has just disappeared into thin air, vanished without a trace?
Oh, no, Ma'am. What I'm trying to say is that if there was any foul play, and in these cases sometimes there is, we usually find the body of the dead man within 48 hours. So perhaps I was clumsy, but I was trying to tell you that there is hope that Mr. Boyne is alive.
Well, then where is he?
Oh, of course, I can't answer that question for you at this time. But I promise you, Mrs. Boyne, all the resources of Scotland Yard will be employed to find him for you.
I must admit the inspector kept his word and also kept my hopes alive. The yard kept me up to date on every development. But alas, they were so pitifully few, they did nothing to nourish my hope that my darling Ned would soon come back to me.
All the resources of Scotland Yard, will they prove to be as ineffective as all the king's men and all the king's horses in putting Humpty Dumpty together again? Or will they come up with some strange and sinister solution to the disappearance of Ned Boyne? I'll be back with the answers shortly. The disappearance of husbands is usually regarded by most police as a mystery with fairly obvious solutions. Most commonly, the police look for the runaway mate who's been unable to cope with a nagging wife, or secondarily, a woman who has decided to strike out looking for a new mate by disposing of the old one. Of course, neither of these theories was even entertained for a moment by Scotland Yard in the case of the disappearance of Ned Boyne.
Now, Mrs. Boyne, we all know what a good marriage you and Mr. Boyne had, but we're momentarily at a loss.
A man just doesn't vanish off the face of the earth.
Not without leaving clues. Something that will help us find him. Now, if you don't mind, we'll just go back once more over the way you found out he was gone.
I spent most of the morning with a Mr. Loomis, an engineer from Dorsetshire, going over some plans he had for installing a hot water system.
If you don't mind, I'd like to get to the stranger who asked for your husband.
Well, I've told you everything I know about him.
And told it well, Ma'am. A good description. Much better than we got from Nellie, the housemaid.
She saw him, too?
Oh, yes, indeed. We even found out that he wrote his name on a card he gave her.
Well, then you should know.
If I may, Ma'am, let me just condense the maid's testimony from my notes here. Now, she said that the gentleman was a stranger and perhaps a foreigner. He asked for Mr. Boyne, and she asked who was calling, and then he wrote his name on a piece of paper and asked her to carry it in to your husband.
Well, didn't you ask her what Ned, my husband, said when she brought him the paper?
Well, Nellie told us your husband didn't have time to say anything. because just as she handed the paper to Mr. Boyne, she realized that the stranger had followed her into the library. She left them together.
If Nellie says that she left this stranger alone in the library with my husband, how can we be so sure that Ned left the house?
It isn't the maid's evidence we're going by, Mum. Hilton, the gardener, swears he saw your husband leave the house by the front door, accompanied by a gentleman. And he gives a description which pretty much tallies with yours and Nellie's.
But why? Why would Ned just go off like that without a word to me or to anyone?
You've already said your husband has been worried. So if you could give us some clue as to what it was that was bothering him.
Well, I've told you about that lawsuit back in America.
But you didn't tell us about the seance and your attempts to locate the Ling ghost.
Now, surely, Inspector, you're not going to tell me that Scotland Yard is taking ghost stories seriously.
Oh, no, Ma'am. But if Mr. Boyne did, it might be some explanation of his erratic behavior.
Are you telling me that you think my husband was mentally ill?
Well, now, Mum, we need something to explain a happily married, wealthy man walking off in the middle of the morning accompanied by a stranger and so far leaving no trace.
But what about that unfinished letter you found in the library?
Obviously had to do with that business in America, which you, Mum, assured us wasn't bothering your husband one bit.
But he did write the word safer, didn't he? Who was Parvis?
Now we've checked, and Mr. Parvis is a perfectly respectable attorney back in Waukesha. And your husband's unfinished letter simply reads, "My dear Parvis, I have just received your letter announcing Elwell's death, and while I suppose there is now no farther risk of trouble, it might be safer..."
There. He says trouble, doesn't he?
Oh, he does indeed. And you believe that trouble could be so serious as to make him disappear without a word to you about it? Or the reason for leaving? Oh, no, we just can't believe that, Mrs. Boyne.
Then what do you believe? I mean, what has happened?
Mrs. Boyne, has your husband ever suffered from amnesia?
Never.
Does he have any medical history you could tell us about?
Ned was always healthy.
Well, England is a hard place to get lost in, Mum. It's almost impossible for two men to slip unnoticed through or out of the country.
How about just walking?
Mrs. Boyne, we have every official means of investigation working, and we've found nothing.
And so things remained at a stalemate for the next fortnight, despite the fact that my husband's name was headlined in every newspaper and his likeness looked down into my anguished eyes from the walls of every town and village. There was still not one single word of him, and no trace of his movements. And then one morning, Nellie brought a card to me in the library with the name Edward Parvis on it, and a new hope flooded my heart.
Mrs. Boyne?
Mr. Parvis, from Waukesha. You're the attorney my husband wrote to.
Yes, I found myself here in England, and I thought I should visit you.
Oh, I'm so glad you did. You heard, of course, of my husband's disappearance, and I'm hoping that you've come to shed some light on it.
Well, I'm afraid you're in for a disappointment. My errand is of quite a different nature.
But his last unfinished letter was to you. I mean, surely...
Mrs. Boyne, is it possible you're unaware of what went on back at Waukesha?
Oh, my husband and I were very close. We had no secrets from each other.
Well, I'm wondering what you mean to do about Bob Elwell's family.
Bob Elwell's family? I'm completely confused. I don't know them. Mr. Parvis, you must bear with me. I do need your help.
And I'm almost beginning to believe you.
What?
First of all, Bob Elwell is dead. His wife's a proud woman, and she fought on as long as she could. It's come out now how badly off the family is, and we're taking up a fund for her.
Elwell. Wait. That was the man Ned told me had helped him with the Blue Star.
That's what he told you, is it?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Well, it's true, and yet well, all I can say is that it was business.
I don't understand at all.
Bob Elwell just wasn't smart enough, let's put it that way. It's the kind of thing that happens every day in business.
Mr. Parvis, I think you're trying to tell me nicely that my husband did something dishonorable.
I don't want you getting the wrong idea about Ned. He committed no crime.
What exactly did he do?
He went into business with Bob Elwell, and Bob should have been more careful about what he signed.
Why don't you come right out and say that Bob Elwell should never have trusted Ned?
Well, it was Elwell's claim that he came to Ned with the first samples from the Blue Star. You see, the Blue Star had been started and then abandoned. And Elwell believed there was a chance the previous owners had quit too soon.
But he came to my husband with this sample.
That's right. And your husband assayed. They both wanted to keep the whole thing quiet because if there was any chance the Blue Star was still worth something, well, I don't have to tell you what that would have meant.
And Ned decided that the Blue Star was still a gold mine.
Right. Your husband and Elwell had to buy the Blue Star.
They bought it together?
They did. Elwell borrowed most of the money he put up to purchase the mine.
Well, so far that all seems pretty straightforward.
Uh-huh. Ned had the papers drawn up, and Elwell, well, he should have read them more carefully.
Why? What did the papers say?
That after Elwell had been paid back for the money he'd invested and received a profit of 5%, the entire ownership of the Blue Star reverted to Ned.
Oh, no.
Well, it was business, Mrs. Boyne. Elwell didn't have to sign it.
Well, evidently his lawyers felt that there was some merit to his claim when he sued Ned recently.
Well, they soon found out they didn't have a leg to stand on.
But if Elwell was so badly off, where did he find the money to hire lawyers?
A lot of people thought Elwell had been treated badly, and his lawyer was one of them.
You mean they took the case for nothing?
On a contingency basis. But when they saw they didn't have a case, they advised Elwell to withdraw the suit. Elwell became despondent and shot himself.
Shot himself? He killed himself because of that?
Well, he didn't kill himself exactly. He dragged on 2 months before he died.
And he tried to kill himself and failed? And then tried again?
No. He didn't have to try again. Well, the newspapers got hold of it, and it's all been raked up again, and this collection thing's been started. You know, most of us back in Waukesha like Bob Elwell. Here's an account of the whole thing from the Sentinel. Maybe it would help you if you looked it over.
From the headline, it would seem the Sentinel knows who's to blame. Widow of Ned Boyne's victim forced to appeal for aid.
And I thought maybe you might care to...
This picture! This picture! It says this is Robert Elwell.
Yes, it is.
But this is the man who came for my husband. I mean, I'd know him anywhere.
Mrs. Boyne, I don't think you're very well. Shall I call somebody?
No, this is Robert Elwell. This is the man who spoke to me in the garden.
That can't be the man. It's Robert Elwell.
It was Robert Elwell who came for him.
Came for Ned? Elwell was dead. You know that now, don't you?
Robert Elwell came for him.
Now, Mrs. Boyne, well, surely you remember your husband's unfinished letter to me. It was written after he'd heard of Elwell's death.
Robert Elwell was the man who spoke to me.
That's impossible.
You think I'm mad? I'm not. I'm quite sane. Will you answer me one question? Please, when did Robert Elwell try to kill himself?
When?
Yes, the date. Please try to remember.
I don't think we should continue this conversation, Mrs. Boyne.
I have a reason for asking.
I'm sure you have, but... Well, I really can't remember. I'd guess about 2 months before he actually died.
I need the exact date.
We might find it in the paper here. Yes, here it is. Last October.
The 20th, wasn't it?
Yeah, the 20th. Then you did know about Elwell all the time.
I know now. Sunday, the 20th. That was the day he came here first.
Came here first?
Yes.
You saw him twice then?
Yes, twice. First on the 20th of October. I remember because that was the day I first discovered the secret staircase, and we saw him from the roof. He was dressed just as he is in the picture in the newspaper. My husband saw him first. He was frightened and ran down ahead of me, but there was no one there. He had vanished.
You say Elwell vanished?
Yes. I see now what happened. He tried to come then, but he wasn't really dead. He couldn't reach us. He had to wait 2 months to die. And then he came back again, and Ned went with him. Oh, good Lord. I sent him to Ned. I told him where to go. I sent him to this room.
That's what they say about the Ling ghost. One never really knows that he's seen the ghost till afterward. Long, long afterward.
All the doctors at the rest home where they're treating Mrs. Mary Boyne are convinced that she's suffering from an almost historic sense of loss and bereavement because of the inexplicable disappearance of her husband. They're also all convinced that if only they could furnish her with a satisfactory explanation of that disappearance, she would be cured. But of course, we know better. At least, we who believe know that it's the explanation rather than the disappearance that's the root of her trouble. I'll be back in a moment. And now, the shortest ghost story in the world. The long, dark, memory-filled corridors of one of the great art museums of the world just before closing time. A man hastens to the exit. He's joined by another art lover. The first man says, "Hey, it's pretty spooky around here at this hour." "Yes," says the second man. "Do you believe in ghosts?" "No," says the first man. "Do you?" "Yes," replies the second, and vanishes. Our cast included Celeste Holm, Larry Haynes, Joan Shea, Guy Sorrell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. There's a certain kind of real estate which is special and unique. It can be at once the best or the worst place of all to be. If you want to hide from the world, shut away everyone else, and have perfect solitude, it's the place for you. But if you love your fellow man and value human contact, as most of us do, this paradise can be the very worst kind of hell. The piece of real estate is an island, and this is the story of a very special island. Our mystery drama, The Mysterious Island, was based on the classic by Jules Verne and written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Earl Hammond and Leon Janney. In March of 1865, the Union Army of General Grant had the town of Richmond, Virginia, sewed up in siege. And a curious situation developed. Within the town were many Northern prisoners, Union officers and others whose burning desire was to escape and rejoin the North. But while allowed certain liberties, the town was so strictly guarded that escape seemed impossible. However, just as their prisoners could not escape, the Southern secessionists themselves were also trapped. That is how Forster's balloon came to be manufactured and inflated in the great square of Richmond, waiting on north wind, which arrived on March 18th with a vengeance.
What brings you out in such weather, Captain Harding?
What else, Mr. Spillett?
Escape?
Whenever the weather is bad is the time. The worse it gets, the better our chances.
Have you a new plan?
I've been approached by someone with a new idea.
Who?
His name is Pencroft, a sea captain and a navigator.
Well, we can hardly hope to escape by sea, so we have little need of a navigator.
Don't be too sure. Suppose we were to escape by air.
By air? How?
We're looking at the means right now. Foster's balloon.
Are you mad? We're not aeronauts.
I am an engineer. Pencroft is a sea captain. We have some qualifications.
And what about me?
You, Mr. Spillett, will have a front-page story for the New York Herald. And what a newspaper story for a war correspondent to write.
As if I'm alive to put pen to paper. No, it's impossible. The craft is too well guarded, and besides, Jonathan Forster is scheduled to leave today.
With 5 heavily armed men. The gondola is packed with $2,000 in gold, ammunition, and stores. But if Pencroft is right, he will delay his takeoff.
Why?
He reads this wind as the leading edge of a hurricane. Forster won't risk it.
And you propose we should?
It's a chance that may never come again.
How many are we?
Myself, yourself, Pencroft, and his son.
How old?
A boy, but full grown. We can't very well leave Pencroft behind. It was his idea, and he won't go without his son.
Very well. When?
Tonight, after dark, at 10 o'clock. And keep your fingers crossed that the wind does not die down before then.
And so began an incredible adventure. As a writer, it naturally fell to me to keep the record of it. And weird and unbelievable as it may seem, I have tried to keep it faithfully. The hurricane that Pencroft had forecast became a reality. And when the soldiers guarding the balloon had run for cover, that was when we made our break. Captain Harding, do you think we dare try to take off at this?
It's our only chance. What do you say, Pencroft?
Ned and me was ready to set out alone, though I know nothing of sailing a lighter than aircraft. With you along, Captain, your knowledge of balloons, we're doubly ready.
Well, Gideon, are you with us?
Well, if you think I'm going to miss out on the best story of the war, you're crazy. I am with you.
All right, now listen. Luckily, the wind's blown out the gas lamps, so we've got the dark as well as the mist to shield us. But we'll take no chances, since none of us are armed. We'll split up now, and each sneak up to the balloon from a different side. We meet there in 5 minutes. Hurry, Gideon, we're ready to cast off.
Where's the boy?
He was supposed to come from the east. I'll have to go look for him.
Give him a chance. In the meantime, all of you, help me get rid of the ballast bags.
I won't go without my boy.
Here he comes now.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you waiting.
What happened to you?
It was Top. He must have broken his chain.
Who's Top?
My dog. I told him he couldn't come, but what are they doing to him?
Oh, he's roused the guard. Pencroft, grab the boy.
I've got to go to him. I've
Looks
got
like
to go
he's
to
coming
him.
to us. Cast off the cable on your side, Gideon, while I get mine.
The dog jumped aboard. Top wants to go with him.
Bring him. Get him overboard.
It's too late. We're 20 feet off the ground already. Thank heaven we're rising fast enough to get away from their bullets. We've made it. We've escaped. We're on our way home.
Home. Little did any of us know how long it would be before we saw that again, if ever. No words could describe the terror of the next 5 days. The full rage of the hurricane swept us through the air, tossing and turning the gondola basket like a pendulum till all of us were airsick. By night, the captain could not dare risk a descent, and by day, a curtain of swirling fog shrouded the earth. For 5 days, we rode the whirlwind, surviving it Lord only knows how, till at last, that morning, for the first time, the mist parted below us, and we saw the sea. It's sea beneath us.
Yes, and we're falling fast.
What's that sound?
There's a rent in the balloon.
The gas is leaking out.
What can we do, Captain?
Get everything overboard. Lighten her as much as we can.
What about this gold?
Over with it.
It's over $2,000.
Good, it might buy us our lives. Over. Come on.
The food, Captain.
Everything, even the guns.
It isn't doing any good. We're still falling. Land, Captain, land! Topside first, land!
Where?
Neb, you're right, boy. Off to starboard there.
We'll never fetch it. We're almost in the sea now. We've got to lighten her more.
There's nothing left to get rid of.
Yes, there is. We'll cut away the gondola itself. Quick, all of you, climb up on the net around the balloon and cling to it. The wind's carrying us toward the island.
But Top, he can't get up.
You go with the others, boy. I'll hand Top up to you. Here.
I've got him, okay. Hurry, Captain. Hurry, we're almost on the wave top.
Just one more cable and flash.
What happened? We took a wave broadside.
But look, it bounced the balloon up into the air. We're going to make it to land. We're going to... No, Top.
What is it, Neb?
The captain, Dad. The captain, he's gone. And Top went in after him. It was true. A wave struck the balloon and carried away Captain Harding and the dog. And the loss of their weight had been just enough to let the collapsing balloon rise and the wind to carry it towards the land. Now, just before we came to the shore, the balloon, half inflated, fell again to the sea. And with the wind driving it and us clinging to the mesh, we were rushed to the shore, battered by the surf, fighting our way to shore, exhausted and half dead.
Easy, lad. Easy. We'll find him.
Oh, never in a sea like that.
Any sign of him, Gideon?
I didn't have much hope, and I was too exhausted to go far. What happened to the balloon?
As soon as we cut ourselves free, the wind took it. It's gone, too.
It's Top. Here, boy. Come on, boy. Oh, Top, you're alive. You made it. The dog looks in good condition. Strange.
Something stranger. His coat's near as dry as a bone. How could that be if he come out of the sea?
Well, he didn't. He came along the beach and... Hush, boy, hush. Well, then that means the captain may have made it ashore, too.
I don't see a sign of him.
If only Top could tell us. Oh, but he is, Mr. Gideon. He is. Look. He's got my sleeve, and he's trying to pull me back the way he came. He's trying to take us to the captain. We followed the excited dog. He was leading us into the tropical jungle. Now, after fighting our way for nearly a mile, we came out in a clearing off which opened a cave. And in it, we found...
It's the captain!
Down, Top, down. Well, I only hope he's still alive. Captain, can you hear me?
Neb, here, take my hat. Get some water from that stream.
Yes, Father.
How is he?
Well, he's unconscious. Oh, that's a bad gash in his head. But otherwise, he seems unhurt.
How in the name of all that's holy could he have got out of that sea, crossed all them rocks, and dragged himself here?
Yes, it seems impossible. But we haven't time to worry about any mysteries now. We have to try to bring him to. As I worked over the captain, my mind was busy with many questions. Where were we? Was it an island or a continent? Did it have inhabitants or not? And how could a man with so serious a concussion, exhausted from a long swim, have possibly dragged himself across those jagged rocks without injury and found his way a mile deep into this tropical jungle to the safe haven of this cave?
I can't answer your question, Gideon. When I hit the water, I was knocked half dizzy. I swam as long as I could, but the waves were terrific. And the last thing I remember was thinking I'd had it and blacking out.
You don't remember anything about getting to the beach or finding your way here?
Not a blessed thing.
And Top?
Oh, I remember his swimming beside me when I blacked out.
Yes, but he could hardly have dragged you ashore.
Hardly.
Well, you'd better rest.
Gideon, where are we?
Well, that's what I've been hoping to ask you.
I've been thinking about that since I regained consciousness. Now, traveling southeast from a starting point in Richmond at an average of 90 miles an hour ahead of the wind, my guess would be some 7,000 miles away and somewhere in the Pacific.
7,000 miles.
Well, the distance is less important, perhaps, than the direction. The question is where we are here. Is it the South American continent, the Asian, the Australian, or is it an island?
I can answer that. We seem to be marooned on a desert island.
A desert island?
How's the captain? Well, much better, as you'll see, Neb. What luck?
All kinds of luck. Unbelievable.
Washed up on the shore, lashed to 2 barrels which kept it afloat. A great sea chest full of all sorts of tools and weapons and clothes.
Maybe more important, 2 wooden crates. One full of tinned goods, the other ship staples. Coffee, flour, dried beef, and the like.
It's incredible. Washed ashore from some shipwreck? Well, maybe, only... Well, you tell them, Father.
All I could say is them rope lashings hadn't been in the seawater long.
Someone or something, we think, left those stores for us.
And I know for sure I couldn't have saved myself. I had to have help. Divine or...
Now, just a minute. If anyone's saying that some supernatural influence hovers around the island...
All I'm saying is what I see and what I know.
Well-named, the mysterious island, with its unknown benefactor who seems to protect our castaways. Is he real or imagined? And can he still protect them from all the dangers yet to come? If he exists, will they ever meet him face to face? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Can you conceive of traveling 7,000 miles in an unguided balloon? Of being swept from one hemisphere to the other? And yet, if you'll take out a map of the world and lay an ordinary ruler from Richmond, Virginia to the southwest, the direction that a northeast wind would blow you, you'll see you could end up somewhere south of the Hawaiian Islands in the midst of a sea that in 1865 was still largely uncharted.
If indeed some other presence invaded our island, during the next month we had no further evidence of it. We were all too busy with our various tasks, and Captain Harding with regaining his strength to think much further about it. One morning, Neb and Pencroff set out to hunt, and I set about constructing some more earthenware pots on a wheel, which the captain had designed.
Good morning, Gideon.
Morning, Captain. It's a beautiful day.
Seems so to me. Thanks to you, Gideon.
Nonsense. I've done little. Without your leadership and knowledge, we'd all have been in a bad way. Now, this potter's wheel, for example. Without it, no dishes. The magnifying glass you made from your watch crystal, without it, no fire. Oh, hundreds of other things.
Well, I'd be a poor engineer if I had no knowledge of simple mechanics. Are the others gone?
Yes, good half hour since.
Then I'd be an even poorer leader if I didn't face hard facts.
What do you mean?
We must find a better place to stay.
But, Captain, we have shelter, water. Oh, I know the insects are bad at
Gideon,
night.
so far we've been concerned with survival. We've managed that. Now we have to consider escape.
Escape? To where?
Another island, then another. Till at last the mainland or civilization.
But how?
We must build a boat. And to do that, we must be near the sea where it can be launched. Tomorrow I start looking for our new home.
3 weeks later, Captain Harding had found what we came to call Granite House, which became our permanent home. I will never forget the day he first led us to it. A great granite cliff suddenly reared straight up from the beach, a sheer wall facing the sea. To the side of it, we climbed a tortuous path, past a waterfall, till we came to a small plateau with a small lake cupped in it. Around the lake, we followed him to an opening in the granite wall, and then through a continuously downward path till...
Seems like we're on our way back down to the beach again, except inside.
Exactly, Mr. Pencroff.
Well, we must have come a couple of 100 feet through this narrow cave, Captain.
Not much further. This is a fascinating formation.
At one time, I believe the lake above and the sea itself were one, filling these caverns.
It won't come back and drown us now, will it?
No chance. You'll see why in a moment. Now, welcome to your new home.
Why, it's huge.
And all those windows opening onto the sea.
That's why the sea no longer boils up into the lake. It broke through the granite eventually.
Oh, it must be 60 feet down to the beach.
A little less.
But if we lived here, we'd have to have all that climb up and then hundreds of feet back down again.
Not at all, Mr. Pencroft. We would build a stout door to protect our rear. Rope ladders from our windows to come and go, which could be drawn up if need be. Use the waterfall for power to help our machines, and build our boat ready to be launched in the river mouth down below.
Well, I understand, Captain Harding, but do we need all that protection?
Who knows? Are we not all sure there is some other presence on our island?
We moved in, and we made it home, and we started to build our boat, the Bonadventure. Looking back over my diaries, it is hard to believe the time that passed almost unnoticed, but even harder to believe the amount of work that was done. On one of his exploring expeditions, Captain Harding had discovered the tattered remains of the balloon trapped in the treetops. These had been brought back to make sails. And at last, the great day of launching had happened, and we sailed within the lagoon, finding the Bonadventure handled very well. It was just at dusk, as we were returning to our mooring, that a strange thing happened.
Help, Neb. Come about.
What is it, Pencroft?
Darned if I know. There was an eddy there, like there might be a rock. But watch out to come about. Clear the boom. Trimmer, Neb.
Aye, sir.
No, hold a minute. Let her fall away.
Now what, Ben?
Right there, Captain, where I saw the water break like an eddy. See it? There, a bottle floating.
We came about, circling again. And sure enough, there was a bottle bobbing in the water. Pen sent Neb over the side for it, and in a few minutes, we hauled him in, wet but triumphant.
What have you got, lad?
It's just like Father said, a bottle.
Give it here.
Here you are, sir.
Let's see if we can get this cork out. There.
There's a message inside, or at least a paper. Can you get it, Captain? What does it say?
Just these words. Help, please. Castaway, Tabor Island. 153 degrees west longitude, 37 degrees 11 minutes south latitude.
Why, that's not over 70 miles. Just over the horizon. We could make it in this craft easily as sailing downwind.
But not all of us. It's near dusk. Head for the mooring. We'll set all our courses for tomorrow.
I won't go into the discussion that night at any length. It's enough to say that since the boat could not handle more than 3 people, only 2 of us could go. At first, the captain and Pencroft seemed the logical pair, but Pencroft proved to be stubborn. He didn't want to be parted from Neb, and I had to agree that he was right. Everything we attempted was full of danger, and our boat was at best very frail. Obviously, it could be best handled by a seaman and his son. So, uneasily, we bid them goodbye the next morning. During the day, we kept busy, but with nightfall, the captain and I returned to worry and the helplessness of waiting.
I don't like the weather.
Yes, looks as if there's a squall on the way, but it should blow over long before they get back.
Should I have let them go is the real question.
Another human being in trouble? What choice was there?
If he's still there.
Paper looked quite fresh. I don't think that bottle could have been long in the sea.
Thinking back, that's what worries me. Well, nothing we can do but wait.
With the fury of a demon, a tropical storm broke, and huge waves lashed at the shore below us. It was the night of the 3rd day, and we had expected the Bonadventure back this night. Could she live in such a storm? Where have you been, Captain?
I climbed down the rope ladder. The tides washed all the way to the cliff. I can't get to the bonfires to light them.
Well, perhaps they haven't started back yet.
I told them to spend no more than 1 day, and if they found no one to return.
Maybe they saw the storm making up and delayed.
Perhaps. Or perhaps the note in the bottle was some kind of a trick. The island may be inhabited. They may have been taken prisoner by some hostile tribe. Oh, I should never have let them.
Oh, no, you can't blame yourself.
But I do. Particularly for not being able to get to the signal fires. In the dark, for a wind like this, they miss the island. They may be lost forever. They may... Look! Look, idiot.
The bonfires. They're lit. They're burning.
Impossible. How could any man in this tide reach the point except by sea?
And no mortal could live in such a sea.
Look out beyond the bonfires. Can you see it winking on the sea? The riding light of the Bonaventure. And the fires will lead it straight to home.
It was the bonfires that saved Pencroft and Neb. And who or what hand had lit them was a question lost the following morning in the excitement of their news. For they had found a castaway on Tabor Island. A new member had joined our society. He was tall, a mass of hair and beard, half clad in animal skins and filthy, more beast than man, and his arms were tightly bound behind his back.
When we first reached the island, we thought there was no one there, although we did find an old broken-down shack, but that looked as though nobody lived there anymore either.
Then we found him, running on all fours like an animal. When we tried to come nearer, he attacked us. And I don't think we could have handled him if I hadn't had a pistol to bring him to his senses.
Oh, he gave me a whopper of a black eye, and we had to tie him up. He didn't want to come with us at first, and, well, he won't talk. You can't get a word out of him.
Then you don't know his name or who he is or what he was doing there?
That's enough. I'm British.
What's your name?
That's as may be.
You ashamed of it?
Who are you, Governor?
Captain Cyrus Harding.
Oh, a military man, eh?
Union Army.
Never heard of it. You American?
I am.
What are you doing on this here island?
We're castaways, just like you. Captain Pencroft, sea captain that is, his son Neb, and Mr. Gideon Spilett of the New York Herald. Now you tell me, what were you doing on that island?
Oh, now that's a long story.
Captain Harding! Captain Harding, sir!
Yes, Neb, what is it?
I think you better bring your spyglass, sir. It looks like there's a ship on the horizon.
A what? Here's the glass, Captain.
Where's my... Oh, thank you, Pencroft. Where away, boy?
East by northeast, sir. About 60 points.
By Tophet, you're right, Neb. There is a sail. Can you make her, Captain?
She's too low on the horizon yet, but ship it is.
We're saved! We're saved! I wouldn't be too sure on that yet, sir. Not if I was you.
In the midst of their excitement, all four of them turned to the stranger among them, their wild burst of hope and enthusiasm dampened, chilled as though they'd been doused in ice water by the ominous tone of his voice. What does he mean? What enemy could the approaching ship turn out to be? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Well, now, let's see. We left our four castaways gazing in surprise and dismay at the marooned man they had rescued from Tabor Island. But he wasn't looking at them. With his arms still bound behind him, he had moved to one of the great windows in the rock of Granite House and was squinting out to sea with a seaman's eye, his gaze fixed in the direction of the faraway sail, just clearing the horizon.
What do you mean you wouldn't be too sure?
Of that ship, till she comes a lot closer. It'll be an hour or two before she comes near enough to see what she is. It doesn't matter what she is. She's a ship, and it means a chance to get back off this island and home.
Pencroft is right, Captain.
I'll go light the bonfires.
Plenty of time for that, my boy. She might sheer off if she sees no sign of life here. Not much chance of that, I should think. She could mean rescue for you four. And she could be bringing you what I'm afraid she brings me. She could be flying the Black Flag.
The Black Flag?
The Jolly Roger.
A pirate ship.
All right, everyone, let's calm down. Pencroft, Take my glass and keep a close lookout on that sail. As for you, I think you'd better tell us this story of yours and make it fast.
Aye, sir. 'Tis 10 long years since I talked to any man. The words come slow and my throat is stiff, but I'll try. As you may have guessed, my trade was the sea. But in 1855, I'd been on the beach in Australia, and in desperation to keep body and soul together, mixed up in various trades, none of them quite legal, I palled about with another no-good who in his cups more than once claimed to be the legal heir of Lord Glenarvan.
You mean the millionaire, the shipping magnate?
Yes, the same. I never paid him much heed. And one night in a barroom fight, he was knifed and killed by another Joey of mine.
Joey?
An Australian word for friend, Neb. Go on.
About a year later, this big steam yacht put into Melbourne, and it's his lordship looking for his son. Between us, Bob Joyce and myself, we saw a real opportunity to make our pile and end up rich. The plan was simple. Lord Glenarvan's ship needed to take on some crew. I was to say I knew where young Glenarvan might be found. And then, ship aboard with some men we had on our side, and enough of Bob Joyce's gold to buy enough others in the crew.
For what purpose? The boy was dead. Where could you lead them?
Just far enough to sea to take over the ship. Now, don't forget, a steam sail ship in those days in Australian waters. We'd have a freebooter which could own the seas.
What's a freebooter?
A pirate ship. And I take it something went wrong with your plan.
Yes, that's right. One of the crew I tried to buy went to the mate and threw him before Captain Gray. I'll never forget that day as long as I live.
This sailor, fully proved guilty of the crime of fomenting mutiny, shall forthwith be hanged from the yardarm as an example.
A moment, Captain Gray. May I speak to the condemned?
Of course, your lordship.
I can do little to save you, but... First, my son is dead.
You can take the word of a dying man.
Who killed him?
That's not for me to say.
Give me the name of the man so I can hunt him down, and perhaps I can save your life.
Well, why should I protect him now, whatever? The knife was in the back. His name is Bob Joyce.
Very good. Bob Joyce. If I find this man, would you be witness against him?
Well, that's a hard promise to make. Since within 15 minutes, I'll be dancing on the end of a yardarm.
I could intercede.
And have me set free?
No one can promise that. On his ship by maritime law, a captain is in total command. Yet, I am sure my request could save your life.
You do that, my lord. And whenever you need me, just call on me. Oh, his lordship was as good as his word, as far as it went. Oh, I was saved from the gallows, but by the captain's orders marooned on Tabor Island for the rest of my life.
His lordship has never returned to call on you, as you suggested?
No, sir.
Why do you suppose that is?
Well, until 2 years ago or thereabout, I had supposed because Bob Joyce was dead. And then...
And then?
A ship came to call at my island. Oh, I was delirious with joy. But some sixth sense warned me. I let the boat land, remaining hidden in a secret place. Saw the men who felt I had betrayed him, Bob Joyce, and heard him. He vowed he would search every island in this area until he found me either dead or exterminated.
Well, why was he so violent against you?
Because he felt I betrayed him, condemned him to a life of piracy and fleeing the hangman.
That's why you're afraid of this ship we see bearing down on us. That it may be his ship.
Yes, Captain. Because if it is, I'll give you my word for what it's worth, that he will destroy me and all the rest of us without a single regret.
I don't
think there was one of us who wasn't deeply affected by the story Ayrton told, or not convinced of his honest repentance after the punishment he had suffered. But we had little time to dwell on that. For under a steady wind, the ship was upon us sooner than we expected. Less than a mile offshore, she came about, and after breaking out the Jolly Roger...
Hold your fire.
But she fired on
The
us.
advantage of cannon, she's beyond our range.
You're right, Captain. Don't answer that fire. It's what she's looking for.
You mean to see if the island is inhabited?
That's right, yes. Then if we don't answer, she won't anchor and beat off again? No. We won't be that lucky. Put some boats ashore.
Some boats?
Aye, lad. There's 40 to 50 men aboard her. Far more than we can handle. Except one way.
Which way is that?
You'd have to trust me.
To do what?
I see a spit of land going out there. It can't be more than half a mile to the ship from there. It's coming on to nightfall. Free my arms. Take me out there and I'll guarantee to swim to the ship and set off the powder magazine and blow them all to hell where they belong. And if I fail, what have you lost?
Under cover of darkness, Neb and I sneaked down with him to the point, leaving the captain and Pencroft to hold the fort. Neb and I were armed with guns to protect him if he had to make a run for it. At exactly midnight, he slipped into the water for the long swim, and Neb and I settled down to wait and pray for his safe return. In less than an hour, all hell broke loose across the water in the dark.
We got him. He was discovered.
Now, that much is obvious.
How can we help him to escape?
Mostly by keeping quiet and praying. The trouble is, we never should have risked this.
Oh, well, why?
Because obviously now they know there's someone on the island. And it won't take long to discover how few of us there are.
Well, why should they bother us? I mean, maybe they'll just sail away.
No, I wouldn't count on it. They'll have to come to shore for water and... explosion had rent the night. In the flare of it, we could see the ship exploding literally into fragments, which burst into the air in a spray, and for a long time, like a flaming rocket, hovered, till at last all the fragments came down to the sea and hissed out. Once again, it was black. We waited tensely, and at last, we heard the splashing of a swimmer coming near. Guns at ready, we greeted...
Mr. Ayrton!
Aye, lad. Oh, give me a hand.
Here.
A long swim.
And a worthy one. You got to their powder magazine.
No, not I. They found me before I could get there.
The pirates?
Yes, it was them, all right. We've all had a fortunate escape.
Oh, thanks to you.
No thanks to me, lad.
But their powder magazine blew up.
Not through my efforts.
Well, whose?
Maybe the good gods, but some other hand than mine.
He's passed out, Mr. Gideon.
Yes, exhaustion, I hope. Here, I'll take care of him.
How is he?
Not hurt. Just sheer exhaustion. Neb tell you about...
Yes, and as you can see, now it's getting light. There's no trace of the ship, and...
Well, what is it?
Look, maybe that's our answer.
To what?
To the blowing up of the ship. The chest with the supplies, the bottle with the message. Everything that's been happening to us since we landed on this mysterious island.
I looked, and rising from the sea was a sight I had never seen. A man, or was it a man, clothed in rubber with a great iron bubble on his head and two heavy tanks strapped to his back. Could it be human? Or was it something straight from the bowels of hell?
Yes, gentlemen. I blew up your pirate ship. I am the answer to many strange things that have happened to you since you reached this island. Yes, I am, if you will, your benefactor. Now you must help me.
But who are you, sir?
My name, Captain Harding. It is and will never be other than Captain Nemo.
Nemo? The famous Captain Nemo of the Nautilus?
And of 20,000 leagues under the sea, the same.
But But I thought, well, most people believe that you and your fabulous undersea craft were destroyed.
A belief since I shunned the company of men. I was happy for the world to accept. For all these years, I have combed the underworld of the sea alone, in peace.
And your crew?
One by one, Captain Harding, the sea, the rigors of our life, have taken their toll. At last, 3 years ago, I was left alone.
And the Nautilus, that fabulous undersea craft.
I piloted it to its grave under this granite cave you live in.
The well. You used to come up it in your diving apparatus and occupy this chamber for your own.
Right. When you came to the island, I wanted to help. I did it the best I could.
The chest of supplies and tools.
The bonfires that were lighted to bring us home.
My rescue from the sea and tops.
The bottle with the message that Ayrton was marooned on Tabor's Island.
But why? Why didn't you reveal yourself?
My history is my flight from my fellow man.
And now you choose to reveal yourself? Why?
Because I am dying. I have made my last effort in your behalf by blowing up the pirate ship. Now I ask a return from you.
What?
Buried in a subterranean chamber below this granite house of yours lies the Nautilus. I am going to it to die. I ask you to make it my coffin.
What is it you're asking?
Restore my diving equipment to me. Let me descend through the well to my rest. Besides the explosive I used to destroy the pirate ship, I brought a chest. My gift to the living. Now let me go.
Gift to the living? You may go, but where do we go from here?
I can tell you where you must go.
Must go?
At least away from this island. The forces that trapped the Nautilus are again burbling. There is an eruption coming which, in my belief, will bury this island in the sea. Mark my words. As soon as I descend to my burial chamber, you must set sail.
In the Bonadventure? Well, it has barely room for 3.
Nevertheless, Mr. Spilett, you must load it to the gunwales.
But any reasonable sea would swamp us.
You must trust my belief that there will be no unreasonable sea.
But where would we head for?
Northeast by east, tracing the path you came. Only this time you travel the surface of the earth. Follow the trades, and you will reach the Hawaiian Islands.
That's a wild venture.
Not if you take my charts and the chest I leave you. Find your way home.
And you?
The sands of my life have run out. Once I am back where I have lived in isolation for years, I will be content with what is to come. But you leave fast.
We left the island as we came, leaving every possession with weight behind. Oh, we sailed bravely away on the Bonadventure, wallowing in the sea. We had been forced there by the prophecy of Captain Nemo when the center of the island started to spout fire and later brimstone, and the whole earth had rolled in a terrifying warning that the island was about to blow up. We watched while it did, and within all of us was a thankful dread.
The secret of Mysterious Island, what is it? That life is made to be lived, no matter how we find it, or how it may present itself to us, and that beyond us there is a special being. Yes, if you want to believe in that, and if you do, you can believe that he can make anything possible, or much more important, that through him you can make anything possible. If you just try hard enough. I'll be back shortly. A unique and fascinating man, Jules Verne. Over a century ago, he was opening vistas far beyond the vision of the ordinary man, charting unknown seas and revealing what lay beneath them, ranging across unclimbed mountains. through virgin forests, reaching even deep into the heart of the earth to bring his readers the world of imagination. Where would the rest of us be if the dreamers and the visionaries didn't possess the keys to keep opening new doors to new tomorrows? Thank God for Jules Verne. Our cast included Earl Hammond, Leon Janney, Jackson Beck, and Roger Barron. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. One of the least rewarding, most demanding, fruitless, pointless exercises in human emotions is revenge. Too often the avenger becomes the victim. The immortal bard tells us, foolish it is to revenge oneself against a neighbor by setting fire to his house, for fire catches your own as well. No, there is no sweetness in revenge, but ashes in the mouth. Our mystery drama, Masks, based on a classic by Richard Marsh, is written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane and stars John Beale. Revenge is as basic a theme as you will find in mystery or drama. The Old Testament testifies often on an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The great tragedies of the theater tell us that Othello lost his wife, Shylock his daughter, and Hamlet his life in that wild chase after justice. One man we know made many enemies when he was younger, which generally qualifies you for retribution. He is now riding a train from Dover up to London.
I beg your pardon, sir. Do you mind if I join you in this compartment?
Oh, not at all. I'm all alone.
I had hoped to find an empty compartment on this train up to London, because I've some reading to do. The 2 compartments have noisy little children, and 3 have men puffing at odoriferous cigars, and the compartment next to this one contains a nursing mother.
I don't smoke. I gave it up years ago.
I never started.
That's a crutch. I remember the days if I didn't smoke half a pack before I got to my office, I couldn't face the day.
Oh, really? Must be a very strenuous and nerve-wracking line of work.
Oh, yes, it did leave me pretty edgy, but I've retired now.
May I inquire what it was?
Well, I was head of Fountainhead Pictures. I'm John Fountain.
My goodness, yes. Your name and your movie company is a household word over here in England. My name is Arnold Lee, L-E-A.
Lee, that's an unusual spelling.
And it's Old English for thicket or shrubs.
Oh, you're not in the wood business, are you?
Oh, heavens no. I'm afraid I don't do much of anything. That's the penalty of being born well off with a large estate and farms and farmers to look after. I do have one business, a distillery in Scotland.
Oh.
So I keep occupied. Are you on vacation from Hollywood, Mr. Fountain?
No, I'm looking for a place to settle down. A permanent home. I've left Los Angeles for good. I'm retired. And I'm looking forward to spending the rest of my days in a calmer atmosphere. Instead of cultivating money, I plan to cultivate my mind.
Well, I don't know whether you'll find what you're looking for in London, Mr. Fountain.
I shall see. And let comparison prove.
Funny you should say that. Comparison proves. It's our new advertising slogan.
Oh?
Lee's Scotch. You may have heard of it.
Lee's Scotch?
I'm proud to say our Scotch has held a royal warrant for 90 years. I always carry a nip of it myself in a flask. Care for some?
Well, that's very nice of you. Don't mind if I do.
Top of the flask actually serves as a silver cup. Unscrew it, and there we are. I shall have mine after you've tasted yours. I think you'll like it. As you say, Mr. Fountain, comparison proves.
Oh, that's strong stuff, young man. What have you given me?
I wish you'd stop pacing the room, Mr. Fountain. If I'm to ascertain the facts, I need you to recollect what happened on that train calmly and unemotionally.
Well, Inspector Davis, I was alone in a first-class carriage on the Dover-London train. And a young man, very gentlemanly, asked if he could join me in my compartment.
Yes?
Arnold Lee, he said his name was. He offered me a drink of scotch from a flask. And to tell you the truth, it had the kick of a mule.
It's knocked you out, as you Americans say.
It was lethal. Next thing I knew, and I'm not sure if I was dreaming then or not, but I thought I was being robbed.
Well, now, surely you didn't come to the yard to report a dream.
When I woke up, I found the dream had been quite real.
Well, who was robbing you? The young man?
Well, some strange kind of person or thing I'd never seen before. He took the keys from my pocket, pulled down my attaché case from the luggage rack, opened it, and removed something, locked it, and put the keys back in my pocket. Finally, I did wake up, and I was alone. The train was just pulling into Victoria Station.
What was missing from your case?
A gold cigarette case.
All the thief took was a gold cigarette case?
Well, I thought that was strange, too.
Did you ever at any time see the face of the person who did all this?
I don't know what was dream and what was real, and it didn't look human. It bent over like some ape-like creature. I never saw its face.
Well, we shall have a good search round to locate this Mr. Arnold Lee.
I'm almost certain that what robbed me was not quite human.
Did it make any sound?
Yes, a horrible kind of growly laugh. I'll never forget that sound.
No one in the compartment but the young man. Well, he might have disguised himself to rob you.
Oh, not him. Inspector, I've spent a lifetime casting people to type. He was no criminal. That boy was a gentleman.
Well, we'll telegraph a description of the stolen property and the young man everywhere and see what turns up. Where can I reach you?
Well, for the present, I have a suite at London House. Excuse me, madam. How long have you been waiting for the elevators?
Oh, 2 or 3 minutes.
You mean 2 or 3 minutes before I came into the lobby?
At least. Perhaps more.
I'm half a mind to go to the desk and complain.
Everything's a little slower in England.
You'd think in a hotel as expensive as London House, you'd have better elevator service.
You're an American, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Here's our lift.
You call it a lift, don't you? We call it an elevator.
Would you be good enough to press 11, please?
Glad to. That's my floor, too.
Yes. We use many words differently from you in America.
Well, I expect I'll get the hang of it soon enough. It's a beautiful city you have here. I love London.
You've been sightseeing, have you?
No, I haven't had time. I've been house hunting. I've spent a long, rather tiring day.
Really? You're going to make London your home? Are you going to hire or purchase?
You mean rent or buy?
Oh, there you are. What is it George Bernard Shaw said about your country and mine? England and America, separated by a common language. I bid you good night, Mr. Fountain. Enjoy your stay.
Oh, hold on a minute. How did you know my name?
I shall be happy to tell you some other time. Mine is Norrell. Mrs. Ada Norrell.
Hello, room service? This is John Fountain. Where's my dinner? I ordered it almost an hour ago. Hold on. There's a knock on the door, probably the waiter. He certainly took his own sweet time. If this food is cold, I warn you, I'm sending him right back downstairs. Well, there's There's no one here. Where's my dinner? What is this? Hey, you! You down there in the hall. Say, aren't you that young fellow who was in my train compartment? Hey, come back here. Son of a gun. That's him.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Fountain.
Oh, madam, I had no idea this was your door.
My name is Ada Norrell, I told you.
I'm sorry. It's just that I do apologize for the late hour, but may I have just one word with your husband?
With whom?
Your husband, Mrs. Norrell, the young gentleman I just saw going into this room.
I hope you're joking, Mr. Fountain, because if you're not, I hardly know how to take this.
I just opened my door down the hall, and I thought it was the waiter with my dinner. And I saw, going down the corridor, a young man with whom I traveled yesterday on the train.
Indeed.
And when I called to him, he went down the hall and into this door.
Mr. Fountain, I thought you were far more sophisticated than this. To make up such a transparent story in order to pursue me, it's a bit obvious.
I assure you, I swear, Mrs. Norrell, I had no idea this was your door.
And I assure you, Mr. Fountain, nobody came in here. My husband passed away 3 years ago, and you are the only gentleman in this hotel with whom I have the slightest speaking acquaintance. I do hope we shall not be seeing one another again. Good night.
Yes? Hello? Who is it?
Mr. Fountain?
Yes? Who's this?
This is Inspector Davis, Scotland Yard.
Oh.
I'm downstairs in the lobby. Sorry to stop by so early in the morning, but I have some information I'd like you to verify. May I come up?
Inspector, I wonder if you'd mind waiting for a few minutes. I just got up. What time is it?
After 9, Mr. Fountain.
Good heavens, I had such a terrible, sleepless night. I'll take a quick shower and get some clothes on. Will you come up in, say, 10 minutes?
I shall.
I'm sorry to hear you had a bad night.
I thought when I came to England that the pressure and the strain in my life would disappear, but I have to tell you, Inspector Davis, I don't know. I haven't felt so dog-tired and washed up since I was in the middle of production in Hollywood. I thought those days were hard on me, but the past 2 days, I don't really like this. I've been subjected to some pretty strange goings-on.
Would you mind telling me exactly what?
Well, yesterday evening, I saw that young man who rode to London with me on the train, the one who gave me that drink.
Oh, yes. Arnold Lee. You saw him?
Yes, right on this floor, no less. He knocked on my door. I'm sure he did. And then ran down the hall and into the room of a lady I met here, a guest in the hotel. There's something going on, some kind of a game or something. She said he never went in there.
This lady, is she a friend of yours?
No, I just met her. She's extremely beautiful, a widow, and surprisingly, she knew my name.
I don't find that surprising. So did I, the moment you walked into the yard the other day.
You knew me?
My dear Mr. Fountain, your name as a movie producer is extremely well known. We in the British Isles are devotees of the flicks. But right now, I'm more interested in the lady's name.
Mrs. Ada Norrell. I did say, didn't I, that she was extremely attractive. Beautiful, in fact.
Yes, you did. Well, this Mrs. Norrell has nothing to do with my visit this morning.
Well, you're on to something already? Have you located my cigarette case and that creature?
We're not quite sure. You said for an instant you saw this person who was robbing you, but you were uncertain as to whether you saw the face. I show you this photograph and ask, is there any resemblance?
Well, where did you get this picture?
But I...
pain. Help me. My chest. I can't breathe.
Yes.
In my breast pocket, there's some pills.
Right.
It says nitro. Quick, give me. Give me.
A heart attack. A nitroglycerin pill to alleviate the pain. The inspector quickly places the tablet under the tongue of the gasping man. It will dissolve, and John Fountain will recover. But what was it about that photograph that shocked him so much that his heart was affected? I shall return shortly with Act 2. As with so many dramatic presentations on Mystery Theater, there's always more to the evidence than meets the eye. With that in mind, and making allowances for surprises along the way, we return to London House, where Inspector Davis of Scotland Yard has just shown a photograph to movie producer John Fountain to identify. For whatever reason, Mr. Fountain suddenly suffered a seizure of the heart.
Mr. Fountain, how do you feel now?
Much better, Inspector. When they come, they come. Let me see that photograph again.
Are you sure you feel up to it?
Let me see it.
Here. Study it carefully. Does it resemble anyone you've ever seen?
I don't know. Not a very clear picture. Oh, she's terribly disfigured, poor thing.
Yes. She was caught in a fire.
When was that?
Oh, 6 months ago.
Are you sure?
This woman escaped from Broadmoor. That's an asylum for the insane. She made her escape several hours before the London train you were on left Dover. We hazarded that she might have hidden herself on the train, and it might have been she who robbed you.
What's her name?
We don't know. She had no identification. We call her Mrs. X.
Why was she in Broadmoor?
She'd set fire to one of the smaller movie houses in London. It was at night. She was the only one there.
You're not saying that there's some connection with me because I used to be in the motion picture business, are you?
Well, I'm not saying it's unconnected.
Was there some particular movie being shown? Where was the fire?
Well, she managed to get into the projection room. Tried to set fire to the film, but it wouldn't ignite. And then she went down into the lobby and lit a match to the drapes. They'd not been fireproofed. They were showing a revival of old movies that week.
What movies?
Yours, Mr. Fountain.
What?
A festival of the best of the Fountainhead pictures.
You're staying late tonight, Davis?
Oh, typing up this John Fountain case, Chief.
Isn't this simple robbery taking an awful lot of your time?
Well, I don't think it's that simple. I have an idea that Fountain's not a little paranoid. If he weren't such a VIP, perhaps it wouldn't matter. But he's got a bad heart, and he believes that everyone he meets is out there to get him.
Who does he think is after him?
Well, several people. A, someone who looks like Mrs. X. You remember the theater pyromaniac? And B, a young man he met on the Dover-London train. And C, some other woman who lives at London House where he's staying and who he believes is in league with the young man.
And all this over the theft of a cigarette case?
Well, of course, there's more to it, Chief. Fountain is an extremely nervous man with a heart condition. If he's not imagining all this, it may be there are people in London at this moment who are intent upon driving him under. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, driving him crazy?
Under, I said. Under the ground. Driving him to his death.
Glad you stopped by this morning, Inspector Davis. If you'd come a little earlier, we could have had breakfast together.
Well, I'm glad to find you so chipper, Mr. Fountain.
Things appear to be going my way.
Good.
I've had some good luck since I last saw you. I found a nice little house on a nice little street off Welbeck Square, which I'm making an offer on.
Your news is better than mine. My nice little streets have all turned out blind alleys.
I keep thinking about what happened to me, Inspector. I had at least 250 pounds on me when I was robbed. Now, why wasn't that taken? Why just the cigarette case? Is that why I was drugged? For that? And Arnold Lee, where did he disappear to? He told me he came from a prominent family and he made Lee Scotch.
There is no Lee Scotch, Mr. Fountain. There never was.
Never was? Really? Is that true?
I'm here this morning to ask you, is there something you haven't told me?
I've told you everything I know.
Tell me, why does the loss of that particular cigarette case bother you so much? I'm sure you can afford many more.
I attach great sentimental value to it, that's all.
Why do you?
It was given to me on my retirement from Fountainhead Pictures. Inside are inscribed all the names of those I made famous.
Actors?
Actors and directors and writers.
All of them had their names engraved inside that cigarette case?
Almost all. Some had died or moved away, got out of the picture business. If you'll excuse me, that might be my real estate agent. They may have accepted my offer. Hello?
Mr. Fountain?
Yes, who's this?
Ada Norrell.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Norrell. Are you still here at London House? I haven't seen you recently.
I had a visit from Inspector Davis of Scotland Yard.
You did?
It was rather annoying. He questioned me about a young man you said you saw going into my room. Now, I don't know why you keep insisting on this, Mr. Fountain, but I can tell you I was very angry indeed.
I am sorry, Mrs. Norrell. How can I make it up to you?
Well, at least you sound contrite.
I am. I'll do anything so you'll forgive me. How about dinner tonight? And the theater afterwards, huh?
No, that doesn't intrigue me. But if you'd like to accompany me on a visit to the Tower of London this afternoon, I suppose I could forgive you.
The Tower of London? Why, yes, I've never been there.
Good enough. I shall meet you in the lobby at 3. No, better yet, 2:30, right inside the Tower enclosure. Goodbye.
I'll be there. Mrs. Norrell, Inspector. She didn't like your questions.
Oh, really? She didn't seem to mind at the time. She is, by the way, as extraordinarily beautiful as you told me.
That woman. Had I met her 10 years ago, I could have made her into one of the biggest stars ever to hit Hollywood. Mm-hmm. She's got something. Not only an unusual and photogenic face, but a lovely manner. Yes, I could have made a big star of her.
What did Mrs. Norrell call you about?
To join her sightseeing. I said I would.
Well, if she upsets you that much, why do it?
I don't know how to analyze it, but for some reason I'm drawn to that woman. A certain charisma, maybe. It's what we always look for in a movie actor. It has nothing to do with acting talent. Don't ask me why. I hardly know her, but she has that quality.
Yes, all right. So long as it distracts you. Where are you going?
The Tower of London.
Be careful. Don't get locked up in the dungeon.
I said I was sorry, Mrs. Norrell. I'm generally very punctual.
Yes, I imagined you would be. I was just about to leave the tower when you arrived.
Please forgive me. An hour late is unforgivable, but I don't know what's wrong with me. I went down to hail a cab, and suddenly I didn't feel well. I had to sit down in the lobby.
Are you serious? Well, perhaps you shouldn't have come out at all.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly all right now. I just hope I haven't spoiled the afternoon for you.
We don't have much time left before they close, and I did want you to see as much as possible.
Look at all these towers in
Yes,
here.
actually 18 of them, all with different names, including the Bloody Tower. They say it was originally built by the Romans to honor Julius Caesar. It's that old.
I like that. A country that respects its age and its old customs.
Well, some of those old customs aren't that respectable. A lot of hanging and spilling blood right where you're walking.
Really?
Now, follow me down this spiral staircase to the dungeon. The first room we come to is where the rack was. People were pulled apart for their crimes.
All those bells.
Oh, that's the curfew. That means closing up time. Probably why we're the only ones down here.
Well, what's that room behind this iron door?
Oh, that's where the 2 little princes were kept before they were murdered.
Well, let's pull the door open and have a look. It's heavy. I'll squeeze through here and have a look.
Oh, there's so much more to see. It's a pity. I'll tell you what, Mr. Fountain. Suppose I go and find one of the yeomen and ask his permission for us to stay on a while after closing. And don't go away now.
Hey, the cell door's shut. Mrs. Norrell? Mrs. Norrell! Mrs. Norrell, is that you? Can you open the door and let me out? Oh, no. Oh, not you. Go away from me. Get away. Get away from here. Help me. Help me.
The nurse said it was all right for you to receive visitors. How do you feel today, Mr. Fountain?
How long have I been in the hospital?
2 days.
I don't know what to make of all this.
Well, if you're feeding up to talking today, I'd like to know what happened.
I was going to ask you, Inspector. I don't usually wake up 2 days later and find myself flat on my back in bed.
You've forgotten, Mr. Fountain?
Wait. No, it was all a nightmare. Wasn't it? I didn't really see anybody, did I?
Well, you had a seizure in the Tower of London. The guards came by and found you in the dungeon. Somehow you'd locked yourself in. Fortunately, it's happened before. A visitor gets very excited, releases the door, finds himself locked in, faints, and so they know exactly what to do. They whisked you off to London Hospital, and since you're an American, they called me.
She did it. I'm sure of it.
Who did what?
Mrs. Norrell. And then she sent that hideous creature to the cell. She came up to the door and laughed at me.
Can you be more detailed?
Well, the door to the dungeon has a little window cut into it. I was calling for help. Then all of a sudden, this demented face appeared in that little window and laughed at me.
Had you ever seen this person before?
I don't know.
Was she the creature that robbed you on the train?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Mr. Fountain, in that dungeon in the Tower of London, you were heard to say, you, go away from me, get away. It sounded as if you knew who it was. Now, who was it?
I tell you, I don't know.
Mr. Fountain, we can't help you if you don't help us. Now, bear in mind, the Yard has taken everything at face value. There have been no confirming witnesses. It's all your story. There are those at headquarters who have definite doubts that you ever had a cigarette case, or that it was stolen, or that you were drugged by a young man on a train.
Why would I say all those things if they weren't true? It was that madwoman, the one you call Mrs. X.
And do you know her? Mr. Fountain, answer me.
Yes, I did know her. But so help me God, I had nothing to do with it. I tried to help. Why, after all these years, does she come back into my life to make me remember? I don't think my heart can stand much more of this. I mean it. I won't be responsible if I ever see her again.
I think we're beginning to see the elements of a tale of revenge. The cast of characters: a retiring movie magnate, a widow of extraordinary beauty, a young man on a train, and a Mrs. X, a woman with a disfigured face. Could it be that what began as a simple robbery may have consequences beyond imagining? As I've often told you, when we are 2 acts into the plot, wait and see. I shall be back shortly with Act 3. Act 3 it is. That act in which the evidence is assessed, problems solved, and the villains get their comeuppance. But what if your story has no villains, no heroes? Yet the mystery of what has been going on is as puzzling as ever, which is precisely the situation that faces Scotland Yard.
We're closing the case, Davis. We've spent far too many hours chasing a will-o'-the-wisp.
Yes, and he's not a well man, Chief McGowan.
That may be, but it's not our concern. I've got something for you more immediate. A certain Ralph Glass arrives at Heathrow on the noon flight. I'd like you to interview him, find out why he's in England.
What are the leads, sir?
Do you remember the Mrs. X case, the woman who escaped from Broadmoor?
Certainly. I was hoping she was connected with a fountain robbery.
The incredible part of that case is the woman's completely dropped out of sight. Unbelievable. Here she is, presumably with no money, escaped from incarceration. How's she existing?
What has she got to do with Glass?
Well, it's a tenuous lead, but we've got to go with it. When we examined her room at Broadmoor, we found some doodling in a corner on the windowsill. You know how people will scratch away with a pencil while they're thinking? Well, she hadn't been permitted a pencil. Naturally, anything sharp was kept from her. Just the same, there on the sill were scratches. 2 words. Ralph Glass.
Why did she write that name?
That's your assignment, Davis.
You checked the incoming airlines, huh?
The name came out of the computer. 12 o'clock. Up to it. Heathrow.
Who is it?
Mrs. Morel.
What do you want?
To see you. How are you?
All right. Come on in.
Thank you.
We can talk in the sitting room part of the suite. I was just writing a letter.
I'll sit here by the window, John. I'm going to call you John. And if you care to, you may call me Ada.
What do you want to see me about?
You're angry at me, aren't you? Somehow you're thinking it was my fault, you getting locked up in the Tower of London.
Ada, you have me at a disadvantage. I've told you before, you're a very attractive woman. And if I'd met you years ago, you might have become a movie star at my studio.
Not everyone wants to be a movie star, John. But I shall take it as a compliment. Now, I'm going to tell you something. When I came back to the dungeon that day to find out you'd fainted and been taken away to the hospital, I was beside myself. Nobody would tell me which hospital. And finally, after calling every hospital in the phone book, when I located you and was told John Fountain had suffered from a heart attack, well, you don't know how I blame myself.
Well, I don't know what to say. I guess I'm very surprised.
So we've made up, have we?
Well, sure we have.
Are you dining in the hotel alone tonight?
I don't know that I feel up to going out or even into the dining room.
Suppose I order a light dinner for the both of us and have it brought up to my room. After all, you won't have to walk far. I'm just down the hall.
Okay, Ada. That's very nice of you. And forgive me for, well, I don't know what.
You're forgiven. I'll see you at 7 then.
Are you Ralph Glass?
Yes, I am. I was told by Customs to come into this office.
Yes. I'm Inspector Davis, Alien Division, Scotland Yard.
Oh?
May I see your passport, please, sir?
Yeah.
Is there an address where you can be reached?
Well, I'll be staying at the London house.
I note you list your occupation as makeup man. You're not planning to conduct any business of that nature while you're here, are you?
No, not at all. I do makeup for the movies. I haven't come here to work.
Are those your bags the porter's just brought in?
Oh, yes, they are.
Just put them down there, will you please, porter? Thank you. You may go. Mr. Glass, would you mind opening your luggage?
Oh, not at all. Do you think I'm smuggling in something?
The smaller suitcase first, please. What are these, Mr. Glass?
Those are facial masks.
What are they made of?
Oh, very thin, painted latex. An invention of mine.
I see. What do you do with them?
Well, when an actor has to play an older person or a disfigured person, we use these masks instead of makeup. You see, it's very pliable. Your own skin can breathe through them, and they're as lifelike as a human hand can make them.
Indeed. Hold this one up. Extraordinary. I do believe it resembles a lady I interviewed quite recently.
Oh?
I would say this is no ordinary character makeup. These masks are works of art.
I've been waiting an hour. Did your plane get in late, Ralph?
I had a run-in with the British Customs, and then an interview with Scotland Yard.
What did they want?
I don't know what he was after. I had to open my suitcases. Probably drugs.
You? Smuggling drugs?
That's a spot check. Every so many passengers, tag, you're it. Now, what is it you want from me?
Now, that's a nice way for a brother to talk.
Well, I didn't fly 3,000 miles for chit-chat and compliments, Lorna. Is he here?
Yes. Right down the hall, in fact.
Are you sure you want to go through with this?
I haven't waited 10 years for nothing. What did you bring?
A couple of extras and the new one of Lorna Dale. I'll show you. Get the suitcase under the bed. There. Here's a spare mask of Ada Norrell.
Good. The one I'm wearing is getting a little cracked around the mouth lines.
I brought along a duplicate of Arnold Lee, in case you needed that mask.
Yes. There'll be one final performance from Arnold.
And here's what I've spent most of my time on. The mask of Lorna Dale.
Let me look at it. Lorna Dale. Oh, is this what I used to look like? I almost don't remember.
Dearest sister, you were very beautiful.
Oh.
I worked from the early stills in my memory. I could never forget the way you looked before the accident.
Ralph, These masks are wonderful. But I need your personal help. I want you to stand by me. He's coming here at 7 o'clock.
John Fountain?
Yes. I told you he's staying just down the hall. He's coming to have dinner with Ada Norrell.
What are you going to do?
Throw his sins into his face and watch him suffer the way he made me suffer.
Who is it?
It's me, Ada. John Fountain.
Oh, come in, John. I'm just finishing dressing.
Where are you, Ada?
I'm in the bedroom. Be out in a minute. Fix yourself a drink.
Thank you. Can I fix you one?
Then I've ordered wine with dinner. I'll wait for that.
I'll just have a whiskey and soda.
I have a surprise for you, John. A visitor to see you.
Say, aren't you...
Yes, indeed. Arnold Lee. How do you do, Mr. Fountain?
What is all this?
Do you remember your gold cigarette case, Mr. Fountain? I have it. Not so fast. Don't be grabby. I'll read you the inscription. With affection and respect to the founder of Fountainhead Pictures. And it's signed by all those nice people you put on the map. All but one. Who is that, Mr. Fountain?
I thought you stole it. Give me that.
Oh, sorry, I dropped it. Oh, how careless of me. I squashed it flat by stepping on it. Goodbye. I have to go now because there's someone else who wants to say hello. Ralph, your old boss, John Fountain, is here. Come on out to the bedroom.
Hello, John. Remember me? Ralph Glass?
Well, of course I do, Ralph. You were in makeup. What are you doing in London?
Lorna asked me to come say hello. Said there'd be a reunion.
Lorna?
Yes. Lorna Dale, my sister. The most beautiful girl in the lot. Don't you remember her?
Oh, sure. Sure. How is she?
Don't you know? She was in the cabin up at Arrowhead with you when it caught fire and you ran out. You saved yourself, remember?
It wasn't my fault. The kerosene stove just tipped over.
It wasn't your fault that you got out without a scratch? And Lorna was so badly burned they could never fix her face again? Not your fault?
Why are you doing this to me? I've left Hollywood. Why are you over here to tell me this?
I know, John. You're trying very hard to escape, but things keep happening to you, don't they? How would you like to see Lorna Dale right now?
Oh, no. No, please.
Yeah, you have no choice. Lorna, would you come in, please?
Hello, John. Long time no see.
Oh, Lorna. Oh, you're beautiful. You haven't changed at all in all these years.
Remarkable, isn't it? Considering what my face looked like after the fire.
I had no idea plastic surgery could be so restorative. I don't believe it, Lorna.
Not a mark on my face, is there? Look closely, John. Fantastic, no? Now, I want you to keep looking. Ralph, help me off with this, will you? Now, look, John. Does this face of Lorna Dale look more familiar to you? Or did you prefer the mask of Lorna Dale?
Oh, no. No. No.
You'll never forget now. You'll never be the same.
There's just one more scene to play, Ralph.
Is that why you're wearing your Ada Norrell mask?
It's the one a certain gentleman knows me by. I telephoned him before to ask him up.
Do I know it?
If you don't, you will in 10 seconds. Inspector Davis, it was good of you to stop by so late at night.
The yard doesn't keep hours, Mrs. Norrell.
This is my brother, Ralph Glass.
Oh, yes, we met. But I didn't know you were related.
I asked you here to confess to setting a fire, escaping from an asylum, engineering a robbery, and almost, but not quite, worrying a man to death. Inspector,
Did you ever hear of a motion picture actress called Lorna Dale?
I certainly did. I had a crush on her all through school. What happened to her?
She and the studio head were caught in a fire in a mountain cabin years ago.
Did she die?
Only her face. Inspector, I want you to write 3 names down on a piece of paper.
Go ahead.
Arnold Lee, Ada Norrell, and Lorna Dale. And then take a very close look at those 3 names.
Mrs. Norrell, I already have.
Oh?
The names Arnold Lee and Ada Norrell and Lorna Dale are all the same anagram. The same letters transposed to make 3 different names.
It was I, the same person, transposed to make 3 different people.
But how could you?
Ralph, show Inspector Davis the masks.
Of course, those masks. Now I see a fire, a burnt face. Mrs. Norrell, you are really Lorna Dale.
Yes, I am. I hope you will let me pay for the damages to the theater and for escaping from the madhouse. I am not crazy.
May I call you Lorna Dale?
Of course.
Miss Dale, I can straighten out matters with both the Yard and Broadmoor. I think you've suffered enough. I'd better be on my way now, but I shall never forget your 3 performances. Your 3 people.
In 3 masks.
Remember the old maxim that went, revenge is like a boomerang. Though for a time it flies in the direction it is hurled, it takes a sudden curve, and returning can hit your own head with quite a blow. Not this time, though. I shall be back shortly. Rather than leaving you believing that revenge is sweet, or that I endorse revenge in any shape or form, let me say that the best manner of avenging ourselves is not by resembling him who has injured us. Yet, men are not gods, and often it is indeed difficult to turn the other cheek. Our cast included John Beale, Court Benson, Joan Shea, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Marshall. The optimist says we are what we love. The pessimist claims we are what we hate. The philosopher says perhaps we are a little of each. The idealist says there's a bit of good in the worst of us. The cynic insists there's a touch of evil in the best of us. All of which is just another way of saying that there are 2 sides to every story, especially the one you're about to hear. Our mystery drama, Don't Play with Matches, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. can't tell the players without a scorecard, and you cannot distinguish the actors without the program. These problems, insofar as they arise at all, are easily solved in ballparks and theaters. However, what we might call the game of life is played on a bigger stage in a greater arena. And sometimes you can't tell who's who until it's too late. Consider Mr. Delbert Casserole.
The healthiest thing a man can have is a hobby. Yes. We have to be taken out of ourselves. We have to try something different. Have a means of self-expression. Now, I have a job, a responsible job, and I perform it well. I enjoy it. But I can't wait for my day off. Then I'm my own man. I get into my car. I drive off somewhere. A change of scene. Another atmosphere. Sometimes I'll stop at a bar. Strike up a conversation with a stranger. No. This one's on me. I insist.
Well, thank you. Thank you kindly.
Parsons is the name. Peter Parsons.
Well, I'm Jim Stacy.
Oh. What business are you in, Mr. Stacy?
Well, I work for the city.
Is that a fact?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm in the newspaper game myself. I'm a foreign correspondent. Of course, you know my name isn't Peter Parsons. It's Delbert Casserole. And I'm not in a journalism game or anything even near it. But you see, when you go off by yourself, you have an opportunity to live many lives, to play a variety of roles, and it's no end of fun.
Thank you kindly for the drink, Mr.
Parsons. Peter Parsons.
Parsons, Peter Parsons. But I have to leave. I promised this friend of mine I'd...
what did you say that your name was again?
Stacy.
Bartender? The same way. Now, just relax, Mr. Stacy. I've interviewed the crowned heads of Europe. Of course, there aren't as many as there used to be. Nor of generals and statesmen and wheeler-dealers of all makes and sizes.
Well, I promised
But they all had one thing in common, these great men. They all knew how to relax. Thank you, bartender. Now, Miss Stacy, there you go. Relax and drink up.
Well, this has got to be the last one.
Savor it, my friend. Savor it. Relish. Enjoy. Do you know what you're doing, Mr. Stacy? You are doing something for you. You understand that?
No.
Something for you. Now, almost all of your time and effort is devoted to the well-being of other people. All right? Your wife, children, and then you labor for the banker, the butcher, the grocer, the oil companies. The list is endless. Now, you follow this?
Well,
when you drink, when you eat, these are actions that are performed for you and for you alone. This is what you do for yourself, Mr. Stacy.
Yes, well, thank you, Mr.
Parsons. Peter Parsons.
Yes, but I really must be running. Good night.
Now the evening has begun, and I am properly primed. I'm intellectually stimulated. My mind is firing on all cylinders. So, I'm ready for a good dinner. I look for a fine eating place. A man should widen his outlook, broaden his tastes, as it were. And tonight I choose a Russian restaurant. Now, let me see. The cutlets Kiev or the shashlik? Which do you recommend?
They're both good, sir.
Well, I must say that one should be better. Would you agree?
They're both good.
Oh, but all restaurants specialize. Now, the shashlik is Georgian, the cutlets Kiev are Ukrainian. Tell me, where does the chef come from? Kiev or Tiflis?
I think he comes from Dayton, Ohio.
Well, the menu is splendid. I haven't seen better even in Russia.
Oh, you've been to Russia?
Oh, many times. Many times. You see, I'm a construction engineer.
Oh? I've never really known Russia. My folks brought me here when I was just a little kid.
Oh, and it's a beautiful country.
Yes?
I've built railroads in the snowy Ural Mountains, constructed dams in the Donets Basin, oil refineries near the Black Sea city of Sevastopol in the Crimea. And other things. face appears a look of wonder, mixed with admiration. I am someone unusual, someone out of the ordinary. I can see her eyes examining my expensive handmade suit, my custom-tailored shirt. And the hard glance of appraisal dissolves into a soft look of invitation.
My folks told me a great deal about the old country.
I could tell you more.
Oh, could you?
Well, when they close this place tonight, we might go somewhere that's quiet and comfortable, have a glass of wine, and talk about Russia. The motel is small. It might be considered somewhat seedy. But it's run by a sleepy-eyed desk clerk who doesn't ask a single question, doesn't look twice at the phony information you inscribe in the register, and wastes no time taking your money and handing you your room key.
I don't even know your name.
I don't know yours either.
Anya. Anya Petrov. That's what my parents gave me. I call myself Anna Peters.
Mm-hmm. Well, my name is Woodrow Wilson.
That sounds familiar.
Yes, I'm named after President Woodrow Wilson.
Oh.
Well, we're distantly related. Our family name is Wilson, so Woodrow comes quite naturally.
Oh, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? I mean, he was one of those World War I-ish presidents, wasn't he?
Yes.
Woodrow, I hope you don't think I do this all the time.
Do what?
This. Go to a motel with the man I just met. There's just something about you so different.
Different? How?
I don't know. I just feel you're an unusual person. That even what you're doing now is something serious and important to you. It is, isn't it?
Yes. I'm very serious.
Oh, and I'm very lonesome.
I don't see why.
No. No, it's more than lonesome. I'm lonely. Do you know what it is to be lonely?
I don't see why you should be lonely. You're a very beautiful woman.
Oh, yes. Yeah, there are plenty of men who'd want to be with me. But you're the first one, the only one, who ever made me feel important. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Oh, Woodrow, hold me. Kiss me.
All I knew was desire. All I wanted was to take her in my arms. And then as I kissed her, there was a feeling of... Let me make sure that I say this right. There was a feeling of nothing. I felt nothing. A moment before, my heart had been pounding, my pulse racing, and now, suddenly, without warning, the excitement was ended. As if the frantic desire that had been surging within me had either died or disappeared. And then did I hear a laugh? A low, mocking laugh. What are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing.
Yes, you are.
All right. I'm laughing.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, it's better than crying.
Now, cut that out.
I'm sorry.
Well, what's so funny?
Well, I guess nothing.
Then why did you laugh?
Oh, well, I said I was sorry. I want to go home.
Why?
We shouldn't have come here.
Why?
You shouldn't have asked me.
Because I'm somebody you can laugh at, is that it?
Please, I want
You'll
to go
be sorry
home.
you laughed at me.
You don't have to take me home. I can get a cab.
You're laughing at me.
No, I'm not.
I can hear it in your voice.
I swear
You have that grin on your face.
I don't.
Look in the mirror.
Please, let go of me.
Turn your head.
Please.
Turn your head and look in the mirror.
Let go of me.
You see that grin like an obscene, filthy little rat?
Let go of
Take
me.
that grin off your face. Take it off. I'll teach you to laugh at me. I'll teach you. The grin vanishes from her mouth. Her eyes bulge. A look of horror contorts her face. A shudder racks her body. And now she becomes limp. I take my hands away from her throat and she slides noiselessly to the floor. I leave the room, close the door behind me. There's no one in sight. I get into my car, back out of the parking lot into the highway. I floor the accelerator until the needle reads 90. The night is cold, the sky is clear, the air is crisp. I thrill to the chill of the wind that sweeps over me. I am at peace, because I know now what it is I must do to find fulfillment. ahead about 100 yards, I see the lights of a gas station. I pull over to the side of the road and I get out of the car. I approach the station on foot. Can you help me? I ran out of gas a couple of miles down the road.
I can give you a couple of gallons in a can.
How many gallons that can hold?
5.
Well, you might as well fill it up.
Be heavy to carry.
I don't mind.
I'd give you a lift, but the kid's out with the tow truck.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
If you're just a couple of miles down the road, you don't need 5 gallons to get back here.
Once bitten, twice shy. I just don't want to run dry again.
Okay. 5 years.
Very good. Now, what do I owe you?
That's $2.70 for the gas, and I got to charge you a $3 deposit for the can. Just give me the $2.70. I trust you. You got an honest face.
Well, thank you. I can't tell you how wonderful you make me feel. I'm a minister, and to meet a man who truly lives the word. God bless you.
Well, thank you, Reverend.
I walk back to the car. I make a U-turn. I tingle all over. I know now that I am accepting the truth, and I shall be truly committed. In a few minutes, I see exactly what I'm looking for. I turn off the highway, and I drive slowly, cautiously, because it's the most deserted part of town. Still, I must take no chances. I pull up in front of the building. A large, rambling 2-story warehouse made of wood, ramshackle, old, obviously deserted. I move quickly to the rear, carrying the 5-gallon can. I have never felt so alive, so vital. I find a broken window. In a moment, I'm inside, and the floor is covered with piles of rags and papers. I pour the gasoline. Soak everything thoroughly. Now, I strike a match, and I feel a shock run through my entire body. There's a burst of flame. I run to the window. I jump clear. On the corner near my car, a firebox. I pull the alarm, and I get back into the car. I drive down the block, park in an alleyway where I can watch. By now, the flames from the burning building are shooting up to the sky. And here they come, the engines. The engines, the gleaming red engines. And a crowd begins to gather. Where do they come from? Why do they want to watch? Are they like me? Oh, it's so warm, so pleasant, so relaxing. There's nothing like this. Nothing in the world.
I thought I'd wait up for you last night, Del, and I fell asleep. What time did you finally get home?
Oh, must have been close to 3, Rhoda.
Where were you? I tried to reach you at Frank O'Malley's.
I never got there. I was on the Pleasantville Road, and I stopped at a diner.
Oh, Porgy's?
I remembered I was supposed to see Frank next week. As long as I was out that way, I decided to drop in on Joe Stevens.
Well, that's 40 miles further up the road.
Oh, I just thought I'd surprise him, but there was no one home.
Oh, that whole drive for nothing.
And then on the way back, I had a flat.
I guess it just wasn't your night.
No, it wouldn't have been so bad, except that I didn't have that, the thing you need to change the tire.
You mean the jack?
No, the lug wrench. There it was, pitch dark, miles from anywhere, and I'm trying to flag down cars.
Oh, poor Dad.
Anyway, finally somebody stopped, and I was able to change the tire. Oh, what a night. Why did you try to reach me at Frank O'Malley's?
Well, I didn't have a moment's peace last night. As I said, that phone wouldn't stop ringing.
Well, couldn't you tell people it was my night off? I mean, everyone's entitled to a night off.
Oh, yes, dear, everyone but you. Evidently, you're not supposed to have one.
Why?
Because you're the fire chief.
Is that what he does for a living? Well, you must admit he has the strangest hobby for a man in his position. Yes, and you must also admit you meet a most colorful crop of strange characters here. But this is only the first act. Give our characters a chance to ripen in Act 2, which I shall bring you in just a few moments. Obviously, what we're concerned with here is what might be called the double life of Delbert Casserole. We have shown you Delbert on his day off, away from home, relaxing, enjoying himself. Now we would like to show you the serious workaday Delbert as an important member and a concerned citizen of his community.
Good morning. I'm Jerry Behagan, and this is the program where you meet the people who make the world go round. Today's guest is a man you never think about until you need him. But when you do need him, you simply can't think of anyone else. He is fireman. Actually, he's the fire chief of Caswell's Corners, Delbert Casserole. Well, how are you this morning, Chief Casserole?
Just fine, Jerry. Just fine.
The chief has a most unique distinction. Caswell Corners has the lowest number of fires per capita of any community in the United States. How do you account for that, Chief?
Well, I guess it's because...
Well, we'll find out in just a few moments. First, I have some fascinating news for all our viewers.
Andy, this is Rhoda Casserole. Oh, fine. Did Eddie tell you I left the car at the garage this morning after I dropped Dell off at the TV station? He's being interviewed. Oh, look, the commercials are on now, so just let me tell you quickly. He had a flat late last night, so I guess the tire had better be fixed. He never thinks of those things. He just puts on the spare and throws the flat tire in the trunk. Andy, can you have it by noon? Oh, great. Thanks a lot. I have to get back to the show.
Now, Chief, according to the records, there wasn't a single residential or commercial fire in Caswell Corners during the past year.
That's correct.
Well, how do you account for it?
Prevention, Jerry. Very strict, comprehensive system of prevention.
Oh, well, can you explain that?
Well, unless you're dealing with an act of God, and that doesn't occur too often, you get a fire because A, someone was careless, B, someone's violating a rule, or C, a combination of both.
As well, how about D? Those people who deliberately start fires, arsonists.
Well, there you have unfortunate, sick people. And there's nothing a fire department can do about them. They belong to the psychiatrists.
Yes, well, I raised the point, Chief, because not too far from here over in Dawson County, there was a fire late last night that was definitely of suspicious origin, according to the authorities.
Yes, I read about that in the morning paper.
A huge old deserted warehouse. 6 firemen were injured, and 3 rather seriously. Now, what should be done to people, to arsonists who deliver...
Jerry, I feel too strongly about it to be quoted on the air, frankly. The only words that I could possibly use would have to be censored.
Yes, well, now about your program of prevention.
Yes. Well, now we have...
Oh, I'm sorry, I must interrupt again. We'll be right back with Chief Casserole, but first... And now, before we return to Chief Casserole, a message of fantastic importance. You hear the manager here?
Yeah?
Lieutenant Stacy, homicide.
What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
First, you can turn off that sound.
You want to ask about that girl that was murdered here last night, huh? I already talked to the cops. I don't know nothing. Believe me, nothing.
You never saw the girl before?
Nope. And when I tell you I don't know nothing, it ain't because I don't happen to know nothing. With me, it's deliberate.
The man who was with her.
I'm in the kind of business where if you don't know nothing, you're better off.
The man?
I never seen him before either. He signs the register, John Smith.
Did he show any identification?
He paid cash. He didn't have to.
Well, can you describe him?
Tall, thin, kind of whitish blonde hair.
Dressed?
Blue sport jacket, gray pants. Now, wait a minute. He looks familiar.
Well, if you never saw him before, why should he look familiar?
Why should he look familiar? Let me think.
You were about to tell us there are practically no fires in Caswell Corners, Chief.
Well, we have a program of rigid inspection, Jerry, for all commercial and industrial buildings.
Yes?
And a very comprehensive safety program in the schools.
I see.
Prevention, Jerry, that's the key word.
Well, this may be a silly question, but doesn't it get boring? I mean, here are all you firemen sitting around the firehouse, and you never get to go to a fire.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Casserole. Oh, Andy. Yes? What's that? What do you mean, which tire do I want you to fix? The one that has the flat in it. But that's impossible. Delbert said he had a flat... Oh. Well, well, maybe I made a mistake. I'll be by to pick up the car.
does this guy look familiar? I know I seen him someplace, Lieutenant.
Where?
Oh, it'll come to me. Crazy. It's on the tip of my tongue.
A tall, kind of slender guy with whitish blonde hair.
Make that grayish blonde.
That's funny.
Yeah? What's funny, Lieutenant?
Sounds like a guy I think I saw myself.
Where? You say you seen this guy too, Lieutenant?
Now, look. You keep thinking. And when you remember where you saw him, call headquarters.
We were asking Chief Delbert Casserole if life didn't get boring around the firehouse. Well, Chief, does it?
No, not a bit.
Well, don't you miss the excitement of racing down the streets full speed, with the sirens screaming, the bells clanging?
No.
And the thrill of conquering the fire itself, of subduing the flames, the adventure of rescuing trapped people from burning buildings.
No. No, the greatest excitement a fireman can experience, Jerry, is the quiet excitement of sitting in the firehouse and knowing that all is well, all is safe in the city.
I'm Lieutenant Stacy, homicide.
No, it's homicide. Look, I told the other cops
Wait, what are the cops?
The arson cops.
What arson cops?
Oh, they had this fire last night. I don't know if I'm in a jam or not.
Which fire?
Over in Southland. The old Magruder warehouse went up like a Roman candle.
Well, that's not what I'm here for. I'm looking for a guy who might have stopped off to buy gasoline here. He spent the night at Plum's Motel down the line.
Well, how would I know?
He was a tall, thin guy with whitish blonde hair. He could have worn
a blue sport jacket with gray pants.
Yes, that's the one. Tell me about him. What make car was he driving?
I don't know. This guy said he was a preacher. How could he have been a preacher? Well, anyhow, he says he run out of gas. So I fill him up a 5-gallon can. And he got such an honest face, I don't even ask him a deposit till like that.
Keep telling me about him.
What can I tell you? Next I know, the arson cops are here. This 5-gallon can of gas, turns up, guess where? In the burnt-out ruins of the warehouse.
Were they sure it was the same can?
Oh, yeah. It was kind of twisted out of shape by the flames and all. But you could read where I scratched my name on it, Paul's service station.
This tall, whitish, blonde-haired guy with the blue sports jacket and gray pants.
Oh, yeah. That's him. You mean he done something else last night?
Chief Casserole, now, in conclusion, do you have any parting words for our audience?
Well, Jerry, I'd just like to say that fire can be the most tragic loss of all because it's the most needless.
Well, thank you, Chief. Folks, our guest this morning has been Chief Delbert Casserole of the Casserole Corners Fire Department, a fireman who very rarely gets a chance to go to a fire.
Rhoda, I'm home.
Yes.
Did you catch the show?
Yes.
Well, how'd I do?
Well,
people kept calling me office all day. You know what they said? They said I looked sensational. What'd you think?
Well, what did I think? About what?
Oh, what about the show? How did I come over?
Oh, very nice.
Very nice? Is that all? I mean, people kept calling all day. They said I was a born TV personality. Hey, let me get that. Hello? Oh, Frank, yeah. You saw it, huh? Sure. Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks, Frank. That was Mayor Frank Altenborn himself. Said the show was absolutely the greatest. How come you thought it was just nice?
Well, it was all right.
Well, what was wrong?
What do you mean wrong?
I mean, why didn't you like it?
Well, I didn't say I didn't like it.
I wrote it, something's bothering you. Now, what is it?
Oh, I don't know.
Now, something's bothering you. Look, Rhoda, we've always been absolutely honest with each other, haven't we?
Have we?
What are you saying?
Delbert, at first I didn't know if I should bring this up. Then I knew if I didn't, it would just fester and grow bigger and uglier.
What are you driving at?
Let me finish. It's hard enough. And now that I've decided to do it, I don't know how to put it.
Will you get to the point, for crying out loud?
I'm not sure what the point is. Del, we decided when we got married that each of us would have a night alone.
Well?
Friday. Well, I never really go anywhere Friday. I sit home and read, or I relax. I might watch TV.
Rhoda, where is all this headed?
Where do you go, Delbert? I know we're supposed to respect each other's privacy, but
Where do you go? Where, for instance, did you go last night?
Last night?
Why did you say you came home late because you had a flat tire?
Why?
You said you had to wait hours to flag down a motorist to borrow a lug wrench. But we have one in the trunk. I looked.
Well, I might have kept this guy's by mistake.
No, it's ours. Anyway, you didn't have a flat tire. Andy at the garage told me all the tires were okay. The same spare he sold us was in the well. Del, look at me. Where do you go on Friday nights?
Where do I go?
Where were you last night?
I don't know.
And what did you do last night?
I don't know.
Tell me, Del, tell me.
I don't know, Rhoda. I swear to you, I don't know. All right, that's an answer. He either does or he doesn't know. We, however, do know. And the portrait of Chief Delbert Casserole slowly but surely begins to emerge. A little fire seems to have started in the chief's own house. And we'll see if it can be put out in the third act. It is accurate, if somewhat redundant, to say that an honest relationship between a man and a woman must be based on the truth. However, how many relationships are truly honest? And how many people could actually tolerate them? And so, people make little adjustments to keep peace and harmony. But sooner or later...
Do you mean you have no idea where you go on Friday nights?
Rhoda, please, don't keep...
Don't keep what?
Prying, probing.
All right. Tell me it's none of my business. Tell me you have a right to a secret. Tell me anything at all, Del, but don't tell me you don't know.
It's the truth.
And you don't know where you were last night either?
I've already told you that.
And the story of the tire, the flat tire. That was a lie.
All right, it was a lie.
Why?
Why? I don't know. I just thought I'd give you a reason why I was so late.
Well, where were you last night?
You're beginning to sound like a broken record.
Well, where?
I don't know where I was. There are some things we'll never know. There are mysteries.
Del, I want you to go to the doctor.
I went to the doctor. Golden says there's nothing wrong with me.
You know the kind of doctor I mean.
No.
Why not?
You know why not. I can't afford it.
You have to go.
A man who holds public office the way I do cannot afford to go to a psychiatrist. Period. And we're not going to discuss it either.
If we're not going to discuss this, we're not going to discuss anything at all. We'll have no relationship of any kind. We'll never even see each other because I will get a divorce.
Rhoda.
There's something wrong with you, Del. We don't have very much of a life together as it is.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
Well, look, I get home late. I mean, there's so much to do. I'm so tired.
That's why you have to see a psychiatrist.
Rhoda, honey, please. Please. Give me a chance to work my own way out of this, will you?
Del, you need a doctor.
Now, look, Rhoda, I'll get home earlier. I'll even cut out the Friday nights altogether, all right? We'll try to work it out together. Come on, Rhoda, please. Let's at least try.
Was she going with anybody?
No, I never seen her with a man.
How about friends?
No, not so many friends.
Last night here in the restaurant.
Oh, she had lots of moods. You know moods? Women, they have moods.
Did anyone pick her up after?
I was always in the kitchen. I could never figure her out.
Did she say anything about where she was going?
I don't know. My brother and his wife, they're both dead now. They brought her here from Russia. She was a baby. I know her all my life.
Did you see anyone who might have gone out?
A quiet girl, kept to herself, stays home in her little apartment. They find her dead in a motel room. Why? How? Does she have some secret life I know nothing about?
Last night in this restaurant, did you notice a tall, thin man with blondish white hair and a blue jacket with gray slacks?
Did I notice? Why, of course. Of course. Why didn't you ask me in the first place? Of course. The place was crowded last night. The biggest crowd in a long time. So ask me, how would I remember a man?
Okay, how?
Because he was a single. He came in here alone. Most people, they come couples, a party of 4, a party of 6, you understand? But him, he was the only single all night.
Where would you have seated him?
Over there, in that small little table.
And did Anya Petrov wait on him?
Sure, why not? It was her station.
Have you ever seen him before?
No.
Well, did Anya ever speak of anyone who may have looked like him?
Told you, she never talked about anybody.
All right.
This person, this man, do you think he's the one who...
Thank you for your help. Homicide, Lieutenant Stacy speaking.
Lieutenant, this is Marvin Plum, Plum's Motel?
Yes, Mr. Plum.
You said I was to call if I ever remembered where I'd seen that guy before. You know, the one who...
Yes, Mr. Plum.
Well, Lieutenant, what's the hardest thing in the world to find?
I don't know.
Something that's been right under your nose all along.
About the man...
Yes. The thing, it wasn't where I'd seen him before. That's what threw me. I'd never seen him before.
Then why did you say you'd seen him before?
'Twas where I'd seen him since.
Since?
Since the murder.
But the murder had only taken place the night before. This was the next morning. Now, where would you have seen him since?
He was right in front of my eyes.
Where?
He'd have been right in front of your eyes, too, if you'd have been facing the TV set. He was on the program.
Who?
This guy, who is a dead ringer for the one you're looking for. The guy who checked into the motel. The guy who killed the waitress.
Who?
It's got to be his double or his twin brother. He was on the show. He's the guy, the fire chief over at Caswell's Corners.
You haven't touched your dinner, Del.
I'm not hungry.
But you should eat something.
But I am not hungry.
Delbert, this is exactly what we talked about. You have to lead a more calm, a more relaxed, a less pressure-filled life.
Okay, I'll try.
Darling, I'm trying to help you.
I know.
Oh, I still think you should see a psychiatrist.
Let's not talk about it right now.
But when should we talk about it?
Tomorrow. Now I have to go out.
Where?
Where? It's Friday night. We never ask each other about Friday night.
Wait a minute, Del. We agreed there would be no more Friday nights.
When did we agree?
Last week. Don't you remember?
Well, I just thought I'd go out for a drive and relax and have a few drinks.
No, Del. No, you're going to stay home and relax from now on.
Rhoda, we agreed when we got married that...
Del, you're in trouble. You won't let a psychiatrist help you, and if you won't let me help you, I'll walk out.
No, Rhoda, no.
Now, we're going to spend a quiet, relaxing evening at home.
Homicide, Lieutenant Stacy. Oh, yes, I know, Inspector. Yes, it's a bad time for the department. The waitress killing, the arson. But I'm doing the best I can, sir. No, I don't have a thing. Well, no, okay, maybe I do, but it's so far out. I mean, I could have a suspect. No, but it's impossible. It just simply couldn't be this guy. No, I won't tell you who he is either, because you'll drop me off at the nut house. What do you want me to do? Go to the public library? Yes. And read what? A story about Sherlock Holmes called The Sign of the Four? And now, Inspector, is this a gag? Oh, well, yes, sir. Yes, sir, if it's an order.
Now, darling, isn't this pleasant?
Yeah, I just,
You just what?
No, I'm just not used to being home on a Friday night, that's all.
Why? Why do you find it so necessary to go out?
I don't know.
Well, try to think. Del, is something lacking in our relationship that you have to find it elsewhere?
Is something lacking?
Well?
Yes. You know what it is.
Delbert, I'm willing to be patient. And perhaps if both of us try...
No, Rhoda, it isn't that. Why do you women always think that it has to do with...
Then what else is lacking?
It's something that...
Yes?
Well, I think he said it.
Who said it?
The one on the program, that Jerry, whatever his name is, he said it.
Well, what did he say?
I can hear him. I can hear exactly how he said it.
Doesn't it ever get boring? I mean, here are all you firemen sitting around the firehouse, and you never get to go to a fire. Now, don't you miss the excitement of racing down the street, sirens screaming?
Bells clanging and the thrill of conquering the fire itself, of subduing the flames, the adventure.
But I also heard what you answered, Dell. The greatest excitement a fireman can experience is the quiet excitement of sitting in the firehouse and knowing that all is well, all is safe in the city.
If I said that, I lied.
Dell!
Because I miss it. I miss it. I need it.
What? What do you need?
The fire.
What fire?
The fire! The fire shooting up into the sky. The searing flames, the billowing smoke. The shouts of the firemen, the police, the crowds. And the flames. Ooh, those flames. Have you ever seen the rest of the street, the other houses? How the shadows play over them, the shadows of the leaping flames? And you can almost feel those houses and buildings shudder and moan with fear and dread and apprehension. Shall they be destroyed or shall they be saved?
Dell, don't say any more. Just sit here with me. Let me put my arms around you.
No, that won't help. She tried that. They all try that. It's the same as it is with you. It's no good.
A doctor. Dell, you'll have to see a doctor.
No. A fire. I want to see a fire. You know, you never see a fire in this town. And it's my fault. Because I'm too good a fire chief. That's why we have no fires. Because I'm too smart, too conscientious. I'm being cheated.
Let me go get you something.
I need a fire. That's what I need. You understand? A fire. Any fire. In here. Where's my cigarette lighter?
No.
You see, I light up this pile of newspapers.
Delbert!
Yes, and I'll scatter them around the room. Oh, we're going to have a fire in here. We're going to have a real fire.
No!
Shut up.
Delbert, let go
I
of
want
me!
you to stay here with me and watch it. Watch the beautiful flames.
Let go!
A new experience for you. I've watched so many fires from the outside. Now we shall see one from the inside. Just the two of us.
No!
Shut up.
We'll be burned to death.
I said be quiet.
You're joking me!
Good Lord, it is you. What are you doing in my house? Who let you in? It's you, the white-haired guy. You're a maniac. Let go of her. Let me go. Get out of here. Let go of her before we all get killed. This place is going up. Now let go.
Oh, the house. Oh, it's in flames.
Take it easy, ma'am. Take it easy.
Oh, I remember now. My husband's in there.
I'm sorry. I was able to get you out. I was not able to make it back for him.
He tried to kill me. Oh, why?
I don't know. I thought I'd come here on a fool's errand. I guess the inspector was right.
He set fire to the house. Oh, I can't believe he'd do such a thing.
Neither would anybody else, ma'am. Neither would anybody else.
But it's impossible.
Impossible. Yes, that reminds me. I have to make a call. I guess you were right, Inspector. What it said in that book. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth.
What is the impossible? Is it something that cannot happen under any conditions? Or is it something that we believe cannot happen? The longer we live, the less firm we are in our beliefs about the impossible. Soon, who knows, that very word impossible shall disappear from our language. But I won't disappear. I shall return shortly. What was it we asked at the very beginning? Oh, yes. Are we what we love, or are we what we hate? Or are we a mixture of each? Is each of us a formula of highly volatile chemical properties which can explode suddenly, violently, unpredictably? Yes, it is an unpredictable world. And the only certainty you can cling to is the knowledge that we, at least, shall be here 7 nights each week. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joan Shea, Earl Hammond, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My wife doesn't understand me has always been a rather common complaint. And classically, it has been uttered by harried and put-upon husbands who insist that they stray far afield only to enlist the sympathy and commiseration that seems to be denied them at home. And yet, how often do any of these poor, deprived fellows think to put the proposition in reverse and say, I don't understand my wife? Our mystery drama, Crime of Passion, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. I'll be back shortly with Act One. An intelligent woman is a woman with whom one can be as stupid as one wishes. That was the opinion of a learned Frenchman. And since the French are the acknowledged authorities on the games that men and women play, we should listen very carefully. Certainly, history has proved that intelligent women have a hard time in this world, especially when they are married to shallow, heavy-footed men. George Parrish, a night watchman, is coming home very late one night. He opens the door to his apartment, tiptoes inside. He doesn't want to disturb his sleeping wife. But she isn't sleeping. She's very much awake. And there's a man with her.
Oh, Millie. Millie. What would I ever do without you?
Why, you two-timing...
Oh, it's George! You've got the wrong idea! Don't, George! Please don't!
Good morning, Phil. Am I upsetting your schedule?
You're destroying it, Tom.
Well, being a law firm's top client does give a man privileges.
Go ahead. The clock is running.
I have a case I want you to handle for me. The man's name is Parrish, George Parrish. He came home last night and found his wife with another man, and he shot her dead. I want you to defend him.
Why me?
Well, before you decided to get rich, you were the best criminal lawyer in the country.
Who is Parrish?
He's one of my employees. You know my motto, if you work for Cartwright Industries, be ever so high or ever so humble, you're my guy, and I stand behind you all the way.
And this is how you intend to stand behind Parrish?
Well, I'm a man of my word.
Why not? It's worth a fortune to you in labor relations, not to mention general publicity. You're an old fraud.
Yeah, sure. But when you've been a fraud for as long as I have, you really become quite sincere about it. Besides, I feel I owe him something.
What?
I feel guilty about it.
Why?
I want you to get on this thing for me, Phil.
Tom, you know how busy we are right now. I can recommend a top guy.
Phil, I want you.
A murder case? Just what I needed.
What's new in the paper this morning, dear?
Oh, just the usual bad news.
Oh.
I'm sorry, darling.
About what?
I know I shouldn't be reading the paper at breakfast.
Oh, that.
It's just that I have absolutely no time to myself during the day. I mean, it isn't right. We seem to spend so little time together.
I know.
But things just seem to keep piling up.
Yes, they do.
You're being very understanding about it, aren't you?
Well, I wasn't aware that I had a choice.
Well, you do manage to keep busy.
Oh, yes. There's enough to do.
That's what I always said. These days, women should be out there, doing. What do you know about this? That merger is actually going through. International is going to buy Amertex. How's the job coming?
Oh, it's interesting.
And how is Frank as a boss?
Oh, if you want to learn how to run an art gallery, there's no better teacher. Oh, something fascinating happened just yesterday.
Why would International want to acquire Amertex? I mean, they must know it's a company completely enmeshed in legal problems, or do they? Oh, I'm sorry, darling. What you were about to say?
Oh, it wasn't important. Will you be home early this evening? It's Bob and Gretchen's anniversary party.
Gee, I really don't know what time I can get home, darling.
Oh, do you have to work late again?
As if things weren't bad enough, Tom Cartwright threw something at me yesterday. Matter of fact, it's right here in the paper. Night watchman shoots wife in jealous rage. That's very sloppy writing. You can't tell which of them was in the jealous rage.
What does this have to do with you?
Well, Tom wants me to defend him.
Oh, a murder case. I thought those days were over.
Well, I never thought I'd miss him. But I tell you, nothing else can pump the adrenaline like a homicide.
I miss those days. You'd come home and spread out all the work on the dining room table, and I'd keep the coffee going and type up the notes. And just before dawn, many times, we'd go out to breakfast.
Well, you can only do that when you're very, very young.
Oh, you talk as if we're very, very old.
We were very, very poor.
Phil, we were never poor.
Well, I mean, compared to what we have today.
I often wonder.
About what?
Oh, about everything. Phil, I'd hate to miss Bob and Gretchen's party.
Well, look, why don't you go on and I'll meet you there?
If I know you won't show up till very late. What'll I do if I get bored and I want to leave early? I'll be stuck.
Darling, it's just that I'm always so far behind. You could go by yourself.
I'd have to worry about a taxi late at night.
Oh, I know. Frank Hertford.
What about him?
Ask him to take you.
Oh, I don't know. I see enough of him during the day.
Frank is tailor-made for the job. He's the perfect extra man.
Well, he's really not much fun.
He doesn't have to be. All he has to do is be your escort. Thank you, guard. Parrish, I'm Philip Wilcox. I'm your attorney. Parrish?
She's dead.
Yes, we know she's dead.
I killed her.
Yes, I have your confession.
Yeah, I confessed.
I want to read it to you.
I don't want to hear it.
You say, I came home early and I caught her with James Axford.
I don't want to listen to it.
They were both half-dressed. I knew they'd been together. I got so mad.
Don't read anymore.
I pulled the gun out of the holster. I was going to kill them both. I fired at her first, then I was going to shoot him too, but he fought with me. Then other people came into the room.
I can't believe she's dead.
Is this substantially the way it happened?
Huh? Oh, yeah. That's what I said. That's what happened.
Did you mean to kill her?
I got so mad I couldn't control myself. Next thing I know, the gun is in my hand.
Well, you didn't exactly surprise them in what might be called a compromising situation, did you?
What's he doing there that hour of the night wearing pajamas and a bathrobe? Who can you trust in this world? Nobody. Just one person. My buddy, Tom Cartwright. Well, he wasn't my buddy exactly. He was my battalion commander. He knew the name of every guy in the outfit.
Now, Parrish.
After the war, you lose track. And he was an officer. I didn't have an easy life. A lot of things went wrong.
Now, look, here's what we have to establish.
I was hitting 57, 58, and what's the best I could do? Night watchman for this big company.
Did you at any time, prior to the moment that you saw them together...
These important guys come in seeing this big white-haired fella. He looks at me and he says, "Hey, I know you, George Parrish, B Company rifleman."
Did you have any reason to suspect they were having an affair?
He said, "Look, George, anytime you feel you're not getting the right deal, you just come and see me."
Parrish? I have to know this.
That's how he always was, Big Tom Cartwright. Hey, you must be the smartest lawyer in the United States of America, because that's just who Tom said he'd get me.
Answer this. Did you have any reason to suspect that they were having an affair?
No.
Who is James Axford?
Ah, ruddy little guy. He lived down the hall. He'd sit around with us and drink coffee. You want to know how stupid I was? I'll tell you. I used to think it was great that he'd drop in to keep her company while I was working.
You mean you didn't suspect anything?
Suspect what? He looked like a light breeze could blow him right over. Besides, she wasn't all that young or great looking. I mean, how could I figure she'd even be thinking of that kind of thing? How could this happen to me? I tried to give her everything.
All right, Parrish. I think I have enough for now.
Maybe I should have spent more time with her. You know how women are. They want you around all the time, but what was I going to do? I had to work nights and part-time. I couldn't help it. Why couldn't she understand that?
Hello.
Phil, it's Tom. Now, I know it's a bit late, but actually it's only past midnight.
Oh, I guess I dozed off.
Yeah, I've been trying to reach you all evening. Did you see George Parrish?
Yeah, I did.
Well, how's it look?
It looks good.
Hey, that's great.
You know, in cases like these, you usually have to explain the gun. You know, if he didn't mean to use it, why did he have it?
Well, he had to carry it on the job.
Exactly. And that's a big plus. So we'll go for something in the neighborhood of guilty due to temporary insanity.
Well, I think that's exactly what did happen. So you're telling me that he'll do okay?
Unless something unforeseen comes up.
Like what?
If I could tell you, it wouldn't be unforeseen, would it?
I appreciate this, Phil. I want to help him. Oh, I'm sorry if I disturbed you. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
Good morning, dear. Pour you some coffee?
Oh, please.
Oh, you look tired.
Well, I had a restless night.
You're always nervous with Case.
With Case?
Yeah, like a woman is with child.
Yeah, well, I'm with Case, all right.
Oh, tough one?
Well, it looks open and shut, but those are usually the ones that have a hidden booby trap somewhere.
Something bothering you about it?
Yes.
What?
Well, that's the trouble. I don't know what. You must have come home rather late last night.
Mm-hmm. I guess we all lost track of the time.
Oh?
Oh, it was a marvelous party. Everyone hated to see it end.
What time did it break up?
Oh, it was before midnight.
I was still up around midnight. I didn't hear you come in.
You know what happened? Frank and I walked home.
You walked home?
That's right.
All the way from Bob and Gretchen's? At that hour? Well, that was very foolish.
You're right.
Why'd you do it?
Darling, you're looking at this in the cold, clear light of the morning. But it was such a beautiful night. You have to admit that.
I'm afraid I didn't notice.
There was a kind of magic in the air.
Magic? What kind of magic?
Oh, you should know. You're the one who first told me about the magic in the night air.
I did?
Don't you remember? In the air of the night are all the gossamer dreams and fragile fancies. They wither and die in the glare of the burning, brilliant sun, but in the soft and kindly glow of the friendly moon. Huh. Oh, I often wonder. You know, you never told me. Did you read that somewhere, or did you actually write it?
I don't even remember.
I think you wrote it. You used to write a lot of poetry while you were going to law school. I remember you said that it was the only way that you could keep your sanity.
I was just a kid.
And one of the greatest lawyers in the world, Chief Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, was a fine poet.
Margaret, getting back to this foolishness. I mean, walking all that way in the dead of night.
Well, you and I used to walk at night for hours. I remember.
Yeah, but those were different times.
Yes.
I thought you said you found Frank Hertford rather dull.
I never said that.
Didn't you say he wasn't much fun?
Oh, yes. But that's only during the day, at the gallery. He's all business there, which is good. But away from the gallery, he has an entirely different personality.
Really?
Yes. He's very lively and witty. There's a whole side to Frank Hertford that I've never been aware of.
On that line, let's take a break and see how things seem to be shaping up in our little drama? Of course, there's always the possibility that we might be reading a bit too much into what we've been hearing so far. On the other hand, we may not be reading enough. We'll just have to wait for Act 2 for a clearer definition. Would you happen to know offhand who it was that said nature abhors a vacuum? It has a scientific sound to it, so you might assume it was a physicist. But the fact is, it was stated by a philosopher. And he wasn't thinking of things like vacuum tubes and the like because they hadn't yet been invented. No. What he had in mind were human affairs and what people will do if their lives are empty.
Hi, Terry.
Hey, Phil. Late as usual.
Ah, it's like old times. We're going to lock horns again.
Why don't you come downtown and really practice law?
Why don't you come uptown and really make some money?
When I get old.
Then you won't be able to enjoy it.
Say, I hear you guys are raking it in. However...
However what?
You're basically a one-client law firm. Now, what if you lose him? Lose Tom Cartwright?
Ah, we're too involved with everything he's got going. It's as if we were welded together. How could we lose him?
Well, the outfit that had him before you did lost him.
Thanks. You just made my day.
Yeah, all right. Now, getting down to cases.
The George Parrish thing now. This is the quintessential crime of passion.
That's your story.
Well, you admit that it's open and shut.
I don't have to admit anything.
Oh, why don't we save the taxpayers' money?
Oh? You want a plea bargain?
Look, why don't you ask for manslaughter? We can wind up with guilty because of temporary insanity.
Oh, how nice of you.
And for you, too. You get the word guilty in the verdict.
I'm going for murder 1.
You have to be kidding.
The public perception of these insanity things, it's completely negative these days. You see, man on the street thinks all you have to do after you kill somebody is have a smart lawyer claim you were temporarily insane and you beat the rap.
But I do have temporary insanity here.
Oh, do you?
Yes, I can get psychiatric testimony. It says so.
I can get psychiatric testimony that says you don't.
All right, so our shrinks cancel each other out. And what's left is this poor, pathetic-looking, put-upon slob. He's your hard-working, hard-luck guy who never got a break. And a war veteran, too.
That doesn't carry the clout it used to.
Got a Purple Heart.
Probably shot himself cleaning his rifle.
So, what?
Your client is lying.
Well, I believe him.
I don't.
Why not?
He walks into his house, all unsuspecting. And he's suddenly confronted by the infidelity of his wife. Now, in a sudden, wild, uncontrolled fit of rage, he shoots her.
You're stating my case.
And it's a lie. No man or woman, for that matter, is ever unaware of infidelity.
Come on, Terry. How can you say that?
You mean a fellow doesn't always know his wife is being unfaithful,
How could he know?
Are you telling me if Margaret were having an affair, you wouldn't know about it?
Margaret would never have an affair.
Oh? Why not?
She's not the type.
Well, what is the type?
And besides, realistically, she's older.
Older?
Look, the truth is, why would anyone want to have an affair with Margaret? Have you seen her lately?
Well, as a matter of fact, at the gallery. See, my wife dragged me there to look at some art, just last week. Oh, she looks great.
Yeah. Now, look, getting back to your basic point.
Which is, a man has to know that his wife is having an affair. He has to notice the change in her.
What change?
Well, she treats him better, or she treats him worse. She's either laughing or crying. She's light as a feather or heavy as a rock. See, but whatever she is different.
And you claim a man can see that?
Well, see it, hear it, feel it. Now, he knows it. But he may categorically reject that information.
Why?
Because if he faced up to it, he'd be forced to make a move. A move that might change the world he lives in. Maybe he simply can't handle it.
So if you're right, why didn't my client go on evading the issue? Why did he kill her?
Because you can only lie to yourself for so long and no longer. You see, you're taking a terrible psychological beating. You have to blow up. And suddenly, something happens, which may be completely unrelated to the marriage, but it's a terrible trauma, and that's when a guy goes home and makes her pay for it.
Well, you'd better be able to prove that to our 12 good people in True.
That's why we're having a trial, isn't it?
Phil? Is that Stu,
Yeah?
you didn't say you were coming home, so I didn't bother with dinner.
Oh, well, Hey, look at you.
You like the dress?
I don't know. Well, it's a bit daring.
Oh, now, Phil.
Well, I mean, let me put it this way. You usually dress with an eye toward suggestion rather than display.
Well, I hardly think you could call this display.
Well, for you, it's certainly something new.
New? I've been dressing more or less like this since, it's been over a year now.
I never noticed.
Well, actually, Phil, you're very rarely home.
Well, it has been a hectic time. I'm sure you understand that.
Of course. You see me mostly at breakfast, and then I'm in my robe and my hair isn't
No,
done.
now, just wait a minute. What did you just say, that I only see you at breakfast?
Mm-hmm. We have breakfast together, and you leave the house. Then you generally come home very late for dinner.
Darling, we are swamped in the office.
Oh, of course. So when you do come home, I'm ready for bed. Sometimes I'm already asleep.
But you do look different.
I would hope so.
I mean, you haven't really consulted me. I mean, what I mean is, every time you buy a new dress or decide on a different hairdo, you'd always ask my opinion.
Darling, how long has it been since my hairdo or my clothes have been of any interest to you? Actually, you've become careless about my appearance. Certainly you've been much less strict lately, much less demanding.
Well, I have had some very important concerns.
Well, maybe my appearance isn't as important to you as it once was.
Oh, now, come on, Margaret.
Look, there's nothing personal in this. It's just a basic truism of married life in a great many marriages.
Well, now that you're all dressed up, are you going somewhere?
Mm-hmm. We're having a special showing at the gallery tonight.
Oh.
It's going to be quite an event. Why don't you come along?
Oh, I'm not sure I'd fit in with the sort of people who'll be there.
Well, most of them are very nice people.
And the truth is, I simply have to finish some work.
You know, if you keep this up, then the work is going to finish you. Why not take a night off?
The truth is, honey, I'm just too tired. I mean, do you have to go?
It's a very important evening. Frank is depending on me.
Oh.
Don't worry, dear. Frank will see to it that I get home all right.
Yeah. What's that, Miss Tidings? I have a lunch date with Tom Cartwright. Oh, that's right. That's right. Thanks for reminding me. Let's see now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, from time to time we are shocked, rudely awakened. We look at our advanced state of sophisticated civilization, and we are horrified when we realize how thin is the veneer, the veneer of what? Already said civilization, sophistication, cultivation, advancement. Let's see now, where is that book? Why can't I ever find anything? Miss Tidings, where's my thesaurus? Why does everything always disappear? Please, I don't want any excuses. I just want the book. Oh, for crying out loud. Miss Tidings, I'm sorry. It's right here on my desk. And look, call Mr. Cartwright for me. Say that something extremely vital has suddenly come up and I have to cancel lunch.
May I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for Margaret Wilcox.
Did you have an appointment with Mrs. Wilcox?
Well, I don't usually make appointments with Mrs. Wilcox. I'm Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, how do you do, sir? Was Mrs. Wilcox expecting you?
Oh, it's just that I happened to be in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop by and take her to lunch.
Oh, well, they're not here at the gallery just now.
They?
Margaret and Frank Hertford. I think they said they were going to Philadelphia to look at the work of a new artist.
Oh. Well, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
How are we doing, Counselor?
Mr. Parrish, I have to ask you one question.
You sure should.
Did you have any idea that your wife had been unfaithful to you with this Axford fellow before you found them together that night?
You already asked me that.
Well, I'm asking again.
Well, I told you before. I never knew.
Is that possible?
Is what possible?
That a man wouldn't know?
Sure, it's possible.
Well, Parrish, in a thing like this, there are signs, unmistakable signs.
Maybe, but what do you do if you're too dumb to read them? Too dumb, too trusting, maybe too happy.
Now, listen, I'm your lawyer. You must tell me the truth.
I'm telling you the truth.
The worst thing you can do is lie to your lawyer.
Why do you keep saying I'm lying?
I'm not saying that you're lying. I'm only asking you not to do it. I'm building your whole case on the proposition that you didn't know what was happening.
I'm telling you the truth.
Now, just remember, if you're not, I can get blindsided, ambushed and destroyed in that courtroom. All I stand to lose is the case. I'll go on to something else. But you won't.
Look, do you think I'd have held still for it? I'm not that kind of a guy. When I found out about what she was doing, I put an end to it. Right then, right there.
Did you ever argue with your wife?
How can you be married and not argue with your wife?
Loud, angry arguments that the neighbors could have overheard?
No, never.
I mean, I have to make sure that they can't spring a witness on us to testify that he heard the two of you having some serious shouting matches.
Whoever says anything like that would be lying.
All right, that's what I have to know.
So, how does it look?
If you're telling me the truth, you've got a chance.
Hey, Phil. Oh. Been visiting your client, I see.
Terry, do you actually believe that you can get him on murder one?
Yeah.
You have to prove premeditation.
I know.
Well, it's awfully tough in a case like this.
That's true.
You're really sticking your neck out.
That's what your neck is for, buddy.
Well, you must think you have something.
You ever read a play by James M. Barrie?
Now, what are you trying to pull on me?
It's called What Every Woman Knows.
What about it?
Well, he makes a very big deal about how completely a woman understands the man she's married to.
So what?
Well, women don't have any monopoly on that kind of insight. They just brag about it more.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
If I were writing a play instead of constructing a case, you know what I'd call it? What Every Husband Knows.
Yeah? What does he know?
What doesn't he know? That is, once he sits down and really starts asking himself the right question.
Well, what does a husband know? It does seem that many husbands these days know very little. Strangely enough, it would appear that there are those husbands who don't even know what their wives look like. So how can we hope for a deeper understanding? But is this true? Probably on a conscious level. But what's happening deep down there in the subconscious? That's where the action is. We have Act 3 for that purpose. We have the word wedlock, which is used to define the married state. Wedlock is derived from an old Gothic word which means a pledge or a contract. And that's what marriage is really about, no? A contractual agreement. But there's always a basic dissatisfaction with contracts in general these days. One of the parties is always looking to get out of it somehow.
Oh, Phil, you're home.
Yes, these days seems I can get more done here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Had I known I'd have come back earlier. I just thought you'd be out till late at one of your meetings.
What do you mean, one of my meetings?
Well, you do have meetings.
Well, I know, but you make it sound as if there's something disreputable about it.
Darling, are we going to quarrel?
You know, I stopped by the gallery today.
I heard.
To take you to lunch.
Oh, that was sweet.
But you weren't there.
Well, Frank and I went to Philadelphia. There was this marvelous new artist on exhibit.
You know, it's now 9 o'clock. The exhibition must have lasted till late.
No, just till 5. Oh, but it's such a lovely drive this time of the year. We enjoyed the foliage. You remember how you and I used to go out to the country and see how the leaves were all turning color? And then, of course, Frank and I stopped off at this marvelous little country inn for dinner.
Margaret, is that wise?
Wise?
I mean, people might...
What is it, Phil?
Oh, I just remembered I had Faraday look up a case for me, People versus Gibbs. I think there's an application there. I better call him right now.
Phil, you got a minute?
Oh, come in, Tom. Sit down.
Well, thank you. I don't see you at the club. I don't see you anywhere these days. And what's this? A sandwich at the desk?
I'm in the middle of a murder case, remember?
And you'll get him off, won't you?
Well, a man doesn't get off in a situation like this. He still has to pay a price.
Well, okay, a couple of years, maybe. That's the same as getting off, isn't it? Phil, you're worried, aren't you?
I always worry when I'm in court.
Sure. He killed his wife. But it was in a fit of sudden blind rage. You know, in that single terrible moment, his whole world collapsed. Now, he'd worshipped that woman. That's your defense, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, it sounds great to me. What could be wrong with it?
I don't know.
Well, are you saying there is something wrong with it?
I don't know that either.
And what's wrong with you?
Terry McLean.
Oh, your district attorney friend.
Mm-hmm. I don't like his attitude, Tom. He wouldn't have gone for first-degree murder if he didn't hold something up his sleeve.
Oh, something like...
He's just a bit too confident.
Oh, come on. There are guys who can sit with a nothing hand and make you believe they're holding 4 aces.
Look, I know, Terry. He's got something.
What?
Premeditation.
George Parrish isn't that kind of guy.
What kind of guy?
Who'd put up with his wife fooling around. The guy with guts doesn't do that. And that's the thing George always had. He got the Silver Star. I was there when he earned it.
Look, we're talking about different things.
We are talking about a red-blooded guy who reacted in a way that's unfortunately all too human.
I used to think that myself. But it isn't so simple. Here you are in a well-ordered world. You become aware of something that threatens your entire existence. That is, if you choose to confront it.
Well, you have to confront it. You have no choice.
You do. You can choose to disregard it and pretend it doesn't exist.
Well, tell me, what real guy could accept a situation where he knows his wife is cheating on him?
A real guy who happens to be in love with her.
Phil, I don't know what the DA has, but you have to win this case. I am telling you that right now.
If Terry has premeditation, I'll have to perform a miracle.
Well, if that's what is needed, that's what you are getting paid for.
Do you mind if I sit down here?
It's a public bench in a municipal park.
Beautiful day, isn't it? Excuse me. I see you're busy with your own thoughts. I have no right to intrude, but I had this idea that I should talk to you because your name is Philip Wilcox, isn't it?
How do you know me?
Oh, you're a lawyer and a very good one. You're defending a man named George Parrish who murdered his wife.
Oh, you must have seen my picture in the paper.
At first I thought I'd visit you in your office.
Why?
But I didn't have the nerve. Then I noticed you would come down here and sit in the park for a few minutes each day at noontime.
What's on your mind?
I know something about the Parrish murder case that you're unaware of.
Oh, yes?
There was nothing between James Axford and Millicent Parrish. Oh, there was a great deal between them, but nothing carnal or fleshly or sexual.
How do you know?
Because of the type of man that James Axford happens to be. He was completely lacking in that type of orientation.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
Then why was he in her apartment at 2 a.m. in his robe and pajamas?
He needed comfort.
Comfort?
Yes. James Axford is a man who suffers from loneliness. He was unable to sleep. He was frightened.
Of what?
Of the world, of everything, of anything, of nothing. And so he went to her, and she spoke to him as she always did.
Always?
She was always ready with a comforting word, a cheering thought. She was so filled with life that she had so much to give. And the stupid, stolid, ignorant ox she was married to just didn't take any of it. He was never home, always trying to find a fortune. Didn't he know he had one in the house?
How do you know so much about this?
Oh, I'm sure by this time you know who I am. Yes, she comforted me. Toward the end, I had to comfort her.
Why?
She was worried about him.
For what reason?
He was afraid he'd lose his job.
But I know Tom Cartwright. Tom would never fire him.
Oh, but he did.
Why do you say that? Do you know it for a fact?
George must have been fired. That's why he came home and shot her. Funny. He says he shot her because of me, and I had never had anything to do with her. In that way. But in a sense, in a real sense, I was getting her ready for another man. I was awakening her to the possibilities of the world. A woman like her with all that imagination, all that life, she has so much to give. If her husband doesn't want to take it, she has to find someone who will.
Why are you telling me all this?
Oh, because I have a sense of humor. I'm a waiter. The other day I worked at a big party. The most beautiful woman there, I thought, was a Mrs. Philip Wilcox.
Mrs. Wilcox?
I saw she was there without her husband. The story is she goes everywhere without her husband. I saw how the men looked at her. So, who is better equipped than you to be the defense attorney in this type of murder case?
Tom, I have to talk to you.
Well, I can't now. I'm flying to Chicago.
Sit down.
Just wait a minute. You can't just barge into my office.
Tom, the day he killed his wife, did you fire George Parrish?
No. What kind of a question is that?
If the answer is yes, my whole defense collapses.
There's no way a thing like that could come out, is there?
Oh, boy.
Well, who would bring it up? George wouldn't.
How did you fire him?
Oh, well, I called my secretary and I said... Oh, good Lord. And she must have called personnel.
Now it's a matter of record. No wonder my DA friend Terry's been going around with that Mona Lisa smile on his face.
I told you he got the Silver Star. It was for saving my life under fire.
Great. So why did you give him the sack?
Because he'd been stealing. Though I didn't mind. I mean, what did it add up to? A couple of hundred now and then. But the foreman and the other fellas, they were wise to it, so I had to stop it. Now, I said, George, you have to cut it out. If you need extra dough, just come to see me.
So shouldn't that have ended it?
No, he kept on stealing, taking advantage of me, making me look like a chump to the other guys. And so I called him in. I blew my stack, and I said, get out of here. He turned pale as a sheet of paper. Well, I guess he must have nursed it for a while. Then he went home, and he killed her. Who else did he have to take it out on?
The DA knows about it. He has to.
But you see, he didn't kill her. I did. I made him do it. And I should have given him another kind of job. But what? He wasn't good for anything else.
Tom, there's no way I can save him.
But you have to.
I cannot do the humanly impossible.
I don't recognize words like humanly impossible. And I don't have to. Because I pay top dollar. And all I know is I want results.
Well, hi, I'm glad you're home.
I thought I'd better be. I was in the courtroom today.
I didn't see you.
I heard you make the charge to the jury.
What'd you think?
I thought it was magnificent.
But it didn't help. I'm going to lose the case.
That's too bad.
What do I smell?
Chili.
Your special chili consolation dinner.
Well, if it were a victory dinner, it would be filet mignon.
How well you remember.
Oh, it hasn't been all that long ago.
That seems like another world, Margaret. You know, there was just no way I could save George Parrish.
I'm sorry.
I guess the jury will stay out all night just for the sake of form, but they'll come back and throw the book. Well, at least I saved myself.
From what?
From doing something later.
Something?
Something I wouldn't be able to control. Something I'd be forced to do.
Tell me.
No.
Should we have secrets from each other?
Yes. Certain secrets. There are certain things I don't want you to ask me, and there are certain things that I won't ask you about either.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
Oh, I think you do. But we're going to end it, Margaret, because things will be different from now on. You know, I love the way you wear your hair. You're right, you know. I haven't been too aware of it. Tell me, when was the last time that we took a trip?
I can't remember.
Would you like to go somewhere this week?
Can you get away?
Certainly.
Won't Tom, your important client, be needing you?
Tom is going to fire me.
Why?
Because I will have lost the case.
Well, how could he fire you for losing?
Oh, he could, easily.
Just like that?
Oh, well, it won't be just like that. It'll take a while. He'll start showing dissatisfaction with this, that, and the other thing. Before you know it, we'll be through. But losing the case for George Parrish would be where it all began.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, for starters, I'd like to spend some more time with my wife. That is, if she's not going to be too busy.
I think I can find time for you, darling. Phil.
Yes?
About Frank Hertford.
I don't want to hear about Frank Hertford.
But I feel I ought to.
Darling, let's go inside and have dinner.
No. Let me put the chili in the freezer. This is the kind of dinner that calls for filet mignon.
And there the matter must rest. Mr. Phil Wilcox, an astute attorney and a capable judge of human nature, including his own, would agree wholeheartedly with the following dictum. If a man has a charming, attractive wife, and he pays no attention to her, he has only himself to blame if other men do. I'll be back shortly. The crime of passion, so frequently encountered in both literature and life, seems so sharply defined, so easily comprehended, so basic, so uncomplicated. But is it? Men and women are complex creatures who will always act in their own self-interest. And sometimes a sudden burst of blind fury can have been created by many years of clear-eyed preparation deep in the subconscious, where everything is finally decided for all of us. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Carol Teitel, Earl Hammond, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.